How dare you touch my woman, you are dead. Qianxue, a domineering CEO worth hundreds of billions, slowly took off his bespoke suit under the spotlights of over a dozen helicopters, his gaze reflecting 3 parts coldness, 3 parts mockery, and 4 parts indifference. Under normal circumstances, Luo Qianxue would definitely have burst out laughing. But now he could not laugh at all. Because he had transmigrated into a book, a cheesy romance novel titled The 9 Dragon CEO's Superpowered Darling. His role was a background character known as Blondie, someone so insignificant he did not even have a name and was destined to be beaten to death by the male lead in less than 3 chapters. According to the original plot, because he attempted to molest the female lead, he was about to have his skull crushed by a kick from this black belt CEO standing before him. Kneel down and apologize to Feifei. Qianxue assumed his signature arrogant posture as the male lead, launching a flashy spinning roundhouse kick aimed straight at Luo Qianxue's face. The leg was raised too high, flashy and full of openings. Luo Qianxue did not kneel. He just stooped down expressionlessly and casually picked up half a mud-covered red brick from the ground. Screw your CEO attitude. Smack. A crisp sound echoed. That square-shaped brick slammed solidly onto the handsome face of the domineering CEO that millions of young girls were obsessed with. Blood went flying everywhere. Luo Qianxue weighed the remaining half of the brick in his hand, looked at the male lead lying on the ground with his face a bloody mess, and let out a long sigh of relief. To hell with the plot, even if I die today, I am taking someone down with me. Watching the expressions of the dozens of black-clad bodyguards around him shift instantly, Luo Qianxue's thoughts drifted back to 40 hours ago. The moment he had just transmigrated into this wretched book and was attempting to defy his fate. 40 hours ago. Sleep with Yi Feifei and record a video and I will give you 1 million. Luo Qianxue's tone was icy. You would not turn down such a good deal, would you? Luo Qianxue swept his gaze toward the large bed. The unconscious Yi Feifei had delicate features and a petite frame. Luo Qianxue's Adam's apple bobbed as he said righteously, I refuse. Such things are usually hard to refuse, however. This is the female lead of a romance novel. Recalling how he had boredly clicked on this romance novel titled The Super-Powered Little Wife of Young Master Qin from the 9 Dragons, Luo Qianxue could only lament the trickery of fate. The female lead Yi Feifei is surrounded by an aura of perfection, with every man forced to revolve around her. The male lead, Qianxue, is an overbearing CEO who constantly demands people kneel and apologize, or threatens to have their whole family buried with them. Flipping to the ending, the two live happily ever after, having 9 babies in one pregnancy. He suffered from immediate toxic shock. When he opened his eyes again, he had inexplicably transmigrated into the book. He became a nameless cannon fodder with dyed yellow hair who does not even live past 3 chapters. Fortunately, his appearance is still his own, just with that extra tuft of yellow hair. The Luo Qianxue in front of him is the villainous female supporting character from the book, who drugged Yi Feifei and dumped her in this hotel at the very beginning. She even hired him to ruin the female lead's virtue. According to the original plot, yellow hair did not even touch a single hair on Yi Feifei before he was beaten half to death by Qianxue, who kicked down the door. Only a fool would take on a suicide mission like this. Refuse, is there something wrong with your brain? Luo Qianxue stared at him. Luo Qianxue looked her over and sighed, this trashy book is just too absurd. Even if I had to do something bad, I would rather pick you. Objectively speaking, Luo Qianxue has an amazing figure, long and fair legs, and features as delicate as jade carving. As a top celebrity and a wealthy socialite, she is basically every nerd's dream goddess. It makes no sense that she cannot even compete with that underdeveloped Yi Feifei. Romance novels are truly unreasonable. What do you think you are doing? Luo Qianxue immediately tensed up. Luo Qianxue did not move, just saying the plan has failed, stop now. Luo Qianxue was full of vigilance, completely unable to understand why this small-time thug was acting so crazy. Before he could finish speaking, a loud, forceful sound of footsteps came from outside the door. No need to gas, the male lead, Qianxue is here. Luo Qianxue rushed to the window to make a run for it, only to find it had a security grill with such narrow gaps that he could not possibly squeeze through. Done for, he thought quickly, turning abruptly to grab the petite Yi Feifei from the bed. With this figure, she would pass through without any trouble. Along the gap in the security grill, Yi Feifei was mercilessly pushed out. Thump. It is only the second floor and there is a lawn below. The great female lead certainly will not die from a fall. Feifei Qianxue knocked on the bedroom door. Are you in there? Hearing the male lead's voice, Luo Qianxue froze on the spot. According to the plot, he would break the door down after 2 more knocks. Time to gamble. Luo Qianxue lunged like a tiger, pinning Luo Qianxue down on the bed. The cold and scheming Luo Qianxue had never even been in a relationship. Her brain instantly crashed, and she turned into a stiff wooden board. Bang, the door was kicked open. Qianxue rushed into the room and was stunned to see that the woman on the bed was not Yi Feifei. He scanned the room, there was no one else. Wrong room. Luo Qianxue turned his head and glanced at Qianxue. A slightly delicate, pampered-looking face, utterly lacking any masculinity. Is this the overbearing CEO that millions of girls are crazy about? Not even as handsome as me. But this guy is set up not only to be a great fighter but also to have an intimidatingly powerful background. Cannot afford to provoke him. Before Luo Qianxue could say anything, Qianxue spoke first. Sorry, excuse me. As the male lead, he did not care about the life or death of a female villain, simply exiting the room and closing the door behind him. You pervert. Luo Qianxue finally regained her senses and shoved Luo Qianxue away. Luo Qianxue patted his chest and let out a long sigh. Escaped that disaster. Pervert. Luo Qianxue was so angry that she raised her hand to strike. Stop, I am a pervert by trade. Why else would you have hired me? Luo Qianxue rolled off the bed. Think about it, I saved you. If Qianxue knew you hired me to do this, do you think he would let you off? Luo Qianxue gritted her teeth and said, but you still ruined my reputation. You are overthinking it. Luo Qianxue waved his hand. Qianxue does not care about your reputation at all. He cannot be bothered to talk about it. Does not care. Luo Qianxue was even more furious. Stop obsessing over that little cutie Qianxue. He is naturally brain damaged and does not even have his eye on you. Luo Qianxue could not help but advise, your family is well off. Do not throw everything away just for the sake of the Qin family's assets. It is not worth ending up with your home destroyed and family lost. Nonsense, Luo Qianxue snapped. Believe it or not, Luo Qianxue held out his hand. Pay the 1 million first. He had just escaped the first crisis. According to the plot, Yellow Hair is supposed to die in Chapter 3. He urgently needed money to run away and save his life. He just prayed to never cross paths with Yi Feifei again. After all, the golden rule of this novel is, offend the female lead Yi Feifei and you are guaranteed to die. You did not get the job done and you took advantage of me, yet you still have the nerve to ask for money. Luo Qianxue finally understood what a true pervert was like. Pay up or I will really have my way with you. Luo Qianxue inwardly sighed that the immersion of this trashy book was too strong. He was starting to feel like a real pervert. Luo Qianxue shrank back immediately. Plotting against Yi Feifei was just a whim she had on the fly and she had not prepared for it at all. She raised her hands to protect her chest and whispered, do not do anything rash, just give me your account number. All right, Luo Qianxue paused, only then remembering he was a cannon fodder supporting character who did not even have a bank card. He wiped his face and corrected himself, no, I want cash. I do not have that much cash on me right now. Luo Qianxue bit her lip, can I give it to you tomorrow? Tomorrow, what if you welch on the deal? Luo Qianxue frowned. I never go back on my word, I value integrity the most. A villain with integrity, tell that to the ghosts. Luo Qianxue pulled Luo Qianxue into his arms and pressed his face right up against hers. Please let me go. Luo Qianxue's eyes welled with tears. No crying, smile for me. Luo Qianxue snatched her phone and took several intimate photos. Bullying a villain is what we call upholding justice. I am holding your phone for now. If I do not see the money tomorrow, I will post these photos online. He waved the phone as a threat, then your image as a goddess will be completely destroyed. Although Luo Qianxue was a villain, she had not completely turned dark yet. She had never suffered such grievances in her life and finally could not help but sob. All right, stop crying and go home to get the money. One last piece of advice, stop messing with Yi Feifei. Before the words even left his mouth, he suddenly remembered Yi Feifei was downstairs. Luo Qianxue dashed to the window and leaned out to look. Yifei had woken up. With grass in her hair, mud on her face, and blood dripping from her nose, she was pressed against the wall, listening in. Their eyes met. In that seemingly innocent gaze, murderous intent was laid bare. Luo Qianxue felt a chill run down his back. He did a quick mental calculation. There was about 40 hours left until the final standoff where he would be surrounded by helicopters and face that deadly brick. Luo Qianxue did not dare to chat too much with Yifei, so after setting a time to meet with Luo Qianxue, he hurried out of the hotel. It was not until he hit the streets that he realized he did not even have a place to call home. He checked his pockets, not a single penny to his name. Was he really going to have to sleep on the streets tonight? Just as expected, a lowly side character does not deserve a story of his own. Wait, what about my system? Do not all transmigrators get a cheat code these days? System, Luo Qianxue called out internally, and to his surprise, he actually got a response. Super female lead system preparing to activate. Matching with host. Host gender error. Please change your gender, otherwise you cannot use the system functions. What the hell? Luo Qianxue was so angry he started jumping around. It was a system that only served female leads, men were excluded. So to use the cheat, he had to change his gender first. Cursing up a storm, he wandered the streets in despair. He suddenly stopped when he passed a luxury hair salon. At the entrance stood a young girl in a maid outfit and white stockings. Luo Qianxue decided to go in and dye his signature yellow hair black. Maybe if he lost that iconic look, he could shed his side character label and change his fate. He pushed open the door and immediately asked for a dye job. As for the money, he planned to put it on a tab. After all, Kowloon City was a lawless place controlled by a few powerful families where law enforcement was practically non-existent. For a hoodlum like him, offering to put it on a tab was already being quite polite. The hairdresser kept blathering on, trying to sell him a membership card while dyeing his hair. Luo Qianxue felt his head throbbing and finally snapped, "Cut the crap." The hairdresser realized this guy with yellow hair was not someone to mess with and finally shut up. With his hair finally dyed black, Luo Qianxue was looking in the mirror, pondering how to skip out on the bill when he suddenly heard a scream. He turned to see the maid girl with the twin tails from the doorway being cornered against a wall by a tall, dark-skinned foreigner who looked like a thug. "How much for a night with me?" the foreigner asked, laughing with bad intentions in broken local dialect. "Get lost," the girl shouted in anger. The foreigner pulled out a few crumpled bills and slapped them on the girl's face, sneering, "Do not act all innocent. I have got plenty of money." Cornered, the girl had no choice but to cry for help. The shop manager rushed over, smiling apologetically to intervene, only to be knocked to the ground by a single punch from the foreigner. The punch was swift and perfectly executed. Luo Qianxue narrowed his eyes. The foreigner had scars on his face and cauliflower ears. He was definitely a professionally trained boxer. Seeing the manager taken down so easily, everyone else in the shop was terrified and scrambled out the door. "Do not mess with that guy, he is an underground fighter. He can kill a man with one punch." Underground fighting was rampant in Kowloon City, attracting all sorts of reckless thugs. "No, I have to change my thug persona and be a good guy." Luo Qianxue hesitated for only a second before deciding to step in. It was a good chance to test the power level of this female-oriented world, too. He stepped forward and said coldly, "Let that girl go, get out of here." Playing the hero saving the damsel was supposed to be the male lead's job, but in the original story, this girl was just fodder, even less significant than a side character. No one was supposed to save her. "You looking for death?" The fighter turned around, raising his fist, which was the size of a sandbag. "Do not make me do this, I know martial arts," Luo Qianxue said coldly. That was a bit of an exaggeration, but he had trained under a master and actually learned for 2 years. However, his master did not teach flashy forms but practical street fighting techniques. Since he had stumbled upon an injustice, he had to take action. Still not leaving, Luo Qianxue issued a final warning. "You know martial arts?" The fighter sneered, "You mean that performance stuff?" Luo Qianxue sighed internally. In this female-oriented world, nobody really understood Chinese martial arts. Even the strongest male lead only practiced taekwondo. "What kind of trash martial arts is that? Let me teach you some boxing," the fighter mocked him, weakling. Heh, then let me teach you how to behave, Luo Qianxue said, taking a stance. HMPH, the fighter lunged forward and threw a heavy punch straight at Luo Qianxue's chin. Luo Qianxue did not retreat. Instead, he pushed forward, meeting the punch with his right hand. Except he was clutching the barber's scissors he had just grabbed between his fingers. The sharp points of the scissors acted like a brass knuckle when their fists collided. The fighter let out a blood-curdling scream. His right hand was instantly ruined. Luo Qianxue seized the moment and kicked the guy in the knee. Greg. The fighter dropped to his knees on the spot. Now do you know what martial arts are? Luo Qianxue looked down at him. Fighting with bare hands is child's play. You have no honor, the fighter hissed in pain, his face twisted. A thug like you wants to discuss martial honor with me? Luo Qianxue slapped him across the face, knocking him to the ground. The human hand is full of fragile joints, evolved to hold tools, not to punch. The essence of martial arts has always been about lethality. The 18 weapons of Chinese martial arts are all about using cold weapons. No matter how good your kung fu is, you will still fear a kitchen knife. That is the eternal truth. Well done, cheers finally broke out from the crowd. The fighter scrambled away, limping, while people hurriedly made a path. In the chaos, someone even snatched the money from the floor. Thank you so much. The girl ran over to express her gratitude. Do not mention it, Luo Qianxue said with a cool wave of his hand before turning to leave. But as soon as he was out the door, he started running like his life depended on it. Duh, if he did not run, what was he going to do when they asked him to pay for the haircut? Wait for me, the girl actually chased after him. What? Luo Qianxue, who had never skipped out on a bill before, felt a bit guilty. The girl blushed slightly. My name is Bai Tingting. Can you tell me your name? Luo Qianxue, as long as she was not asking for money, he was fine. Bai Tingting asked again, do you live nearby? Can I have your contact info? Can you lend me a few $100? I will pay you back tomorrow. Luo Qianxue just wanted a place to spend the night. To survive 3 chapters in this novel, he had to get some rest. Sorry, I just started this job and have not gotten paid yet. Bai Tingting thought for a moment. You wait here, I will go ask my colleagues. A few minutes later, Bai Tingting returned, looking dejected. Not only was she unable to borrow any money, but because she had caused trouble, the salon owner had fired her. Luo Qianxue was speechless. 2 strangers thrown together by fate, there is no reason we should not know each other. The 2 humble nobodies had no choice but to walk down the street shoulder to shoulder. When they reached a corner, Luo Qianxue tentatively asked, by the way, do you have a place to stay? Bai Tingting paused. Yes. Luo Qianxue asked brazenly, can I sleep? Oh, I mean stay there for the night. It is a very small studio apartment. Bai Tingting blushed again, her voice as quiet as a mosquito. There is only one bed. Important note, the setting of this book is a world of tyrannical CEOs from a female-oriented perspective. Over-the-top misunderstandings, naive main characters, awkwardly arrogant CEOs, and brainless villains are all hallmarks of this genre. The character's behavior is consistent with the world setting. This is not a lapse in the author's logic. Enter only if you enjoy this genre. High-rise buildings stand just a wall away from dilapidated tenement blocks. This is the Kowloon slum district. Walking through the dim alleyway, Luo Qianxue asked, it is not exactly safe for a girl to live here, is it? It is all right, even the bad guys think this place is not worth the trouble, Bai Tingting said. Then are not you afraid to take me in? What if I am a bad guy? You are definitely not, Bai Tingting smiled. With your skills, you could run wild through Kowloon without even trying. There is no need to lie to a girl like me. Run wild through Kowloon. Luo Qianxue pondered this and realized it might actually be true. After all, this is a bossy CEO romance world with an extremely low overall power level. The male lead, Qin Xuan, can take on 100 people with just a few moves of taekwondo, and he never uses weapons. In a real one-on-one fight, Luo Qianxue believed he could hold his own against Qin Xuan. But his top priority was survival, because in this world the scariest person was not the male lead but the female lead Yi Feifei. The book is titled The Kowloon Young Master's Superpowered Little Darling. The keyword here is superpowered. As for what that power actually is, he only read the first 3 chapters, so he has no clue. They arrived at Bai Tingting's tiny apartment, barely 10 square meters. There was only one bed, but it was kept tidy. Do you have extra bedding? I will sleep on the floor, Luo Qianxue asked. You really are a good guy, Bai Tingting smiled. And so Bai Tingting slept on the bed while Luo Qianxue slept on the floor. In the middle of the night, Luo Qianxue took out the phone he snatched from Luo Qianxue, wanting to browse the cold female villain's photo gallery. After all, phones in these novels never have passwords. However, after swiping through just a few photos, he snapped wide awake. The gallery was full of selfies of Yi Feifei. He had it all wrong. This was not Luo Qianxue's phone, it was the female lead Yi Feifei's. Luo Qianxue must have taken it after knocking Yi Feifei out, and then he snatched it from her. In the original book, this phone was a crucial prop containing vital information. Luo Qianxue hurriedly opened the settings, his heart turning cold. The location service was on. Damn it, Yi Feifei would definitely be able to track him. His sleepiness vanished instantly and he jumped up. I have to go, thanks a lot. What is wrong? Bai Tingting asked, confused. Someone's coming to cause trouble. I cannot let you get dragged into this. Luo Qianxue threw on his jacket and headed for the door, turning back to say, if anyone asks, just say you have never seen me. Bai Tingting nodded hesitantly. Luo Qianxue rushed out of the tenement building, ran into an open area and quickly turned off the phone's location. Just as he let out a sigh of relief, a deafening roar suddenly erupted from above. He looked up to see a helicopter descending. The side of the aircraft was clearly emblazoned with Qin Corporation of Kowloon. Oh come on, Luo Qianxue was truly impressed. Sending a helicopter just to find a phone, that is extravagant. With nowhere to hide in the open space, Luo Qianxue had no choice but to bite the bullet and stand his ground. The helicopter landed and Qin Qianxue stepped out, standing with his hands behind his back. A dozen luxury cars simultaneously surrounded the area from all sides as dozens of men in black suits poured out. You nobody, how dare you touch my woman? Qin Qianxue's gaze was like a knife. Seeing this typical bossy CEO act made Luo Qianxue feel sick. Outnumbered, he could only try to explain calmly, you have misunderstood, I absolutely did not touch Yi Feifei. How dare you throw Yi Feifei off a building? Qin Qianxue stepped closer. Every step carried the air of a king descending. Luo Qianxue was left speechless. Throwing her off the building was a fact. And Yi Feifei had seen his face. At this point, there was no point in denying it. Is there no escape? Touch my woman and you die. Qin Qianxue took off his coat and threw it on the ground. He was going to do it himself. The bodyguards around them did not move an inch. They looked at Luo Qianxue as if he were already a dead man. In Kowloon, there is only one outcome for angering young Master Qin, death. In the original book, the punk did not die by Qin Qianxue's hand, but now the storyline was completely broken. What happens next is completely unpredictable. Young Master Qin, do not be impulsive, Luo Qianxue tried to shift the focus. I found Yi Feifei's phone and I accidentally discovered that she has at least 7 backup boyfriends in her chat history. He was not making it up. As a bossy female lead, Yi Feifei had suitors as numerous as hairs on an ox. The 7 men she messaged most frequently were all willing to die for her. Even if they were not backup lovers, things were definitely extremely ambiguous. Qin Qianxue shouted angrily, lies, I trust Feifei. Do not believe me, see for yourself, Luo Qianxue held up the phone. No, Qin Qianxue turned his head away. I trust Feifei, I will never snoop through her phone. What a brainless doting husband. Luo Qianxue was completely out of options. Then what do you want? Qin Qianxue said coldly, come back with me and kneel before Yi Feifei to apologize. Kneel and apologize. Go to hell, Luo Qianxue snapped. I will tell you the truth, I have already slept with Yi Feifei, does that also need an apology? He said it on purpose, just to discuss this idiotic male lead. As soon as he said that, Qin Qianxue looked like he had been struck by lightning. No matter how bossy a CEO is, he cannot handle a blow to the ego like that. Bastard, you are dead! Qin Qianxue roared and rushed forward, delivering a vicious spinning kick directed at Luo Qianxue's head. Blinded by rage, he kicked without any thought. Luo Qianxue saw it clearly, flashy leg lifted too high, full of openings. He crouched down and used a sweeping kick to knock Qin Qianxue over. Bang! Qin Qianxue landed on his back, legs splayed in the air. But the kid did have some martial arts training, he popped right back up with a kip-up. A flashy move, but unfortunately, it left even more openings. Luo Qianxue had been waiting. Whack! He smashed a brick squarely into Qin Qianxue's face. Blood splattered everywhere. Only a fool fights with their bare hands. The brick was something he had picked up when he crouched down. Luo Qianxue knew very well that after this brick, he would be trapped in a hopeless situation. But since he could not escape the dead end of the original book, he might as well fight. He was going to take on this top Kowloon clan all by himself. Fight 100 men alone and break out of the encirclement. Sorry, that is simply impossible. Luo Qianxue dragged Qin Qiuwen by his hair across the ground and shouted, "Get out of my way, otherwise I will smash this kid's head with a brick." With Qin Qiuwen as a hostage, what is there to fight for? The bodyguards dared not move, watching helplessly as Luo Qianxue dragged the noble young Master Qin into a car. Luo Qianxue threatened them sternly, "Whoever dares to follow me should prepare to collect Qin Qiuwen's corpse." Then he started the car and drove off. After racing along for a while, he arrived at a deserted grassy area. "Where is this? What do you want?" Qin Qiuwen woke up to find his hands and feet tied. "Heh, sorry about this, young Master Qin," Luo Qianxue sneered as he dragged Qin Qiuwen out of the vehicle. "Let me go, I will give you money, any amount you want." Qin Qiuwen, who was usually arrogant, was now scared witless. "Sorry, I am not interested in money." Luo Qianxue played it cool, then ripped open Qin Qiuwen's clothes. Qin Qiuwen was stunned, his face turning pale. He never imagined that this pervert who bullied Yi Feifei would be into both men and women. In a flash, Luo Qianxue stripped Qin Qiuwen naked and took indecent photos of him. Using photos for blackmail is a classic thug tactic, but it is extremely effective. It is not just for women, it works just as well on men. Qin Qiuwen cared deeply about his image and would never allow his perfect reputation to be tainted. As long as he had the photos, he could threaten Qin Qiuwen and keep him from taking action against him. Boo-hoo, Qin Qiuwen started crying like a little girl. "You really are a sissy. Well, enough talk. From now on we go our separate ways and leave each other alone, or you know what will happen." With that, Luo Qianxue threw Qin Qiuwen into the bushes and drove away. He returned to the city center, ditched the car and walked into a supermarket. He had money now, money he found in the luxury car. It was probably Qin Qiuwen's spare cash, a full 100,000 in bills. Since they were already enemies, he might as well keep it. He bought some supplies, returned to the slums and knocked on Bai Tingting's door. "It is me, Luo Qianxue." Bai Tingting quickly opened the door and asked in a low voice, "Why did you come back?" "I bought you some things." Luo Qianxue handed her the shopping bag. Bai Tingting hesitated, then said, "Come in quickly." "No, I will go stay in a hotel, get some sleep, and try to find a safer place to work in the future." Luo Qianxue placed the bag inside the doorway and turned to leave. Hey, Bai Tingting, wearing only her pajamas, did not go after him. After Luo Qianxue disappeared into the hallway, she crouched down and looked inside the bag, finding some snacks and 50,000 in cash. Luo Qianxue found an unassuming hotel and had a wonderful sleep. After waking up and getting ready, he hailed a taxi to head to the meeting spot to get the money from Luo Qianxue. Emerald Bamboo Park in the east of the city, near the Green Dragon statue. Luo Qianxue deliberately arrived 2 hours early, walking around to scout the surroundings in case Luo Qianxue was setting a trap. She was an important villain after all. Having only read 3 chapters, he could not gauge her intelligence, but he felt it was not too bad. The reason she failed repeatedly was naturally because Yi Feifei had the main character's plot armor, allowing her to escape danger and win for no reason. Of course, in this romance novel, nobody seems particularly smart anyway, if you know what I mean. He walked around for a long time but saw nothing unusual, yet Luo Qianxue did not appear even after the agreed time. Is she planning not to pay? Would she really rather have her indecent photos exposed? Just as Luo Qianxue was wondering, he received a message from Luo Qianxue. Opening it, he saw a photo of Bai Tingting. In the picture, Bai Tingting was sitting in a luxury car, looking slightly nervous. Luo Qianxue was stunned on the spot. Then Luo Qianxue called him. "You scoundrel, your girlfriend Bai Tingting is in my hands." Bai Tingting was kidnapped. She really is a villainess, fast and ruthless. Hey, wait, she is not my girlfriend. Luo Qianxue was still confused. Why are you kidnapping random people? HMPH, you got into a fight with a professional boxer for her, and then spent the night with her, and now you will not even admit she is your girlfriend? Tusk, you scumbag, how shameless. What? Luo Qianxue was shocked. How could Luo Qianxue know his movements? After thinking about it for a moment, he realized she must have tampered with Yi Feifei's phone and accessed the location data. Based on the phone's trajectory, she found the hair salon and investigated. And then she found Bai Tingting's apartment. That was the only logical explanation. Clever move, Luo Qianxue. How insidious. Luo Qianxue asked, what do you want? Luo Qianxue said, hand over the phone and I will let your girlfriend go. Luo Qianxue tested her, what if I refuse? Then I will. No, I will ruin her face. Luo Qianxue had been burned once before and did not dare to use thugs to dishonor anyone again. But she really is not my girlfriend. Luo Qianxue felt helpless. Even if you hurt her, I will not lose anything. Luo Qianxue hissed, stop acting. I have already been very merciful to you. I have not even settled the score for you insulting me yet. I did not insult you that much, I just hugged you and rubbed against you a bit. Shut up, hand over the phone right now. It seems getting that million is going to be difficult. Luckily, with young Master Qin's assistance last night, he was not short of money for the time being. Fine, Luo Qianxue pretended to sigh and give in, planning to lure Luo Qianxue out. How do I give you the phone? Luo Qianxue commanded, put it in the trash can south of the green dragon statue, then get away. Good grief, she is cautious. It turns out she had already planned everything. What about Bai Tingting? How will you release her? Luo Qianxue asked while looking around. Luo Qianxue replied, once I get the phone, I will naturally let her go. That is way too unfair, is not it? Luo Qianxue refused to agree. What if you go back on your word? Luo Qianxue stated, I will not go back on my word. I am a person of my word. Yeah, right, you promised the same thing yesterday. Luo Qianxue could not help but roll his eyes. Women, especially beautiful ones, can never be trusted. Luo Qianxue urged, put the phone down now. I have the person, you are in no position to negotiate with me. Wait, something is wrong, you only have a photo, how can you prove you have Bai Tingting? Realizing that the other party was more anxious than him, Luo Qianxue felt something was off. I want to speak to Bai Tingting. Luo Qianxue hesitated for a moment and refused, no, I can send you other photos. Heh, you did not catch Bai Tingting at all, did you? Luo Qianxue heard that Luo Qianxue was getting nervous. Do you even know what my name is? Why do not you ask Bai Tingting? Luo Qianxue fell silent. Sure enough, she was just bluffing, she had not caught Bai Tingting at all. Ask her then, ha, I almost fell for your trick. Luo Qianxue sneered and sprinted toward the park entrance. He had already spotted his target. Even though the park entrance was bustling with people, Luo Qianxue easily spotted Luo Qianxue. She was simply too conspicuous. Tall with eye-catching long legs. Her long, silky black hair, a high-end white trench coat, and a limited edition designer handbag. Even though she was wearing sunglasses and a mask, her image and aura completely eclipsed everyone else around her. Luo Qianxue quietly circled behind her and grabbed her wrist. Luo Qianxue jumped in surprise, but seeing it was Luo Qianxue, she blurted out, why is not your hair blonde anymore? Cannot I dye it black? Luo Qianxue scanned her and could not help but tease, you are pretty dim, are not you? With your figure and that outfit, do you really think hiding in a crowd will work? You creep, none of your business. Luo Qianxue tried to pry his hand away, but she was far too weak. Let go or I will scream. Go ahead and scream, Luo Qianxue said nonchalantly. Let everyone watch the famous star Luo Qianxue getting harassed by a punk on the street, a punk who just happens to have intimate photos of both of you. You shameless jerk! Luo Qianxue did not dare to cry for help, she still had to maintain her goddess image. Come on, let us find somewhere quiet to have a chat. Luo Qianxue started to pull her away. No, do not. Luo Qianxue resisted with all her might, fearing for her virtue if she went to a secluded place. I will give you money, just let me go. Oh, now you want to pay? Luo Qianxue curled his lip. Where is that tough attitude you had when you were threatening me earlier? I was just scaring you, Luo Qianxue argued back. You were the one who insulted me yesterday first. Everything started because you hired me to do your dirty work, did not it? Luo Qianxue curled his lip. You brought this on yourself, serves you right. Luo Qianxue was left speechless. This female villain only knew a few petty tricks, she was not very good at verbal sparring. Luo Qianxue chuckled and asked, how did you find out about Bai Tingting? I used her phone's GPS to find the hair salon where she works. Then I asked around. Luo Qianxue had to answer honestly. Later, I tracked down where she lives. Just as he had suspected. Luo Qianxue continued, and where did you get those photos of Bai Tingting? I called her into my car and took them right then and there. Luo Qianxue sighed. She is still sitting in my car right now. What? Luo Qianxue was taken aback. Where is your car? Across the street, that red sports car. Luo Qianxue pointed it out. Looking over, there was indeed a luxury sports car there. Doubting her but still cautious, Luo Qianxue dragged her across the street to check. She was not lying. Bai Tingting was in the car, sitting perfectly fine. Seeing Luo Qianxue suddenly appear, Bai Tingting was shocked and scrambled out of the car. Luo Qianxue quickly let go of Luo Qianxue, scanned Bai Tingting from head to toe, and asked, "Are you okay?" Bai Tingting replied in a daze, "What could possibly be wrong?" Luo Qianxue asked, "Why are you sitting in Luo Qianxue's car?" "Oh, I ran into Miss Luo on the street this morning. She said I had good potential and could help me find a job, so I just followed her here." So that is how it was. Luo Qianxue had tricked the naive Bai Tingting under the pretense of helping her find work. Quite smooth, and she did not use any force at all. Looking at it that way, this villain was not too bad. It seems all her viciousness was reserved solely for the female lead. Wait here a moment, I need to have another word with Miss Luo. Luo Qianxue told Bai Tingting to wait, then dragged Luo Qianxue further away, asking seriously, "Did you come alone? Where are your lackeys? Is not it because of you, things like those scandalous photos?" Luo Qianxue gave him a resentful look. "I do not want anyone else to know." Heh, fair enough, trying to be clever and failing is embarrassing. If it were me, I would not want my underlings to know either. Luo Qianxue smiled to himself and asked, "Why are you so dead set on going against Yi Feifei?" I just hate her." Luo Qianxue gritted her teeth. "Why does everyone love her? Why does Qin Xuan only have eyes for her? He will not even spare me a single glance." Luo Qianxue sighed helplessly and rubbed his face. He knew the reason, but he could not explain it. Because that was the original book setting. The female lead halidifies all logic and reason. Actually, the truth is, Qin Xuan is an idiot, and so are all the others who admire Yi Feifei. Luo Qianxue finally said what was on his mind. Yi Feifei is not better than you in any way. Screw that, you are the most outstanding one, get it? Luo Qianxue froze. This was the first time someone had ever taken her side. No matter how much she complained to others before, everyone always took Yi Feifei's side. Why are you speaking up for me?" Luo Qianxue felt deeply moved. Luo Qianxue laughed bitterly. "I am not just speaking up for you, I am stating the facts." Luo Qianxue stared at him, a soft shimmer in her beautiful eyes. "Thank you." Luo Qianxue's heart skipped a beat. Luo Qianxue was not a villain harming society, she was just powerless to change her fate. A predetermined, unreasonable fate. As for her ending, undoubtedly, it would be death at Yi Feifei's hands. Can I really go against the original plot and change the fate of the characters? Especially my own. There are only about 20 hours left until the blonde puncties. Just as Luo Qianxue was contemplating how to defy destiny, he heard Luo Qianxue ask softly, "Can you join me in taking down Yi Feifei?" Luo Qianxue's mouth twitched. "Why are you still hung up on her? Was everything I just said to validate you, completely in one ear and out the other?" "Join me to go against Yi Feifei, I can pay you," Luo Qianxue said with total sincerity. "I mean, I am not trying to hire you. I can treat you as a friend, how about that?" Having finally found a man who shared her goals, she naturally wanted to recruit him as an ally. And when she said the words "as a friend," a blush appeared on her delicate, jade-like face. In that instant, Luo Qianxue suddenly felt that Luo Qianxue's villainy was kind of cute and, well, maybe a little pitiable. "Oh boy, you are just, there is no talking to you." Luo Qianxue was exhausted by the villainous persistence. "What you should do is stay away from Yi Feifei, ignore her, disregard her, and for heaven's sake, stop provoking her." "Why should I?" Mentioning Yi Feifei made Luo Qianxue lose her reason again. "Sai, I am doing this for your own good." Luo Qianxue sighed repeatedly. "Do you have any idea? Yi Feifei has supernatural powers." "Supernatural powers?" Luo Qianxue was stunned. "How is that possible?" Luo Qianxue was about to explain when he noticed two large black SUVs pull up by the street. Inside the cars were several men, all burly, with cold and unfriendly looks. "You said you did not bring any backup," Luo Qianxue frowned, questioning Luo Qianxue. "Who are those people in those cars?" Luo Qianxue glanced over and said innocently, "They are not my people. I do not know who they are." "Sigh, then we have got trouble." Luo Qianxue balled up his fists. "I am afraid enemies have tracked us down." They were most likely Qin Xuan's men. After all, with the resources young Master Qin had, finding anyone in Kowloon City was trivial. Of course, Luo Qianxue held leverage over the young master, so he figured they would not dare make a reckless move. They were probably just tailing them for surveillance. Enemies, seeing Luo Qianxue's serious expression, Luo Qianxue suggested, "How about you get in my car and we leave?" Luo Qianxue looked at her red sports car and curled his lip. "Your little sports car only has 2 seats. There are 3 of us. How are we supposed to fit?" Luo Qianxue had clearly forgotten to factor by ting into the count. "Oh, how about we squeeze in?" Luo Qianxue felt awkward. "How?" Luo Qianxue clicked his tongue. "You want to sit on my lap?" Luo Qianxue froze, then retorted, "Bah, you jerk." "Hey, that was your dumb idea." "Just kidding, we do not need to run." Luo Qianxue already had a plan in mind. He took out Yi Feifei's phone, snapped a few photos of the 2 SUVs, then opened a social app, posted them to her feed from her account and captioned it. "Some bad guys have been following me. I am so scared." Naturally, he included their current location. Seeing this, Luo Qianxue could not help but ask, "What are you doing?" Luo Qianxue smiled slightly and said, "Just wait and watch the show." Less than a minute after Luo Qianxue posted to his moments, he received dozens of messages. "Feifei, what is going on? Who dares to stalk my goddess? Do they have a death wish? Feifei, stay safe, I am on my way. Do not be afraid, wait for me." They were all from Yi Feifei's group of male friends. Apparently, news of Yi Feifei losing her phone had not spread yet. After all, it had only been snatched away late last night. Luo Qianxue watched the flood of concerned messages coldly, not bothering to reply to a single one. Luo Qianxue, watching from the side, asked in a low voice, "Who are all these people?" "Need you ask? They are all Yi Feifei's backups." "No, wait, should I call them simps?" Luo Qianxue could not find the right word immediately. Actually, that is not quite right either. Some of them do not even qualify as simps. They are still trying to maintain their alpha CEO personas on the surface. There are so many of them. Luo Qianxue clenched her fists in anger. Yi Feifei is shameless. She has no sense of dignity. I am going to tell young Master Qin. Forget it. Qin Xuan does not care at all. I have already tried that. Luo Qianxue could only shake his head. Besides, Yi Feifei has not really left any obvious evidence behind. Yi Feifei is not the type of social media green tea who begs for red envelopes or gifts. She speaks with great restraint and is always polite and proper, leaving almost no flaws. Even if there is a tiny hint of ambiguity once in a while, it is hard to hold it against her. In short, all these men's actions are purely wishful thinking, while Yi Feifei remains as pure as ice and jade. Luo Qianxue huffed again and reached out her hand, saying, "Give me Yi Feifei's phone. I am going to analyze every single one of her chat logs. I do not believe I cannot find something wrong." "I cannot give it to you just yet," Luo Qianxue refused immediately. "It is still useful to me. Let us talk about it in a couple of days." His top priority was avoiding the plot kill of the death of the blonde guy, and holding onto Yi Feifei's phone should not hurt. Luo Qianxue could not fathom Luo Qianxue's motives and just muttered under her breath, "Loving to snoop through a girl's phone, what a degenerate." "Hey, I am not that kind of person." Luo Qianxue rolled his eyes, finding an excuse. "My own phone is lost. If I do not borrow Yi Feifei's, how am I supposed to contact you?" He had snatched money from Qin Xuan and could have bought a new phone, but he had been so busy from last night until now that he had not found the time. Luo Qianxue's beautiful eyes blinked and she quickly pulled a new phone from her bag. "Here, take this. It is my spare phone. I just bought it a couple of days ago. I do not want to call Yi Feifei's number again anyway. It is just annoying to look at." "So generous?" Luo Qianxue hesitated as he took the phone. "You are not planning to use this phone to bug me, are you?" "Humph, I am not interested in bugging a degenerate like you." Luo Qianxue held her head high haughtily. "If you are afraid to use it, give it back." Haha, I will trust you for now. Luo Qianxue chuckled and started fiddling with the phone. It was practically brand new, with hardly any apps installed. Luo Qianxue reminded him, "It is a spare, there is no important data on it, so do not get any funny ideas. The apps are all logged into my dummy accounts, just log out and switch to yours." Oh, in truth, Luo Qianxue had already opened the photo gallery and indeed had not seen anything important. Cough, cough. Just then, the roar of motorcycle engines suddenly erupted on the street. Luo Qianxue looked toward the sound and saw over a dozen motorcycles turning from the intersection, surrounding the two black SUVs. The riders were a group of teenagers dressed in colorful outfits, some with exaggerated hairstyles, total punks. They were brandishing baseball bats, crowbars, and similar weapons, pointing at the burly men in the cars and hurling abuse. If he was not mistaken, the first wave of Yi Feifei's reinforcements had arrived. Are these bikers or street thugs? Luo Qianxue could not help but frown. Yi Feifei really has a wide network in both the legal and underground worlds. Yi Feifei does not even spare punks. Even Luo Qianxue was shocked by the scene. The burly men in the cars, of course, were confused and assumed these people were Luo Qianxue's thug associates. Without another word, the two sides started fighting. Although the burly men were outnumbered, they were professional bouncers and quickly gained the upper hand, leaving the teenagers screaming in pain. But it did not matter, as the second, third, and fourth waves of Yi Feifei's reinforcements were arriving one after another. There were young white-collar workers in suits, bald middle-aged men with thick gold chains. There were restaurant chefs holding cleavers and construction workers driving excavators. Good heavens, exactly what kind of goddess is Yi Feifei? How did she charm all these people? Luo Qianxue was left dumbfounded, even starting to doubt his own taste. Luo Qianxue was similarly frozen in place, biting her lip, unable to say a word. It was not until a man in a red suit with a slicked-back hairstyle stepped out of a luxury car that Luo Qianxue suddenly screamed, "Oh no, I have to go." Luo Qianxue asked hurriedly, "What is wrong?" "That man, he is my cousin," Luo Qianxue said while walking quickly toward her sports car. "If he finds out I am with you and tells my dad, I will be in big trouble." "Hey, we have not finished discussing our business yet." Luo Qianxue just realized he had not received his 1 million yet. "We will talk later, use the phone I gave you." Luo Qianxue did not look back, she ducked into her car and sped off. Luo Qianxue had no choice but to shake his head and smile bitterly. Luo Qianxue was truly pitiful, even her own cousin was a simp for Yi Feifei Sai. "Brother Luo, what on earth is going on?" Seeing Luo Qianxue leave, Bai Tingting hurriedly leaned in. "Why are there people fighting over there, and it looks pretty serious?" "Ouch, you are right." Luo Qianxue counted briefly and noticed over a dozen people already lying on the ground. As more people joined the fray, the battle became increasingly chaotic and brutal. The various factions did not know each other, friend and foe were indistinguishable, and the scene was absolute mayhem with people wailing in misery. He never imagined that a single social media post could escalate things to such a ridiculous level. He had severely underestimated Yi Feifei's charisma. Let us get out of here." Luo Qianxue signaled for Bai Tingting to follow him, lest we get caught in the crossfire. The two retreated into the park and left through another gate, putting some serious distance between themselves and the brawl. "Why did Miss Luo leave so suddenly? Did not she say she would help me find a job?" Bai Tingting was still concerned about the job. Luo Qianxue replied, "She had something come up, but she will contact me again soon. Helping you find a job should not be a problem." Oh, Bai Tingting paused, then asked, "How do you know Miss Luo?" In the normal course of events, an heiress like Luo Qianxue could never have any relationship with a homeless man like Luo Qianxue. "Oh, we met by chance, must be fate." Luo Qianxue naturally dared not tell the truth since he had bullied her. Bai Tingting asked again, "Last night, where did the 50,000 yuan you gave me come from? Did not you say you were broke?" I ran into an old acquaintance last night and borrowed it from him." Luo Qianxue still did not dare say the truth. After all, he had snatched it from Qin Xuan. "Oh, that is a relief." Bai Tingting gave a gentle smile. "I did not think you were capable of doing anything bad." Since Luo Qianxue was friends with a high society lady like Luo Qianxue, borrowing a few tens of thousands from a friend clearly was not an issue. Yeah, that made sense. But why give me the money? Bai Tingting suddenly changed the subject. We are not related and we are not close. What are your intentions? Luo Qianxue did not know how to answer. Of course it was because he thought Bai Tingting was pitiful and helpless, and he wanted to help her out. Also, carrying 100,000 in cash around was really inconvenient, cough cough. But he could not say those reasons, they would really hurt her pride. Bai Tingting continued, I cannot take your money, let us go back and I will return it all to you. No need, just use it for now, Luo Qianxue waved his hand. What kind of person do you take me for? Bai Tingting frowned immediately. I never take money from anyone for no reason. Hey, I really do not have any other motives, you can pay me back once you get your paycheck. Just as they were arguing back and forth, a phone rang. It was Yi Feifei's phone from an unknown number. After a brief hesitation, Luo Qianxue answered the call. And he heard a very gentle voice. Hello, this is Yi Feifei. Hello, I'm Yi Feifei. Hearing this, Luo Qianxue felt a chill run down his back uncontrollably. Yi Feifei's voice was very gentle and pleasant to the ear. She was exceptionally talented, especially in singing. She was the type who could easily win any talent show she entered. Do not believe it? Well, she is the heroine of a romance novel for women. But for Luo Qianxue, such a beautiful voice was nothing more than a death knell. He was momentarily at a loss. Hearing no response, Yi Feifei continued, hello, are you there? Luo Qianxue took a deep breath and said, yes, what do you need? Yi Feifei said, my phone is with you, can you return it to me? She did not mention being thrown downstairs, only that she wanted her phone back. In fact, Yi Feifei was not sure who had taken her phone. Could it be the punk with yellow hair or maybe Luo Qianxue? Perhaps she just lost it after passing out. Because she had a headache after being drugged, she asked Qin Qiuwen to help find the phone, and Qin Qiuwen naturally agreed. You have to know, there was nothing young Master Qin could not accomplish once he gave his word. However, no one expected that the mighty young Master Qin would actually be beaten up by Luo Qianxue, kidnapped, and even humiliated. Not only did he fail to retrieve the phone, but he also lost his reputation and was thoroughly shamed. Naturally, Qin Qiuwen was too embarrassed to tell Yi Feifei about such a disgraceful incident, so he could only lie at home and fake an illness. And Yi Feifei was too embarrassed to press him. Thinking that whatever the young master did was foolproof, she did not take any remedial measures, which was why Luo Qianxue was able to stir up trouble using her account. Can you return it to me? Yi Feifei continued to negotiate in a soft voice, please, I beg you. Luo Qianxue hesitated for a moment and finally said, I can return it but not right now, I will contact you later. Why, what use is it to you? Yi Feifei pressed further, please do not do anything bad with my phone. I am not doing anything bad, Luo Qianxue said, though he did not sound very convincing. I beg you, give it back to me now. Yi Feifei lowered her status and pleaded, I can give you some money, just take it and live a good life, stop being a street punk. Hearing this, Luo Qianxue gasped. It was because he remembered the plot. In the original book, the punk was not killed by Qin Qiuwen himself, because he was not worthy. Such a humble minor character was not worth dirtying the hero's hands. The plot went like this. Qin Qiuwen beat the punk up, then walked away while holding Yi Feifei, leaving behind a trail of public displays of affection. The punk was then captured by young Master Qin's minions. After Yi Feifei woke up, Qin Qiuwen, acting as the ultimate protector of his woman, let her decide how to deal with the punk to vent her anger. And Yi Feifei, being exceptionally kind, not only did not make things difficult for the punk, but even repaid evil with kindness by giving him money and urging him to turn over a new leaf. That is right, the typical cliché of novels for women. The heroine starts off like a saint, enduring all kinds of bullying until she is backed into a corner in the middle to late stages, only then does she strike back ruthlessly. Of course, things could not just end like that. Because there was one fundamental principle in the book, anyone who has offended the heroine must die. At the end of the third chapter, through a minor character, it was revealed that the punk was dead. As for the cause of death, it was supposed to be revealed in the next chapter, but Luo Qianxue had not read that far, damn it. Just because he only read 3 chapters, he was now in such a passive position, not knowing how to defend himself. And at this moment, things were still developing according to the original book's setting. Yi Feifei was still offering money and still suggesting that he change his evil ways. No, he must never get involved with Yi Feifei again. Luo Qianxue came to his senses and sternly refused. No, I do not want your money. I will give you the phone back in a couple of days, just wait. After saying that, he hung up and disabled Yi Feifei's SIM card. This way, he would not be harassed anymore. Noticing Luo Qianxue's grave expression, Bai Tingting did not mention money again and instead asked, "Are you hungry? Do you want to have lunch with me, my treat?" Ah sure, Luo Qianxue agreed immediately. He had been wandering around the park all morning and was already hungry. Is there anything good to eat nearby? Something local, recommend me something. Do you like noodles? The noodle shop my uncle runs is nearby. Bai Tingting had already planned ahead. It is just a small shop, but it is delicious. Alright, that works, Luo Qianxue nodded. Walking on the road, the two started chatting casually. Luo Qianxue tried to get more local intel, but Bai Tingting could not provide much valuable information. Kowloon is actually an island, a chaotic independent city-state. Here, the wealthy monopolize all social resources, living in extreme extravagance and doing whatever they please. And ordinary people struggle with all their might, working their whole lives just to pay off various loans. Then Bai Tingting started talking about her own family affairs. Her parents divorced when she was young, and she moved in with her aunt and uncle along with her ailing mother. 4 years ago, her mother passed away too. Her uncle treated her okay, but her aunt never liked her and was not willing to pay for her college education. So after graduating from high school, Bai Tingting left and rented a place on her own. But without a degree, she could not find a decent job and was frequently harassed. Being a hostess at a hair salon was already the third job she had in recent times. Hearing this, Luo Qianxue could only sigh to himself. It is really not easy for a girl living at the bottom of society. As for whether Luo Qianxue could help find a good job, to be honest, he had his doubts. She was a female villain after all, it was too early to trust her. Do not worry, you will find a job. Luo Qianxue could only say some comforting words. At worst, I will help you look. By the way, you and Miss Luo seem to have a good relationship. Bai Tingting suddenly brought up a difficult question. What exactly is your relationship? Huh, what makes you think we have a good relationship? Luo Qianxue was taken aback. It is more like we are archenemies. Bai Tingting smiled. I saw Miss Luo give you a phone, the newest high-end model. It must have cost nearly 10,000, right? It would be strange if you were not close friends. You mean this phone? I am just borrowing it. Luo Qianxue took out the phone and started fiddling with it to change the subject. Let me double-check it. Maybe she is actually bugging me. Bugging it was obviously unlikely. Who would bug their own spare phone? Luo Qianxue was just looking for an excuse to avoid embarrassment. After all, having accepted her phone, he was highly suspicious of being a deadbeat who lives off a woman. He swiped the screen and clicked on the current hottest short video app, Douyin, only to find it was already logged in as one of Luo Qianxue's alt accounts. Through the alt accounts following list, he easily found Luo Qianxue's main account. Hey, let me see what kind of videos this internet celebrity misposts. Luo Qianxue could not resist checking Luo Qianxue's content. To his surprise, it was just short videos of her playing the piano. Dressed appropriately, expressionless, not speaking, just playing the piano. Even so, she still had a massive number of followers, and under every video there were countless comments from men, the most common being, "Brothers here to learn piano again today. So beautiful it is making me sleepless. What a white piano. Eh?" But Luo Qianxue never interacted with her fans, never leaving a single word. A dignified miss of the Luo family also enjoys acting like a piano streamer online. Luo Qianxue was slightly puzzled. Is that really necessary? However, his confusion was soon cleared. In the following list of this alt account, Luo Qianxue discovered another acquaintance, Yi Feifei. It turned out that Yi Feifei had also shown off her talent on Douyin, also playing the piano. But her works were very few and she had not updated in a long time, so her follower count was far behind Luo Qianxue's. Thus Luo Qianxue had successfully scored a point. At least in the realm of internet celebrities, she had surpassed Yi Feifei. Haha, so even acting as an internet celebrity was just to compete with Yi Feifei. Luo Qianxue was once again helpless. I am truly speechless. With a mix of amusement and annoyance, he left a comment under Luo Qianxue's latest work. You play well, come be my private tutor. It was just meant as a joke, but to his surprise, Luo Qianxue replied quickly. Alright, send me your location. This reply was of course also a joke, but it caused the comment section to explode. Countless fans were excited. Unbelievable, Goddess Luo actually replied to a fan's comment. Miracle, a wealthy heiress personally entering the fray. Seriously doubting if it is really Miss Luo herself. Fake, someone must have hacked her account. Woo, why will not you reply to me? Use your brains, how could the heiress be someone's private tutor? Begging for the goddess to notice me. Seeing how a single sentence from Luo Qianxue could cause such a massive stir, Luo Qianxue finally believed that she was truly a goddess among the nerds. It seems there are quite a few normal men here after all, not everyone is obsessed with Yi Feifei. Luo Qianxue muttered to himself and sent his location to Luo Qianxue. Then he returned to Du Yin to continue researching Luo Qianxue's content. Bai Tingting just glanced at Luo Qianxue scrolling through videos of beautiful women and did not say anything more. After walking a bit further, they arrived at the small noodle shop belonging to Bai Tingting's uncle. The storefront was very inconspicuous, with only the words Ziu Mei Noodle House written on the sign. There were not many customers inside, and sitting at the counter was a plump, middle-aged woman with a curly perm. It was Bai Tingting's aunt, Ziyume. Bai Tingting introduced them in a low voice and said with a smile, "Auntie, I am here. Where is uncle?" Ziyume raised her eyelids to glance at Bai Tingting and said testily, "Coming here for a free meal again?" "No, I brought a friend here to eat and I am paying for it." Bai Tingting's tone was quite polite. A friend, Ziyume looked Luo Qianxue up and down with disdain, wearing cheap, off-the-rack clothes. "Where did you pick up this poor kid from?" "Damn it, I am not the protagonist of some typical power fantasy novel. I do not have a charisma aura that draws mockery. Why are you picking on me?" Luo Qianxue held back his temper. Of course, he had to admit that the clothes he was wearing were indeed very low-end, as they were the taste of that delinquent yellow-haired punk from the original story. Auntie Bai Tingting frowned. "You refuse the blind dates I set up for you, but you run off to find some random street punk instead. Do you know that the person I introduced to you was a public servant? A secure job?" Ziyume clicked her tongue and scolded Bai Tingting unsparingly. "I raised you for so many years for nothing. What a complete waste of money you are." Bai Tingting bit her lip and did not argue back. She had been bullied for so many years that she was likely already used to it. "Forget it, let us find another restaurant to eat at." Luo Qianxue spoke up, "My treat. I wanted to see my uncle." Bai Tingting looked toward the kitchen again. Ziyume said coldly, "He went out today and is not here. You are not allowed to leave. It is almost time for the lunch rush. Stay in the shop and help me serve customers." Bai Tingting looked at Luo Qianxue with a troubled expression. Why bother with her? Luo Qianxue took Bai Tingting's hand directly. "Come with me." "Stop right there," Ziyume shouted, "you poor kid. If you want to take our Tingting away, bring me 100,000 for a dowry first." Luo Qianxue turned around, frowning. "Are you out of your mind? I raised Tingting with great difficulty. She is not for you to use for free." Ziyume grabbed Luo Qianxue. "If you do not have money, you are not allowed to see her again." "What do you mean by used for free?" Things seem to be going sideways. Could it be that these side characters still see me as that punk and assume that doing something like this is just naturally my style? Luo Qianxue paused for a moment and then shouted angrily, "What are you babbling about? Are you looking for a beating? You poor kid, do you think I am afraid of you?" Ziyume rolled up her sleeves aggressively. "When I was out there in the real world, you were still wearing diapers." Luo Qianxue hesitated, ready to teach her a small lesson, but unexpectedly, Ziyume suddenly put on a smiling face and looked straight toward the entrance. It turned out that a VIP guest had arrived. "Oh my, Mr. Zhu!" Ziyume let go of Luo Qianxue and ran to the entrance to greet the guest. "Welcome. What would you like to eat today, Mr. Zhu?" The Mr. Zhu that Ziyume referred to was a balding, middle-aged man with a potbelly and a greasy look. Mr. Zhu just nodded at Ziyume, and his eyes immediately landed on Bai Tingting. "Hey, Tingting is here. It has been quite a while since we last saw each other." His smile was repulsive, both greasy and lecherous. "Hello, Mr. Zhu?" Bai Tingting responded reluctantly and whispered to Luo Qianxue, "He is the property manager of this building, Zhu Baio. He manages all the shops here." "Oh, and who is this young man?" Zhu Baio set his sights on Luo Qianxue. Do not tell me this is the boyfriend Tingting is seeing. Upon hearing this question, Bai Tingting did not answer but secretly glanced at Luo Qianxue. How could that be? She Ziume a NSWERED Chinese letter ahead. My Tingting is very well behaved. She has never had a boyfriend. And if she were to have one, it would have to be a successful person like Mr. Zhu. Hahaha, you do have a way with words. Hearing the flattery, Zhu Baio was even more excited and asked Luo Qianxue, young man, are you pursuing Tingting? What kind of work do you do? I need to check you out for Tingting's sake. Damn it, what I do for a living is none of your business. However, considering Bai Tingting's situation, Luo Qianxue did not want to cause trouble for her, so he replied coldly, freelance, flexible employment. Hahaha, what a great term, flexible employment. Zhu Baio laughed while rubbing his belly, then added, young man, you cannot get anywhere without a proper job. Do you want to come work for me? I can arrange a position as a security guard for you. Luo Qianxue just said, not interested. It is so much more comfortable being a rogue who extorts a wealthy heiress. Why would I ever need to work? But Zhu Baio would not stop. He continued to blather, young man, do not underestimate the job of a security guard. Being a guard for our Luo group is not just for anyone. I am not bragging, but I have several former mercenaries working under me, the kind who have actually taken human lives. Luo group, Luo Qianxue suddenly heard a keyword. Could it be Luo Qianxue's family? Yes, Bai Tingting whispered to confirm the buildings around here all belong to the Luo family. Heh, Luo Qianxue could not help but laugh. I am not interested in being a security guard for Luo Qianxue, and I doubt she would dare to hire me. Is the young lady's name something you are fit to call? Hearing Luo Qianxue speaking so irreverently, Zhu Baio's eyes widened. If you dare to talk nonsense again, I will have someone throw you out right now. What is wrong with calling her by the name Luo Qianxue? Luo Qianxue was new here and did not understand how the Luo family operated. Besides, I have already touched her, so what is the harm in saying her name? Insolent, how dare you show disrespect to the young lady on the Luo group's turf? Zhu Baio decisively took out his phone and called the security office. Gather the guys, get over here right now. Seeing that things were escalating, Bai Tingting quickly tried to stop him. Mr. Zhu, do not call anyone. Luo Qianxue is a good friend of Miss Luo. Hearing this, Zhu Baio was stunned but quickly scolded, bullshit. Tingting, you are too naive. You have been tricked by this kid. If he were the young lady's friend, I would be the illegitimate son of the Luo family. Shi Ziume chimed in, what a huge joke. If Miss Luo knew this poor kid, I would kneel on the floor and kowtow to him 3 times. Such familiar lines, truly classic. Since the atmosphere had been set up to this extent, would it not be ungrateful of me not to play along with them? More importantly, as long as I can shed the identity of a punk, being a Dragon King-style hero would not be so bad. Thinking of this, Luo Qianxue held up his phone and said coldly, do not be impulsive, you too. Luo Qianxue will be here in a moment. Too bad my expression was off, my mouth just would not twist into that signature smirk. Zhu Baio did not believe him at all and continued, if you talk more nonsense, I will tear your mouth apart. Tear it apart even without the smirk. Luo Qianxue frowned but persisted in playing his part. Why do you not call her yourself? Do you need me to dial for you? You are just asking for a beating, I will make you see sense. Zhu Baio was even more infuriated and swung his palm towards Luo Qianxue's face. That slap looked fierce, but the movement was too exaggerated and the speed was lacking. Luo Qianxue casually raised his hand and grabbed Zhu Baio's wrist. He lifted his leg simultaneously, landing a side kick of moderate force right on Zhu Baio's knee joint. Ow! Zhu Baio let out a miserable shriek and dropped to his knees on the spot. You asked for it, Luo Qianxue said with a shrug. Do not blame me for being rough. You little brat, you are dead today. Thinking this was his own turf, Zhu Baio remained arrogant. If you have any guts, do not run. If I do not break your legs today, I will stop calling myself Zhu. Heh, feeling defiant are we? Luo Qianxue chuckled and picked up a stainless steel tray from the table. Clang! He slammed it directly into Zhu Baio's face. That put the defiant Zhu Baio down for good. Shi Ziume had originally planned to help Zhu Baio teach Luo Qianxue a lesson, but seeing this scene, she hurriedly retreated behind the counter. A few minutes later, Luo Qianxue arrived, guided by the location tracking. She drove her sports car right up to the front of the noodle shop. while a large group of security guards scrambled to disperse the crowd and move obstacles to ensure the young Miss's safety. Only Luo Qianxue was allowed to approach her. "Why did you come here?" Judging by her tone, Luo Qianxue seemed a bit displeased. "Afraid my family would not know about the trouble you have caused." Purely accidental." Luo Qianxue gave an awkward smile. "I just wanted to come by for a bowl of noodles." Luo Qianxue swept a glance over the noodle shop, a look of distaste appearing on her face. As the daughter of a wealthy family, she would naturally never visit a small eatery like this. "But I do not want to eat anymore, I have lost my appetite." Luo Qianxue pointed at Zhu Baiyou, who was still kneeling at the entrance. "Is he an employee of yours? I just gave him a beating." Luo Qianxue glanced at Zhu Baiyou out of the corner of her eye and simply said, "I do not know such a lowlife." Luo Qianxue rolled his eyes and said helplessly, "He started it anyway, you cannot blame me." "I would not dare blame you," Luo Qianxue snorted lightly. "You are my big creditor after all." Zhu Baiyou, having vaguely overheard their conversation, was already pale with terror. Who would believe it, this kid actually knows the young miss. And they seem to have a pretty good relationship. Zhu Baiyou was terrified and hurriedly began slapping his own face, slap, slap, slap. He apologized to Luo Qianxue as he did so. "I was wrong, I deserve this, I was blind, I should not have been talking nonsense." Looking at Zhu Baiyou, Luo Qianxue felt no sense of triumph, just wondering. Did I just steal the leading man's role? Does this mean I can get rid of this yellow-haired loser persona? This should be good for me, right? Just as he was pondering, Luo Qianxue asked, what kind of nonsense was he spouting? He wanted to recruit me as a security guard. Do you think that is appropriate? Luo Qianxue said with a smile, mentioning only a few minor details. It was just a small conflict, not worth ruining a man's life over, so he left out the part about the nonsense regarding the Luo family's illegitimate children. He thought Luo Qianxue would ask for more background, but to his surprise, she asked nothing and simply made a hand gesture. Immediately, several security guards rushed over and dragged Zhu Baiyou away. What is the meaning of this? Luo Qianxue was confused. Luo Qianxue said coldly, I intend to train him. He will be sent to the grassroots level for 10 years as a security guard or a cleaner, whatever. Are you satisfied with this? Are you always this ruthless? Luo Qianxue was genuinely shocked by Luo Qianxue's overbearing style. Around here, what I say goes. Luo Qianxue raised the corners of her mouth slightly. You have not met my father. If any man dares to stare at me, my father will gouge out his eyes. If any man dares to touch me, my father will cut off his hand. Luo Qianxue looked at his own hands instinctively. Luo Qianxue glanced at him and then hummed, that hotel last night. It belonged to the Qin family. I had no other help available, which is why I let you take advantage of me. So now, Luo Qianxue felt a hint of unease. You are not going to settle the score with me, are you? Considering you were sensible enough to admit that I am better than Yi Feifei, I will let it slide, Luo Qianxue said and opened the front trunk of her sports car. The deal stands, I keep my word, I am a woman of my word. Inside the trunk was a large pile of cash. 1 million, it was the first time Luo Qianxue had seen so much cash. It took up less space than he had imagined. Luo Qianxue only said, I had my assistant withdraw it, you can count it yourself. Ziyume's eyes were now wide with shock, her entire body trembling. She never imagined that the poor kid by Tingting brought along actually knew the young miss of the Luo family, and could easily get his hands on 1 million in cash. She had misjudged him, a grave mistake. She was full of regret now. Handsome, no, young master, I am so sorry about just now. Ziyume put on a forced smile and apologized to Luo Qianxue. I was just worried about Tingting, afraid she was being scammed, so I was rambling in my panic. You are a magnanimous person, please do not hold it against a woman like me. Luo Qianxue only said 2 words, ha. Bai Tingting was also shocked. Luo Qianxue actually just handed Luo Qianxue 1 million in cash. Their relationship must be extraordinary. But little did she know, this was originally extortion. Hey, it is not what you think. Luo Qianxue did not want to pretend to be a rich person in front of Bai Tingting, so he explained, this money belongs to Ms. Luo, I am borrowing it temporarily to get through a rough patch, and I will return it once I am over it. Is it really a loan? Luo Qianxue, the person involved, questioned him first. Yes really, Luo Qianxue gave an awkward smile. I promise to pay you back. He took the money mainly as a precaution. If he could successfully avoid the scripted death, he would genuinely return it to Luo Qianxue. If he could not, the money would be useless anyway. HMPH, Luo Qianxue clearly did not believe him. Bai Tingting and Shizume obviously did not believe him either. Just give me a day, 2 days at most, Sai. Luo Qianxue could not explain it clearly. The more he talked, the more complicated it became. This noodle shop, is it owned by your girlfriend? Luo Qianxue suddenly noticed Bai Tingting again. Hey, did not I tell you already she is not? Luo Qianxue was immensely frustrated. Hey you scumbag, Luo Qianxue sneered, since she is not, the rent for this shop will be doubled. What? Hearing the rent would double, Shizume shouted on the spot and then plopped down on her knees before Luo Qianxue. Bai Tingting was also terrified, staring blankly at Luo Qianxue. Hey I say, Luo Qianxue continued in frustration. Young Miss Luo, taking your anger out on others is not very appropriate. Taking out my anger? I am not angry. Luo Qianxue held her head high, acting proud. If you care about your girlfriend, then team up with me against Yi Feifei. Good heavens, I give up on you. Luo Qianxue had to take out Yi Feifei's phone. I keep my word too, I will delete your photos now, okay? You did not save any backups, did you? Luo Qianxue seemed not to trust a rogue's integrity. None, I am not that kind of person. Luo Qianxue held the phone out toward Luo Qianxue's chest. See for yourself and delete them yourself. Luo Qianxue reached out a finger to open the photo album, but her hand slipped, and she tapped on the Notes app next to it. A large wall of text popped up on the screen, instantly catching both of their attention. What is this? Luo Qianxue frowned slightly. Yi Feifei's diary. It is not a diary. Luo Qianxue could not help but feel excited. This is a novel outline. Yi Feifei is talented and versatile, and she is also a somewhat accomplished writer. In her memo, there is a new story she has been brainstorming recently. Although it is just a rough outline, one can see that some of the plot points are very similar to that book, The Superpowered Young Wife of the Young Master of Kowloon. The heroine is backstabbed by her best friend and almost loses her virtue to a villain. Fortunately, the hero arrives just in time to save the day. Does not it look almost exactly the same? Looking at the timestamp, it was written several weeks ago. So the story was not adapted from reality. Either Yi Feifei has the superpower to predict the future, or the story she conceived is exactly a copy of the superpowered young wife of the young master of Kowloon. Luo Qianxue could not help but get excited. By following this outline, could one perhaps predict the course of future events? Could I defy the heavens and change my fate? The idea is nice, but unfortunately, the outline is too brief, even a bit chaotic. It was probably jotted down on a whim as inspiration struck. It does not mention the villain's fate at all, and there is no ending. It seems to only cover the early plot. However, another piece of content caught Luo Qianxue's attention. Due to an accident, the heroine is sent to the most famous local psychiatric hospital. And then, by a stroke of luck, she receives guidance from a mysterious master and actually activates the superpower within her. Oh my god, Yi Feifei's superpowers were learned from a psychiatric hospital? Luo Qianxue muttered to himself, well, not necessarily. After all, it is just a novel outline, it still needs to be verified. Thinking of this, he hurriedly asked Luo Qianxue, what is the most famous psychiatric hospital around here? Luo Qianxue was quite puzzled. Kowloon First Psychiatric Hospital. Why are you asking about that? Do me a favor and take me there to see, Luo Qianxue said with an eager look. I am sure you are just a scoundrel, not a mental patient. Luo Qianxue could not grasp Luo Qianxue's thoughts at all. Do perverts count as mental patients? I am not going there for treatment, Luo Qianxue quickly explained. I need to see the patients inside. I have to make use of your connections. A psychiatric hospital is not a place you can just go to casually. You might not even be able to get out once you are in. See the patients? Why? Luo Qianxue was even more confused. Luo Qianxue hesitated for a moment before saying, you might not believe it, but the patients in there might possess superpowers and I want to study them. Luo Qianxue blinked and muttered, you might actually be the one who needs to go in and get checked out. Hey, look at the outline Yi Feifei wrote. Luo Qianxue pointed at the evidence. The heroine learned superpowers at the psychiatric hospital, see that? But this is just a made-up story, is not it? Luo Qianxue looked at Luo Qianxue with pity. Do you actually believe it? Luo Qianxue countered. Then tell me, why was Yi Feifei able to write in advance about the plot of being backstabbed and almost losing her virtue? Luo Qianxue pondered for a moment and replied, many stories are like that. I learned it from novels too. You learn something good? Luo Qianxue was speechless. If you are going to suffer a loss, you could at least learn some clever tricks. HMPH, Luo Qianxue gave Luo Qianxue a resentful roll of her eyes. Fine, let us not dwell on the past. Luo Qianxue continued to negotiate. I do not even want that million anymore, just help me this one time. If I can master superpowers before Yi Feifei or stop her from getting stronger, then things will be much easier. You do not even want the money? Luo Qianxue could see that Luo Qianxue was resolute. You are really not an ordinary scoundrel. Stop calling me a scoundrel, my name is Luo Qianxue. Luo Qianxue finally revealed his real name. Help me this time and I will do my best to repay you. Ha, so the scoundrel's name is Luo Qianxue. Luo Qianxue smiled slightly. I thought you would not dare tell me. Please just help me out. I have already spent half the day dealing with you, why should I help you again? Luo Qianxue put on an arrogant front again. Who are you to me? Luo Qianxue thought for a moment. Think about it, what if what Yi Feifei wrote really comes true? What if she really does master superpowers? What will you do then? Mentioning Yi Feifei made Luo Qianxue's expression turn serious. It is better to be safe than sorry. Of course, she was also worried about Yi Feifei getting stronger. Although superpowers are a bit ethereal, what if they really existed? Fine, I will help you one more time. Luo Qianxue finally conceded. Keep your word, do not forget to repay me. Luo Qianxue hurriedly bid farewell to Bai Tingting and followed Luo Qianxue to the Kowloon First Psychiatric Hospital. On the way, Luo Qianxue contacted a friend and notified the hospital in advance. When they arrived at the hospital gate, they found that Dean Yang Yanchen had been waiting for a long time with his staff. After all, the Luo family is one of the top aristocratic families in Kowloon, and the hospital naturally would not dare to neglect the daughter of the Luo family when she visits in person. I must have been out of my mind to accompany you to a place like this. Seeing the eerie and strange buildings in the courtyard, Luo Qianxue began to complain immediately. Luo Qianxue said apologetically, if you do not want to go in, you can wait for me outside. No way, I still have to keep an eye on you. Luo Qianxue got out of the car. Let us see what kind of mess you can get into. Welcome, Ms. Luo. We apologize for the lack of a proper welcome. Dean Yang came up with a big smile, bowing slightly and extending his right hand. Luo Qianxue slowly raised her hand but only adjusted her sunglasses. She had no intention of shaking hands, nor did she want to say a single word in response. Luo Qianxue realized then that Luo Qianxue adopted a completely different attitude in front of these men, as cold and aloof as an iceberg. Seeing Dean Yang looking a bit awkward, Luo Qianxue took the initiative to step forward and explain their purpose, asking if there were any very special patients in the hospital, the kind whose abilities exceeded those of ordinary people in some way. You mean, something like superpowers? Dean Yang certainly did not understand Luo Qianxue's real purpose. There are definitely no real superpowers, but there are some who ramble on and brag about nonsense. Then gather them all up, Luo Qianxue said seriously. I will interview them one by one. Dean Yang did not dare refuse, quickly ordered his staff to arrange it, and personally led the way, inviting the two distinguished guests into the hospital. Luo Qianxue observed the hospital environment and noticed a damaged black dragon statue standing in the courtyard, with a style somewhat similar to the green dragon he had seen earlier in Kuizhu Park. This dragon statue is probably 1,000 years old, and it has been getting worse in recent years. Dean Yang was good at observing people's expressions and immediately explained it to Luo Qianxue. Legend has it that it suppresses evil things, so it is quite appropriate that our hospital is built here. It is indeed quite damaged. Luo Qianxue looked at it carefully. Since it is a historical monument, why not maintain it? Do not mention it. Who wants to invest in something that generates no profit? Dean Yang chuckled. I have applied to the city for maintenance funds, but nobody pays any attention to me. Luo Qianxue did not know how to respond and could only let out a soft sigh. Walking all the way to the reception room, Dean Yang did not tire of introducing his original 5 Thunderstrike electroshock therapy, while hoping that the Luo family could provide a little sponsorship to benefit more mental patients. Luo Qianxue felt his scalp tingle, while Luo Qianxue silently started browsing on her phone. "Thanks to you, you are on the trending list," Luo Qianxue suddenly spoke. Luo Qianxue leaned over and saw that 2 major events were dominating the Kowloon trending searches. 1. The wealthy heiress Luo Qianxue in an ambiguous interaction with a mysterious fan on Douyin. 2. A large-scale brawl took place near Kuizhu Park. The scene was brutal with many injuries. The cause is currently under investigation. "Well, those were both my doing." Luo Qianxue wiped his face, "but I really did not mean to." "As if I would believe you." Luo Qianxue rolled her eyes at Luo Qianxue again. Just as they were talking, 2 orderlies brought in the first patient with supposed superpowers. "Come, number 35, Dean Yang smiled as he pushed the patient into the chair. "Tell our guests, what kind of superpower do you have?" Number 35 stared blankly, scanned the few people in the room several times, and then slowly said, "Petty earthlings, release me immediately, otherwise I will turn all of you into paper cutouts." "Turn us into paper people," Luo Qianxue frowned as he listened. "That is quite impressive." "Heh heh heh," President Yang chuckled and introduced, "Number 35 claims to be an alien from a higher dimension. In his eyes, we are all just tiny earthlings." "I am a tetrachrome," Number 35 corrected. "The term alien is very inaccurate." "Fine, you are a tetrachrome," Luo Qianxue held back a laugh. "But I have a question. Why do you look exactly like us earthlings?" "You are certainly interesting," Luo Qianxue interjected coldly. "Why are you taking a mentally ill person so seriously?" "Hey, if I do not have a serious exchange with him, how can I study superpowers?" Luo Qianxue glanced at Luo Qianxue. "Do not meddle in other people's business." Luo Qianxue scoffed and went back to scrolling on her phone. Number 35 explained earnestly, "You lower life forms can only perceive 3-dimensional shapes. You cannot see my true form at all. Let me ask you, can you see a 4-dimensional object, can you?" Ah well, Luo Qianxue was speechless. This logic seemed impossible to refute. "Why is this guy getting more and more absurd?" President Yang paused for a moment, then whispered to the physician beside him, "Increase the dosage for number 35. The physician quickly picked up a notebook and recorded it. Number 35 did not care about that and continued talking to himself. "It is not your fault. This is the gap caused by dimensions. In the eyes of us tetrachromes, you 3-dimensional humans are just like paper characters living inside comic books or novels, weak, pitiful, and helpless. Your fate is nothing but the design of higher dimensional gods. No matter how you struggle, it is all in vain." Hiss. At that moment, Luo Qianxue could not help but suspect that this number 35 might have discovered the truth of the world. However, he dared not show his agreement, fearing that President Yang might decide to keep him there. Then, number 35 became more and more agitated as he spoke, even dancing around while attempting to summon the tetrachrome fleet hidden inside a black hole. Of course, he could not summon anything. "It seems this tetrachrome does not have superpowers." Luo Qianxue raised his hand and rubbed his forehead. "Can he even be cured at this stage?" Luo Qianxue also had a complicated expression. While they were talking, number 35 climbed onto the table and struck an even stranger summoning pose. "Drag him away! Drag him away!" President Yang immediately ordered the orderlies to take number 35 away, fearing his continued madness would affect the Luo family's investment in the hospital. Afterward, President Yang cleared his throat and smiled apologetically at Luo Qianxue. "Please rest assured, Miss Luo, as soon as the funding is in place and my latest electrotherapy equipment is online, patients like this can be completely cured." Next. Next was patient number 77. His eyes were wrapped in a thick black cloth, making him look mysterious and cold. Is it an eye condition, or is he a cosplay enthusiast? Luo Qianxue turned to look at President Yang. Before President Yang could speak, number 77 spoke up voluntarily. "I am not blind. I can see through all obstacles and see every truth." X-ray vision. Luo Qianxue's pupils constricted. X-ray vision is probably one of the most popular superpowers. Everyone knows why. Luo Qianxue reacted quickly. She had already shielded her sensitive areas with her handbag and hidden behind Luo Qianxue. I was just saying it casually, you took it seriously." Luo Qianxue kept watching, and no matter what movements Luo Qianxue made, number 77's head never shifted a degree. He seemed completely unaware of the beauty's presence. HMPH, what is X-ray vision? Number 77 suddenly gave a look of disdain. I can see angels 10,000 miles away, high above the starry sky. Luo Qianxue asked, then what do those angels look like? Number 77 described it in a low tone. The angels have 6 wings, covered with eyes inside and out. Hundreds of eyes, you must never look them in the eye. Hiss, Luo Qianxue frowned again. This angel does not look very good. At this point, President Yang grabbed a bottle of mineral water from the table and asked number 77, tell me, what am I holding in my hand? Number 77 sniffed hard, tilted his ears to listen, and pondered for a long time before finally saying, could you let me touch it? President Yang's face darkened. Drag him away, increase the dosage. Next was number 108, who claimed he could stop time. This superpower is invincible. Luo Qianxue, of course, did not believe it. If you have this ability, why are you still staying in the hospital? Number 108 said indifferently, the director will not let me leave. Luo Qianxue rubbed his face and prompted, if you stop time, cannot you just walk out yourself? Who could stop you? Number 108 replied, when time stops, I cannot move either. Everyone fell silent. After a long while, President Yang waved his hand, drag him away. As for the following patients, none of them had superpowers either. One claimed he could predict the future while dreaming, but the problem was that he could not remember his dreams and forgot them upon waking. Another said he could self-destruct, but unfortunately, he only had one life and it was inconvenient to demonstrate. There was also one who could communicate with plants, but nobody could verify that. Hey Luo Qianxue, have you had enough playing? Luo Qianxue felt she could not stay any longer. It is getting late and I need to go home. Wait a moment, Luo Qianxue energized himself again. Two last ones, I will ask 2 more and then leave. Fine, Luo Qianxue agreed reluctantly. The second to last, number 250, looked very ordinary and had absolutely no aura of a superpowered person. What is your superpower? Luo Qianxue repeated his previous question like a broken record. Can you demonstrate it? Number 250 rubbed his hands and smiled crookedly. My superpower has already been demonstrated. What? Luo Qianxue was taken aback. My superpower is the ability to suppress superpowers. Number 250 twisted his mouth. With me at the center, within a radius of 99 kilometers, all superpowers are disabled. In front of me, any superpowered person is just a normal human being. How about that? Is it powerful? Everyone fell silent once again. Luo Qianxue even clenched his fists, his mouth twitching. If what this number 250 said was true, then was not all the previous interview work a waste of effort? I say, President Yang, Luo Qianxue's voice was full of weariness and helplessness. Can you transfer this idiot to another hospital, one more than 99 kilometers away? Heh, there is really no need for that. President Yang kept his smile. He just likes to talk nonsense. A few more electric shocks and he will be fine. Hearing about the electric shocks, number 250 immediately shut his mouth and went silent. Luo Qianxue waved his hand in despair. Drag him away too. The last one, number 269. When Luo Qianxue asked the question listlessly, number 269 actually said, I do not have any superpowers. Huh, did we catch the wrong person? Luo Qianxue could not help but look at President Yang, or has he already been cured? President Yang was also a bit confused and hurriedly picked up the medical records to check. No need to look, I did not tell the truth before. Number 269 slowly raised his head, his gaze firm and full of confidence. I will not pretend anymore. I will lay my cards on the table. Actually, I am a transmigrator. Transmigrator. Hearing these 3 words, Luo Qianxue trembled in shock. No way, right? Could I have actually run into a fellow traveler? He tried to calm down and asked in a steady tone, if you are a transmigrator, do you have a system? Of course I do, patient 269 replied quite candidly. Luo Qianxue took a soft breath and asked again, what kind of system? Can you describe it in detail? That I cannot really say, patient 269 shrugged. It is not usable for now. Why is it not usable? Luo Qianxue's own system was not working either. What a coincidence, right? Because I have no money, patient 269 rubbed his fingers together. I have to top up to use it. Good grief, a system that actually requires a top-up. Haha, that reason, Director Yang laughed first. Every year we catch a few patients who claim to be transmigrators, but you are the first one to say your system needs a top-up. You catch a few every year. Hearing this, Luo Qianxue felt a chill run down his back. I must not expose my identity, otherwise I will be stuck here too. What are you laughing at? Patient 269 was displeased. What does not cost money these days? Why should the system work for you if you do not have money? Alright, you have a point there. Luo Qianxue continued to play along, trying to extract more information. Tell me, how much do you need to top up? I will pay for you. Patient 269 said with a serious face, 1 billion. 1 billion, he. Luo Qianxue's mouth twitched. Never mind, forget I asked. Give me 1 billion now, and once I activate the system, I can pay you back 10 billion. No, 50 billion is no problem. Patient 269 started scamming him. Invest in me, it is a sure profit. Why are you still hesitating? I do not think he is mentally ill. Luo Qianxue looked at Director Yang again. He might just be a fraudster. Director Yang flipped through the medical records. This patient was once the CEO of a listed company. Enough, Luo Qianxue suddenly stood up. We have finished asking 2 people, it is time to leave. She was worried that if she stayed any longer, she would turn into a mental patient herself. Luo Qianxue let out a long sigh and stood up as well. It seems impossible to find a superhuman through this method. I would better focus on surviving the plot kill first. Director Yang certainly did not dare to insist they stay, so he followed them out to see them off, inviting them to visit again while subtly hinting at the possibility of a donation. However, as they reached the hospital lobby, they were stunned to find everything outside was pure white. Damp cold. It had actually turned foggy. The sudden thick fog had enveloped the entire hospital. The already unusual atmosphere of this place became even more eerie. You two had better not leave. Director Yang hunched over, kindly advising them. The fog is too thick, it is impossible to drive, it is too dangerous. Indeed, you could not see anything beyond 2 meters. Driving on the road would be suicide. Is this fog normal? Luo Qianxue could not help but feel nervous. Director Yang smiled apologetically. Our hospital is near the coast, so the scenery is beautiful. Fog is a common occurrence, we are already used to it. But do not worry, no matter how thick the fog is, it will clear up once the sun comes out tomorrow. Wait until tomorrow, Luo Qianxue grew even more anxious. Are we supposed to spend the night here? There is no other way. Encountering such heavy fog, Luo Qianxue did not dare to take the risk. If he was not careful, he might get taken out by a large truck in the fog before he even survived his own plot kill. How can I stay in a place like this? Luo Qianxue looked reluctant. Director Yang quickly said, Miss Luo, do not worry, we have very comfortable high-end wards, high-end guest rooms. They are sanitized daily and are much cleaner than hotels outside. Luo Qianxue stared at the fog outside the door for a long time before finally agreeing helplessly. Director Yang smiled and asked in a low voice, then, how many rooms will you need? Luo Qianxue was stunned for a moment, then slightly displeased too, of course. After a 2-second pause, she added, and they need to be adjacent. All right, I will arrange it right away. Director Yang retreated as he left. With no one else around, Luo Qianxue glared at Luo Qianxue with resentment and complained, It is all your fault, you scoundrel. Now I have to stay in a mental hospital. How is this my fault? Luo Qianxue rubbed his head. Maybe this is fate. Heaven wants me to keep chatting with the patients to find that superhuman. Keep chatting and you will become a mental patient yourself. Luo Qianxue did not believe for a second that a superhuman could be found here. Hey, why do not you have Director Yang take a look at you? Luo Qianxue's train of thought suddenly shifted. You hate Yi Feifei so much, maybe that is a mental illness too. Maybe it could be cured. Luo Qianxue was so angry her eyes widened. You are the one who is mentally ill, you are the one who needs treatment. I am just saying this for your own good. Do you want me to hit you? You cannot beat me. As they were arguing, they suddenly heard a commotion and then saw several security guards running into the lobby carrying a stretcher. A young girl was lying on the stretcher, her face covered in blood. What happened? Luo Qianxue reached out and grabbed the guard who was at the back. It is all because of this thick fog. There has been a car accident. A car rushed into the courtyard and hit that broken statue. The security guard gasped for air. The car is totaled. The driver is badly injured. We have to get her in for emergency treatment immediately. Hit the statue? Luo Qianxue was taken aback, then asked, "Is anyone else injured?" The guard replied, "Hard to tell. We are still looking outside." Luo Qianxue rolled up his sleeves, intending to go out and help, but was pulled back by Luo Qianxue. "What is wrong?" He turned his head. "That woman on the stretcher just now. Did you see her clearly?" Luo Qianxue looked as if she had suddenly turned dark, her eyes becoming very sinister. "I did not get a good look." Luo Qianxue was a bit confused. Luo Qianxue said, enunciating every word, "She is Yi Feifei." "No way." Luo Qianxue was shocked by this news. "She is covered in blood. Are you sure you are not mistaken?" Luo Qianxue said spitefully, "Even if she were reduced to ashes, I would still recognize her." Luo Qianxue believed her. He quickly took out Yi Feifei's phone, opened the novel outline, and found that part of the content. The heroine, due to an accident, is sent to the most famous local mental hospital. It actually happened. His hypothesis was correct. The novel Yi Feifei was planning was influencing this world and predicting the future. Although there was only an outline and no details, and the sequence of events was slightly off, what was meant to happen still happened. Luo Qianxue stared at the phone screen, also falling silent. At this moment, she had to suspect that Yi Feifei possessed the superpower of predicting the future. Such a terrifying opponent, she must be eliminated as soon as possible. Take this chance while Yi Feifei is seriously injured. A dark-hearted Luo Qianxue stared coldly at Luo Qianxue. "I will distract the hospital staff. You help me finish her off." Luo Qianxue opened his mouth but said nothing, his face full of helplessness. Yi Feifei was like a curse that could easily devour Luo Qianxue's sanity and conscience. No matter how he tried to talk her out of it, it had no effect. "Help me finish off Yi Feifei." Luo Qianxue took the initiative to take Luo Qianxue's hand. "Whatever you want, I will give it to you." "Anything I want?" Luo Qianxue frowned slightly. "Yes." Luo Qianxue nodded forcefully. "I never go back on my word. I am a person of my word." "I have heard you say that several times, but it is not at all trustworthy. Let us see some real action instead." Luo Qianxue suddenly turned his head to the nurse's station and asked loudly, "Are our rooms ready?" "They call this a high-end room, but I do not see anything high-end about it. It is just clean, tidy, and reasonably spacious." Luo Qianxue sat on the edge of the bed, biting her lips slightly, brows furrowed in a fierce internal struggle. Luo Qianxue was bending over, rummaging through the cabinets for something. "No number, we just met." Luo Qianxue spoke in a very soft, trembling voice. "You have not done anything to Yi Feifei yet, so I cannot." But Luo Qianxue did not even hear her. He just pulled a leather strap used for restraining patients out of the cabinet and said with an excited smile, "Hee, rooms in this hospital are really something else. I actually found this kind of prop." Seeing the leather strap, Luo Qianxue turned pale with fright, her face shifting between red and white. She had thought Luo Qianxue was a little bit of a pervert before, but she never imagined he was this much of one. "No, you cannot use that." Luo Qianxue gathered her courage and clearly refused. "I never agreed to this." "What do you mean this or that?" Luo Qianxue blinked in confusion. You are holding that strap." Luo Qianxue glanced at the door, ready to run at any moment. "What are you trying to do?" "Use it to tie up Yi Feifei. It is quite sturdy, so it should be fine," Luo Qianxue said, pulling on the strap. "What did you think?" "Oh, and nothing." Luo Qianxue turned her face away and let out a hot breath. After calming down for a few seconds, she could not help but ask, "Wait, why do you need to tie up Yi Feifei?" Luo Qianxue explained, "I am watching over Yi Feifei tonight, and tying her up is just a precaution. I want to see exactly who comes to grant her these superpowers." Luo Qianxue finally realized, "So you still want to find that superpowered person?" "Of course." Luo Qianxue nodded. "Gaining superpowers is a huge deal. How could I miss that?" "Then, when will you get rid of Yi Feifei?" Luo Qianxue did not care about superpowers, she only wanted to eliminate her nemesis. "I will know when the time is right." Luo Qianxue's tone deepened. "I will act when it is necessary." The scripted kill was getting close. If Yi Feifei threatened his life, he would act without hesitation, of course. What do you mean by when it is necessary? Hearing such an uncertain answer, Luo Qianxue became unhappy. You have not even figured it out yet, so what is the point of bringing me into this room? Oh, you just stay in this room and behave. You are not allowed to go near Yi Feifei. Lu Chengming commanded. I will handle everything. Why should I? Luo Qianxue was naturally unconvinced. Why should I listen to you? Every time you encounter Yi Feifei, you go crazy. It is seriously affecting my plans. Lu Chengming shook the leather strap in his hand. If you do not listen, I will tie you to the bed. You would not dare. Luo Qianxue tried to look as fierce as possible, but it had no impact at all. It seemed she could only enter her dark mode and display the true aura of a supervillain when she was looking at Yi Feifei. Do not forget, I am a scoundrel. Lu Chengming gave an easy, evil smile. Getting into character as a scoundrel was almost second nature to him. Luo Qianxue could not help but remember that night, when she was coerced by Lu Chengming, who was a punk back then, into taking those compromising photos. She retreated quickly and sat back on the bed, looking utterly frustrated. Stay put, do not leave the room, lock the door and call me if anything happens. Lu Chengming gave a few more instructions before leaving the room and shutting the door firmly. Now he would have to face the terrifying Yi Feifei all alone. Lu Chengming tucked the strap into his coat, took a deep breath and strode toward the infirmary. At the nurse's station, he claimed to be a friend of the injured girl and offered to stay and care for her. The nurses did not show a shred of suspicion. After all, Lu Chengming was a guest personally received by Director Yang, and besides, caring for that girl was not exactly their job. Dealing with psychiatric patients was exhausting enough. Who would want to take on unpaid volunteer work? Lu Chengming encountered no obstacles and successfully entered Yi Feifei's room. However, one nurse suddenly asked, "What is your blood type?" Lu Chengming paused. "O type Y." "Great," the nurse smiled and pulled out a large syringe. Lu Chengming suddenly realized something was wrong. "You are just in time. This girl has lost too much blood and needs a transfusion, but we are out of stock." "Oh wow," Lu Chengming was stunned. "You are her friend or not you? You cannot just stand by and watch her die, right?" "Well, that was that. Saving the main heroine once might bring good karma later, right?" Lu Chengming hesitated but eventually rolled up his sleeve. Man proposes, God disposes. He wanted to steal Yi Feifei's opportunity but ended up donating his own blood for free. He did not know how much they took, but he felt like he had lost big time. The nurses were busy for a while longer, and after confirming Yi Feifei was stable, they left one by one, leaving only Lu Chengming, the companion, behind. Yi Feifei is just a jinx. Every time I run into her, I have bad luck. Lu Chengming sighed and walked to the bed to get a good look at her. She was not severely injured. It was mostly a deep cut on her arm that had caused significant blood loss. The scrapes on her face and head would heal quickly without leaving any permanent marks. Although Yi Feifei's features were not exquisite, they were pleasing when put together, giving her a sweet, comfortable, and pure appearance. Is this the legendary first love face? Lu Chengming muttered to himself. She is the heroine after all, not bad when you look closely. His gaze drifted a bit lower. Her figure is a weak point, definitely not as good as Luo Qianxue's. Wait, what am I doing here? Lu Chengming tapped his head and pulled his thoughts back. If all goes according to the plot, a mysterious person will come to visit Yi Feifei tonight. Through some twist of fate, Yi Feifei will gain superpowers. If possible, he should absolutely steal this opportunity from her. If not, he might have to get into a conflict with that mysterious person. What if that person is a superpowered being? Can he win? If only his own system were working properly. Sigh, what a trash system. Thinking about his non-functional system, Lu Chengming sighed again. Unexpectedly, a voice echoed in his mind. Superheroine system preparing for activation. Matching with host. Match successful. Host Yi Feifei. What? Lu Chengming was so shocked he almost shouted. That is my system. How did Yi Feifei become the host? What on earth is going on? Is this how unreasonable female protagonist novels are? The heroine can even steal the system. Maybe the system was hers to begin with, and I accidentally stole it when I transmigrated. What should I do? For a moment, Lu Chengming's head was buzzing. He did not know what to do, so he just stared blankly at Yi Feifei, then his eyes landed on the blood bag. His own blood was slowly flowing into Yi Feifei's body. At that moment, Luo Qianxue finally realized the mysterious person who gave Yi Feifei her superpowers was none other than me. Thanks to Yi Feifei, the system was successfully activated. However, this accidental activation caused by the blood transfusion seems to have bound the system to both of us simultaneously. Wait, no, the system has already registered Yi Feifei as the host, so what does that make me? A substitute. How exactly does this system work? Luo Qianxue, feeling perplexed, began to research the system's functions. The superpowers provided by the system are distributed in the form of card draws. It is important to note that superpower cards cannot be used indefinitely, they are one-time consumables. You get 10 draws at the start, and the host can freely choose from the prize pools, which are divided into 6 categories. Scheming, tear down manipulative women and crush fakes, suitable for all kinds of palace and domestic intrigue. Group favorite, be adored by all the big shots and become the center of the world. Cute baby, the baby you give birth to will possess random superpowers. Super rich, easily obtain massive wealth and experience a life of boundless extravagance. Secret identities, whenever someone investigates your identity, they will uncover a shocking hidden persona. Rebirth, death is merely a new beginning. Palace intrigue, group favorite, giving birth. What on earth is this? Almost all of these are tailor-made for a female protagonist. This is so unfriendly to men. Thankfully, there's a rebirth category. For Luo Qianxue, who is haunted by the threat of his death, this is practically a lifesaver. I must draw for rebirth first. As Luo Qianxue tried to draw, he received a cold system prompt. Gender error, unable to perform the draw operation. Please have the primary host Yi Feifei perform the draw. Only women can draw. Luo Qianxue's mouth twitched. I am at least the secondary host, surely I can use the cards, right? Superpower cards can be activated and used regardless of gender. Well, I can use them, so the situation is not that bad. But this means I cannot do anything to Yi Feifei, otherwise all the benefits will disappear. So I have to rely on her from now on. Luo Qianxue looked at Yi Feifei with great reluctance. At that moment, Yi Feifei's face showed discomfort, and her breathing became rapid. Is it the system's influence, or have her injuries worsened? Just as Luo Qianxue was hesitating about calling a nurse, he suddenly noticed the system interface change. The draw has started. Obviously, it must be Yi Feifei's doing. But she actually chose the cute baby pool first. Damn it, Luo Qianxue almost shouted, can you stop picking at random? Whether Yi Feifei's brain was damaged from the impact or she really is obsessed with having kids, she drew 5 cute baby superpower cards in a row. There were babies that breathed fire, babies that spat water, and babies that could turn invisible. Seeing this, Luo Qianxue felt like crying. If you draw a few more, you will have a complete set of the 7 Calabash brothers. The problem is the kids have not even been born yet. What is the point of drawing these now? Why did not you draw the most important one, rebirth? Luo Qianxue gritted his teeth, trying hard to suppress the urge to lunge at her and throttle her. Fortunately, Yi Feifei suddenly regained her senses and switched to the rebirth pool. And then she drew a silver card. Rebirth superpower card, the old days. After dying, the user can be reborn in a small mountain village in the 60s. What, a small mountain village in the 60s? Luo Qianxue could not help but frown, that sounds too tough. But it does not matter, Yi Feifei drew another gold card. Rebirth superpower card, Fatal Revenge. When the user is attacked and dies, they will reflect 10,000 times the damage back to the killer, and the user will revive on the spot after 24 hours. Oh, this superpower looks great. Not only can I revive, but I can also reflect damage. Whoever kills me will not be able to handle 10,000 times the damage. They had definitely be torn to pieces. Nice, that is satisfying. Luo Qianxue was very satisfied and decided to claim this card for himself first. With a thought, the Fatal Revenge card was successfully activated on himself. I just wonder how Yi Feifei will react. Will she find out I stole the card? Just as he was pondering, Yi Feifei suddenly opened her eyes. Luo Qianxue was startled and was about to sneak away, but then he noticed that Yi Feifei did not seem quite right. She turned her head to observe her surroundings and finally stared at Luo Qianxue with a confused expression, slowly asking, "Where am I? Who are you?" Huh, you do not recognize me? Luo Qianxue was taken aback. Yi Feifei shook her head in confusion. It did not look like she was faking it. Is this amnesia from a car accident? Luo Qianxue guessed to himself. In web novels, a female lead getting amnesia after a car accident is a common trope. Yes, that must be it. Since Yi Feifei has amnesia, things are much simpler now. Oh, you are finally awake. Luo Qianxue immediately put on a friendly smile. You just had a car accident and this is a hospital. A rather special kind of hospital. Car accident? Yi Feifei tried hard to remember, a look of pain on her face. My head hurts so much, I cannot remember anything. Luo Qianxue quickly said, do not think about it if it hurts, get some rest first. Then may I ask? Yi Feifei continued to stare at Luo Qianxue, why are you the one taking care of me? Ah well, Luo Qianxue hesitated for a moment and quickly pointed to the needle mark from his blood donation. You were hurt, so I came to donate blood for you. You are? Yi Feifei thought for a moment, then her eyes lit up. I remember now. Hearing this, Luo Qianxue shuddered on the spot. She remembered about me throwing her downstairs. Yi Feifei continued, I remember now, it is you. It is you and me. We were together at the hotel. That happened yesterday, right? At this point, Yi Feifei's face turned red and her voice became very gentle. So, you are my boyfriend. Luo Qianxue was completely dumbfounded. Clearly, Yi Feifei had recalled the fragments from last night. It is just that she forgot the cause and effect, remembering only the hotel and Luo Qianxue's appearance. Because of her fragmented memory, when she put the hotel and Luo Qianxue together, she drew the conclusion that he was her boyfriend. More importantly, because the system bound them both, the moment Yi Feifei saw Luo Qianxue, she felt an unusual closeness, as if they were perfectly in sync. Yes, they must have been a loving couple for many years. But Luo Qianxue was still in a daze and did not know how to respond. If I am not her boyfriend, how would I explain what happened at the hotel? If I guide her to remember who it was that threw her downstairs, that would be a big problem. I am sorry. Yi Feifei was still blushing, her small hands nervously rubbing the sheets. I cannot remember your name either. Please do not be mad. Luo Qianxue hesitated for a while and told the truth. My name is Luo Qianxue. It does not matter anyway, she does not know who I am. Luo Qianxue, I will remember it this time. Yi Feifei's eyes twinkled. From now on, I will never forget you for the rest of my life. Luo Qianxue wanted to say you do not have to, but forget it. I will not thank you for saving my life, that is too formal. Yi Feifei winked playfully. Once I recover, I will repay you with real actions. Just wait patiently. It was meant to be sweet talk between lovers, but Luo Qianxue felt a chill down his spine. Once Yi Feifei regains her memory and discovers the truth, what kind of real actions will she take? Hacking me into pieces or smashing my bones to ash? You seem to have something on your mind. Yi Feifei finally noticed Luo Qianxue's strange expression. No, it is nothing. Luo Qianxue smiled awkwardly and quickly changed the subject. By the way, you had a strange expression while you were unconscious. Did you have a weird dream? He made up the question, actually wanting to test Yi Feifei's awareness of the system. Yi Feifei frowned slightly, thinking for a moment before saying, I did have a dream. I saw a weird interface in front of me, like a card game where I could draw cards. I just picked some at random, and then I woke up. So that is how it is. Luo Qianxue breathed a sigh of relief. It seems Yi Feifei has not realized the existence of the system yet, and certainly does not know I stole the superpower card, though I do not know how long I can keep that hidden. Seeing that Luo Qianxue still had an odd expression, Yi Feifei asked again, what is actually wrong with you? Before Luo Qianxue could answer, his phone in his pocket suddenly rang. I checked my phone and was shocked to see it was a call from Luo Qianxue. Hold on, I need to take this call. Luo Qianxue immediately ditched Yi Feifei and hurried out of the room. Luo Qianxue, come save me! Luo Qianxue cried out loudly over the phone. Someone is smashing the door, you have to come back now. I am coming right now, do not hang up. Without a second thought, Luo Qianxue sprinted up the stairs. Reaching the second floor, he found the hallway in absolute chaos. Patients in hospital gowns were running wild everywhere. Some were singing, some dancing, and others were rolling around doing somersaults. Where were the nurses and security guards? It looked like a few of them were lying on the floor. Lu Qianxue realized something was terribly wrong with the hospital and rushed to Luo Qianxue's room as fast as he could. Sure enough, a large patient was swinging an iron pipe, smashing it frantically against the door. Luckily, it was a psychiatric hospital, so the door was sturdy enough to hold out until now. "Stop it!" Lu Qianxue roared as he pulled his belt from his waist. The giant paused for a second before turning and charging straight at Lu Qianxue. Lu Qianxue timed it perfectly and whipped the belt out with force. The belt was a weapon in its own right, especially with the metal buckle at the end. Grag! The strike landed squarely on the giant's head, and he collapsed to the ground, bloodied. Lu Qianxue stomped on him twice more to ensure he would not get up before turning to knock on the door. "I am here, it is all handled." Luo Qianxue quickly opened the door and threw herself into Lu Qianxue's arms. In an instant, her alluring scent filled his nose, and the intense sensation of her touch made his whole body heat up. Lu Qianxue felt his mind go blank. He could no longer hear what Luo Qianxue was sobbing about. Time seemed to stand still. The whole world was wrapped in a warm, fragrant mist. That was until a bloodied patient charged down the hallway, screaming in a frenzy, "Number 250 is dead. Number 250 is dead." Number 250, Lu Qianxue blinked. Was not that the guy who claimed he could suppress other people's superpowers? If he really died, would it actually trigger something catastrophic? Forget it, I am overthinking this. How can I believe the ravings of a madman? But the hospital is in total chaos for sure. Better get out of here first. Lu Qianxue regained his senses, grabbed Luo Qianxue and ran toward the stairwell. What is actually going on? Luo Qianxue grew tense again after seeing the carnage in the hallway. I have no idea, maybe some patients broke out and lost control. Lu Qianxue tried to explain, but he could not find the words. Luo Qianxue asked again, "What about Yi Feifei? How did you deal with her?" Unbelievable, even in such a dangerous situation, she was still obsessed with her mortal enemy. Lu Qianxue replied helplessly, "I was in such a rush to save you, how could I have worried about her? Let us just drop it for now." "Glad you still have a conscience," Luo Qianxue muttered under her breath. When they reached the first floor, they found things were even worse. Everything ahead was shrouded in a white blur. Dense fog had actually seeped into the building. How could that be? This probably is not ordinary fog. Lu Qianxue felt things turning for the worse, but without any better options, he could only inch toward the lobby while feeling along the wall. Although the fog was incredibly eerie, they encountered no real danger on the way and successfully walked out of the lobby. "Where do we go now?" Luo Qianxue asked in a whisper. "We cannot stay in the building anyway. It is full of crazy people. What if one of them really uses a superpower? Cough, let us just hide outside, shall we?" Lu Qianxue tried to peer ahead but could not see clearly into the courtyard. Luo Qianxue suggested, "Should we hide in my car? I think the parking lot is to the left." "That might work, we can run whenever the fog thins out," Lu Qianxue agreed. They relied on memory and groped their way toward the parking lot. But after walking for a long time, they still had not reached their destination. Beneath their feet, it felt like an endless wasteland. Within the thick fog, tiny points of red light flickered in and out of existence, looking like countless eyes. What in the hell is going on? Cold sweat began to seep from Lu Qianxue's forehead. Luo Qianxue gripped his arm so tight that her manicured nails began to dig into his skin. "Ouch, that hurts, ease up a little," Lu Qianxue could not help but protest. "There is something there, something is in front," Luo Qianxue suddenly shrieked. Lu Qianxue squinted and realized it was the black dragon statue. And beneath the statue lay a wrecked car. It must have been Yi Feifei's car. After the collision, the statue had cracked completely, and the dragon's head had fallen off and rolled aside. "Hiss, how did we end up here?" Lu Qianxue gasped, "This is not the right direction at all." Luo Qianxue did not reply, she was too terrified to speak. Hehe. Suddenly, an ice-cold, terrifying laughter echoed through the dense fog. The sound seemed to rise from a dark abyss underground, like a demon whispering right beside their ears. In any case, it was definitely not a sound a normal human could make. Damn, looks like a scripted event is kicking in. Lu Qianxue felt his scalp tighten. He had been mentally prepared for this, but he had not expected Luo Qianxue to be caught up in it with him. Fresh offerings. 2 wicked souls, delicious. A pair of pitiful lovers, how interesting. The eerie voice continued, its tone shifting constantly, as if it were coming from many different mouths at once. Wicked souls, am I wicked? Relying on his rebirth card, Luo Qianxue calmed down, and it thinks we are lovers. Who is that? Luo Qianxue trembled violently. Is it a madman? Probably not. Cough. Luo Qianxue cleared his throat and shouted into the fog, quit with the ghost act, show yourself if you have the guts. Arrogant. Foolish. Yet even more interesting. I love to savor the vile nature of humanity. Lovers betraying each other, that is the most interesting of all. How about we play a game? Luo Qianxue snapped, who the hell wants to play a game with you? Who do you think you are? Heh. Some call me the ancient evil god. Others call me the great old one. There is also Lord of Darkness, world destroyer. But I like none of them. For you are but offerings, unworthy of speaking my true name. I am destiny. I am destruction. I am rebirth. I am eternity. As the eerie voice rose in pitch, Luo Qianxue felt an inexplicable headache, followed by a loss of control over his body as he began to float into the air. Damn it, what kind of superpower is this? This thing is definitely not of this world. But there was nothing about demons or monsters in Yi Feifei's outline. What on earth is this thing? The two of you may take turns offering an organ from your bodies for me to savor. It could be a left eye, a right leg, or an entire liver, though except for the brain and the heart. Also, you may not repeat an offering. After 9 rounds of offerings, whoever provides the most valuable sacrifice will be spared, and shall be lucky enough to receive my blessing. I guarantee you will not die during the sacrifice process. You will remain perfectly conscious the whole time. Heh. How is it? Sounds quite interesting, does not it? Now the game begins. What an absolutely evil game. Sacrificing each other's organs piece by piece. To survive, you must torture the other person. Only the most ruthless one can stay alive. If they are truly a couple, this game is beyond cruel. Hearing the rules of the game, Luo Qianxue turned deathly pale. She stared at Luo Qianxue with eyes full of terror, unable to process such a brutal reality. Do not be afraid, Luo Qianxue said calmly. I will not sacrifice a single hair on your head, and you do not need to touch it either. Luo Qianxue was stunned by these words. The evil entity in the dense fog seemed surprised as well, letting out a hollow voice. Incredible. Choosing to die together. Does such a couple really exist in this world? I underestimated human nature. Love that transcends death, it actually exists. Heh, you have quite an imagination. Luo Qianxue sneered, what are you that you get to make the rules for me? He was spouting such nonsense, of course, to provoke the entity into killing him. Then he could use the damage reflection from his resurrection card to finish it off. Perfect. The entity was clearly stunned by Luo Qianxue's courage, roaring with rage. Arrogant ant. I can crush you into powder. And I can turn everything you care about, along with this entire world, into dust. You are full of it. Luo Qianxue looked unimpressed and incredibly arrogant. If you cannot crush me into powder in one hit, then you are the trashiest of the trash. You are the lowest, most pathetic creature. Even a cockroach would vomit if it bit you. A dung beetle would have to wash its hands just after touching you. In an instant, a sinister wind rose and the thick fog churned. The entity was thoroughly enraged. No mortal could ever tolerate such an insult from an ant. Luo Qianxue smiled and continued his provocation. Trash, do you even know who I am? Telling you would probably scare you to death. Even if you multiplied your strength by 100, you could not crush me into powder in one hit. Come on, you loser, try and hit me. Do you dare? The harder the attack, the more satisfying the 10,000-fold damage reflection will be. Exciting, is not it? At this moment, Luo Qianxue watched Luo Qianxue with adoration, her eyes no longer filled with fear, but with admiration and love. She understood Luo Qianxue was intentionally provoking the entity because he intended to sacrifice himself. Only one of them could live, yet he voluntarily gave up his chance at life. How selfless. How composed. How brave. How many men like this exist in the world? Luo Qianxue, oblivious to Luo Qianxue's thoughts, gave her a faint smile and then shouted at the fog, "Come on, you brat, Grandpa here is getting impatient." He had only one thought in his mind, let this scripted event end already, I am sick of it. Die! With a deafening roar, 10,000 streaks of black energy surged from the fog. Like a myriad of sharp blades, they pierced straight at Luo Qianxue from all directions. This blow seemed to condense the power to destroy the heavens and earth. All that power focused on a single point. Luo Qianxue. Bye-bye, Luo Qianxue smirked. Boom. A golden beam shot straight into the sky, lighting up almost the entire night sky. The next moment, the golden ring of light rippled through the darkness like water. The world shook along with it. And then, the dense fog gradually dissipated. Everything returned to silence. Dawn had broken. At the Jialong First Psychiatric Hospital, beneath the black dragon statue, stood two strangely dressed strangers. A man and a woman. The man was about 40, short and stocky, with a full beard. The woman was in her 20s with a good figure, but she had a buzz cut, looking like a tomboy. Both were draped in peculiar black cloaks and held a 4-foot-long ebony staff in their hands. Director Yang watched from afar and whispered to his assistant, "What kind of people are they?" The assistant replied, "They claim to be practitioners of the mystical arts and they even have official documentation. The man is called Ma Dongxing and the woman is called Wu Jia, I believe." Practitioners? Are there still people doing that these days? Director Yang blinked in surprise. Does the city fund them? Or do they get sponsorships from wealthy people? The assistant could only smile politely. Some wealthy people still believe in ghosts and deities and they pay quite generously. Heh, what ghosts or gods? Director Yang shook his head repeatedly. It is not scientific. These are all hallucinations caused by mental illness. You have to rely on my electroshock therapy. Just then Ma Dongxing turned his head toward them. His gaze was sharp as a sword. The assistant shut his mouth immediately and Director Yang looked away, pretending nothing had happened. It is all these heartless businessmen seizing land and destroying historical sites. Ma Dongxing looked away and examined the ruined statue. This black dragon statue was once protected by the villagers for generations. It is a pity that they were all forcibly relocated years ago. Senior brother, Wu Jia frowned slightly. Are you sure last night's phenomenon was related to the damage to this black dragon statue? I am sure. The black dragon shattered, the seal was broken, and the ancient evil god returned to the world. Ma Dongxing said with a serious, unquestionable tone, everything currently fits the ancient records. The phenomenon in the sky last night was the strongest energy fluctuation in 1,000 years, plus the illusionary mist and the fact that all the patients went insane. You know they are more sensitive to the power of the evil god than normal people. But Wu Jia looked around again. If it were really an ancient evil god, this place would have already been reduced to ruins. That is what I find strange as well. Ma Dongxing rubbed his double chin and asked Wu Jia, by the way, did not you hear there was an eyewitness? Did you ask them? Wu Jia shook her head. She is the daughter of the wealthy Luo family. I could not get near her at all. Ma Dongxing sighed. Forget it, she probably cannot say anything anyway. No one who has met an evil god has ever returned alive. Not necessarily. I remember there was one survivor. Wu Jia corrected him, but he is crippled and has gone completely insane. Fine then, Ma Dongxing pursed his lips. The Luo girl should be fine, right? Wu Jia said, I heard she was unharmed, just crying non-stop. Then she definitely did not meet the evil god, Ma Dongxing concluded. Let us just focus on the scene itself. With that, he began circling the black dragon statue, searching the perimeter and carefully checking the ground for any suspicious traces. Before long, Ma Dongxing stopped, crouched down and scooped up a handful of sand. Wu Jia asked eagerly, did you find anything? These sand particles are mixed with blackish-purple granules. Ma Dongxing squinted as he slowly lifted his hand. You can still feel residual power. These are the remains of a heavenly-level demon, likely the evil god itself. Senior brother, are you joking? Wu Jia questioned again. How could an ancient evil god leave remains? It is immortal and indestructible. Even 1,000 years ago, the 9 strongest masters in the world had to sacrifice their lives just to seal it. You are remembering it wrong. There are many heavenly-level evil gods. Some are weaker and can be killed. Ma Dongxing corrected her, and the one you are talking about is on a god-defying level, truly immortal and indestructible. Some call it the Old One. It has many names. Even if it is just an ordinary heavenly-level evil god who could defeat it now, Wu Jia still did not believe it. Even if our whole sect joined forces, I do not think we could do it, right? Ma Dongxing mumbled softly. Our sect only has 3 people who can still fight, and that is counting Master. Wu Jia was stunned. No way. What about the 20-some seniors ahead of me? Sai, do not mention it, this job is just too poor. Ma Dongxing sighed. They all scattered years ago to find their own ways to survive. Master told you they were out there protecting other seals, but he was just feeding you nonsense. Learning the truth, Wu Jia stared in disbelief, her mouth hanging open. Hey, do not go asking Master, and certainly do not tell him I am the one who told you, Ma Dongxing was saying, but he suddenly raised his staff. Wu Jia also turned her head immediately and saw a man who had silently approached them. The man was wearing a hospital gown with the number 77 printed on his chest, and his eyes were wrapped in a strip of black cloth. The two sides stared at each other for a long while before number 77 finally spoke. I saw it right here, a monster with countless eyes and tentacles taller than the Jiulong TV tower, and a man shining with golden light. They destroyed each other. Director Yang was spinning in circles, overwhelmed with work today. Just after receiving a large group of visitors from the Luo family, he suddenly got news that Qin Qianxue, the son of the #1 powerhouse in Kowloon, had arrived. Good heavens, has my lucky break finally come? Director Yang's eyes lit up and he hurried over with a beaming face. Unfortunately, before he could even get close to young Master Qin, he was shoved aside by the Qin family bodyguards. Get lost, do not block the way. Qin Qianxue strode forward like the wind, heading straight for the ward where Yi Feifei was staying. His eyes were only on Yi Feifei. Only this woman could make him condescend to visit a psychiatric hospital. Even though his forehead was still bruised and purple, and even though he was still in deep pain, the moment he heard Yi Feifei was injured and hospitalized, he had jumped right out of bed. He did not even have time to apply enough thick makeup to cover his forehead before rushing over by helicopter. He just wanted to be by Yi Feifei's side at the very first moment. Have no doubt, this is exactly what a male lead in a female-oriented romance novel should do. However, when Qin Qianxue pushed open the door, he found the room completely empty. What is the meaning of this? Qin Qianxue roared uncontrollably. Where is Yi Feifei? That is impossible. The nurse said she checked in last night. The bodyguard behind him turned pale with fright. I have no idea what happened. Do not test my patience. Qin Qianxue furrowed his brows. Go find her right now. Yes, the bodyguards hurried off to search the hospital. Once everyone had left, Qin Qianxue leaned over the bed and took a deep breath. Yes, it is the scent of Yi Feifei. She really has stayed here. According to Yi Feifei's best friend, she came here to get her phone back from that scoundrel. As for how she found the scoundrel's trail, it was all thanks to a nurse at the hospital who posted a trending video on Douyin titled Goddess Luo and a mysterious man visit Kowloon's #1 psychiatric hospital. Sigh, you troublesome little enchantress. Qin Qianxue gripped the bedsheet tightly with a pained expression. Why did you come here by yourself? Why would not you let me help you? However, as soon as he thought of this, a sudden, indescribable pain surged from the bottom of his heart. It was the same pain from when he was beaten and humiliated by that scoundrel after trying to help last time. I, Qin Qianxue, swear I will not be a man if I do not avenge this insult. Qin Qianxue gritted his teeth, making this bitter vow for the 100th time. From childhood until now, he had never suffered such humiliation. The more he thought, the angrier he got. He needed to vent his boundless rage. But he could not do anything about the scoundrel for now, because those naked photos were still in his hands. It is infuriating. I am about to explode. What should I do? Extreme pain made Qin Qianxue's expression turn hideous. He clawed at the bed frantically with both hands, actually tearing the entire sheet to shreds. Director Yang, hiding outside the door, watched this scene and could not help but whisper to his assistant, "See, this is a classic case of manic mental illness. No matter how rich young Master Qin is, he still needs my treatment if he is sick. This is going to be a big deal." The assistant could only nod and force a smile. Unexpectedly, Qin Qianxue heard the noise, straightened up abruptly, and dashed to the door in one step. And there, he discovered the snooping Director Yang. Director Yang, who had seen his fair share of the world, instantly switched to a beaming, hospitable demeanor and spoke respectfully. "I am the director. Is there anything I can do for you, young Master Qin?" Qin Qianxue paused, returning to his usual cold expression, and asked, "Do you know how Yi Feifei got injured?" Director Yang replied, "Yes, it was an accident. She was in a car crash." "A car crash?" Qin Qianxue frowned. Which villain hit Feifei? I want him to kneel down and apologize to her. Well, Director Yang rubbed his hands awkwardly. Young Master Qin Yi Feifei drove into the statue in the courtyard herself. There was no one else involved. Qin Qianxue fell silent, and an awkward atmosphere filled the air. However, being naturally clever, he quickly found a way to smooth things over. Even if it is just a statue, I will not forgive it. Qin Qianxue roared, I will grind it into powder and raze it to the ground. Hey, young Master Qin, Director Yang tried to dissuade him, but Qin Qianxue had already dashed out the door straight to the front courtyard. Watching his retreating figure, Director Yang said slowly, confirmed, he is definitely mentally ill. Below the statue, Ma Dongxing and Wu Jia were discussing the person known as number 77. I think that guy is just a mental patient, Wu Jia said with a smile. His eyes were wrapped in a black cloth, how could he possibly see anything? Ma Dongxing said that is hard to say, some things are not perceived through the eyes. For example, Wu Jia furrowed her brows. For example, the power of this heavenly level demon creature. Ma Dongxing held up the sand and dirt in his hand again. Even with eyes closed, you can see the black energy they emit. Senior brother, stop trying to fool me. Wu Jia blinked, I cannot see anything. Sai, that is because your cultivation level is not high enough. Ma Dongxing was still speaking when he suddenly raised his wooden staff. This time it was Qin Qianxue charging over aggressively. Ma Dongxing looked Qin Qianxue up and down and whispered to Wu Jia, he does not seem to be a patient. There is no number on his clothes. But his state is not quite normal. Wu Jia also scrutinized Qin Qianxue. Maybe he is a new patient who has not received his uniform yet. Ma Dongxing added, I do not think he is an ordinary person. I can vaguely feel a kingly aura coming from him. What kind of aura? He is clearly just an ordinary person with no cultivation. Wu Jia was an outlier among women, she had no interest in young Master Qin. You too, Qin Qianxue could not help but interrupt them, you do not even recognize me. He was the household name in Kowloon, the young Master Qin who mesmerized thousands of young girls. Ma Dongxing retorted, why should we recognize you? Qin Qianxue's facial muscles twitched as he asked, do not you guys go online? Anyone who could read saw news about young Master Qin online every single day. Even for those who could not read, photos of his handsome face were everywhere. We never go online, Ma Dongxing gave a scornful laugh. Going online makes people degenerate and decay. The internet is full of trash filled with indecency and violence. The internet has deeply poisoned the youth of today. Young man, you have already been poisoned. Qin Qianxue stared blankly at Ma Dongxing, as if looking at a ceramic figure dug out of an ancient tomb. It is already 2022, and there are actually people who do not go online. At this moment, Wu Jia said softly from the side, our family is too poor. We could not afford the internet bill, so we have been disconnected for years. Junior sister Ma Dongxing glared at her immediately. If you cannot speak properly, do not speak at all. Now it was Qin Qianxue's turn to laugh. He laughed for a full minute before slowly stopping. With that laugh, the rage in his chest dissipated, and surprisingly, he was not even angry anymore. Sorry, I did not mean to mock you. Qin Qianxue finally returned to his normal gentlemanly state. I never look down on the poor, I have done quite a bit of charity work. Take this money and get an unlimited data plan. As he spoke, he pulled a check out of his pocket. What is the meaning of this? Ma Dongxing was immediately displeased. Why should I take your money? It is a reward. Qin Qianxue gave a far-fetched reason. A reward for chatting with me. A reward for chatting? Ma Dongxing, who considered himself above such things, gave another disdainful laugh. Sorry, I have my principles. One does not accept rewards for nothing. You keep it for yourself. Then, how about you help me do something? Qin Qianxue suddenly looked at the statue nearby. Help me smash this statue and the money can be your reward. No problem with that, right? Smash the statue? Hearing this, Ma Dongxing was suddenly furious. Do you know the purpose of this statue? Is having money that great? Can you do whatever you want just because you are rich? Senior brother, Wu Jia tugged on his sleeve quietly. You should count the zeros first. Ma Dongxing narrowed his eyes and looked at the check closely. It started with a 5, and there were so many zeros following it. 1, 10, 100,000, 10,000, 100,000. A few minutes later, Ma Dongxing borrowed a large sledgehammer from the hospital. Senior brother Wu Jia's expression was complex. Where is your high-mindedness? Where is your integrity? I have no choice. Ma Dongxing blushed and rolled up his sleeves. He offered way too much money. He swung the hammer down and added, besides, this statue is already broken. It is useless anyway. It would be a waste not to smash it. Wu Jia paused for a moment, then threw her own integrity to the ground and asked, where did you borrow that hammer? Do they have another one? Clang, clang, clang. With every hammer blow, Ma Dongxing was drenched in sweat, doing his best to smash the statue into small pieces that would satisfy his employer. Wu Jia sat to the side and grumbled irritably, Senior brother, is it really necessary to work this hard? I am not even expecting a 50-50 split, how about a 60-40? No, Ma Dongxing refused decisively. I have my principles, more work means more pay, it is fair and just. Wu Jia rolled her eyes and asked again, then can we just wait until tomorrow? It is already dark, surely we do not have to skip sleep too. Ma Dongxing did not even look up as he replied, you go to sleep, junior sister, just leave the rest to me. Wu Jia gritted her teeth, grabbed her hammer and started smashing again. There was no other way, they were both just too broke. While smashing, Wu Jia suddenly stopped and stared wide-eyed into the darkness. What? Cannot handle the work anymore? Hearing Wu Jia go quiet, Ma Dongxing chuckled. Go get some rest if you are tired. Do not worry, I will not keep it all for myself. I will make sure to leave you at least 10%. There's a… Wu Jia slowly raised her hand, pointing not far away. A pervert. What? Only then did Ma Dongxing look up, squinting to get a better look. There was actually a pervert there. It was a man who was almost completely naked, walking out of the darkness. Indeed, it was Luo Qianxue, who had just respawned on the spot. Damn it, this respawn card only resurrects the body, it does not even provide a pair of underwear. Good thing I did not respawn in the middle of the street. Luo Qianxue was speechless. Could this be karma for bullying the protagonist, Qianxue, back in the day? With no other options, he grabbed a discarded newspaper from the ground to cover his private parts, intending to sneak into the hospital under the cover of night to find some clothes. He never expected that late at night, there would be two men out here smashing stones. Because the lighting was poor and Wu Jia's hair was so short, Luo Qianxue mistook her for a man. Since they were both men, he did not feel too embarrassed. Luo Qianxue acted calm, pretending not to see them as he prepared to walk past. That pervert, Wu Jia continued to observe Luo Qianxue. He is actually quite fit, definitely works out. Junior sister, how can you casually call him a pervert? Ma Dongxing finally set down his hammer. These are all patients, they do not want to be like this either. Do not judge others easily when you have not experienced their suffering. Wu Jia immediately felt ashamed. A senior brother is truly a senior brother. He easily crushed her in terms of moral maturity. Did not master teach you? You must have a heart full of compassion. After lecturing her, Ma Dongxing picked up the cloak hanging nearby, walked up to Luo Qianxue and shouted, young brother, it is cold at night, wrap this around you. Wu Jia was left completely stunned. I lost, I have been utterly defeated. The image of her short, chubby, money-grubbing senior brother suddenly became noble in her eyes. Hearing the call, Luo Qianxue stopped in his tracks and gratefully accepted the cloak. What a good man, a timely help in his hour of need. Thank you, big brother. He wrapped the cloak around himself and thanked Ma Dongxing repeatedly. No problem, brother, Ma Dongxing grinned. Get well soon and try to get discharged early. Luo Qianxue finally realized that the other party thought he was a patient in the psychiatric ward. Hey, no, he wanted to explain but thought better of it, forget it. In his current state, it was best to say as little as possible. Luo Qianxue could only offer a bitter smile and quickly headed off. He climbed through a window into the hospital building and silently observed the situation. It was completely quiet, with no patients running around outside. It seems the evil entity is gone and everything here has returned to normal, Luo Qianxue pondered. I just wonder if Luo Qianxue is safe and sound. Now that his phone was gone, he could not even call to ask. Thinking about his phone made him feel depressed. If he had known it would be pulverized by that unknown evil, he should have backed up his novel outline. Now he could only rely on fragmented memories to predict future events. Whatever, one step at a time. He had already skipped the scripted death and the system was activated. He should be able to handle future troubles. Luo Qianxue hesitated, walking toward the nurse's station to ask about Luo Qianxue and Yi Feifei. However, he suddenly stopped when he reached a reading corner. What caught his attention was a large picture book, World Map and Famous Cities Introduction. The world map inside was vastly different from the world he knew. The vast blue oceans were fine, but the map showed no intact continents at all, just scattered islands. Nine Dragon Island was a large island in the northern hemisphere surrounded by hundreds of smaller ones. This massive group of islands was collectively known as the Eastern Holy Archipelago. This female-oriented novel world is actually like this. Curious, Luo Qianxue picked up the book and began to flip through it. Inside the book, there was a myth regarding the world map. Legend has it that in ancient times, many gods and demons existed. They fed on human spiritual energy and in return provided humans with aid. However, human nature contains both good and evil. Pure spirits shaped the righteous gods who maintained order. Evil desires fed the terrifying demons. As time passed, evil naturally gained the upper hand and the whole world began to drift toward chaos and destruction. At a critical moment, a group of heroes stood up, borrowing the power of the righteous gods to wage war against the demon legions. That war lasted for centuries. The terrifying power tore apart all the continents, leaving only countless shattered islands behind. Eventually, the era of gods and demons ended, and the surviving humans established a new civilization on these islands. SSSS, Luo Qianxue gasped after finishing the story. He never expected that this was not a standard urban romance. The world building was far more complex than he imagined. And after the deadly journey of last night, he knew clearly that this was not just a myth. Gods and demons still exist, and they have already arrived. What the hell? I do not remember writing any of this in the novel outline. Luo Qianxue felt confused. What should I do next? Indeed, this backstory had nothing to do with Luo Qianxue or the young master and his darling wife. However, Luo Qianxue's arrival and his series of actions that defied the plot triggered a chain reaction beyond his control. From the moment Yi Feifei tracked him to the psychiatric hospital and broke the black dragon statue, the evil power previously sealed in the abyss accidentally returned to the world. That unknown evil from last night was likely not the only one. From here on out, who knows what kind of demons and monsters he might encounter. Cannot blame me, it is all because of that jinx Yi Feifei. Luo Qianxue realized the trouble was huge. Maybe I should just find a place to lay low. Saving the world is a job for the superpowered female protagonist. With mixed feelings, he put the book back on the shelf, then suddenly heard faint murmurs coming from deep within the hallway. Luo Qianxue paused for a moment and quickly identified it as the kind of sounds inappropriate for children. Indescribable murmurs echoed through the hallway. Luo Qianxue frowned, listening intently. Although it was the middle of the night and there was no one else around, this was a psychiatric hospital. It was completely abnormal to be hearing sounds like that. Could it be a staff member on duty watching adult films? After a moment of hesitation, Luo Qianxue decided to take a peek. The door to the room where the sound came from was wide open, with nothing hidden. So arrogant, Luo Qianxue held his breath and quietly poked his head around the door frame. Just one glance and he froze on the spot. Behind the desk, a female nurse with a graceful figure was gently swaying. Her uniform was torn and her smooth, fair skin was visible here and there. With such a tempting scene, who could possibly resist? However, Luo Qianxue quickly regained his composure, because he clearly saw that her eyes were vacant and lifeless, like those of a dead fish. Furthermore, her lips were tightly shut. She was not the one making the noise at all. Then he noticed blood stains all over the desk. Looking closer, he spotted two slender, crab-eye-like stalks stealthily emerging from beneath the desk. Damn it, that nurse was only half a body, it was a lure. The thing under the desk was the real body. Luo Qianxue's hair stood on end, and he hurried back, planning to slip away. Unexpectedly, he bumped into someone else just after taking 2 steps back. Startled, he almost cried out. Turning around, he saw it was the security guard on the night shift who had likely come over after hearing the noise. But the guard acted as if Luo Qianxue were invisible, staring blankly at the nurse and walking straight into the room as if possessed. And what greeted him was a massive, pitch-black claw that suddenly lashed out from under the desk. Snap! Sliced in two. Lead splattered all over the walls. Damn it, another monster. Luo Qianxue turned and ran. The rebirth superpower card is a one-time use. I have to run. While running, he accessed the system again, intending to activate the other card to rebirth back to the 60s. But he received a system prompt. Rebirth-type superpowers are currently on cooldown, 6 days remaining, please select a different type of card. So Rebirth had a limit, only once every 7 days. Facing the pile of cute baby superpower cards, Luo Qianxue silently cursed Yi Feifei in his heart again. Grunge crunch. A hair-raising sound came from the room behind him. The monster was likely busy feeding and was not pursuing him. Luo Qianxue gradually slowed his pace and finally came to a stop. Just run away and let the monster keep killing. Who knows, Luo Qianxue and Yi Feifei might still be living here. This monster uses an ambush-style fishing tactic. It should not be hard to deal with. Luo Qianxue scanned his surroundings and noticed several large oxygen tanks by the wall. These might come in handy. In an instant, scenes from movies flashed before his eyes, the heroic protagonist blowing up monsters with oxygen tanks. Alright, let us do this. Having made up his mind, he found an alcohol lamp and some matches, then dragged an oxygen tank back toward the room. Inside the room, the monster was still hiding behind the desk, gnawing on the guard's remains, paying no attention to Luo Qianxue's arrival. You disgusting thing, go to hell. Luo Qianxue turned the valve and shoved the oxygen tank hard into the room. He then lit the alcohol lamp and threw it viciously at the tank. Crash! The alcohol lamp shattered to pieces. Whoosh! Flames erupted from the floor. Luo Qianxue dived behind a wall, bracing himself for a massive explosion, but no explosion sound. No shockwave either. Absolutely nothing happened. Damn it, everything in the movies is a lie. Luo Qianxue was speechless. Liars, all of them. Oxygen tanks do not explode just by coming into contact with an open flame. Although there was no explosion, the oxygen accelerated the fire, which quickly spread and reached the monster. Argy! The monster let out a strange screech, overturned the desk in fury, and charged toward Luo Qianxue. So much for playing with fire. At that moment, Luo Qianxue finally got a clear look at the monster's true form. It looked like a lobster with 2 massive claws, over a dozen legs, and a shell covered in spikes. The nurse was indeed just half a body, impaled on the spikes on its back to serve as bait for humans. Other spikes were also skewered with rotting animal limbs that were now unrecognizable. Luo Qianxue suppressed the urge to vomit and turned to run away again. Luckily, the giant lobster was not very fast, so it could not catch up immediately. Luo Qianxue dashed toward the main gate. He decided to lure the monster into the open area outside to minimize casualties in the hospital. However, the courtyard was not empty. Ma Dongxing and Wu Jia were still there, smashing stones. Senior brother, Wu Jia screamed on the spot, "What on earth is that?" Ma Dongxing saw it too. He froze for a long while before speaking in a trembling voice. I, Ma Dongxing, have been learning soul arts from my master for over 30 years without a single chance to show it. I thought I would live out my life in obscurity, but never did I expect today my chance has come. With that, he shot forward like an arrow released from a bow. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, no one would believe a fat man could move so fast. Ma Dongxing drew his wooden staff apart, revealing a gleaming, icy-cold sword. At the same time, he chanted an incantation, and a ghostly blue light flared around his body. The blue light intensified, eventually manifesting into a fierce tiger, no, a strange, winged tiger with 6 wings on its back. Flash! Ma Dongxing let out a roar and struck the air with his sword. The blue tiger's claws swiped down through the air simultaneously, releasing several sword beams alongside the blade. Slice! The monster was shredded in an instant. One-hit kill. Stinking, putrid flesh rolled all over the ground. Luo Qianxue was stunned, watching in disbelief. What the hell kind of superpower is that? The 9th Dragon Psychiatric Hospital truly is a place of hidden talent. Ma Dongxing stared at the half-body nurse on the ground for quite a while before turning to Luo Qianxue and grinning, "Little brother, did I scare you?" Luo Qianxue gathered his thoughts. I suppose it was all right. Ma Dongxing nodded and asked again, "Was that sword move of mine cool or what?" Luo Qianxue pursed his lips. "Not bad, I guess." If it were yesterday, the fat uncle's sword move would have truly left his jaw on the floor. But after enduring the terrifying strike of that evil entity last night, the current Luo Qianxue could clearly feel that the full power of that blue tiger was not even a 10,000th of what the evil entity could unleash. Hearing Luo Qianxue's response, Ma Dongxing felt quite disappointed and could not help but frown. But then he realized this little brother is a patient here. How could one expect a patient to compliment him? Whatever, it does not matter. Ma Dongxing laughed and patted Luo Qianxue on the shoulder. Little brother, I am sure you will not go spreading this around. Besides, even if you did, no one would believe you, hahaha. Obviously, who would believe a story told by a psychiatric patient? Luo Qianxue chose silence. Under these circumstances, pretending to be mentally ill was not bad. It could avoid unnecessary trouble. Junior sister, come here. Ma Dongxing waved at Wu Jia again. Come and help me clean up the scene. Wu Jia approached with a look of reluctance, frowning and pinching her nose. You have to get used to these. Ma Dongxing bent down first and picked up the half-nurse's body. This is just a low-level common monster using mimicry and sound to lure humans. There are many more terrifying ones out there. Our days ahead will be full of blood and chaos. Wu Jia froze for a moment. As she opened her mouth, she could only let out a scream. At the same time, with a dull thud, Ma Dongxing was sent flying by a massive force. Tadpole with 4 legs is not really scary. But the big tadpole Wu Jia was looking at was over 10 meters long and about as tall as a grown man when lying on the ground. Its exceptionally rough skin was covered in boils that looked ready to burst at any moment, and disgusting slime kept dripping from it. The most terrifying part was that it actually had a large, flat, and ugly face that looked almost human. Any woman would scream at the sight of a monster like this. It was this very monster that had suddenly lunged out of the darkness and knocked Ma Dongxing away with a single charge. Bang! Ma Dongxing went flying, tumbled across the ground a few times, and then went completely still. Figures, he has not had a chance to fight in over 30 years and clearly lacks any real combat experience. Wu Jia scrambled to pull a sword out of her staff and began chanting a spell, a faint green light glowing around her body. Unfortunately, before she could even show what she was capable of, the tadpole monster lashed out with its tail, wham. It sent Wu Jia flying with a single strike. Now Luo Qianxue was the only one left in the area. Damn it, where are all these monsters coming from? Could this still be the Reaper girl's curse? Glancing at the sword lying 5 meters away, Luo Qianxue's brain worked at top speed, trying to figure out how to deal with this massive beast. Should I try this? A forward dive roll to pick up the sword. Then, as the monster pounces, I pull off a perfect slide. Slash. Gut it open and end the fight. Yeah, that is how they do it in the movies. Seems like it is my only option. With that thought in mind, Luo Qianxue took a deep breath and lunged toward the sword. Unexpectedly, the tadpole monster suddenly opened its massive, bloody maw and shot out a long red tongue, whisking the sword away with a sharp sound. Luo Qianxue, having just finished his roll, remained crouched on the ground, looking utterly awkward. What the hell, what do I do now? Luckily, the tadpole monster did not attack immediately. It just dangled the sword with its tongue, a hint of mockery in its eyes. This monster, it is intelligent. Luo Qianxue's heart skipped a beat. Indeed, it was not some low-level creature like a common tadpole. The reason it had not killed them yet was precisely because it intended to play a cat-and-mouse game with its helpless prey. But Luo Qianxue was in no mood for games. Looking like that, it cannot be that smart. He quietly picked up a stone from the ground and slowly stood up. Then step by step, he slowly approached the monster. The tadpole monster stayed still, seemingly curious about Luo Qianxue's actions. Once he was close enough, Luo Qianxue swung his arm with all his might. Throwing hidden weapons is also a form of martial art. Whether it is a throwing knife or a stone, it can deal unexpected and massive damage to an enemy in real combat. Thud. The stone hit the monster square in its left eye. Blood splattered everywhere. The tadpole monster actually paused for a few seconds before letting out a terrifying shriek. It was stunned because a mere mortal should not be able to injure a demonic creature with a tiny pebble. By the time it reacted, it started thrashing wildly, trying to lunge at Luo Qianxue. But since it was blind in one eye, its blind spot was too large and its depth perception was off, so it could not catch Luo Qianxue. Luo Qianxue quickly ran 10 meters away and retrieved the sword Ma Dongxing had dropped. The blade glinted coldly and it felt great in his hand, a fine sword indeed. Just then the tadpole monster charged straight at him. Time for a fancy slide this time. To gut the big tadpole. Forget it, movies are all lies. Luo Qianxue swung his arm again, launching the sword with a fierce throw. Thwack! It hit the monster's right eye with perfect accuracy. He did not really have the skill of a master marksman, and he was not some legendary hero reborn. He landed the shot mainly because the monster's eyes were just that huge. See, having small eyes is not always a bad thing. With that, the monster was completely blinded and started thrashing and clawing at everything on the ground. Luo Qianxue rushed to grab Ma Dongxing and used all his strength to drag him away. The guy had just saved him, so he could not just sit by and watch. Paying back debts is a matter of principle. But wait, this fat uncle must weigh at least 250 pounds, right? Luckily, I used to train, otherwise I really could not move him. Luo Qianxue dragged Ma Dongxing under a statue and then ran to the other side to protect Wu Jia. The moment he touched her chest, Luo Qianxue was shocked to realize that this person with the short hair was actually a woman. No wonder her scream sounded so feminine earlier, ahem. Sorry, so sorry. Luo Qianxue quickly adjusted his grip and picked Wu Jia up in a princess carry. Wu Jia was still semi-conscious, letting out a few soft groans. It felt much lighter carrying Wu Jia, and Luo Qianxue sprinted off into the distance. Unexpectedly, the monster was no longer frantic and had started tracking them by scent and sound. It covered 20 or 30 meters in a single bound, catching up to them in the blink of an eye. It lunged at Luo Qianxue with its massive, blood-filled mouth. Does not look like I can run away. Luo Qianxue resolutely tossed Wu Jia aside and roared at the monster. Come on, you piece of trash. At that moment, he had made up his mind to dive straight into the monster's maw. It was his only chance. If you cannot kill me in one bite, I will use my bare hands to rip your guts out. I will tear your belly open. I will never accept my fate. Come on. Fighting for his life, Luo Qianxue had gone completely mad. Only when a person is pushed to the absolute brink can they unleash their full potential. In an instant, 2 streaks of black energy erupted from Luo Qianxue's back. They unfurled like a pair of massive black wings, or perhaps the sharp claws of a demon. The monster stopped dead in its tracks. Even without eyes, it could feel a terrifying power manifesting right in front of it. The familiar power of the old ones that once made even the gods tremble. In the face of this power, any living thing would feel nothing but despair. It retreated. With trembling limbs, it struggled to back away. Pure terror had drained its body. Even if it wanted to run, its limbs would not obey. And at this moment, Luo Qianxue was still possessed by rage. With a roar, the 2 streaks of black energy behind him slashed down like giant magic blades. Slash! Slash! An unavoidable death-cross slash. The monster did not even have time to cry out before it was reduced to 4 hunks of rotting flesh, splayed across the ground. Everything returned to calm. The black energy silently retreated back into Luo Qianxue's body. Luo Qianxue felt a mountain of exhaustion crashing down upon his back. His vision went black and he collapsed to the ground with a thud. Half an hour later, 3 helicopters descended from the sky and landed in the courtyard. A group of fully armed soldiers jumped out, carrying all sorts of bizarre equipment, and began to clean up the scene with practiced ease. The commanding officer stood there holding a phone, reporting the situation to his superiors. A woman's voice came over the line. Were they superhumans? Maybe not. The officer hesitated. Judging by their attire, they look like Taoist mystics. 3 of them. Yes, 2 men and 1 woman. One of the young men looks a bit unusual. In what way? He is not wearing any pants. The room was small and had no windows. It was furnished with just a table and 2 chairs, all made of metal, heavy and sturdy. The desk lamp was blinding, so Luo Qianxue had to raise his hand to his forehead to clearly see the woman sitting across from him. She appeared to be in her 30s with regular features and a capable, sharp air, much like the formidable female CEOs you see in movies. Where is this place? Luo Qianxue took the initiative to ask. This is the 72nd Bureau, the woman replied in crisp, articulated tones. I am the bureau chief Qin Hong. Luo Qianxue hesitated for a moment, then asked, what does the 72nd Bureau do? You probably have not heard of it. It is a classified department for researching superpowers. Researching superpowers? Luo Qianxue sensed something was wrong and asked deliberately, "Then why did you arrest me?" He certainly would not admit to having superpowers, let alone that he was a transmigrator with a system. "You are mistaken," Qin Hong said, her expression unchanging. "We did not arrest you, we rescued you. By the time we arrived at the Kowloon First Psychiatric Hospital, you had already passed out." All right then." Luo Qianxue turned his head, "But this place looks like an interrogation room, does not it? It makes me feel like a criminal." Qin Hong simply stated, "We do not have a lounge for guests here." Talking to this woman felt uncomfortable. Luo Qianxue pondered for a moment and asked, "Can I leave whenever I want then?" "You may leave once you have answered my questions," Qin Hong said coldly. "Great, so it is an interrogation after all," Luo Qianxue sighed with a helpless smile. "Go ahead and ask." "Which sect do you belong to?" Qin Hong threw out the first question. "What sect?" Luo Qianxue was taken aback. "Did you get something wrong?" "Do not play dumb with me. You were wearing a Xuanmen cloak. Are you saying you do not belong to a sect?" Hiss. At that moment, Luo Qianxue recalled that embarrassing night. Although he was wearing normal clothes now when he was brought in, it was simply too painful to remember. A total social death moment. Is this the retribution for bullying Qin Qianxue? Misunderstanding? It is a misunderstanding. Luo Qianxue tried his best to act as if nothing happened. "I borrowed that cloak from a chubby guy. Did not you see him at the hospital?" Qin Hong simply said, "Naturally, someone else is verifying things with him. I hope your stories match." Next question, who killed the two D-class monsters at the scene? Luo Qianxue blinked and asked back, "What is a D-class monster?" Qin Hong opened the folder on the table and laid out photos of the monster carcasses. "These two, according to our bureau's classification, they are D-class, the weakest type." "And these are the weakest," Luo Qianxue could not help but frown. "Please answer the question," Qin Hong said, not wanting to waste time. I do not remember." Luo Qianxue started playing dumb. "You know, I was knocked unconscious right away." He definitely could not admit he did it, or he would end up as a lab subject. No, wait, it was actually that terrifying power. It was that which killed the monsters. He had not felt anything special before, but after one battle that power had fully activated. It was surging restlessly inside his body. He just could not figure out the reason. Could it be a bug during his rebirth? The demon's power, did it merge with him? Luo Qianxue could not make sense of it, and no one was there to give him an answer. All three people on the scene were unconscious. Qin Hong tapped her slender fingers against the table. Did the monsters kill themselves and chop themselves into several pieces? Maybe there was someone else. Luo Qianxue tried to find an excuse. They helped kill the monster and left, hiding their merit and fame. Real heroes act like that, right? Qin Hong glanced at him and said coldly, "Final question. Why did you go to the psychiatric hospital in the middle of the night without pants on?" Luo Qianxue was speechless. This question was incredibly hard to answer. He had just respawned on the spot. His clothes were blown away by the evil spirits. How could he explain that? The room went silent for a while before Qin Hong reminded him, "If you do not answer the questions, you cannot leave." Detaining people whenever you want, is this even legal? Luo Qianxue frowned. Never mind. In a world of overbearing CEOs and in a place like Kowloon, that was clearly a stupid question. Should he just try to break out? Are you kidding? He does not even know how to use the power inside him yet, and it feels like his body is losing control, as if another will is trying to take over. It is quite terrifying. After thinking for a while, Luo Qianxue slammed the table and shouted, "You have no right to detain me. I want to see my lawyer." Exactly all those tricks he learned from movies. "No one can get you out of the 72nd Bureau." Qin Hong remained calm. "Besides, do you even have a lawyer?" Luo Qianxue sniffed and provocatively said, "Do you dare give me a cell phone? I only need one phone call to make you let me go." What a big talk. Qin Hong did not believe it and pulled out her phone. "Go ahead, call whoever you want." Luo Qianxue grabbed the phone, wanting to dial, only to realize he did not remember Luo Qianxue's number at all. Hiss, it is all right. He had a flash of inspiration and opened TikTok instead. At that moment, Luo Qianxue and Bai Tingting were sitting face to face in Ziyume Noodle House. "Young miss, would you like some fruit?" Ziyume stood by, serving them carefully. Luo Qianxue said nothing. Wearing sunglasses, her expression was unreadable. Ziyume looked at Bai Tingting and asked, "Tingting, would you like some bubble tea?" "Aunt, no need, you should go rest." Ziyume seemed like a completely different person now, making Bai Tingting feel very uneasy. "There is a new trendy bubble tea shop nearby with long queues every day." Ziyume persisted in her service. "I will go buy 2 cups right now. Young miss, what flavor do you prefer?" Luo Qianxue finally opened her lips and uttered 2 words, "Get lost." Ziyume turned pale and retreated to the kitchen. Miss Luo, facing the intense aura of Luo Qianxue, Bai Tingting felt awkward. "What exactly do you want from me by coming here suddenly?" Luo Qianxue did not answer but asked instead, "Were not you looking for a job? Tell me, what kind are you looking for?" Bai Tingting was stunned. "I was, but the situation has changed. My aunt insists on me helping manage the noodle shop. It is all a bit overwhelming." "So, shops it is." Luo Qianxue paused, gesturing towards the window. "This street and the 2 streets next to it, every commercial space on the ground floor, you choose whichever one you like and I will gift it to you." Bai Tingting was shocked on the spot. "Oh, and not just one, whatever you can handle, they are yours," Luo Qianxue added. "No, that is not." Bai Tingting looked astonished. Why give these to me?" Luo Qianxue was silent for a long time before responding. "Because you are Luo Qianxue's girlfriend, and I owe him." "But Bai Tingting stammered, only managing to say, "You should just give them to him, not to me." "If I could, Luo Qianxue's voice suddenly choked with emotion. "I would be willing to give him everything." She could not finish the sentence, keeping it buried deep in her heart. "Miss Luo, what is wrong?" This sudden outburst of emotion left Bai Tingting at a loss. Luo Qianxue would not speak again, simply rising to leave and walking quickly out of the shop. She went straight to her car, sat in the driver's seat and closed the door. Then she collapsed over the steering wheel and burst into tears. Jin Hong glared coldly at Luo Qianxue, her eyes gradually filled with anger. He borrowed the phone, but instead of making a call to find help, he was there scrolling through videos of beautiful women. Not only was he watching with great interest, but he even intended to register an account to leave comments. "What a pervert! It is simply unbearable." Nuff Jinhong snapped, snatching the phone back. "Hey, I was not finished yet," Luo Qianxue said, telling the truth. He had no choice. Contacting Luo Qianxue through Douyin was his only option. But Qin Hong had lost all patience and turned to leave. At the same time, she ordered the soldiers to escort Luo Qianxue to another room. So in the new cell, Luo Qianxue found himself with Ma Dongxing and Wu Jie again. It seemed their interrogation had ended as well. Seeing Luo Qianxue again, Ma Dongxing could not hide his surprise and whispered to Wu Jie, "This 72nd Bureau is too inhumane, dragging a patient here." "I barely recognized him with clothes on." Wu Jie scrutinized Luo Qianxue again before adding, "Yeah, what can you get out of questioning a mentally ill person? The bureau chief must not be very bright either." "Well, that is not necessarily true." Ma Dongxing shook his head slightly. "Actually, some patients are quite clear-headed and logical when they are not having an episode. They are no different from normal people. It is only during an episode that they exhibit strange behaviors like running around naked." Wu Jie snuck another look at Luo Qianxue. Luo Qianxue felt speechless. Even though they were whispering, he heard everything clearly. He was certain his hearing had not been this good before, it only changed after his rebirth. But even if he heard it, he could not refute anything. He had to keep pretending to be a patient. "Hey, little brother," Ma Dongxing suddenly greeted Luo Qianxue. "They did not give you a hard time, did they?" Luo Qianxue paused and responded in a sluggish manner, "Number. Since you think I am a patient, I will just imitate a patient's speech. That works." "I am so sorry I dragged you into this." Ma Dongxing apologized sincerely. "I reckon they caught you because you were wearing my cloak." This chubby uncle really has a kind heart. Luo Qianxue could not help but sigh inwardly. But since the cloak was mentioned, Luo Qianxue could not help but ask, "What do you do for a living? Why wear cloaks like these?" "See, clear-headed, logical," Ma Dongxing whispered to Wu Jie first before answering. "We are both Taoist sorcerers from the Xuan sect. have you heard of us? Sorcerers, Luo Qianxue pondered, you do not mean Taoist priests. In his mind, a sorcerer was a mage who used dark magic and could summon hot succubi with little whips. No, we only pass down the sorcery, not the way. Ma Dongxing waved his hand, so we are sorcerers, not Taoist priests. Luo Qianxue then asked, what kind of sorcery do you pass down? Ma Dongxing replied, our nameless sect practices soul sorcery. Soul sorcery, like soul summoning or mediumship. And nameless sect, the name sounded a bit hasty, did not it? Luo Qianxue muttered to himself. Perhaps guessing Luo Qianxue's confusion, Ma Dongxing further explained. We guard the lives of the world without seeking fame or wealth. If we remain unknown for our whole lives, it means the world is at peace. That is where the name Nameless Sect comes from. Luo Qianxue was shocked by this explanation. Wu Jia also stared at Ma Dongxing in a daze, feeling that her senior brother's image had grown taller once again. Ma Dongxing continued with a look of righteous dignity. In ancient times, the bodies of gods and demons perished, but their soul power remained, wandering between heaven and earth. The soul sorcery we practice is to absorb this external soul power for our own use, to subdue demons and uphold justice. Luo Qianxue blinked, his expression showing he barely understood. Wu Jia reminded him in a low voice, senior brother, have not you said a bit too much? It does not matter, Ma Dongxing waved his hand grandly. Even if we told him all our secrets, he would not be able to leak them. Same old reasoning, who would believe a story told by a mental patient? However, Luo Qianxue slowly raised his hand and pointed at the camera on the ceiling. This is the 72nd Bureau, there is surveillance equipment everywhere. Oh, this still does not matter, Ma Dongxing grinned. The people at the 72nd Bureau are stubborn. They only believe in science and not metaphysics. They call soul power superpower 7, though it is clearly not. The soul sorcery of our nameless sect was officially certified 300 years ago, yet now they talk to me about superpowers. Heh, let them be. By now Luo Qianxue had roughly figured it out. Mysterious monster appeared and caught the attention of two factions. One is the Nameless Sect, a traditional metaphysical faction that fights monsters with soul sorcery. The other is the 72nd Bureau, which appears to be the current official authority, handling the incident from the perspective of superpowers. As for whether they are good or evil, or what their motives are, it is none of my business. Luo Qianxue decided not to get involved with either side, and to distance himself from both. After all, he is an outsider, a transmigrator. Getting exposed would definitely lead to big trouble. Not to mention the power existing within his body that might come from a dark god. And he did not even know what caused it. In short, they must not find out. By the way, as a girl, why do you have such a short buzz cut? Luo Qianxue took the initiative to change the subject, addressing Wu Jia. Is it a rule of your sect? Wu Jia paused and said, actually, I shaved my head a while ago, this is just it growing back out. Luo Qianxue could not help but ask, why did you shave it? Wu Jia kept silent. That was a punishment, Ma Dongxing chimed in with a smile. Before he could finish, he was glared at fiercely by Wu Jia. The Ma Dongxing shut his mouth immediately. Luo Qianxue felt too embarrassed to ask further. Even though he was pretending to be mentally ill, he could not be too insensitive. After a period of silence, Ma Dongxing suddenly asked, little brother, that, when I was ambushed by the demon, it was an ambush, I could have one. I was just careless and did not dodge. Anyway, did you see anything after I passed out? He did not think the monster's death had anything to do with Luo Qianxue, just asking casually. No, Luo Qianxue shook his head decisively. I was knocked unconscious right after, I did not see anything. Hey, unexpectedly, Wu Jia interjected with a lethal question, did you hold me? Luo Qianxue froze on the spot. Damn it, I was careless. She was still conscious when he picked her up. No, Luo Qianxue thought quickly and immediately changed his story. I wanted to rescue you, and then I was knocked out by the monster from behind. Gallant, Ma Dongxing immediately gave him a thumbs up. Wu Jia did not respond, but judging by her expression, she did not seem to believe this tall tale. Luo Qianxue just wanted to skip this topic and asked, when can you leave this place? Not sure, we just have to wait. Ma Dongxing sighed, these bureaucratic organizations, it is just. Well, they cannot keep us locked up forever, it is too unreasonable. Luo Qianxue pondered again, by the way, do you still have your phones? Normally, the 72nd Bureau should have confiscated all phones, but asking would not hurt. I do not have a phone. Surprisingly, Ma Dongxing gave a shocking answer. Phones make people degenerate and waste their lives. All that messy stuff on phones has poisoned the contemporary youth. The corner of Luo Qianxue's mouth twitched. He could only look at Wu Jia. Wu Jia hesitated for a moment before finally pulling something from her pocket, an old-fashioned button phone. Luo Qianxue was stunned on the spot. It is already 2022, and there are still young girls using this kind of phone. You cannot go online with it. Wu Jia handed the phone over reluctantly. Try not to make long-distance calls either. I am low on credit. Luo Qianxue took the old phone with trembling hands, shouting in his heart, "What is this junk good for? Cannot go online, cannot take pictures." Even the 72nd Bureau could not be bothered to confiscate it. But the next second his eyes lit up. Your nameless sect must have reliable people on the outside, right? Of course, Ma Dongxing raised his head proudly. My master. Two peculiar guests arrived at the entrance of Ziyume Noodle Shop. One old, one young. The old man was in a wheelchair, and the youth was pushing it. The old man wore a black robe with hair as white as snow and a gaunt, withered face. He looked like he must be 70 or 80 years old. The youth looked no more than 14 or 15, not very tall with thick eyebrows and large eyes, but he wore a vacant, simple expression. Bai Tingting hurriedly ran over, pulled open the door and invited them in. "Sorry, we are not here to eat," the old man said with a smile in a hoarse voice. "I am looking for a girl named Bai Tingting." Bai Tingting hesitated for a moment. "I am Bai Tingting. May I ask what you need me for?" The old man said slowly, "A young man named Luo Qianxue used my apprentice's phone to call me, and told me to come to this Ziyume Noodle Shop to find Bai Tingting." Having said that, he stopped. Bai Tingting waited politely for half a minute, but when no further explanation came, she could not help but ask, and then, "Cough, pardon me, I am getting old and forget many things, cough, cough." The old man coughed a few times and fell into deep thought again. Bai Tingting was rather helpless and had to ask the youth pushing the wheelchair, "Do you know?" The youth showed no reaction, his expression remaining dull and vacant. "Oh, he was born deaf and mute," the old man slowly explained. "Do not bother asking him." Bai Tingting was left speechless. After waiting a few more minutes, the old man finally remembered, "Right, by going through you, we can ask a Miss Luo for help. The three of them are being held captive and cannot get out, so they wanted to ask Miss Luo to intervene." "Miss Luo?" Bai Tingting paused. "You mean Miss Luo, right?" The old man pondered for another half-minute, "Perhaps, more or less." Bai Tingting did not know that Luo Qianxue had already sacrificed himself. She had only sent him messages that remained unreplied and calls that would not go through. Could he really have been captured? After pondering for a while, she asked, "Can you give me your apprentice's phone number? I will check on the situation." Yes, the old man said, pulling an old-fashioned mobile phone from his robes. However, when Bai Tingting dialed the number, she only heard, "The number you have dialed is currently unreachable." Bai Tingting was speechless once again. She could not help but suspect that this old man was here to stir up trouble. "My apprentice's phone might be out of credit, or perhaps it has been confiscated," the old man explained. "Look at my age, I would not lie to you." Bai Tingting hesitated for a while longer but decided to contact Luo Qianxue on a social app and explain the situation. Then she waited for a reply. But she did not know that a heartbroken Luo Qianxue had barely looked at her phone for the past 2 days. Because she did not want to be disturbed, she had even set it to silent mode. So she had no idea that Bai Tingting was trying to reach her, and Bai Tingting could not get a response. Miss Luo must be very busy, and she does not seem to be in a good mood today either. After waiting for a long time, Bai Tingting had to give up. Did she try to think of another way? She sighed softly and asked the old man again, "May I ask where Luo Qianxue and the others are being held?" The old man pondered for a minute and said slowly, "The 36th Bureau." "No, wait, the 72nd Bureau." Bai Tingting frowned and opened her phone to search. She searched for both the 36th and 72nd Bureaus but found absolutely nothing. If she did not even know where they were, how could she save them? This old man must really be here to cause trouble. Just as she was wondering what to do next, she heard a shout from afar, "Found her, that is the girl." Bai Tingting turned her head and shuddered in fear. It was 5 swarthy men from the outer islands, and the one shouting was the fighter who had been beaten up by Luo Qianxue at the hair salon. It turned out he had been bent on revenge for 2 days, hunting for Bai Tingting and Luo Qianxue, and had finally found the noodle shop. Seeing her enemies at her doorstep, Bai Tingting's first instinct was to run back inside. But she immediately realized it would be useless and would only lead them to smash up the shop as well. "Bad guys are here, you need to get out of here," Bai Tingting shouted to the old man and the youth, then ran toward the main entrance of the building. This was the Luo family's property, and there were plenty of security guards near the main entrance. "Do not let her run," the fighter gave chase immediately. However, since his knee had been kicked by Luo Qianxue, he was still limping a bit and could not run fast. The 4 remaining accomplices were swift on their feet and quickly arrived at the front of the shop. They saw the old man slowly raise a hand and ask, "You grown men, how can you bully a young girl?" "Old fool, get lost," one thug glared viciously at him. "Do not go looking for death." "How impolite." The old man shook his head slightly. "We at Jialong Island do not welcome people like you." "Oh, so you have lived long enough." The thug lifted his leg, intending to kick over the old man's wheelchair. A loud bang followed. But it was the thug who went flying instead. The other 4 were dumbfounded. What just happened? It seemed like something flashed in front of the old man, but they had not seen a move made at all. Only the youth pushing the chair remained expressionless, continuing to hold the wheelchair steadily. "Impossible, impossible!" Another thug, clearly refusing to believe it, moved with agile steps to the back of the wheelchair and threw a punch at the youth's head. Another loud bang, and this poor sap went flying sideways as well. Again, no moves were visible. The remaining 3 were completely unnerved and planned to retreat and run. But the old man had no intention of letting them go. He simply extended a hand and whispered, "Kneel." In an instant, a purple light shimmered, and an invisible, immense force descended from above. All 3 were completely powerless to resist and were pressed down onto their knees. They had to support themselves with their hands just to keep from falling completely flat. "Kneel for a while and ponder our traditional virtues of respecting the elderly and caring for the young," the old man said slowly. "Do not move around or you will risk me crushing your bones." How could they dare utter a single word of dissent? They could only kneel obediently. Before long, a large group of security guards rushed over. Leading the charge, wearing a brand new uniform and holding a large steel fork, was the former property manager, Zhu Baio. Right now, his only goal was to stand up for Bai Tingting, to beat these scumbags to death. As long as he performed well and as long as Bai Tingting put in a good word with Luo Qianxue. Getting a promotion and a raise or even getting his old job back would be right around the corner. So, ignoring the fact that the thugs were already pinned to the ground, Zhu Baio went right in with his fork. Aw, the thug let out a miserable scream, clutching his rear as he collapsed face first. Inspired by Zhu Baio's heroism, the other guards fought with high spirits, letting loose with all their various weapons. Clatter and bang. This is the Luo family's turf. You outside island thugs coming here to stir up trouble is simply digging your own graves. Seeing this scene, Bai Tingting was stunned into silence. She had just hoped the guards would protect her. She had not expected them to beat them to within an inch of their lives. After a long time, she came back to her senses and hurriedly asked the old man, "Old sir, are you all right?" But the old man gave no response. He had his eyes closed and his head tilted, as if he had fallen asleep. "I am not a simp. Who said I am a simp?" In the lavish manor dining room, the man shouting at the top of his lungs is Suicidal, Luo Qianxue's cousin. Since the Luo family has only one daughter, Suicidal is treated almost like their own son. He can stay in any of the Luo family's mansions at will and make use of all their resources, but there is one thing he must never do: provoke Luo Qianxue. When he brought Yi Feifei back to the Luo manor, he completely offended Luo Qianxue. That is right, Yi Feifei did not go missing mysteriously. She was picked up by Suicidal. That day, a bizarre riot broke out at the Kowloon First Psychiatric Hospital, and the Luo family immediately sent people to the scene to protect Luo Qianxue. Suicidal followed them there, and that is when he discovered Yi Feifei lying on a hospital bed. He also discovered that she had actually lost her memory. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If he did not take this chance to get closer to her, would not he be a total idiot? And so Su Zihao pulled out all the stops, coaxing and deceiving her until he managed to get Yi Feifei out. Of course, the main reason Yi Feifei trusted him was that Su Zihao already had plenty of chat history between them saved on his phone. Although 99% of it consisted of trivial messages like "Are you there? What are you doing? Are you free tomorrow?" and "Good night," it was clear that they were indeed friends. Furthermore, the psychiatric hospital was quite dangerous, so Yi Feifei had no choice but to move out with Su Zihao first. Little did she know, the unreliable Su Zihao would lead her straight into the Luo family manor. "You are a simp." Luo Qianxue glared at Su Zihao with eyes cold as blades, a super disgusting, spineless simp. "Screw that, I am not a simp." Su Zihao jumped up in anger. "If you keep slandering me, I am going to tell uncle about this. Get that woman out of here immediately or else I will." Luo Qianxue suddenly stopped mid-sentence. Under normal circumstances, she would have threatened to kill Yi Feifei. However, at this moment, she suddenly realized that her hatred for Yi Feifei had grown surprisingly light. She no longer felt suppressed, no longer felt suffocated. For the first time in 20 years, she felt this strange sensation. Luo Qianxue and Yi Feifei were born enemies. Luo Qianxue was the only daughter of the Luo family, a top-tier heiress, a princess by birth. While Yi Feifei was just the daughter of a servant, a real-life Cinderella. With her parents dead early on and having no one to rely on, she only managed to enter an elite school thanks to the Luo family's sponsorship. The two came from completely different worlds, they should have never been rivals. But who could have guessed that Yi Feifei had a life like a cheat code? She was gifted and talented, scoring A pluses in every subject, skilled in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, stealing the spotlight at school and attracting endless admirers. Even after giving it her all, Luo Qianxue was still constantly overshadowed by Yi Feifei. Everyone in Kowloon knew the Luo family had produced a genius beauty. It was just a pity her last name was not Luo, her name was Yi Feifei. And so, for 20 years, Luo Qianxue had lived in Yi Feifei's shadow. She was so overwhelmed by this shadow that she could not breathe. She had even thought about suicide. Yet Yi Feifei kept soaring higher and higher on her path of broken reality, finally touching the forbidden zone that Luo Qianxue could not tolerate. She actually ended up with Qin Xuan. The marriage alliance between the Luo and Qin families was a pact made by their grandfathers, one that no one could change. But Qin Xuan was so bewitched that he would rather face the stigma of being unfilial than go through with the betrothal. At that moment, the hatred gathered over 20 years completely exploded in Luo Qianxue's heart. She knew very well that in terms of talent, she could never beat Yi Feifei. She had to fight dirty, she had to destroy her. That is why she drugged Yi Feifei and found an outsider who would be easy to distance herself from, a man named Luo Qianxue. But who could have imagined that this outsider would actually melt away her 20 years of hatred? Compared to Luo Qianxue's sacrifice, Yi Feifei had become as light as a feather, no longer worth mentioning. I do not care anymore. Luo Qianxue whispered to herself, lost in thought. "I am telling you I am not a simp." Su Zihao continued to yell. "Yi Feifei has lived here since she was a kid. What is wrong with me bringing her back?" That is true, Yi Feifei's father served the Luo family for over 20 years, so she naturally lived here too. But after she came of age, she never returned. The Luo family did not welcome her anymore. However, with her memory loss, Yi Feifei had no recollection of any of this. She looked around the palace-like mansion with confusion, feeling that it looked vaguely familiar. From the other end of the corridor, she could hear Su Zihao shouting. She could not make it all out, but he seemed to be talking about a dog. I never expected Su Zihao's family to be this wealthy, Yi Feifei thought to herself, but his family does not seem to like me, they are already arguing. Then she realized that since she already had a boyfriend, it was not appropriate to stay in another man's house. If Luo Qianxue found out, he would probably be angry. At the same time, a keen sixth sense told her that there was hostility hidden in this mansion and it was not safe. Since she had lost her memory, she could not trust outsiders so easily. With that thought, Yi Feifei quietly exited the foyer and walked away quickly. By the time Su Zihao finished shouting and returned to the foyer, he was stunned to find that Yi Feifei was gone. What is going on? Where is she? Su Zihao asked in a panic, running outside to question the security guard at the gate. The guard replied, Missy just called a taxi and left. Su Zihao asked again, where did she go? The guard could only shake his head. How would he know? Awuo, awuo, Su Zihao beat his chest and howled in frustration like a heartbroken husky. That once-in-a-lifetime chance just gone like that. Just as he was filled with regret, his phone rang at the worst possible time. How annoying, so annoying, Su Zihao complained but still took out his phone to check it. It was a call from an executive at the Luo group. Sai, better answer it. Su Zihao answered the call and immediately heard some extremely troublesome news. Someone had been killed downstairs at the Tianlu building. 5 thugs came to cause trouble, got into a brawl with the security guards, and 3 were dead, 2 were seriously injured. With the Luo family's influence, it would not be too hard to settle such a homicide case, but the investigation revealed that those thugs belonged to a dangerous underground organization, the Griffin Brotherhood. The members of this Griffin Brotherhood all came from the barbaric and backwards Broken Islands in the West. They were all illegal immigrants. They controlled about 30% of the underground casinos and fight rings in Kowloon, and were involved in some very dirty business, including human trafficking, kidnapping, and murder. Additionally, it was rumored that their leader had a complex background and ties to various influential powers, making them quite formidable. Although the Luo family was powerful, they did not want to get into a direct conflict with such unscrupulous desperados. Su Zihao realized the situation was serious and that he could not handle it himself, so he ran back to tell his cousin, Luo Qianxue. Tianlu building. Upon hearing the news, Luo Qianxue immediately thought of Bai Tingting's noodle shop. And so, she finally opened her phone and saw the pile of unread messages. Among them there were the words, Luo Qianxue has been detained. Impossible. That cannot be. Luo Qianxue had seen with her own eyes Luo Qianxue's body explode in midair, turning into a ball of golden light. With trembling hands, she dialed Bai Tingting's number, hoping to ask for details. However, the other party's phone was already turned off. It was not Bai Tingting's fault. She had simply been taken away by the Jiulong Public Security Bureau and her phone had been confiscated. 3 lives were lost in broad daylight and it even hit the trending topics. The Security Bureau could not sit idly by and had quickly taken the relevant people in for interrogation. Since Bai Tingting had no family background, she inevitably ended up being detained for a while. Right now, Luo Qianxue was in such a state of agitation that she had no time to ponder why Bai Tingting's phone was off. She just wanted to know what exactly was going on with Luo Qianxue being detained. I must investigate this immediately. The message said it was Bureau 72. Others might have no idea about this mysterious agency, but Luo Qianxue knew it very well. Because the director of Bureau 72, Qin Hong, was the eldest daughter of the Qin family and the older sister of Qin Xuan. However, due to the sensitive nature of her work, contacting her directly was impossible. I need to pay a visit to the Qin family, Luo Qianxue quickly decided. Only through Qin Xuan could she find out the truth about Bureau 72 detaining Luo Qianxue. I am coming too, Su Zihao actually insisted on going along. What are you going for? Luo Qianxue shot a sidelong glance at her cousin. Are not you going to ask young Master Qin for help? Su Zihao paused. Should not our 2 families join forces to deal with that Griffin Brotherhood trouble? True, that works. Luo Qianxue happened to have no desire to deal with that mess and felt it could just be handed over to Su Zihao. Besides, facing Qin Xuan, who had torn up their marriage contract, made her feel quite uncomfortable. In truth, Su Zihao also had his own selfish motives. He suspected that Yi Feifei had left without saying goodbye, perhaps because she had recovered some of her memories and gone to find Qin Xuan. So by going to Qin Xuan's place, he would know if Yi Feifei was safe. I am not a simper, I am just a good man. Su Zihao encouraged himself silently. As long as I simp, no wait, as long as I treat her well enough, sooner or later I can touch Yi Feifei's heart. Afterward, Luo Qianxue ordered her assistant to prepare a motorcade. More than 10 custom bulletproof luxury cars were not deployed just to put on a show. One had to be careful, as the Griffin Brotherhood might retaliate against the Luo family at any time. Before long, the motorcade arrived at the Qin residence in the north of the city. Upon receiving the news, Qianxue had no choice but to step out and receive them. The Luo and Qin families were family friends and had been working together for nearly a century. Even if Qianxue wanted to break off the engagement, he still had to maintain appearances. He had specifically worn a beanie to cover the scar on his forehead. "Hey, young Master Qin, it is so hot out, why are you wearing a hat like that?" As soon as they met, Su Zihao noticed the issue. "Are not you hot?" "Cough, I have had a bit of a cold lately, cough cough." Qianxue faked a couple of coughs. "Please take a seat." He did not take the initiative to greet Luo Qianxue, and Luo Qianxue remained silent as well. With things having reached this point, they both felt a bit awkward. "Young Master Qin, we have run into some trouble. We had a run-in with the Griffin Brotherhood," Su Zihao said while looking around, stating the purpose of their visit. "We can discuss that later," Luo Qianxue interrupted him directly. "I need to see Qin Hong." Qianxue could not help but be taken aback. "Why are you looking for my sister?" "I want to confirm whether Bureau 72 has detained a person named Luo Qianxue." Qianxue hesitated for a moment, then nodded. "All right, I will ask for you." He immediately picked up his phone and dialed Qin Hong's private line. When Qin Hong received the call and heard Qianxue's question, she was truly shocked. She did not expect that Luo Qianxue was not bluffing. He really did have connections. Now that Luo Qianxue had come to the Qin residence in person, she was clearly here to get him. Given the relationship between the two families, it was indeed hard to refuse. But since the matter had not been fully investigated, how could she let him go so easily? After much hesitation, Qin Hong revealed a bit of information to Qianxue. The matter concerned the safety of Jiulong and even the world, so it would be best to coax Luo Qianxue into waiting a couple more days. Hearing that he had to coax Luo Qianxue, Qianxue was immediately displeased. He only had eyes for Yi Feifei. Coaxing another woman was equivalent to betrayal. As for world safety, if he lost Yi Feifei, what did it matter if the world ended? Do not be surprised, this is just the basic temperament expected of a male lead in a female-oriented novel. "No way, if you want to coax her, do it yourself." Qianxue threw a tantrum at his sister. How could you?" Qin Hong, familiar with her brother's temper, had no choice but to compromise. "How about this, I will send you a few photos to prove that Luo Qianxue is safe here and you can just show them to Luo Qianxue." "That works," Qianxue agreed. Consequently, Qin Hong took a few screenshots from the surveillance footage of Luo Qianxue appearing relaxed and at ease and sent them to Qianxue. The moment Qianxue saw the photos of Luo Qianxue, his eyes nearly popped out of his sockets. That motherfucker is the rogue. Damn it all, or rather it is fate. What they call finding something without even looking for it. This scummy rogue was actually caught by my sister. Quickly confiscate his phone. Qianxue's first thought was of his own nudes. They had to be destroyed. What? Qin Hong was confused. He does not have a phone. What do you mean? Qianxue was deeply disappointed. He did not expect that scummy rogue to have a backup plan and hide the phone beforehand. "Sister, listen to me, that Luo Qianxue and I have a grudge." Qianxue lowered his voice and walked away quickly as he could not let Luo Qianxue hear these words. Qin Hong asked hurriedly, "What kind of grudge?" Well, anyway, we have a grudge." Qianxue was too embarrassed to say it out loud. "You absolutely cannot let him go." "What on earth is going on with you?" Qin Hong was completely baffled. Actually, she had heard from family members that Qianxue had been acting strange for the past few days, seemingly having suffered some serious shock. But she could not find out the situation, nor could she imagine the dignified young Master Qin being bullied by someone. So everyone could only guess that it was a relationship problem. Qin Hong probed again. "Does it have to do with Luo Qianxue or that Yi Feifei?" "No, in any case you cannot release him." Qianxue's tone became fierce. "Wait for me, I am coming over immediately. I am going to peel his skin off with my own hands." He then hung up the phone and turned back to the living room. At that moment, Su Zihao was looking around everywhere, trying to find traces of Yi Feifei. He discovered a photo of Yi Feifei on the display shelf, looking pure, beautiful, and extremely cute, and he could not help but want to lean in and kiss it. But hearing Qianxue walking back, he quickly stood up straight. "I asked, and Bureau 72 has never even heard of this person." Qin Qianxue put on a casual expression and lied to Luo Qianxue and Su Zihao. You must have made a mistake. Oh, Luo Qianxue replied calmly. Then let us talk about the Griffin Brotherhood. Su Zihao was just about to get to business when he was interrupted again by Qin Qianxue raising his hand. I am sorry, I have an urgent matter and must head out. Qin Qianxue offered an apologetic smile. If the two of you have any business, you can tell my butler first. I will surely handle it when I return. Farewell. With that, he turned and left. Hey, wait, Su Zihao could not stop him and could only sigh helplessly. Let us go, Luo Qianxue also stood up. Su Zihao grumbled, we are going home just like that, we have not even discussed the matter yet. More importantly, he had not found Yufei yet. We are not going home, Luo Qianxue's eyes were icy. Prepare yourself, we are going to Bureau 72. Why Su Zihao looked bewildered. Qin Qianxue has been so proud since he was a child that he does not deign to lie. He has never practiced it, so he is very bad at it. Luo Qianxue was already walking toward the door. Su Zihao froze for a moment, then grabbed the photo of Yi Feifei, stuffed it into his jacket, and quickly followed her out. 70 kilometers southeast of Kowloon Island, there is an unnamed island. The Bureau 72 base is located beneath the rocks of this island in a heavily fortified and extremely well-hidden bunker. Qin Qianxue arrived at the west shore of the island by helicopter with a few trusted subordinates, and a group of heavily armed soldiers immediately rushed out from the bunkers. They have the authority to kill any stranger who trespasses on the island. However, young Master Qin is no stranger. Rules are rigid, but human relationships are flexible. Nobody here is a fool. Soon, Qin Hong came out of the bunker herself to meet her younger brother. Why did you really come here? Qin Hong looked at Qin Qianxue and could not help but ask again, it is so hot, why are you wearing that hat? Cough, just wearing it for fun. Qin Qianxue tugged at the brim of his hat and changed the subject. Prepare a spacious room for me and shut down all surveillance. I need to talk to Luo Qianxue alone. Qin Hong could not help but frown. What exactly are you trying to do? Qin Qianxue refused to answer and instead asked, since I was a child, have I ever done anything that disappointed you? Qin Hong thought for a few seconds and said, yes, you violated Grandpa's last wish and unilaterally tore up the engagement with the Luo family. Cough, that does not count. Qin Qianxue's expression changed, think of something else. Qin Hong thought for a while longer and said, that is all. Then you should trust me. Qin Qianxue suddenly gained confidence. Hand Luo Qianxue over to me, half an hour is enough. Qin Qianxue, you are not a child anymore. Qin Hong shook her head slightly. Do you think our Bureau 72 is a place where you can just do whatever you want? Of course I am not a child. Qin Qianxue frowned. Father is still recuperating and I am the current head of the Qin family. The siblings stared coldly at each other and the air was filled with a faint smell of gunpowder. After a long while, Qin Qianxue backed down first. He slowly lifted a corner of his hat to reveal the scars and smiled bitterly. I was beaten by that Luo Qianxue. This matter must be settled. He actually beat you? Qin Hong could not hide her shock. The dignified head of the Qin family was actually beaten by a nobody. This is not just a simple matter of getting hit, but a question of the entire Qin family's dignity. For top-tier wealthy families, face is paramount. No amount of money can buy back lost face. If other elite families find out about this, how can the Qin family continue to hold its ground in Kowloon Island? Qin Qianxue pulled his hat back and said, trust me, I can handle it myself. Qin Hong closed her eyes and contemplated for nearly a minute before looking up to respond. Fine, I will give you half an hour, but you must promise me that you will not kill Luo Qianxue while he is here. Ha, Qin Qianxue sneered, do not worry, I do not want him to die that quickly either. Qin Hong nodded and asked again, do you need me to have him locked up in advance? No need, Qin Qianxue answered quite decisively. But he immediately added, just make sure there are no bricks in that room, keep anything similar out of there. When Luo Qianxue was taken to another spacious room and saw Qin Qianxue standing across from him, he was stunned on the spot. Ha, did not expect this, did you? Qin Qianxue said with a sneer, we meet again. Luo Qianxue was silent for a moment before saying, no wonder that Qin Hong looked a bit familiar. I suppose you two are relatives. You are actually not afraid. Qin Qianxue was quite surprised by Luo Qianxue's reaction. Why should I be? Luo Qianxue smiled. A mere Bureau 72 could never contain the terrifying power within his own body. Once activated, the evil god's power surged within him, constantly searching for a chance to break out. It is just that he still needed to practice how to use it, and even more so, not to reveal it easily. Heh, you are certainly not just an ordinary thug. Qin Xuan also smiled, though it was somewhat forced. That night you could have killed me and finished it, but you did not. Later you could have blackmailed me for huge wealth, but you did not. So, who are you exactly? Who I am? Luo Qianxue rubbed his forehead, does not seem to have anything to do with you. Good kid, Qin Xuan frowned, then let us cut the crap, let us have another fight. You want to fight again? Luo Qianxue frowned too. That is right, Qin Xuan's expression was determined. That night I was careless. Besides, you fought dirty and ambushed me with a brick. Let us have a redo, one-on-one, a fair duel. Seeing how serious Qin Xuan looked, Luo Qianxue suddenly felt that this guy was a bit cute. Yes, he is the male lead of this world after all. There must be shining points about him, and there must be endearing aspects. He is mindless when it comes to spoiling his woman, but not truly brainless. He likes to show off, but he also knows how to judge the situation and adapt. He is an arrogant, willful, and self-conceited scion of a wealthy family, yet when facing an enemy who humiliated him, he chose a fair duel to win back his pride. Heh, no wonder Luo Qianxue and Yi Feifei both like you. Luo Qianxue could not help but sigh. Mentioning Yi Feifei, Qin Xuan's expression darkened sharply. He clenched his fists and asked bitterly that night, did you or did you not touch Yi Feifei? No, Luo Qianxue looked calm. I was just teasing you before, do not take it seriously. Qin Xuan was stunned for a moment, then let out a long sigh of relief. Are you relieved now? Luo Qianxue smiled slightly. So, is there no need for a duel anymore? No, Qin Xuan immediately put on a stern face, we must fight. Sigh, Luo Qianxue frowned again, why are you so stubborn? Enough talk, here I come. Qin Xuan roared and took the initiative to attack. Luo Qianxue had no choice but to start defending. Truth be told, Qin Xuan's martial arts skills were genuinely good. He was tall with long legs, and his leg techniques were extremely sharp. With his current serious attitude, his combat power was more than a level higher than that night. Without using weapons, Luo Qianxue really was not sure he could win. After a dozen exchanges, Luo Qianxue was kicked in the chest and sent flying several meters back. Hey, get up, let us go again. Qin Xuan pulled back his leg and made a provocative gesture. Luo Qianxue could not help but get irritated. He took a deep breath, rushed forward, closed the distance between them, and engaged in close-quarters combat to neutralize Qin Xuan's leg techniques. With no room to maneuver his legs, Qin Xuan grew increasingly anxious. He actually reached out to grab Luo Qianxue's hair and pulled it down hard, attempting to end the fight with a vicious knee strike. You son of a... Luo Qianxue gritted his teeth through the pain, blocked the knee with his left hand, and struck directly at Qin Xuan's chest with his right hand. Qin Xuan pulled back in a hurry, but did not expect several wisps of black energy to suddenly erupt from Luo Qianxue's fingertips. Ribs! It instantly tore through the shirt on Qin Xuan's chest, the force cutting deep into his flesh. Blood splattered everywhere. Qin Xuan lay in a pool of blood, while Luo Qianxue stood frozen in place. He did not mean to. He had never imagined that the mysterious power within him would erupt uncontrollably like this. No, it was his own carelessness. In a state of anger, he truly could not control that power. The evil whispers rang in his ears once again. I am fate. Am destruction. Am rebirth. Am eternity. Mortals do not even dream of mastering the power of gods. Dozens of dark gun barrels were pointed directly at Luo Qianxue. With a single command from Bureau Chief Qin Hong, he would instantly be turned into a beehive. Damn it, what kind of luck is this? Am I really unable to escape this scripted death? Luo Qianxue was abnormally, exceptionally speechless. Ever since he was reborn, he had been encountering one crisis after another. The frequency was something that could no longer be explained by mere bad luck. The most logical explanation he could think of was the setting of the death of the side character. In this world, the original book settings were the highest level of rule-based power, equivalent to the laws of heaven, impossible to resist and impossible to escape. You can dodge the first day, but you cannot dodge the 15th. Even with a system, even with the ability to activate a rebirth superpower card every 7 days, it probably would not be enough. This romance novel is just completely unreasonable. Luo Qianxue gnashed his teeth in hatred. Why is it that just because I offended Yi Feifei I have to die? Should I take advantage of her amnesia and trick her into writing me a get-out-of-jail-free card? Just then, a doctor walked up to Qin Hong and whispered a few words. They were likely reporting on Qin Xuan's injuries. Afterward, Qin Hong looked at Luo Qianxue and said coldly, "Nice job, kid, you really were hiding your strength." Luo Qianxue pursed his lips and ultimately remained silent. In this situation, any explanation would be useless. Qin Hong sneered again and slowly raised her hand. Luo Qianxue thought they were going to kill him, so he hurriedly focused his mind, ready to unleash the power of the evil god at any moment. However, the large group of soldiers lowered their guns in unison and quickly retreated. What does this mean? Luo Qianxue could not help but be stunned. Are the Qin family members so broad-minded? While he was confused, a weird person walked in through the door. It was a man with an ordinary build, and as for his face, well, he could not see it. Because he had a large cardboard box over his head. It was the most common type of brown cardboard box used for express shipping. 2 eye holes had been cut into the box, looking pitch black. What kind of weirdo is this? Luo Qianxue was even more surprised. What exactly is Qin Hong trying to pull? Test his real ability. Qin Hong suddenly issued an order, force him to reveal his limit. Fine, the box-headed man agreed readily. His voice sounded muffled, likely an echo caused by the cardboard box. Hey, I do not want to fight anymore, do not force me, Luo Qianxue quickly declared. But the box-headed man did not listen and rushed directly at him. Luo Qianxue was helpless, so he turned and ran. The guy did not look physically impressive, and with a box on his head he should not be that fast. Besides, the room was big enough to lead him around in circles for a while. Once he ran out of energy, there would not be any need to fight. That was Luo Qianxue's plan, but he never expected the box-headed man to reach the center of the room and suddenly crouch down on the floor. He pressed both palms against the floor and said in a deep voice, "Sealed." In an instant swoosh, the entire room turned green. The floor, the walls, the ceiling, they were all covered in eerie green runes. They were dense and flashing with green fluorescent light, making one's head dizzy. What the hell is this? Luo Qianxue frowned and squinted. It is a superpower. The box-headed man seemed to smile, though his smile was not visible. Welcome to my domain. Luo Qianxue understood immediately. This Bureau 72 was not some bureaucratic agency wasting money. They were truly researching superpowers. And the guy in front of him with the box on his head was a genuine superpowered individual. Do not mess around, I do not want to make a mess of this place. Luo Qianxue waved his hands, continuing to try and persuade him. Let us talk this out properly, there is no need to fight. It does not matter, in my domain you cannot destroy anything. The box-headed man did not care at all. Use whatever skills you have. Luo Qianxue simply said, I have no skills, I give up. Heh, not fighting is not an option. As the box-headed man spoke, he raised his right hand, reached into his box through the top and pulled out a big black bomb. The bomb was round and black, styled exactly like a bomb from an emoji. It looked just like a toy. This thing, Luo Qianxue blinked blankly. It will not actually explode, right? It will, the box-headed man answered and tossed it out. The bomb hit the ground 2 or 3 meters in front of Luo Qianxue, and then with a boom, it exploded. It really fucking exploded. The powerful impact sent Luo Qianxue flying on the spot. After rolling several times, Luo Qianxue struggled to get up, his head buzzing. He looked around and found that the room was undamaged, and he had no injuries himself. But that explosion just now was so real, and the pain he felt was just as genuine. What kind of weird superpower is this? Luo Qianxue was seeing this kind of power for the first time. Is it an illusion? Did you hack into my brain? In his understanding, superpowers were like those of Superman, the Flash, Storm, or Wolverine. This box-headed guy was truly strange. It is not an illusion, it is my domain. The box-headed man replied calmly and threw a second bomb. This time Luo Qianxue was prepared and took off running. Boom! The bomb exploded 5 meters away. Luo Qianxue was not pushed over by the shockwave, but he did stumble. This so-called domain felt like a space controlled by the box-headed man. Luo Qianxue tried to break out of the domain, kicking hard at the runes on the wall. Clang! It felt like hitting a steel plate. His foot hurt, but the domain did not budge. Do not waste your energy, you cannot break my domain. The box-headed man continued throwing bombs as if he were playing a game. Boom! Boom! Can you have some martial arts integrity? Who throws bombs in a duel? Luo Qianxue was almost stunned by the blasts and was forced to appeal for some ethics. How am I supposed to fight you? Fair point. The box-headed man actually listened and lowered his head. The lid of the box opened, and a weird snake suddenly darted out. To be precise, it was a pixel art snake made of colorful blocks, not much different from the one in the game. Oh, give me a break! Luo Qianxue was completely defeated. Heaven knows what other weird things were hiding in that box of his. The snake game might be fun, but this huge physical manifestation was terrifying. It dashed over at an astonishing speed and slammed into Luo Qianxue. No need to think about how much it would hurt to be hit by such a sharp-edged big head. Luo Qianxue could only dodge by moving quickly. But it was the snake, and its length seemed infinite. As Luo Qianxue ran back and forth, the snake's body kept lengthening, soon occupying nearly half the room. Luo Qianxue was running out of places to hide. Still not attacking, the box-headed man urged, "If you do not attack now, you will not have another chance." Wait a second, just a second, Luo Qianxue gasped, dodging another impact. Wait, the box-headed man paused, clearly not understanding what Luo Qianxue meant. This kid, at this point, Qin Hong, who was watching from outside the door, noticed that something was wrong. From her perspective, she could clearly see that the domain in front of her was developing cracks. How is this possible? The box-headed man was one of Bureau 72's aces, and a class power user. Normally, to break a domain created by him, one would need power above a class. But Luo Qianxue clearly had not used such power. The reason the domain was cracking was actually because Luo Qianxue had discovered its weakness. Although the box-headed man's domain was powerful, it required specific environmental conditions. The ideal state was to deploy it in a closed space like a cardboard box. However, an ordinary room is hard to make that airtight, and locations that allow for airflow like doors and windows were all weak points. While dodging, Luo Qianxue observed carefully and found that every time the snake crashed, it caused minor damage to the domain's runes. It seemed the snake grew longer and larger by devouring the energy of the runes. So he decided to play dirty, using the opponent's spear against their own shield. He used the snake's repeated collisions to find the weakest point of the domain, the door. He continued to guide the snake's head to attack that direction, and before long the area by the door developed cracks. That should be enough. Luo Qianxue tried gathering a small amount of evil god energy into his right hand. Then, using the snake's head as cover, he struck with his palm. With a crisp crack, the domain shattered into a large opening. Luo Qianxue lunged out of the gap and with lightning speed, grabbed Qin Hong by the throat. Qin Hong's face went pale instantly. Luo Qianxue, he had not used any superpowers or mystic arts. Yet he had cracked an A-class domain. Luo Qianxue has beaten the Qin family's son twice, and now he is holding the daughter hostage. Talk about a grand slam. To pull off such a feat, he is officially the first in Kowloon's history. I told you I did not want to fight, but you insisted. Luo Qianxue held Qin Hong in a chokehold from behind, his face full of frustration. Now that it has come to this, what do you suggest we do? Do not do anything rash. Qin Hong used the most cliché tactics to pacify Luo Qianxue. If you let me go, we can sit down and talk this through. If I let you go, can we really sit down and talk? Luo Qianxue expressed serious doubt. Qin Hong said solemnly, I give you my word as a member of the Qin family. At this point, the paper box man had already retracted the barrier, just watching from afar without any intention of intervening. None of the many soldiers dared to aim their guns. Who would risk the life of the bureau chief, the eldest daughter of the Qin family? But could this woman really be trusted? Luo Qianxue was still hesitant, so he said, release those two Xuanmen mages first. Bringing out his two accomplices should make the situation much safer. Qin Hong did not dare refuse and immediately ordered her men to release them. And so Ma Dongxing and Wu Jia were finally able to walk out of their prison cell. The two were originally cheerful, but upon seeing the scene before them, they suddenly realized something was wrong. What is going on? Ma Dongxing looked utterly confused. To leave here as soon as possible, I took some necessary measures. Luo Qianxue provided a very reasonable explanation. They were not being reasonable at all. Who knows how long they would have kept us detained. You call this a necessary measure? Qin Hong could not agree. I was planning on letting you go tomorrow anyway. Haha, talk is cheap. Luo Qianxue sneered and shook his head. Even if she let Ma Dongxing and Wu Jia go tomorrow, she certainly would not let him off. Because Qin Qianxue was still lying in the emergency room. The Qin family would never just let it go. Wu Jia looked at Luo Qianxue and Qin Hong, then at the soldiers holding their weapons, and could not help but suggest to Ma Dongxing, "Senior brother, maybe we should just go back inside." Hey, no need. To everyone's surprise, Ma Dongxing waved his hand. I will handle this. Everyone was stunned. What was this fat guy trying to handle? Ma Dongxing turned to Luo Qianxue and said very kindly, "Little brother, I know you are having an episode again. Although you did not mean it, treating this lady like this is really quite rough." Luo Qianxue was dumbfounded on the spot. Damn it, he is labeling me as mentally ill again. Having an episode? Qin Hong and the others looked astonished, only half understanding. You guys are truly excessive. Ma Dongxing turned to lecture Qin Hong and the others. He was originally living at the Kowloon No. 1 mental hospital receiving treatment, and only because of an accident where he wore one of my cloaks you tied him up here. May I ask if you gave him his medication? Have you considered his feelings? It is your behavior that pushed him into losing control, leading to this serious act of violence. Luo Qianxue is a mental patient, Qin Hong finally understood. That is right, it is an intermittent condition. Ma Dongxing patted his chest to guarantee it. I saw it with my own eyes. When he had an episode in the middle of the night at the mental hospital, he was streaking in a newspaper. Once those words were out, everyone's eyes locked onto Luo Qianxue. Luo Qianxue's blood pressure spiked, and he felt a bit lightheaded. You bastard, that was not streaking, it was not. If he were not holding onto Qin Hong, he would have loved to rush over and strangle that loudmouth Ma Dongxing. You all, to actually detain and bully such a patient, do you have no conscience? Ma Dongxing, meanwhile, stood on the moral high ground looking down on Qin Hong and the others. He even threw a cool look at Luo Qianxue, the subtext seeming to be, "Little brother, do not worry, I have got your back." Ah, so that is it. Qin Hong finally had a realization. No wonder there were no background records for Luo Qianxue. It turns out he had been living in a mental hospital all along. No wonder he was not wearing pants when he was discovered, he was just streaking. No wonder his speech and behavior were so strange, he could have an episode at any time. It all makes sense now. And he is a mental patient with special abilities who cannot control his own power. So him hurting Qin Qianxue might really not have been intentional, he was just having an intermittent episode. Thinking of this, Qin Hong could not help but feel a tinge of shame. As an official leader, she had indulged her brother and sought revenge on a patient. And even ordered her men to fight a patient, driving him into a frenzy. If this got out, the reputation of the Qin family would be severely tarnished. Sigh. Qin Hong let out a long sigh. Sigh, damn it all, Luo Qianxue sighed along with her. His lifelong reputation had been completely ruined by Ma Dongxing. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. I have had enough, I am leaving this hellhole right now. Luo Qianxue was truly on the verge of madness because of Ma Dongxing, so he just threw caution to the wind. Prepare a helicopter for me immediately, right now. Seeing that Luo Qianxue's state continued to spiral out of control, Qin Hong could only nod in agreement. You cannot refuse the demands of a mental patient, there is no telling what he might do. And so Luo Qianxue held Qin Hong hostage and headed toward the bunker exit. Meanwhile, the Luo group's helicopter and yacht fleet had already arrived in force at the island's west coast. The location of Bureau 72 might have been hidden, but the Luo family had friends in both City Hall and the military. How could they not find out? It just took a little extra effort. Luo Qianxue came ashore personally, accompanied by hundreds of people. Many were carrying long lenses and short cannons, all kinds of camera gear, as if she had brought an entire film crew. Seeing this formation, all the soldiers on the shore were dumbfounded. They had the authority to open fire, but who would dare fire indiscriminately at a massive film crew? What is more, most of them recognized the socialite heiress Luo Qianxue, and many were even her fans. "Tell Qin Hong to come out and meet me." Luo Qianxue's expression was cold and imposing, like a queen leading her own expedition. "If she does not come out, I am going to livestream this entire island." As she spoke, all the camera crew were already prepared to start filming. This was not a joke, it was a genuine threat. In some cases, cameras are more terrifying than guns and cannons. The officer panicked and ran off to report to the chief. Then, before long, Qin Hong actually came out, pushed along by Luo Qianxue with his hand on her throat. Seeing Luo Qianxue and the legion she brought, Luo Qianxue froze. And when she saw Luo Qianxue's eyes widened and her whole body began to tremble. "You, how did you get here?" Luo Qianxue was the first to ask. Luo Qianxue's voice was trembling as well. "Are you man or ghost?" "I am a man, of course," Luo Qianxue said, pointing to the shadow on the beach. "Look at me, I have a shadow." Luo Qianxue took one look and walked quickly toward Luo Qianxue. Luo Qianxue also pushed Qin Hong aside and stepped forward to meet her. Qin Hong face-planted into the sand and ended up with a mouthful of it. They were about to embrace, but when they were less than half a meter apart, they both stopped. Right now, Luo Qianxue wanted to rush into his arms, but there were too many spectators and countless cameras. Luo Qianxue also wanted to do something, but he could not make a move either. The two just stared at each other in silence. The shore was dead silent. Aside from the sound of the waves, the only thing audible was the sound of Qin Hong spitting sand out of her mouth. Pa, 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 pa. After a long while, Luo Qianxue said, "Let us go somewhere else and talk properly." Luo Qianxue did not say anything, just nodded quietly. Just as they thought things were calm and were preparing to leave the island, a doctor came rushing over, shouting at the top of his lungs, Chief, it is bad, young Master Qin is failing. Qin Xuan's condition has deteriorated sharply, he is truly on his last breath. How could a mortal body possibly endure injuries caused by the power of an evil god? The doctor has already given up and is quietly suggesting that Qin Hong say her final goodbyes to her brother. Yet Qin Hong remains icy and unresponsive. Luo Qianxue's feelings are complicated right now. However, he does not believe Qin Xuan will die like this. The reason is simple. Qin Xuan is the male lead of this female-oriented world. Even if he wanted to die, his protagonist halo would not allow it. And if that were not strong enough, Yi Feifei's heroine halo would not allow it either. To be honest, Luo Qianxue really wants to take this opportunity to test just how powerful the rules of this world truly are. So he just stands outside the emergency room, waiting silently for the final outcome. Luo Qianxue is actually staying by Luo Qianxue's side. In the past, she definitely would have rushed inside to check on Qin Xuan's condition. But now she has lost herself. "Are you really not going in to check on him?" Luo Qianxue could not help but ask. Luo Qianxue gently bit her lip and asked back, "Do you think I should go in?" Luo Qianxue was stunned. She is actually asking me about something like this. At the same time, he realized that Luo Qianxue had truly changed. But he could not make the decision for her, at least not right now. After a period of silence, Luo Qianxue suddenly grabbed Luo Qianxue's hand. "Now come with me immediately." Why Luo Qianxue was puzzled for a moment. If Qin Xuan really dies, Luo Qianxue's eyes welled up with incredibly complex emotions, sorrow, helplessness, and a resolve to abandon everything. "Qin Hong will not let you go, let us go right now." "Are you sure?" In fact, Luo Qianxue had not planned on running away, but doing this will also offend the Qin family. He was the one who injured the man, and he had already decided to stay and bear all the consequences alone. Besides, it is highly likely that Qin Xuan will not die. He still has plenty of scenes left in the outline. "I do not care anymore." Luo Qianxue pulled Luo Qianxue along like a headstrong princess. She did not have much strength, yet Luo Qianxue found he could not resist, or perhaps he did not want to. Just like that, being pulled by her, he ran toward the dazzling sunlight outside the bunker. At this moment, inside the emergency room, Qin Hong coldly gave the order, "Bring me the X-81 serum." "Director, the X-81 is still in the early testing phase," a high-level researcher said, looking terrified. "There have been no human trials at all, and the results of animal testing were not very optimistic either." This is now a human trial, Chin Hong said as she put on her gloves. I will perform it myself. Someone else whispered a warning, Director, this is against protocol. I will take full responsibility. Chin Hong's tone made it clear that her order was final. No one dared to object any further. Everyone gasped. Within Bureau 72, the most dangerous experiment was about to take place. Without encountering any resistance, Luo Qianxue and Luo Qianxue successfully boarded the yacht and headed toward Kowloon Island. In the luxurious cabin with no outsiders around, the two sat facing each other. In his imagination, there should have been a passionate, indescribable reunion. But because of Qin Xuan's accident, the atmosphere had completely changed. Of course, that was not the only reason. In reality, there were many other obstacles. Qianxue, there is something, Luo Qianxue said slowly, that I must tell you. Go ahead, he replied. Qin Xuan and I, we are engaged. Luo Qianxue kept her head lowered. It was arranged by our elders long ago. Luo Qianxue sniffed. I know. He did in fact know. Because he had read the original story and the novel's outline. Not only did the engagement exist, but Luo Qianxue herself was in love with Qin Xuan. This was her pre-written destiny, one that could not be changed. And that was the main reason Luo Qianxue had never taken the initiative to approach Luo Qianxue. Otherwise, who would give up such a stunning beauty? Even though Qin Xuan wanted to break the engagement, his father did not agree. Luo Qianxue continued quietly, my father did not agree either, so the engagement is still valid. I understand. Luo Qianxue managed a weak smile. You do not need to tell me these things. No, I must. Luo Qianxue suddenly raised her head, her eyes flashing with determination. I must tell you this myself. Luo Qianxue was silent for a long while, only saying thank you. But the situation has changed now, Luo Qianxue said with a grave expression, hesitant to continue. Qin Xuan he. She could not bring herself to finish the sentence. But Luo Qianxue could guess. If Qin Xuan died, the engagement would naturally be dissolved. And Luo Qianxue would be free. But did Luo Qianxue really want Qin Xuan to die? Was not Qin Xuan the love of her life? She did not have the power to change the original book setting, did she? Luo Qianxue could not figure this out, but he could not bring himself to ask. Just as he was thinking, he suddenly heard Luo Qianxue say, it is your turn. My turn for what? Luo Qianxue was confused again. Tell me how you came back from the dead. Luo Qianxue used the phrase come back from the dead. In other words, she was absolutely certain that Luo Qianxue had died once. Luo Qianxue hesitated and asked back, do you believe in legends of gods and demons? I did not before, but I do now, Luo Qianxue answered candidly. Glad she believes that, Luo Qianxue thought with a secret smile and used his imagination. Actually, I am not entirely sure either. Perhaps a righteous god, an enemy of that demon, resurrected me. As long as he did not mention the system, any story would do. Maybe Luo Qianxue could not verify it either. Anyway, I am alive and that outcome is good. Luo Qianxue smiled and changed the subject. Let us talk about something else, something less mystical and more straightforward. Luo Qianxue nodded and asked, then would you be willing to tell me the story of you and Bai Tingting? Luo Qianxue was startled again. But he soon recovered and smiled bitterly. What story? I have told you many times she is not my girlfriend. Why do not you believe me? Then Luo Qianxue frowned slightly. Are you that kind of one-night stand relationship? You? Luo Qianxue rolled his eyes and pointed at himself. Look at me closely. Do I look like that kind of person? You do, Luo Qianxue answered without the slightest hesitation. Scumbag. Luo Qianxue could only rub his face. After rubbing it several times, he looked up and said solemnly, if my phone was not gone, I could contact Bai Tingting right now and have her explain it to you. It does not matter. Luo Qianxue unexpectedly took out her own phone. Do not forget, the phone and social accounts you were using are mine. I can just log back into them here. Luo Qianxue was stunned on the spot. Well, she is the #1 female villain. This kind of crafty scheme is second nature to her. Seeing he could not back out, he had to log into the account and contact Bai Tingting through the social app. As soon as he logged in, a flood of unread messages came through. They were all sent by Bai Tingting while he was missing. Between the lines, they were filled with concern, worry, and that warm, deep affection. Although Luo Qianxue did not have a wealth of emotional experience and was even a bit dense, Even with his thick skin, he could see Bai Tingting's true feelings. He only needed to take a small step forward and this simple, innocent girl would be his. It is just that, Sai. In order to deal with the plot of the yellow-haired one's death, he had no time to focus on these minor matters. But now he had to face them seriously. I am truly sorry. Finally, Luo Qianxue smiled bitterly and started a voice call. To his absolute shock, after the call connected, the voice that came through was the trembling tone of Shizuyume. Young Master Lu, why have you only just called? Tingting has fallen from a building, please come and see her. Bai Tingting lay in her hospital bed, covered in wounds and still unconscious. Shizuyume sat by the bedside, wiping away tears incessantly, though it was hard to tell if she was truly grief-stricken or just putting on a performance. Standing at the foot of the bed was a senior officer brought in by Luo Qianxue. He was required to provide a clear account of the entire incident. It started with the casualties at the Tianlu building. We invited Bai Tingting to the station simply to ask for details according to procedure. We did not give her a hard time and we released her shortly after. She returned safely to Ziyume Noodle Shop, and we have the surveillance footage from the Tianlu building to prove it. The officer spoke with extreme caution, eager to clear his department of any responsibility first. Then, for some unknown reason, she suddenly left the noodle shop and got into a black commercial van with no license plates. The van drove onto Casa Street and parked at the back entrance of this apartment building. As the officer spoke, he showed the surveillance screenshots on his phone. According to an eyewitness, Bai Tingting followed a woman in a purple dress into the building. It is possible she was abducted, but we have yet to obtain solid evidence. Finally, she arrived at room 604. There were likely several men inside. He finished speaking and displayed the crime scene photos from the apartment. In this room, a violent confrontation took place. There were signs of a struggle and blood at the scene. We suspect the perpetrators attempted to assault Bai Tingting. She fought back fiercely and even managed to stab at least 2 of the attackers with a small knife she was carrying. In the end, in a state of utter desperation, she jumped from the 6th-floor balcony. Passers-by below reported the incident immediately, and we were deployed rapidly. Unfortunately, the attackers still managed to escape. However, we have deployed a large number of personnel to conduct a rigorous search. The officer wiped the sweat from his forehead. Please rest assured, Miss Luo, we will definitely catch them and bring them to justice. When he seemed finished, Luo Qianxue glanced quietly at Luo Qianxue. Luo Qianxue kept a grim expression, saying nothing. After a long while, he asked only 2 words, who is it? We cannot be 100% sure yet. The officer kept wiping his sweat. The attackers likely belong to the Griffin Brotherhood and the motive seems to be retaliation for the Tianlu building incident. We have gathered some evidence, but tracking and capturing them is difficult. They are all from the outer islands and have no official records. I see, Luo Qianxue said coldly, thank you for your hard work. Not at all, not at all, the officer quickly waved his hand. I know the Griffin Brotherhood. I thought they would target our Luo family, Luo Qianxue said softly. I never expected they would harm an innocent person like Bai Tingting. No, it was me who dragged Bai Tingting into this. I am the one they are after. Luo Qianxue slowly flexed his fingers. One of their gang members was beaten by me. Is that man still alive? The officer hurriedly checked his files and finally replied, that man is named Wade, a professional boxer. He suffered multiple fractures at the Tianlu building and is still hospitalized. He is still alive, that is excellent. A hint of a smile finally appeared on Luo Qianxue's face. Not long after, Wade was transferred to a private zoo. When he woke up and saw that the person in front of him was Luo Qianxue, he was terrified on the spot. Welcome, a friend of mine owns this zoo, so I am just borrowing it for a moment. Luo Qianxue stared blankly at Wade. Considering your legs are broken and you cannot run, I did not throw you into the lion and tiger enclosure but brought you to the insect house instead. What are you doing? Wade asked in absolute terror, sweat pouring down his face like a fountain. Luo Qianxue pointed to a huge glass enclosure next to him and introduced, the insects inside are called bullet ants. Their sting has a pain index of 4, which is worse than being hit by a bullet. The sensation is like having a rusty nail driven through your foot while walking on burning coals. The pain comes in waves and lasts for hours. It is pure bliss. Of course, you have to try it yourself to know. You cannot hurt me, Wade yelled in fear. Are not you Kowloon people civilized and virtuous? I am sorry, I am not a local. Luo Qianxue grabbed Wade by the collar and dragged him to the feeding port. Since you like revenge, I will play by your rules. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Spare me, please spare me, Wade began to beg for mercy. Luo Qianxue only said, you do not have to be too afraid. A few stings will not kill you, I will heal you and then we will continue. I did not hurt that girl, I have been lying in the hospital the whole time, Wade shouted, sobbing, I was not involved, let me go. Oh, so your friends have been in touch with you, Luo Qianxue pressed Wade's head down, I would really like to meet your friends too. A shrill scream echoed through the dark night. This was merely the overture to a night of blood. An hour later, Luo Qianxue appeared on Casa Street. In front of him was an ordinary little bar. However, according to Wade's confession, this was one of the strongholds of the Griffin Brotherhood, housing at least 40 professional thugs armed with guns. Of course, the boss of the Brotherhood would not be here. Catching that guy would require higher-level intelligence. At this moment, there were customers sitting in the bar, drinking and chatting, and nothing seemed out of the ordinary. Luo Qianxue walked to the counter and produced the business card Wade had provided. The bartender looked at the card, then silently led Luo Qianxue into a private room and pushed aside a vending machine against the wall, revealing a secret door. Please go ahead, the bartender gestured. Luo Qianxue stepped onto the stairs and walked down calmly. As the secret door closed slowly behind him, faint black energy rose from his back. A moment later, intense gunfire erupted in the basement. Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat. Sparks flew in every direction as bullets whizzed through the air. Yet not a single one could lay a finger on Luo Qianxue. In his state of rage, 4 black wings had already sprouted from Luo Qianxue's back. 2 wings crossed in front of him, forming an impenetrable defensive barrier. The other 2 wings acted like 2 pliable black swords, carving lightning-shaped shadows across the room and slicing through the enemies as if they were made of paper. No intentional control was needed. The power of the evil god within him knew exactly how to fight. Slaughter and bloodlust were its very nature. No, it could not be called a fight. This was simply a one-sided massacre, with no suspense at all. In an instant, the ground was covered in blood and screams filled the air. As each life flickered out, Luo Qianxue felt the power within him growing more active and harder to control. Evil soul. Delicious sacrifice. Kill. Offer them to me. You shall eventually become part of me. The evil whisper sounded in his ears once more. Luo Qianxue finally snapped out of his rage. He hurriedly stopped and tried to pull the power back into his body. But the enemies were not yet finished. There were still some who did not fear death. Once their magazines were empty, they rushed at him wielding machetes. Blow after blow. They struck his back, shoulders, and arms. But it had no effect. The eerie black energy continued to roam across his skin like an automated defense system, easily deflecting all attacks. This was the power of an ancient evil god. For a mortal to challenge, it was even more laughable than a mayfly trying to shake a tree. This is the power you need. Do not resist. Simply accept it. As long as you are willing. You can crush all things beneath your feet. When Luo Qianxue finally regained his senses, he was looking at a scene out of purgatory. Not a single soul left alive. Not even a limb left intact. It was as if a giant demon had visited, chewed through every living thing, and then spat them out. At that moment, Luo Qianxue felt no satisfaction from his revenge, only a chilling sensation that reached his very marrow. His whole body felt frozen, unable to move or breathe. He fully realized that it was impossible to suppress the evil god's will on his own. If this continued, he would lose control completely sooner or later. Therefore, he needed help. Extraordinary help. With that, he thought of someone. Because the cleanup was so thorough, the trail of the Griffin Brotherhood was temporarily broken, so Luo Qianxue decided to deal with his own problems first. He called Luo Qianxue and asked for her help in investigating Ma Dongxing's home address. Then he got an earful from Luo Qianxue. It was mostly her scolding him for refusing the Luo family's help, going alone without backup, and taking risks that kept her up all night and so on. Luo Qianxue could only grit his teeth and listen, while repeatedly apologizing. In the end, after Luo Qianxue vented her frustration, she still helped with the investigation and soon sent over the specific location. Luo Qianxue immediately called a taxi and headed to the address. It was in the suburbs, a small, almost deserted village. The houses were all dilapidated, and there were barely any villagers left. Moreover, there were no young people. Apart from white-haired elders, there were only children under 10. No wonder Wu Jia and the others are so poor that they do not even have a smartphone, Luo Qianxue thought to himself. He wandered around the village for a while before finding a small courtyard that looked like the Wuming sect. The courtyard gate was open, and there was not even a plaque on it. He only found this place because he spotted the old purple dragon statue not far away and saw Ma Dongxing sitting in the courtyard, staring blankly. "Hey, brother Ma," Luo Qianxue greeted him proactively. "When did you get back? Since I need a favor, I will not hold his big mouth against him this time." Ma Dongxing looked up at Luo Qianxue and replied listlessly, "I got back last night. The 72nd Bureau had no reason to keep us forever." Only then did Luo Qianxue notice that Ma Dongxing's complexion was terrible, as if he had suffered some great misfortune. "Brother Ma, what happened?" he asked in a low voice. "Sai, my master, he was hit by a big truck," Ma Dongxing sighed heavily. Luo Qianxue's expression changed instantly. "Was it an accident or?" Ma Dongxing replied, "It was a group of thugs, premeditated violence. According to the Public Security Bureau, it seems they were from the Griffin Brotherhood." Damn it, the Griffin Brotherhood. Luo Qianxue then remembered that Ma Dongxing's master had gone to the Ziume noodle restaurant to look for Bai Tingting. He had actually been dragged into this too. He quickly asked, "How is your master's condition?" "It is not actually serious," Ma Dongxing gave a surprising answer. "The wheelchair tipped over and he got a small bruise on his arm. It is almost healed now." What? Luo Qianxue was stunned on the spot, suspecting he had misheard, hit by a big truck, and just got a small bruise. Yeah, master activated his soul technique in time. If he had not been worried about hurting nearby bystanders, he would have been completely unscathed. "Oh, I see." Luo Qianxue paused for a moment and then asked, "And what about the attackers? Were they caught?" "How could they be caught?" Ma Dongxing raised his eyelids slowly. "They were shattered into pieces along with the truck." Luo Qianxue fell silent. It seemed he had been worrying for nothing. But from this, it could be inferred that there must be many hidden masters in this world. They would not have appeared in the original story. But because of the series of bugs caused by the transdimensional travel, the world has completely changed. And the evil power suppressed within his own body must never be easily exposed. Otherwise, he would definitely become an enemy of the whole world. Ma Dongxing continued to grumble. Every practitioner sect has signed a secret agreement with the authorities called the Mystic Arts Usage Regulations. Aside from dealing with monsters, you are not allowed to use mystic arts in daily life. My master was arrested for violating this, and we only got him out by pulling strings with friends at City Hall. Do not even get me started on how troublesome it was. Sai, has not the matter been resolved now? Luo Qianxue felt quite helpless about the whole event. Looking at your expression, I thought the world was ending. The world is ending? Ma Dongxing suddenly flared with anger. I worked so hard to earn 500,000 from young Master Qin. 500,000? Who would have thought that before I could even warm up the check, it was confiscated by the 72nd Bureau? Luo Qianxue did not know what kind of deal Ma Dongxing had made with Qin Xuan, so he could not respond for a moment. Those scammers from the 72nd Bureau, they promised me they would return it when they release me. But no, they refused to give it back. Ma Dongxing got angrier as he spoke. They insist I have no source of income and suspect I stole the check. I told them it was a gift from young Master Qin and they wanted to go verify it with him. Young Master Qin is practically dead. How the hell are they supposed to verify it? Luo Qianxue was left speechless. So Ma Dongxing looked so aggrieved just because his money was gone. It had nothing to do with his master at all. After a long silence, Luo Qianxue finally brought up the business at hand. Brother Ma, I want to ask your master something. About monsters and such. Ma Dongxing was taken aback. My master is sleeping right now. If you have any questions, you can just ask me. I know everything. Okay. Luo Qianxue collected his thoughts and asked first, Brother Ma, is there any kind of monster that can possess people, like the ghosts and spirits in movies possessing a human body and controlling it? No, those movies are all lying to you. Ma Dongxing replied immediately, monsters are just like us. They have physical forms and cannot possess anything else. Are you sure? Luo Qianxue expressed serious doubt. There was clearly an unidentified evil entity inside his own body. How does he explain that? Well, there are a few monsters that can influence human minds through soul power, Ma Dongxing pondered and added, but that is a completely different thing from possession. And it is hard for monsters to control specific human behaviors. Usually, it just causes hallucinations or insanity. Luo Qianxue still did not look convinced. Just then, a hoarse voice came from inside the room. Dongxing, what you said is not quite accurate. Luo Qianxue turned his head and saw an elderly man in a wheelchair appearing at the door. Pushing the wheelchair was a young boy with a blank expression. Master, you are awake, let me introduce you. Ma Dongxing stood straight up. This is my new friend from the 72nd Bureau, Luo Qianxue. He is the one who made that phone call to you. Oh, the old man looked Luo Qianxue over and smiled. Young man, you have a very strong physique. Greetings, senior, Luo Qianxue bowed out of respect. After all, this man was a genuine grandmaster who could shatter a big truck with a flick of his hand. Too formal? The old man waved his hand with a smile. My surname is He, I am the third in my family line. The villagers call me Old Third He, you can call me that too. I would not dare, Luo Qianxue shook his head vigorously. Oh right, regarding the question you were discussing, what Dongxing said was not entirely correct. Old Third He went back to the topic. Legends say that top-tier monsters, those at the level of evil gods, can change their vessels, transferring their souls and willpower. Our sect's ancient scrolls record this, so it should not be wrong. Evil god level? Hiss! Luo Qianxue recalled that the evil entity in his body did indeed claim to be an ancient evil god. Master, I do not think I was wrong. Ma Dongxing argued that kind of soul transfer where the evil god destroys the original consciousness and occupies the body forever. That should be called soul snatching, not possession, right? Hey, you are still arguing with me. Old Third He glanced sideways at Ma Dongxing. Is it wrong for your master to correct you when your answer is inaccurate? What master said is not quite accurate either. Ma Dongxing smacked his lips. The soul snatching of an evil god is still different from the possession they are asking about. Dead, destroying the original consciousness? Luo Qianxue was shocked and unconsciously touched his head. Is not there any way to resist? Of course not, Ma Dongxing interjected again. How could a mortal's willpower possibly resist an evil god? Luo Qianxue was completely confused. If what invaded his body was really an ancient evil god, how could he coexist with it? Hey, you are wrong again. At this moment, Old Third He corrected his apprentice again. There is one situation where a mortal's consciousness can be preserved, and that is. That means this mortal has a heart so pure and flawless without a single trace of evil. The evil god is unable to destroy his will. Old man, he explained with a straight face. Luo Qianxue was stunned. Pure and flawless. He still had some self-awareness, and it was clear that he did not fit this description. After a long silence, he continued to ask, besides this, is there any other possibility? Other possibilities? Actually, yes, old man, he twirled his beard. There's a figure in legends who, while possessing self-awareness, also absorbed the powers of both an evil god and a righteous god, becoming an invincible warrior at that time. The reason this happens is likely because the righteous god and the evil god were evenly matched and kept each other in check, so neither could gain dominance, allowing the original consciousness to survive. A righteous god? That does not seem right either. Luo Qianxue knew very well that there was no righteous god in his body. If he really had to find a powerful entity to compare with the evil god, it could only be. That is right, the system. The system exists within his own consciousness. If the evil god wanted to destroy his original consciousness, it would have to destroy the system at the same time. Clearly, it could not do that. So it was actually the system protecting him all along. Hey, you trashy system, you are actually quite useful when it counts. Thinking of this, Luo Qianxue could not help but smile to himself. However, there was still one problem. The evil god's power is growing, and it is fighting for control of his body. Especially when his emotions spiral out of control, anger, hatred, all evil thoughts are exploited by the evil god. How can he ensure he is not controlled? After pondering for a while, Luo Qianxue finally asked in a subtle way, Senior He, if we encounter an evil god, is there any way to weaken its power? Or resist its mental attacks? Of course there is, but those are the secret techniques of our Qianxue sect that are not taught to outsiders. Old man, he smiled slightly. If you want to learn them, you must join my sect. In order to fight the evil god, becoming an apprentice is not a big deal. Did not he learn his martial arts by apprenticing anyway? Besides this senior, he was a top-tier expert. After thinking for a moment, Luo Qianxue asked cautiously, "May I ask if there are any special requirements to join your sect?" "Old man," he said slowly, "there are no requirements to join, but the sect rules are quite strict. Most people cannot adhere to them and eventually get cleared out." Luo Qianxue replied, "I beg you to explain in detail, or if there is a handbook, let me have a look." "Old man," he turned to look at his disciple. Ma Dongxing immediately stepped forward and advised Luo Qianxue directly, "Little brother, do not think too much about it. You would never be able to stand our sect rules. It is better to just live your own life." "Ah, how strict can they be?" Luo Qianxue frowned. "I have practiced martial arts. I am quite capable of enduring hardship." Ma Dongxing smiled helplessly and continued, "First of all, you must abstain from lust. You cannot have lewd thoughts, nor can you marry or have children. Can you do that?" Luo Qianxue was instantly rendered speechless. That he really could not do that. He never expected that the disciples of the nameless sect were treated exactly like monks. "Our sect rules are not like some other sects that suppress human nature with hollow excuses. Old man," he specifically explained, "we abstain from lust and desire not to put on a show for fame but for the sake of survival." Survival? Luo Qianxue was taken aback. "That is right, old man," he nodded. "The power of all demons comes from the evil thoughts in human hearts. When fighting against demons, if you have evil thoughts in your heart, you have no hope of winning and will only be slaughtered. Abiding by the sect rules is just the foundation of cultivation. If you cannot even do that, how can you talk about slaying demons or protecting the common people? Regular people should just forget about it." Luo Qianxue felt that the requirements were simply too high. How many people can truly have no evil thoughts in their hearts? Could it be that all the disciples of the nameless sect can do this? Thinking of this, he could not help but look at Ma Dongxing. This guy seems quite greedy for money. Perhaps noticing Luo Qianxue's gaze, old man, he smiled faintly again. "A gentleman loves money but earns it in the right way. Need is not the same as greed. The key is to see where the money comes from and what it is used for." Luo Qianxue blinked, feeling lost. "Master, let me explain. You have been talking for a long time, so have a rest." Ma Dongxing raised his hand to steady Luo Qianxue's shoulder. "Little brother, come with me." Old man, he nodded in silent consent, and then the mute boy pushed him back into the room. Ma Dongxing led Luo Qianxue to the courtyard entrance, cleared his throat, and began to speak slowly. "My master is already 84 years old. Over the past few decades, he has adopted more than 100 orphans and abandoned children, myself included, and my junior sister Wu Jia as well. The one pushing the wheelchair is called Little Mud. He was born deaf and mute and was abandoned in a mud pond. Little Mud was the last child master picked up because he was getting old and could no longer afford to raise any more children. Actually, Little Mud's situation is relatively good. Some of the other children were suffering from various diseases. If we did not treat them, they would die. And even with treatment, it was not guaranteed they would get better. To pay for this, Master raised money everywhere and ended up in heavy debt. The debts have not been paid off even today. I am still helping Master pay them off. So you can understand why we are so poor now, right? Sigh. Speaking up to this point, Ma Dongxing let out a heavy sigh. Luo Qianxue felt his nose sting and could not say a word. Ma Dongxing rubbed his eyes and continued. Most of us children left this place to make our own way in the world after growing up. There were over 20 who once joined the Nameless sect, but because they could not uphold the sect rules, they were cleared out one by one. Others just ran away on their own. Now only Wu Jia and I remain. Actually, Wu Jia also made a mistake. She secretly found a boyfriend. But later she discovered that the guy was a jerk. She woke up to the truth and voluntarily confessed her mistake to Master. Master felt she would not be able to stay here in the future, so he insisted on expelling her from the sect to give her a free and normal life. But this kid is stubborn. She shaved her head bald and knelt at the front gate for 3 days and 3 nights. In the end, Master had no choice but to let her stay. However, even if one more person stays, what can it change? For a vow to protect the world made 1,000 years ago, the Nameless sect has been passed down until now, but it really cannot hold on any longer. Ma Dongxing's eyes were already red. Our Nameless sect will soon disappear from the world entirely, just like all the other Xuan sects. So, little brother, he could not go on. He lowered his head and waved his hand at Luo Qianxue. I have told you the truth. This is truly not the place for you to be. Just go. Luo Luo Qianxue stood still, motionless. He finally understood. What kind of person can stand against an evil god? With the body of a mortal standing shoulder to shoulder with the gods. It does not rely on the body at all, but on the greatest strength within human nature. Luo Qianxue walked out of the small village slowly, his heart heavy and unsettled. After much hesitation, he pulled out his phone, thinking he should find Luo Qianxue and borrow some more money. This is honestly quite embarrassing. However, the call went unanswered. Could something be wrong? A flicker of anxiety stirred in Luo Qianxue's heart. He hurriedly rushed to the side of the highway, hoping to catch a ride back to the city. To his surprise, he found a black luxury car already waiting for him by the roadside. A stunning woman with a graceful figure stood by the car, smiling and waving at him. She was dressed in an exquisite professional suit that looked incredibly expensive. Her shoulder-length hair was perfectly groomed, and she wore a pair of formal black-rimmed glasses. Just as Luo Qianxue wondered who she was, the woman approached him and introduced herself. "Hello, Mr. Luo. I am Jiang Ying, Miss Luo's personal assistant, and I am here to pick you up." Oh, Luo Qianxue realized, "Hello, nice to meet you." Most wealthy heiresses would never choose such a beautiful woman to be by their side, fearing they might steal their thunder. But Luo Qianxue was already beautiful and confident enough that she did not need anyone to set her off. Therefore, her personal assistant was also a top-tier beauty. Jiang Ying opened the car door for Luo Qianxue and said, "Miss Luo has run into a bit of a situation. She is temporarily unable to contact you, Mr. Luo." Luo Qianxue asked urgently, "What kind of situation?" Jiang Ying replied, "Miss Luo caused quite a stir at the 72nd Bureau, which had some negative repercussions. It angered old Master Luo, so he has grounded her and confiscated her phone." So that is what happened. Luo Qianxue felt a sudden wave of guilt. "Everything is because of me. I owe her another huge debt. Maybe I should not borrow this money after all." Luo Qianxue sat in the car, and as Jiang Ying started the engine, she added, "While Miss Luo is grounded, I will be in charge of all your daily affairs, Mr. Luo. If you have any needs, just let me know." Luo Qianxue hesitated. "Do you know about the Griffin Brotherhood?" "I know. I have been investigating them," Jiang Ying said calmly. "The biggest problem is that I cannot personally mobilize the Luo family's private security forces. My suggestion is to focus on investigation for now and wait for Miss Luo to return before planning any further actions." Truly Luo Qianxue's personal assistant, she is incredibly professional. "Just tell me the latest news you have uncovered." Luo Qianxue smiled slightly. "I will take action myself." "Absolutely not," Jiang Ying refused on the spot. "I am responsible for your safety, Mr. Luo. If anything happens to you, I will not be able to answer to Miss Luo." "I cannot even take action on my own?" Luo Qianxue was dumbfounded. He had not expected Luo Qianxue to send a monitor over. Jiang Ying said seriously, "I must stay with you 24 hours a day, Mr. Luo, to ensure you do not engage in any risky activities." No, do not joke like that." Luo Qianxue waved his hands repeatedly. "You mean you have to be with me even when I eat and sleep?" Luo Qianxue is being absolutely reckless. "I can be there for meals but not for sleep." Jiang Ying remained dead serious. Miss Luo specifically emphasized that while she can fulfill any of your requests, she absolutely cannot let me sleep with you. What? Luo Qianxue's jaw dropped. Luo Qianxue is just too much. She even says things like that. She is a female villain after all. And Jiang Ying is excessively professional, treating every demand as work. She is worthy of being the personal assistant to a female villain. I surrender. Working for Luo Qianxue is not easy at all." Luo Qianxue laughed despite himself. "Do not listen to her nonsense. I am not that kind of person." "Mr. Luo, it is not just the Griffin Brotherhood looking for you right now. The Qin family is too," Jiang Ying said, bringing up a critical point. "We really should be more cautious." Luo Qianxue fell silent. That is true. Even if Qin Xuan could survive, the Qin family would not just let this go. Compared to the Griffin Brotherhood, the Qin family was the greater threat. Jiang Ying said no more, focusing instead on driving. Soon after reaching the city, Jiang Ying parked the car at a villa and led Luo Qianxue inside. This is one of Miss Luo's private residences, but she rarely comes here and very few outsiders know about it. Please make yourself comfortable for a few days, Mr. Luo. Miss Luo will have other arrangements later. Jiang Ying gave a brief introduction and then asked, "Would you like tea or coffee, Mr. Lu, or perhaps something else to drink? I will prepare it immediately." "Hey, do not stand on ceremony with me. I will find something to drink if I am thirsty," Luo Qianxue said, quite unused to this dynamic. "I will go look around." Very well, Jiang Ying took 2 steps back and followed him respectfully. Sai Luo Qianxue frowned. "You do not have to follow me, go do your own work." Understood. Jiang Ying sat down on a chair in the living room, picked up a book and read obediently. Professional, absolutely professional. Luo Qianxue sighed to himself and wandered around the villa alone. Observing the layout of the rooms and the furnishings, he pondered. If this Jiang Ying keeps watching me, I will not be able to get anything done. But if I get rid of Jiang Ying, I will not get any intelligence from the Luo family, and I certainly will not be able to take action. What on earth should I do? Unable to think of a good plan, Luo Qianxue sighed and started playing with his phone again. This new phone was also a gift from Luo Qianxue. There was actually 5 million in the mobile wallet. To be exact, it was 5.2 million. Luo Qianxue could not help but feel like he was being a gigolo, kept by a female villain. In a novel, is not such a character just there to be experience points for the protagonist? And they always meet such miserable ends. Damn it, I cannot stand this. No, I cannot keep spending Luo Qianxue's money, Luo Qianxue said, rubbing his forehead. I need to make my own money. Wait, where is that damn system? Thinking of this, he quickly pulled up the system interface. To his surprise, he found all 10 lottery chances had already been used. I was too busy killing people last night. I wonder when Yi Feifei managed to do this. While browsing through the newly acquired cards, he spotted a golden Divine Tycoon card. Divine Tycoon Super Card, 100 times cash back on gifts. From the moment the card is activated for 1 hour, any physical gifts purchased for a target recipient will grant a 100-fold cash back on all expenditures. Conditions: you must explicitly express the intention of pursuing the other party, otherwise the expenses will not count towards the rebate. 100-fold cash back. If I spend 5 million, I could get 500 million back. But Luo Qianxue fell into deep hesitation. The card is definitely a good one, but the condition is a bit troublesome. I have to express the intention of pursuit. I could have given it to Luo Qianxue, but she is grounded. Under these circumstances, there is only one woman available, and that is Jiang Ying. Can I save the card for later? Of course not. Because there is a hidden risk right now that the card could be used by Yi Feifei at any time. I would regret it if that happened. Whenever you see a good card, you must use it immediately. Damn it, I absolutely cannot leave this for Yi Feifei. Luo Qianxue gritted his teeth and decided to activate the card. It is just buying a gift to give away, Jiang Ying it is. I can get this done in an hour. Once I get the cash back, I will just tell her I was joking. Jiang Ying is so professional, she understands how to weigh pros and cons. What could be wrong with receiving a $5 million gift for nothing? She should be happy, why would she complain? Thus, having made up his mind to activate the card, the 1-hour countdown began. Luo Qianxue quickly rushed to Jiang Ying, imitated Qin Xuan's tone and said coldly, "Woman, fill up your shopping cart now. I am going to clear it for you." Jiang Ying was stunned for a moment before she smiled and said, "Mr. Lu, I admit you have a lot of charm, but I really cannot sleep with you." Watching the countdown flashing incessantly, Luo Qianxue was anxious and asked, "Jiang Ying, did you say that you could satisfy all of my needs?" Yes, Jiang Ying nodded, except for sleeping with you. I do not want that. Luo Qianxue wiped his face and put on a serious expression. From now on, I am going to pursue you and buy you gifts. Do not ask me why, and you do not need to do anything for me in return. This is your job, you just need to cooperate with me. Jiang Ying blinked and only asked, "Does Miss Luo know about this?" Do not worry about her, I will explain it to her. Luo Qianxue's attitude was exceptionally earnest. Just tell me, can you do as I say? Jiang Ying thought for a few seconds before saying, I can, but we need to sign an agreement first. With that, it only took her a few minutes to draft an agreement. The agreement stated that Luo Qianxue was acting entirely of his own volition in purchasing gifts for Jiang Ying. No matter how much was spent, it could not be recovered. Additionally, Luo Qianxue had to guarantee that the shopping funds were from a legitimate source, and if any disputes arose, he would bear all responsibility himself. Professional, now that is what I call professional, you have to hand it to her, Luo Qianxue muttered in admiration as he signed the agreement. Jiang Ying carefully tucked the agreement away and smiled. Thank you, Mr. Luo. Next it was time for shopping. But Jiang Ying calculated the cart and realized it was impossible to add up to 5 million. There simply was not that much she needed to buy online. Shopping for random stuff like this is a waste of time, this will not do, Luo Qianxue pondered. Why do not we just buy something big? I will just buy you a $5 million luxury car. Mr. Luo, I really do not need a luxury car, Jiang Ying refused directly. I have 3 cars of my own and I can use any of the hundreds of luxury cars in the Luo family collection. Can we buy something else? Luo Qianxue thought again. A house? I will buy you a $5 million house. Mr. Luo, forgive me for being blunt, but 5 million will not even get you a house in downtown Kowloon, Jiang Ying said with a polite but cutting smile, and if it is in the suburbs I definitely would not want it. Luo Qianxue felt quite depressed upon hearing this. Unbelievable, the house prices here are just as ridiculously high as back home. What else could he buy? Designer gowns, luxury handbags. Jiang Ying was not lacking those either. This is what a top heiress's personal assistant is like. Want to hit on her? The average guy should not even dream of it. What on earth should he buy? Luo Qianxue never liked shopping to begin with, and soon his head started to ache. He finally had to beg Jiang Ying, please just pick something yourself, anything at all as long as it is under 5 million. No, the closer to 5 million the better. Jiang Ying lowered her head, thought carefully for a while, and finally said, I once had my eye on a diamond ring. If I recall correctly, the price was 4,999,999. Could you buy that for me? That price, Luo Qianxue was only focused on the numbers now. It is perfect. Without any hesitation, he drove directly to the jewelry store. Inside the store, they received a very warm welcome. The clerk carefully brought out the dazzling diamond ring and invited Luo Qianxue to place it on Jiang Ying's finger himself. Wait, Luo Qianxue realized that this felt a bit inappropriate. That will not be necessary. The professional Jiang Ying intervened to break the awkwardness. Just box it up for me. Of course, certainly, the clerk immediately complied. Then he paid and the task was successfully completed. All he had to do was wait for the countdown to end, and he would have his 500 million. They returned to the car, but instead of starting the engine, Jiang Ying opened the packaging and took out the ring. Luo Qianxue just took a sideways glance but offered no comment. I had planned to buy this ring myself when I eventually got married. Jiang Ying stared at the ring and sighed softly. I never expected to own it today. Thank you, Mr. Luo. You are welcome, Luo Qianxue gave an awkward laugh. No need to thank me again. We are just in a contractual relationship after all. Mr. Luo, I have met many strange men and some of them have pursued me, Jiang Ying continued. But no one has ever been like you, giving such an expensive gift without asking for anything in return. Well, my situation is a bit unique. Just think of me as an oddball. Luo Qianxue could not explain it and did not want to play pretend. Just accept the gift and do not worry about it. I promise it will not cause any trouble later. No, Mr. Luo is truly no ordinary person. Jiang Ying smiled faintly. It is no wonder Miss Luo is so concerned about you. Luo Qianxue was speechless. Thank you, Jiang Ying thanked him once more before starting the car and hitting the gas. The car sped along and soon arrived at a deserted pier. Luo Qianxue looked at the scenery outside the window and could not help but ask, why did you drive here, not heading back to the villa? Mr. Luo, I am sorry, but I actually lied to you, Jiang Ying said, suddenly pulling a mini pistol from under her dress. Her movements were swift and clean, and her shooting stance was textbook perfect. Luo Qianxue was stunned on the spot. He never imagined that this professional personal assistant was also a professional assassin. I'm Miss Luo's personal assistant, and I was indeed entrusted by her to contact you. Jiang Ying aimed the muzzle at Luo Qianxue's forehead. However, I must take orders from the head of the Luo family, President Luo. Your appearance has already harmed the interests of the Luo family and threatens Miss Luo's future. President Luo ordered me to eliminate you to prevent future trouble. Luo Qianxue suddenly realized. Yes, that is the feeling. Sinister enough, cruel enough. This is the true style of a villainous family. Luo Qianxue's father is certainly no gentleman. For him to do something like this for his family and daughter, it is perfectly logical. I really should not have gotten close to Luo Qianxue. Walking alongside a top-tier female villain never ends well. Villains have no future, there are only countless obstacles ahead. Not just Qin Xuan but the entire Luo family and Yi Feifei. Under the crushing force of the rule of law, all villains are destined to perish, and all resistance is futile. Thinking of this, Luo Qianxue actually smiled, a helpless, resigned smile. Seeing Luo Qianxue's strange expression, Jiang Ying paused, then slowly lowered her gun. Luo Qianxue frowned. What is the meaning of this? Why would a professional assassin suddenly stop being professional? Jiang Ying let out a light sigh and said, I have changed my mind. Luo Qianxue naturally had to ask, why? No woman could resist a diamond ring like this. Jiang Ying picked up the ring again, a sparkle in her eyes. The more I look at it, the more I like it. Hearing that reason, Luo Qianxue felt complex emotions impossible to put into words. In half an hour, there is a fishing boat departing from here for the Liulai Islands. Jiang Ying turned serious again. You should go, leave Kowloon and never come back. Luo Qianxue then asked, if you let me go, how will you explain it to the Luo family? I can just admit that I failed and that you were too strong for me. Jiang Ying took off her glasses and placed them on the dashboard. Punch me a few times, hit me hard so I have a believable story when I go back. What a unique woman you are. Luo Qianxue could not help but laugh. Why do not I hire you? You can be my assistant instead. You are more interesting than I thought. Jiang Ying also smiled, but my asking price is very high. To quit a wealthy family like the Luo family, my salary would at least have to double. Are you sure you want to hire me? Sure, Luo Qianxue nodded and checked his phone. The timing is just right. Soon a pleasant voice came from his phone. Kowloon Pei received 499,999,000. Young Master Lu, dinner is ready. Please come to the dining room. At this moment, Jiang Ying had already betrayed the Luo family and thrown herself into Luo Qianxue's arms. Young Master Lu, hearing this title, Luo Qianxue could not help but think of young Master Qin. Can you change how you address me? Everyone in Kowloon calls you that, or do you want me to call you Master? Jiang Ying blinked. Calling you Master is not impossible, but it will cost extra. Forget it then, just call me whatever you want. Luo Qianxue waved his hand hurriedly. Paying extra was definitely out of the question. The salary Jiang Ying demanded was truly astronomical. However, when Luo Qianxue saw the sumptuous and exquisite dishes on the table, he immediately felt the money was well spent. How many crafts have you actually learned? Everything you do is at a professional level. Luo Qianxue's eyes widened as he scanned Jiang Ying from head to toe. You are capable of everything, you are truly a treasure of a girl. Noticing Luo Qianxue's gaze, Jiang Ying responded calmly, not everything. Especially in that area you are thinking about, I am really not a professional. Luo Qianxue paused. What area? I was not thinking of. Jiang Ying smiled but said nothing. Let us eat first. Luo Qianxue sat down, only to notice that Jiang Ying was still standing aside. You should eat with me too, he beckoned. No, those are the rules. Jiang Ying gave a faint smile. Wrong, whoever pays the bill makes the rules. Luo Qianxue smiled back, stood up and pulled out a chair for Jiang Ying. Please sit. Jiang Ying hesitated for a moment, then thanked him and took a seat. The two ate in silence until Jiang Ying's phone vibrated a few times. Jiang Ying picked it up to check, then reported, Young Master Lu, there is news. In 2 days, the Griffin Brotherhood is holding an underground auction. An underground auction? Luo Qianxue frowned. What are they selling? This time it is something very sought after. Jiang Ying gave a sneer of contempt. Female slaves. The Griffin Brotherhood's auction is quite famous in the circle. Everything you crave but cannot normally buy can be found here. Weapons, ammunition, and illegal drugs are just child's play. Illicit antiques and stolen artworks are merely appetizers. Mysterious creatures captured on deserted islands, blind boxes of thousand-year-old treasure chests salvaged from the seabed, and high-quality female slaves of all types, that is the real deal. Currently, the Griffin Brotherhood is preparing for a special female slave auction. Except there has been a slight issue with the supply. A bunch of useless trash. Cynthia, the second in command of the Brotherhood, held a photo of Bai Tingting and scolded her subordinates. You could not even handle one girl, you cost me a piece of premium merchandise. An accident? It really was an accident. The small leader zagging replied softly. Nobody expected the girl to have such guts. She would rather jump off a building than submit. I even got stabbed by her. This is my last warning, Cynthia glared at zagging. I need to provide customers with the highest quality, flawless goods. Only then can we fetch a high price. Do you understand, you idiots? Whoever fails to keep their urges in check, I will cut it off and feed it to the dogs. Yes, zagging and the others nodded vigorously. We will not dare again. Now, immediately, go and replenish the stock for me. Cynthia slammed the table in anger. 3 more. If you do not complete the mission, do not bother coming back to see me. The subordinates, all pale-faced, hurriedly exited Cynthia's office to hunt for prey. Once they were gone, a blonde man sitting in the corner finally extinguished his cigarette and spoke slowly. Cynthia, stop worrying about your auction for a second. We need to talk about the Luo family. They have already made concessions. Why must you keep pushing? If this goes on, both sides will suffer and no one will benefit. Those measly concessions? What are they worth? Cynthia frowned. If someone can just kill our Brotherhood members so casually, who will fear us in the future? We must make the Luo family pay in blood. Stop being stubborn. You are no match for the Luo family, the blonde man sneered. I heard one of your strongholds was wiped out, more than 40 people dead without a trace. That is correct, right? That was not done by the Luo family. Cynthia's expression became awkward instantly. Maybe not? The blonde man continued to sneer. Maybe it was the Qin family, the Luo family's allies, right? You should know the strength of the Qin family's eldest daughter, Qin Hong. Just a few people from her side could wipe you all out. Nonsense, impossible. Cynthia was so agitated that the veins on her face bulged. The Qin family has no reason to intervene. I have already investigated. The 2 families have fallen out over the marriage agreement. Anyway, I have warned you. The blonde man shook his head and slowly stood up. As a mediator, my job is done. Goodbye, or rather, farewell. Meanwhile, zagging took 2 underlings in a dilapidated van, wandering around the streets. Every girl walking alone, whether shopping, jogging, hitchhiking, or drunk, was their target. How about that one in front? An underling pointed at a girl in the distance, the one carrying a huge bucket of water. Zagging took one look and roared, "Are you fucking blind? That bucket of water must weigh 40 pounds. That woman looks stronger than me. If we grab her, will the boss cut us to pieces?" Look over there. There is another one, sitting on the bench by the side of the road. That looks decent. Drive over and take a closer look. As they parked in front of the girl, zagging leaned out of the window and took a hard look. Whoa, a top-tier find. She was petite and cute, with a pure and beautiful face. Just one glance from her was like a breeze in April brushing across a jade-like lake, blowing down petals of peach blossoms. It stirred the heart. It would be hard to settle down for a long time. Too pure, she was as pure as an angel from the heavens. No, she was pure yet alluring, a true human treasure. Beauty, zagging swallowed hard. Need a ride. The girl hesitated for a moment and then shook her head. In the past, zagging would have surely just taken her by force. But this girl before him was so delicate and pure that he could not bring himself to do it. First let me flirt with her. Zagging could not control himself, so he opened the door and jumped out. He hopped over to the bench, crouched down, struck what he thought was a cool pose, and smiled wickedly. Hey beauty, being out all alone this late at night, are not you afraid of running into bad people? The girl just kept looking at her phone, clearly not wanting to pay him any mind. Ignoring me, zagging sneered and grabbed the girl's phone away. The girl looked up, her eyes flashing with anger. Let me see what your name is. Zagging fiddled with the phone, opened her profile. Oh wow, nice name, Yi Feifei. That is right, this girl is exactly the one nobody in the world can afford to mess with. The heroine Yi Feifei. Right now, looking at the thug from the outer islands before her, Yi Feifei does not feel afraid. She has encountered many dangers since she was a child, but every time she has narrowly escaped, remaining perfectly safe and sound. She also possesses an extraordinary sixth sense, capable of accurately sensing the arrival of danger and gauging its severity. She has never been wrong once. And in this situation before her, her sixth sense tells her there is nothing to worry about. Hey beautiful, why not come and play with me? Zagan sneered. If you make me happy, I will give your phone back. I do not want the phone anymore, Yi Feifei responded with total indifference. It is dirty. It was just a spare phone, and there was absolutely no important information on it anyway. The phone she truly cared about had already been taken by Luo Qianxue long ago. Dirty, how dare you look down on me? Zagan was furious now. Do you want to see what happens when I mess you up? Yifei did not say a word, but her expression was filled with disdain. Fine, then I will let you have a taste. Zagan could no longer hold back, reaching out his right hand to grab at Yifei's fair, delicate neck. However, his arm hung in midair, unable to go any further. Without him even noticing, another man had already arrived behind him and grabbed his wrist. What incredible strength, it felt like his wrist was about to be crushed. Do not be surprised, nobody can hurt Yifei unless she crashes into a car herself. In any moment of crisis, there is always a hero to save the beauty. Oh, Zagan cried out in pain and turned around to look. How terrifying. It was a towering, muscular man with red hair. With a ferocious face, he looked just like an angry lion. His massive muscles were exaggerated, looking almost like building blocks. Bullying a woman? You have some nerve. The muscular man curled the corners of his mouth, revealing a chilling smile. Why do not you let me play with you instead? No, that is fine. Zagan feigned weakness, but his other hand quietly pulled a dagger from his waist, suddenly thrusting it towards the big man's ribcage. But the big man's reaction was even faster. He delivered a heavy punch directly to Zagan's face. Bang! Zagan's entire body was sent flying sideways. But his right hand was still held by the other man. He could not fly away, and when he dropped back down, another punch came. Bang, bang, bang. Consecutive heavy blows left Zagan's dark face battered and bloody. The two underlings in the car were stunned. When they regained their senses, the two looked at each other, instantly understood what the other was thinking, and floored the gas to drive away. Big brother, do not blame us. That muscular guy is too terrifying, he is simply not human. Unfortunately, no matter how fast they escaped, they could not escape fate. At the very next intersection, they ran a red light. An overloaded dump truck roared through and crashed straight into their little minivan. Crash. The wheels rolled over, leaving only a mess of debris on the ground. Stop hitting him, the kind-hearted Yifei finally spoke up. If you keep hitting him, he is going to die. Oh, the big man nodded, then flicked his arm, tossing Zagan away like trash. Thud. He landed in the bushes several meters away and stopped moving completely. Zio-fan, thank you, Yifei smiled gently. The big man, whom Yifei called Zio-fan, had bronze skin, red hair, and an unusual name, Fan Yongerlang. His heritage was rather complex, and it is said his mother came from the Liolai Islands and his ancestors were of mixed blood. However, bloodline and culture did not affect his aesthetic taste. In his eyes, Yifei was the most beautiful woman in the world. No, I should be the one thanking you. Fan Yongerlang also smiled, looking like a tamed beast. Thank you for your trust in me. Yifei had lost her memory and could not remember any of her friends. But she had found Zio-fan in the contacts list of her spare phone. This impressive, muscular man had also left some memory fragments in the depths of Yifei's mind. Strong, straightforward, and reliable, those were his labels. At the same time, her sixth sense told Yifei that she could trust this man. So Yifei got in touch with Fan Yongerlang and arranged a meeting place. True to his word, he arrived at the most critical moment to save the beauty. If there is anything else you need me to help with, just say the word. Fan Yongerlang liked to be direct. I will do my best. Yifei then said, I would like to ask you to help me find someone, Luo Qianxue. Luo Qianxue, who is that? Fan Yongerlang had never heard of him. Yifei hesitated for a moment before replying with a touch of shyness, my boyfriend. Hearing this answer, Fan Yongerlang's heart suddenly sank. He never expected that Yifei was already taken. This was just too sudden. Why had he never heard about her and that Luo Qianxue? The secrecy was handled way too well. Well, forget it, there are too many competitors anyway, and it would not have been his turn regardless. Thinking of this, Fan Yongerlang gave a bitter smile to himself and replied, all right, I will help you find him. Do not find this strange. This is just the basic awareness expected of a male supporting character in a romance novel. Even if the flower is taken, it does not stop other gardeners from helping to nurture it. Thank you, the polite Yifei expressed her gratitude once more, sorry to trouble you. No trouble at all, I have a friend who is very good at finding people. Fan Yongerlang showed his beastly smile again. He is a famous mediator in Kowloon with extensive connections. He will definitely be able to help you find Luo Qianxue. Yi Feifei blinked and could not help but ask, what is a mediator? Fan Yongerlang explained, major families and gangs often have conflicts. Sometimes they do not want to resort to open fighting, but for the sake of their reputation, they do not want to reconcile directly either. In such cases, they hire a mediator to step in and coordinate the conflict to resolve the hostilities. Then this mediator must be very capable. Yi Feifei looked surprised, resolving such big conflicts all by himself. Ah well, he cannot solve everything. But most things, Fan Yongerlang said, glancing down at his watch. It is getting a bit late, do you not want to get some rest? I do not mind, as long as I am not bothering your friend. It was clear that Yi Feifei was anxious to find her boyfriend. Then come with me, my friend does not rest 24 hours a day. Fan Yongerlang took Yi Feifei toward his car, an unusually tall modified pickup truck with tires that reached half the height of a person. Yi Feifei looked up at the door and felt the driver's seat was unreachable. Given she was wearing a short skirt, if she had to climb up, she would definitely expose herself. Just as she was feeling very embarrassed, Fan Yongerlang suddenly knelt on one knee and held out both hands. Here, step on my palms and I will gently lift you up. He bowed his head to look at the ground like a knight accepting a title. I swear I will absolutely not look. Yi Feifei smiled a very sweet smile. Just then, a middle-aged woman walked by, glanced at Yi Feifei twice and shouted in a shrill voice, oh my, these young girls these days, they do not stay home properly at night and just run out to hook up with men, wearing short skirts and showing off their legs, shameless, bah. Yi Feifei remained calm and paid no attention to her. But Fan Yongerlang was annoyed on the spot and stood up, ready to teach the rude woman a lesson. It is all right, do not pay her any mind. Yi Feifei hurriedly stopped Fan Yongerlang, people like that are everywhere. Fan Yongerlang paused, murmuring, you are simply an angel. Meeting you is the greatest stroke of luck. As for that woman, she walked about 10 meters away while grumbling, when suddenly her foot missed its footing and she fell straight into a broken sewer. Splash! In the blink of an eye, she disappeared into the murky water. Jiang Ying was standing alone on the street, fishing for targets. Not only had she taken off her black-rimmed glasses, but she was also wearing a burgundy dress with a high slit. Her graceful curves were displayed to perfection, exuding a sexiness that was utterly captivating and seductive. Reports from multiple channels indicated that the Griffin Brotherhood was kidnapping beautiful young women all over the place. Jiang Ying had volunteered to act as bait to help Luo Qianxue catch his enemies. In just half an hour, she had already hooked over 20 men, all of whom came over to chat, offer drinks, or ask for her contact information. Luo Qianxue could not stand it anymore. He stepped out from the shadows, shooed all the men away, and said to Jiang Ying, forget it, this method is no good. What other option is there? Jiang Ying smiled faintly, it has only been half an hour, you need to be patient. No need, Luo Qianxue replied firmly, I will wait 2 more days and settle the score with them directly at the auction. That auction was incredibly important. The leader of the Griffin Brotherhood would likely attend in person, making it the perfect opportunity. Very well, I will listen to young Master Luo. Jiang Ying rarely opposed her employer's decisions, so shall we head back now? Walk with me for a while first. Luo Qianxue suddenly made the request, it has been a long time since I went for a night walk. All right, Jiang Ying agreed with a smile. The night was enchanting as the two walked side by side down the street. Luo Qianxue did not speak, and Jiang Ying remained silent as well. Everything he had experienced recently left Luo Qianxue feeling frustrated and stifled, and he did not feel like talking. The walk was just a way to clear his head. Having a beautiful woman by his side might help the mood a little bit too. He had heard that some scientific studies suggest looking at a beautiful woman for 1 minute every day can extend your life by an hour. As they walked, Luo Qianxue suddenly stopped. Next to them was a newly opened entertainment club called Floating to Fairyland. The sign at the entrance advertised a promotion, deposit 100,000 yuan at once and you could get 50% off all services. Young Master Luo, do you want to go inside and experience it? The professional Jiang Ying was very understanding, I can just wait outside. No, Luo Qianxue raised his hand and pointed at a man inside the door. Do you know him? Jiang Ying looked carefully. The man was wearing a red suit, had his hair slicked back and looked completely drunk. He is Miss Luo's cousin. Jiang Ying knew him, of course. Su Zihao. Luo Qianxue knew him too, of course, but he asked Jiang Ying on purpose to verify how well she understood the Luo family. At that moment, Su Zihao was having a dispute with the club staff and was being blocked inside the entrance. The reason was that he had spent money and did not pay. Su Zihao was usually a big spender, but he was actually using the Luo family's credit card. However, because he had accompanied Luo Qianxue to cause trouble at Bureau 72, he had been punished, and his credit card had been suspended. But the guy was so drunk he forgot about the card suspension and went to spend money at this new club, leading to this situation. This young master go to other high-end clubs and I always put things on my tab. Su Zihao mumbled with drunken eyes, waving his arms and thumping his chest, and you lot in this tiny little shop dare to question my identity. But the staff really did not know him, so they could not just let him go. As the two sides bickered and the conflict seemed ready to escalate, Luo Qianxue pushed open the door and said loudly, "I will pay his tab." Su Zihao struggled to open his eyes wide. Luo Qianxue. The two had already met at Bureau 72, so they knew each other. Luo Qianxue nodded and took out his phone to pay for him. Good grief, he had spent 368,000 yuan in one go. What the hell did you even do here? Luo Qianxue, what a coincidence, what are you doing here? Su Zihao leaned in amicably and draped an arm over Luo Qianxue's shoulder. We truly are men of the same heroic tastes. I am not playing. Luo Qianxue rolled his eyes. I just walked in. Oh right, then go have fun. Su Zihao chuckled. I will pay you back some other day. He turned to leave. Do not go. Luo Qianxue grabbed Su Zihao and dragged him to a quiet corner of the lobby. What is wrong? Su Zihao asked, looking confused. I need to ask you something. Luo Qianxue put on a serious face. How is Luo Qianxue doing now? My uncle has grounded her. Su Zihao's answer matched Jiang Ying's perfectly. Luo Qianxue asked again, how much longer will she be grounded? That I am not sure. Su Zihao started shaking his head based on past experience, at least 2 or 3 days, maybe as many as 7 or 8. Her old man is pretty strict. Luo Qianxue sighed softly, then quietly gestured toward Jiang Ying waiting outside the door and asked, do you know her? That was right, Luo Qianxue had not fully trusted Jiang Ying yet. Even if he had hired her, he could not let his guard down. Su Zihao stared at her for a while, then asked in return, do you know her? Of course I know her, I brought her here. Luo Qianxue knew Su Zihao was drunk, so he had to patiently fish for information. I am just asking if you know her. Su Zihao stared at Luo Qianxue for a long time and actually said, are you messed up in the head? You bring such a beautiful woman along and then come to a club. Are you stupid or what? Luo Qianxue wanted to slap Su Zihao to the ground, but he managed to hold it in. How about you introduce me? Su Zihao looked full of anticipation. Luo Qianxue's expression darkened, and he pushed Su Zihao away. Something was wrong. Su Zihao actually did not recognize Jiang Ying. She claimed to be Luo Qianxue's personal assistant, and she was such a striking beauty, he should have known her. Could it be that Su Zihao was just too drunk? Luo Qianxue pondered for a moment, then waved at Jiang Ying to signal her to come in. Better to confront them face to face. Soon, Jiang Ying walked into the lobby, gave Su Zihao a faint smile and said, young Master Su, you do not recognize me. Upon hearing Jiang Ying's voice, Su Zihao's expression changed instantly. You are, he seemed to be regaining his memory. At this moment, Jiang Ying opened her bag, pulled out her black-rimmed glasses and put them on. Su Zihao trembled. Jiang Ying. Luo Qianxue was speechless at Su Zihao's eyesight. What is wrong with your eyes? You do not recognize her just because she is not wearing glasses. Still, as long as he knew her, he could stop worrying. No, look at her clothes and her makeup. Su Zihao stammered, she looks completely different from usual. Jiang Ying smiled, when I am with Miss Luo, I naturally have to dress more formally. Oh, Su Zihao nodded, then leaned in again, I still do not have your contact information. Get over here. Luo Qianxue grabbed Su Zihao and brought up the urgent matter. I need a favor. Can you pass a message for me? No problem. Su Zihao was surprisingly direct. Go ahead, what do you want me to tell my cousin? I am not sending this message to Luo Qianxue. Luo Qianxue's tone was serious and his eyes had grown cold. Tell the head of the Luo family, I will not bother Luo Qianxue anymore and I demand that he stop sending people to bother me, otherwise. Otherwise what? Su Zihao grew slightly nervous. Jiang Ying also looked at Luo Qianxue with shock in her eyes. Was he really just giving up on Luo Qianxue? Otherwise, Luo Qianxue curled his lip. I will kidnap his daughter. Yifei curiously eyed the blonde man in front of her. He was tall and lean, with handsome features and a touch of melancholy. Overall, he gave off an air of gentleness, yet he was surrounded by an elusive sense of mystery. He was the renowned mediator of Kowloon City. His connections and influence were simply beyond imagination. It was impossible for anyone to achieve such a level of power on their own. But no one knew who was backing him, and no one dared to investigate. This is the mediator Jin Boyan. Fan Yang Erlang introduced both parties, and this beauty is Yifei. Yifei, I have heard much about you, Jin Boyan said, having not only heard the name but also holding a wealth of files on her. Mr. Jin, please forgive the intrusion, but I need your help. Yifei stated her purpose directly. Help me find a man named Luo Qianxue. Luo Qianxue, Jin Boyan gave a strange smile. I have been watching him lately, quite an interesting fellow. Yifei could not help but be startled. You actually know him. That is my job, to identify everyone in this vast crowd who might influence the situation in Kowloon. Jin Boyan paused and suddenly asked, Miss Yi, may I ask, what is your relationship with Luo Qianxue? Yifei did not hesitate and said frankly, he is my boyfriend. Oh, are you sure? Jin Boyan actually expressed doubt. I am sure, Yifei said with a resolute expression. For someone who has lost their memory, it is usually hard to be sure who one's boyfriend is. Her belief in Luo Qianxue actually came from following the guidance of her sixth sense. For some reason, Luo Qianxue always gave her a sense of familiarity and closeness. Sometimes she even felt there was a telepathic bond between them, sensing his presence no matter the distance. This feeling was actually correct, but Yifei had no idea it was caused by the system binding them both together. Then I can only express my pity, Jin Boyan shrugged. Yifei frowned slightly. What do you mean by that? Jin Boyan did not answer, instead looking at Fan Yang Erlang. Speak your mind. Fan Yang Erlang looked displeased. I am not a new client. Fine, I will be honest. Jin Boyan walked to a bookshelf and unhurriedly took out a folder. Luo Qianxue is a scumbag, a top-tier playboy. Upon hearing this, Yifei's face went pale with shock. No, that is impossible. She wanted to shout a rebuttal, but her reason told her that the mediator's intelligence was rarely wrong. If you do not believe me, see for yourself. Jin Boyan handed over the folder. Of course, be prepared for what you see. Yifei hesitated for a long while before finally reaching out to take the folder. Opening the first page, the first thing she saw was a photo of Luo Qianxue and Luo Qianxue holding hands. Although Yifei no longer recognized Luo Qianxue, she still felt she looked very familiar. And there were detailed notes below the photo. The time was last week, and the location was the south gate of Kuizhu Park. That woman, named Luo Qianxue, was the only daughter of the wealthy Luo family. My people almost lost their lives just to take this photo. The camera was smashed to pieces and only a few photos were recovered through data restoration. Jin Boyan could not help but add, that incident caused quite a stir and even hit the trending topics. Indeed, he was referring to the mass brawl at Kuizhu Park back then. At that time, Luo Qianxue realized he was being followed, assumed it was the Qin family, and used Yifei's phone to summon a crowd of sycophants. No one had expected that the employer of the stalkers was actually the mediator, Jin Boyan. And the photo did not turn out well either. At the time, Luo Qianxue was worried that Luo Qianxue would run away, so he grabbed her wrist. Later, fearing that passersby would notice, he disguised it as holding hands, and that is when it was snapped. Additionally, Luo Qianxue had a smirk on his face, while Luo Qianxue wore her usual cold expression behind sunglasses. To Jin Boyan and Yifei, it looked exactly like a couple holding hands. He really found another woman. Yifei felt like her world was falling apart. Not just this one. Jin Boyan pointed to the folder. Please continue reading. Yifei gathered her courage and turned the page. This page was mostly about Bai Tingting. After Luo Qianxue left, Luo Qianxue had accompanied Bai Tingting for a walk and then went to a restaurant for a meal. Due to the distance, what happened inside the restaurant was not visible until Luo Qianxue appeared again. Clearly, the two women had argued over Luo Qianxue. In the end, Luo Qianxue pulled out a large sum of cash. Luo Qianxue was moved, got into a luxury car and left heartlessly, leaving only Bai Tingting standing at the entrance, watching him go in a daze. He is a gold digger. Yi Feifei was shaking with anger. Feifei, stop looking, Fan Yang Erlang said, unable to watch her pitiful state. No, I will keep looking. Yi Feifei was furious now. They had not managed to capture Luo Qianxue's time at the first psychiatric hospital because that place was impenetrable. And his experience at Bureau 72 was, of course, impossible to document. So the next part was something that happened just recently. A brand new assistant, Jiang Ying. Luo Qianxue had hired a sexy beauty at a high price to be his private assistant. What do you use a private assistant for? You know exactly what that means. And even more outrageous, he had bought Jiang Ying a pigeon egg-sized diamond ring worth 5 million. Pictures do not lie. Staring intensely at that brilliant, massive diamond ring, Yi Feifei's eyes were practically spitting fire. I have some even newer information here. I did not have time to put it in the file yet. Jin Boyan slowly pulled out his phone. Do you want to see it? See it? Why would not I? Yi Feifei had lost all reason. Jin Boyan held the phone up to Yi Feifei's face. According to the latest intelligence, tonight, just 20 minutes ago, Luo Qianxue spent a total of 368,000 yuan at a nightclub called Piopiauxian. This is all the information I can provide for now. Jin Boyan spread his hands, indicating the consulting service was over. You might find your boyfriend, Luo Qianxue, at this club. Yi Feifei was about to explode. Calm down, Feifei, calm down. Fan Yang Erlang was terrified. It was his first time seeing a fairy go on a rampage. Luo Qianxue, I am going to kill you. Yi Feifei roared and charged out directly. She was going straight to the Piopiauxian nightclub to drag Luo Qianxue out and tear him to pieces. Feifei, do not be impulsive. Fan Yang Erlang tried to chase after her, but Jin Boyan blocked him. My friend, the service fee for this time has not been settled yet. Jin Boyan smiled slightly. The information on Luo Qianxue was not cheap. Just tell me how much money. Fan Yang Erlang kept glancing at the door. No, the payment method is for me to decide. That is the rule, you know that. Jin Boyan held up a finger and shook it gently. Help me kill someone, that will do. This was the price for hiring the mediator. You cannot refuse the compensation he demands because you cannot afford the consequences. Fan Yang Erlang knitted his brows and was silent for a full half-minute before asking, who do I have to kill? Cynthia, the number 2 figure in the Griffin Brotherhood. That is the consequence of refusing the mediator. In the courtyard of the Wuming sect, Wu Jia unexpectedly received a package. She opened it and was shocked to find a brand new smartphone inside. It was the most sought-after fruit brand, top-tier model costing 5 figures. Even more absurd, it came preloaded with 100,000 in phone credit. This must be a dream. Wu Jia could not believe it was real. With trembling hands, she reached out and pinched Ma Dongxing's arm as hard as she could. However, Ma Dongxing did not react at all. As expected, it is just a sweet dream, Wu Jia muttered to herself. If it were real, senior brother would have fought back immediately and flicked me on the forehead. Sigh. Wu Jia had just let out a couple of sighs when, unexpectedly, Ma Dongxing suddenly raised his hand. She was startled, only to find that Ma Dongxing was not attacking her but slapping his own chubby face. Slap, slap, slap. Wu Jia was stunned on the spot. It is not a dream, it is not a dream, Ma Dongxing shouted while continuing to slap himself. It turned out that Ma Dongxing had encountered something even more surreal. Various creditors had sent messages saying that someone had already paid off the Wuming sect's debts. Everything was cleared to zero. Who did this? Ma Dongxing and Wu Jia looked at each other in bewilderment. Having no clue who the generous benefactor was, they hurriedly ran into the house to tell their master. He Laosin remained calm and composed after hearing his disciples' stumbling and incoherent explanation. Indeed, we have met a kind soul. He Laosin gently twisted his beard. However, one should not accept rewards without merit. We cannot accept someone's favor for no reason. We must find a way to repay it. Yes, master is right, Ma Dongxing nodded in agreement. Wu Jia clutched the new phone, looking completely reluctant. He Liaosan pondered for a moment, then instructed Dongxing, take Wu Jia to the city again and ask my old friend to help look into it. It should be possible to find out. Yes, master. Following his master's orders, Ma Dongxing and Wu Jia packed up simply, left the village for the main road, and hitched a ride on a truck to the city center. The city center was bustling with traffic and neon lights. Countless stylish beauties in skimpy outfits strolled down the commercial street, showing off their invincible youthful charm. Yet Ma Dongxing's cold gaze swept over this forest of flesh, his heart not stirring in the slightest. This was the result of decades of cultivation, already far beyond that of an ordinary person. Suddenly, a streak of black mist flashed through the crowd. Ma Dongxing's heart skipped a beat, and he hurriedly chased after it. But it was too late. The entity vanished into the crowd in an instant, leaving no trace. Senior brother, what did you see? Wu Jia caught up, looking confused. Evil aura. Ma Dongxing's expression turned grave, the evil aura of a heaven-level monster. How is that possible? Are your eyes playing tricks on you? Wu Jia expressed serious doubt. A heaven-level monster appearing on the street, there are only humans here. Ma Dongxing swallowed hard and lowered his voice, saying it was a human possessed by an evil god. Yes, that was the only logical explanation. Generally speaking, evil gods do not occupy human bodies, because human bodies are too fragile to withstand the power of an evil god. Even the possession phenomena recorded in ancient books were all under extremely special circumstances, occupying them temporarily, and the evil god would soon switch to a more powerful body. So what was going on with the person he just saw? Realizing the severity of the situation, Wu Jia asked, what did the person look like? I did not see clearly. Ma Dongxing shook his head helplessly. I only saw it was a tall, thin man with blonde hair. Blonde hair? Wu Jia frowned. A foreigner. Hard to say, maybe it was just dyed. Ma Dongxing could only shake his head and sigh. We definitely will not be able to find him. Let us just wait and see. It will cause a major incident sooner or later. No one has ever counted how many Xuanmen practitioners are left in this world. Probably no more than 3 digits. Most sects rarely interact with each other for a simple reason: everyone is living quite frugally. It is said that years ago, there was a sect gathering that broke out into a huge conflict over who would pay the bill. Since then, no one has organized a gathering. And that old friend Master spoke of, Fan Xian, came from another sect on Kowloon Island, the so-and-so sect. The name no longer matters because it announced its dissolution over 30 years ago. As one of the last batch of disciples of that sect, Fan Xian took his extraordinary skills and retired. Oh no, he applied for a civil service position. He did quite well later on and even became a senior council member of the Kowloon City Hall. Asking him for help can solve most problems. Ma Dongxing and Wu Jia were already quite familiar with visiting the Fan household. It was just bad luck this time. Fan Xian was not home, he had gone fishing. They were received by Fan Xian's youngest son, Fan Yang Erlang. You two sit and rest for a while, my dad will definitely be back before dinner. Fan Yang Erlang had a beast-like smile on his face as he served the 2 guests tea and snacks. My goodness, your muscle mass, it is even more exaggerated. Ma Dongxing sized up Fan Yang Erlang, clicking his tongue in admiration. Tell the truth, did you secretly practice some Xuanmen's secret technique? Hee. Fan Yang Erlang smiled without answering. Come on, sit down and have a good chat. Ma Dongxing wanted to pull Fan Yang Erlang over to his side. To be honest, Ma Dongxing was very interested in the secret techniques of other sects. Those were secret arts passed down for thousands of years. Yet down to this day, they have all been left without successors, eventually buried by the sands of history. What a pity. No, Fan Yang Erlang shook his head and pointed to the other end of the living room. I have other guests here. Ma Dongxing turned and looked, seeing a pure-looking young girl. That is right, it was indeed Yi Feifei. Of course, she had not caught Luo Qianxue at the entertainment club. That jerk had long since run away. Fan Yang Erlang was afraid she would lose control of her emotions and cause trouble outside, so he brought her to his home. Oh my, that girl looks very unhappy. Ma Dongxing always spoke very casually. Did you bully her? How could I? Fan Yang Erlang immediately denied it. I was kind enough to help her. She was cheated on by her boyfriend. That is why she is so angry. Gosh, why are there so many scumbags? Ma Dongxing could not help but look at Wu Jia. My junior sister was also cheated on. Ouch. Serves him right, he was pinched hard by Wu Jia. Nothing. Ma Dongxing rubbed his arm and gave Fan Yang Erlang an awkward smile. You should talk to her properly. There are plenty of good men out there. Just find another one. This is your chance too. Heh, easier said than done. Fan Yang Erlang offered a bitter smile. That boyfriend of hers is a nobody, but he does not seem like someone simple. When he went to the entertainment club, he spent hundreds of thousands right away. Oh, Ma Dongxing was naturally curious. What is his name? Fan Yang Erlang replied, his name is Luo Qianxue. You should keep an eye out for him for me too. Upon hearing this name, Ma Dongxing and Wu Jia looked at each other. What? Fan Yang Erlang was suddenly stunned. Have you heard of him? Heard of him? Ma Dongxing slapped his thigh. We even stayed together, we just parted ways. They did indeed stay together at Bureau 72. Fan Yang Erlang looked stunned, then looked at Wu Jia with sympathetic eyes. He had misunderstood, thinking that the one Ma Dongxing was talking about was the very same scumbag. You have to admire him. Luo Qianxue is truly worthy of being a master-level scumbag. Even female disciples of Xuanmen cultivation could not escape his clutches. Wu Jia sensed that the atmosphere was wrong and was just about to explain when she saw Yi Feifei walking over. Yi Feifei stared coldly at Wu Jia. Are you also a fish kept by the Sea King Luo Qianxue? Achoo! Luo Qianxue sneezed several times in a row. Jiang Ying asked with concern, Young Master Lu, are you catching a cold? Are you feeling uncomfortable anywhere? No, not at all. Luo Qianxue rubbed his nose. I suspect someone is talking trash about me. Jiang Ying was taken aback for a moment. Haha, just kidding, let us get back to business. Luo Qianxue sat up straight. Jiang Ying gave a helpless smile and continued with the latest intelligence. The Griffin Brotherhood's underground auction will be held tomorrow night at 11 o'clock. The location is kept secret, and entry tickets cannot be bought with money. You must be recommended by a regular or a high-level VIP. So finding the auction venue is extremely difficult. So we have to find a regular to bring us in. Luo Qianxue frowned and thought, where can we find one? Do you have any leads? No. Jiang Ying shook her head gently. Clients attending such auctions hide their true identities, so any leads turn out to be fake anyway. Some wealthy people even just send assistants to bid remotely. Hiss. If we miss this auction, who knows when we will ever catch their big boss. The longer this drags on, the more unfavorable the situation becomes for us. Is there really no other way? Luo Qianxue rubbed his forehead in frustration. Even finding another stronghold would be something. Young Master Lu, there is new information. Jiang Ying suddenly picked up her phone. The Public Security Bureau actually caught a low-level leader of the Griffin Brotherhood. Half an hour later, when Luo Qianxue arrived, he discovered. This low-level leader was not exactly caught, he was just found, barely clinging to half a life. He was none other than Zagang, who had been beaten to a pulp by Fan Yang Erlang and tossed into the bushes. His entire face was smashed in, his features obscured by dried blood, and not a single tooth was left in his mouth. He looked absolutely miserable. It was a miracle he was still alive. With his face destroyed like that, if he had not had his phone and some IDs on him, the police would not have been able to identify him at all. Luo Qianxue was stunned as well. Who did this? What kind of grudge was that? Too brutal. The bad news is that this poor guy is already in critical condition and cannot speak at all, so we cannot get any information out of him. Looks like a wasted trip, Jiang Ying sighed softly. No, it was not a wasted trip. Luo Qianxue had a new idea, leak the news that Zagang is hospitalized and make sure the Griffin Brotherhood finds out. Jiang Ying understood immediately. This is called making use of waste. Zagang is the perfect bait. So Zagang was quickly transferred to a reliable private hospital in the suburbs. The entire floor was cleared of all unauthorized personnel, and Luo Qianxue sat in the room opposite Zagang's, waiting like someone waiting for a rabbit to hit a stump. The professional Jiang Ying used her highly efficient intelligence channels to quickly spread the word that Zagang was staying there. The Griffin Brotherhood reacted just as quickly and immediately sent men over. They were obviously in a rush to get Zagang back. They could not let their own man fall into the hands of an opposing faction. A total of 3 vans arrived. Jiang Ying, guarding downstairs, reported the situation to Luo Qianxue, but only 5 people went up and about a dozen stayed below. They are being quite cautious. Got it. Luo Qianxue had already finished his warm-up exercises. Jiang Ying added a reminder, among the ones going up, that bald guy is an expert. I have seen him on the Kowloon wanted list. His nickname is Scorpion and he is a notorious international assassin. Oh, Luo Qianxue did not care at all. Jiang Ying asked, do you want me to go up and help? No need, just watch quietly. Luo Qianxue had long since stopped looking at these mortals as threats. All he needed to do now was use real combat to practice how to control the power of the evil god within his body. Not long after, the 5 poor suckers came up in the elevator. 2 guarded the elevator entrance, while Scorpioned the other 2 goons to search the rooms for zagging. After searching 3 rooms, Scorpion realized something was wrong. There was not a single patient here. Damn it, it is a trap, Scorpion cursed and pulled out a curved blade from his waist. He was not going to run. As a top assassin, what kind of major situation had not he seen? Even if it was a trap, he had nothing to fear. It is just that, he really had never seen a situation quite like this. In the next second, a black shadow streaked out and slammed one of his goons' heads directly into the wall. Bang! Then following the wall slash, a blood streak over a meter long was left behind. Before the other goon could even react, he took a kick to the abdomen. He flew straight out, instantly clatter. He slammed into the wall so hard it dented, and the plaster fell everywhere. In less than 2 seconds, both underlings were toast. Scorpion was completely dumbfounded. Since he started his career, no, since he was born, he had never seen such terrifying skill. Is this even human? That was a bit too heavy-handed, Luo Qianxue muttered, then turned his head to look at Scorpion. His tone was very flat, and his expression was very flat too. But as a top-tier assassin, Scorpion could clearly feel that the man was exuding monstrous killing intent from head to toe, as if he could swallow everything in the world at any moment. Who exactly are you? Scorpion could not stop himself from trembling. You do not have the right to ask questions. Luo Qianxue flexed his fingers and closed in step by step. From now on, whatever I ask you answer, say one word of nonsense and I will dismantle your limbs. Screw you, Scorpion roared to muster his courage and slashed down with all his might. Swish. It was impossible to see clearly. Just a black shadow flashed by. That curved blade, along with Scorpion's right hand, flew off. Fresh blood drew a red arc in the air. Scorpion stood stunned for several seconds before the pain of his severed hand finally reached his brain. He finally realized. The opponent in front of him was definitely not human. He was a demon from legend. Jiang Ying was still waiting in the car downstairs, faintly hearing bursts of screams coming from above. The Brotherhood members clearly heard them too and began picking up weapons, planning to rush up to support them. At this point, Jiang Ying could not sit by anymore. She had to ensure her employer's safety. So she opened the car door and stepped out. The gang members saw a beautiful woman with a graceful figure approaching and were surprised at first, even excited. That was until Jiang Ying pulled 2 submachine guns from behind her back. Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat. The gun barrels spat tongues of fire, and the gang members fell one after another. Then came extremely precise shots, the driver, the fuel tank, no one could escape. Flames burned brightly, silhouetting Jiang Ying's almost perfect, yet deadly curves against the night. She had not told Luo Qianxue that she had also appeared on the Kowloon wanted list. Of course, her real name was not Jiang Ying either, and she had also had plastic surgery. Never mind, it is all in the past. When Jiang Ying arrived upstairs and stepped out of the elevator, she was shocked. A poor sucker was hanging in the air next to the elevator, his feet off the ground. His body had been pierced by an four stand and pinned straight into the wall. Another guy's body had been twisted like a pretzel, with his arms and legs tangled together. It was impossible to imagine how that was done. Oh, how come you are up here? Luo Qianxue poked his head out from a room, his face still stained with flecks of blood. Jiang Ying frowned and stayed silent for a long while before whispering, I need to talk to you about the pay. We need to talk about that, Luo Qianxue looked puzzled. If the employer is a massive freak, Jiang Ying paused, it's going to cost extra. That scumbag Luo Qianxue. Yi Feifei was so angry she could almost die. She tossed and turned in bed, unable to fall asleep until past 3 in the morning. In a hazy, half-awake state, she found herself back in that dream. Before her eyes were some strange graphic menus where she could choose prize pools and draw superpowers cards. But her draw count was 0, she could not draw anymore. As for the cards she had already drawn, she had no idea how to use them. She picked one at random and clicked it repeatedly, but there was no response at all. Dreaming about these things again and again, this definitely is not just an ordinary dream. Between wakefulness and sleep, Yi Feifei pondered to herself. After observing carefully for a while, she noticed a small question mark next to the icon for draw count equals 0. Out of curiosity, she reached out and poked it. Then the question mark turned into a red exclamation mark. What just happened? What is going on? Luo Qianxue jolted awake from his sleep. He was not woken up by a nightmare but by the system's notification sound. Smart Assistant now activated. Alert, host detected deviating from the main storyline outline. Please correct the host's behavior immediately, otherwise this system will force a shutdown in 72 hours. What force a shutdown? Luo Qianxue certainly could not agree to that. If the system shuts down, not to mention the loss of superpower cards, his own life would definitely be at risk. How could she deviate from the main outline? Luo Qianxue patted his head to wake himself up quickly. What on earth did I do? Then he finally remembered that Yi Feifei was the host, and it was she who had deviated from the heroine's correct path. That is right, this super heroine system was originally intended for the heroine of the young master Qin's little wife world. Its job was to help the heroine successfully complete all the plot points and achieve a perfect life. However, this system existed in Luo Qianxue's consciousness. Although Yi Feifei was identified as the primary host, she lacked the ability to fully control the system. She could only interact with the system while in her dreams, and although she could draw cards, she could neither see nor hear system prompts. In this situation, Luo Qianxue became Yi Feifei's system manager. Only through their cooperation could the system function to its full potential. Forget it, no way, Luo Qianxue could not accept this at all. I do not want to cooperate with that Grim Reaper girl, one slip up and I will be killed by her. It was not that Luo Qianxue was overreacting, but he had seen the relevant plot. A supporting male character was crushed to death by a falling meteor on the same night just because he had an argument with Yi Feifei. That is right, you read that correctly. He was really crushed to death by a meteor. In this female-oriented novel, there is no reasoning with anyone. Yi Feifei is the law. Do you know what it means to walk with a king like walking with a tiger? The Grim Reaper girl is 10,000 times scarier than a tiger. If you stay with her and happen to say the wrong word, you will not even have time to make funeral arrangements. He had already been killed by her once. If it had not been for that rebirth card, he would have long since turned to dust. Who could say there would not be a second time? It is impossible not to be afraid. But under the current circumstances, with the system about to shut down, he definitely had to take action. Luo Qianxue hurriedly checked the so-called Smart Assistant and found a new mission. Main mission. The host meets the second male lead and builds mutual affection with him. Complete this mission to receive 3 draw chances and a mysterious reward. So this Smart Assistant was here to guide the host back to the main plot. There are even rewards for completing the mission. Without a doubt, this mission had to be done. I have to save Yi Feifei and make her a qualified heroine. Luo Qianxue suddenly felt a sense of mission. Only by letting her go save the world can I have a peaceful life myself. Whoever is the center of the world is responsible for protecting the world. That makes sense. Just who is the second male lead? Luo Qianxue, who had only read 3 chapters, did not know this person at all. In the chapters he had skimmed through later, it was not clear who the second male lead was. As for the outline Yi Feifei wrote herself, she had not even given him a name, just calling him the second male lead. I am so annoyed by this Yi Feifei. Luo Qianxue rubbed his head, trying hard to recall the contents of the outline. Second male lead, second male lead. The character design seems to be that of someone leaning towards a villain. Of course not a true villain. He is the heir to a gang power, and he has not done anything truly evil himself. But for Yi Feifei, he would ruthlessly eliminate anyone. Creating such a second male lead is of course to highlight the heroine's powerful charm that appeals to both black and white worlds. In addition, all the shady and dirty work is handled by the second male lead, which ensures the heroine and the male lead stay pure. In the end, the second male lead sacrifices himself to protect the heroine, only to get a few tears from her. Actually, he is also a pitiful person. No, wait, his essence is still that of a submissive simp. A simp is a simp, you end up with nothing in the end. Thinking of this, he could probably lock down who the second male lead was. The family background is one of the top gang forces in Kowloon City. He must be young, handsome, and infatuatedly devoted. Yes, he is definitely single now. Almost no difficulty, I can find him soon. Thinking of this, Luo Qianxue immediately jumped out of bed and ran to Jiang Ying's room. Jiang Ying was sleeping right next door. And the door was always left open solely to keep an eye on any movements from the employer. That is professional, that is truly professional. When she heard footsteps, Jiang Ying became instantly alert and quickly pulled a handgun from under her pillow. Do not be nervous, it is me. Luo Qianxue quickly turned on the room light to identify himself. Jiang Ying stared at the shirtless Luo Qianxue and said blankly, "Young Master Luo, our agreement states that I sell my skills, not my body. Even for extra money, it is not happening." "It is not that, it is not like that." Luo Qianxue waved his hands repeatedly. "Get up and work, help me find someone." Seeing she was wearing a very sheer white lace nightgown, Luo Qianxue quickly retreated outside the door and said, "I will wait for you in the study." Jiang Ying gave a slight smile and draped a red robe over herself. According to the conditions provided by Luo Qianxue, Jiang Ying quickly found the candidate who met the requirements. There was only one person in all of Kowloon City. That is the young leader of the Four Seas gang, Yi Lang. He looks quite smug. Luo Qianxue looked at the picture online. There is even a scar above his left eye. He is pretty easy to recognize. "Young Master Luo, why are you looking for Yi Lang?" Jiang Ying could not help but ask. "The Griffin Brotherhood matter has not been resolved yet. I suggest not provoking other gangs." "It is not provoking, it is sending warmth to him." Luo Qianxue gave a strange smile. "Help me check Yi Lang's recent whereabouts." Jiang Ying did not know what this sending warmth meant, but since the employer would not say, she would not ask further, she would just check it. The second male lead had been found, and Luo Qianxue began to ponder the next problem: where had Yi Feifei gone? Since their parting at the mental hospital, there had been no news of her whatsoever. Luo Qianxue had never worried about this because she was the heroine. She could not possibly encounter any misfortune. The ones who should be worried are those who offended her. But now the trouble is, Yi Feifei is not following the plot at all. What on earth is she messing around with? In another 72 hours, the system will shut down. We must find Yi Feifei as soon as possible and get her back on the right path. Luo Qianxue frowned and asked Jiang Ying again, in Kowloon City, "What is the fastest way to find a girl?" "Find a girl?" Jiang Ying paused for a moment. "A decent one or one who is not?" "Of course a decent one." Luo Qianxue rolled his eyes. "For finding people, is the Kowloon Public Security Bureau reliable?" "The Security Bureau definitely will not work. Their efficiency is too low." Jiang Ying thought for a moment. "The most efficient way is definitely through that man, the mediator." Through Jiang Ying's account, Luo Qianxue finally learned that there was such an amazing mediator in Kowloon City, Jin Boyan. Not only could he help find people, but he could also handle all kinds of incredibly tricky and seemingly impossible problems. However, he had great ability, a strange temper, and plenty of quirks. Whether he takes a job or not is entirely up to him. It does not matter how much you offer to pay. He never accepts tasks like seeking revenge. So you cannot count on him to find the boss of the Griffin Brotherhood. Furthermore, the way he demands payment is even more peculiar, with no rhyme or reason, seemingly based on his mood. Sometimes he wants money, sometimes an object, and sometimes he wants you to do a task for him. It is said that he once demanded a client run naked through a shopping mall. Luo Qianxue felt uncomfortable the moment he heard the words "run naked" and could not help but ask, did that person actually do it? Jiang Ying shook her head. Then what happened? Then, that person died the next day, Jiang Ying said with a meaningful smile, lying butt naked right at the entrance of the mall. Luo Qianxue understood. that mediator was definitely not someone to mess with. So I do not suggest going to the mediator, the risk is high and it is not worth it. Jiang Ying expressed her true opinion unless you run into massive trouble. But for Luo Qianxue, the system shutting down was indeed massive trouble. He pondered for a while and finally decided, let us go meet this mediator anyway. Jiang Ying frowned and asked, are you sure? Sure, Luo Qianxue had already made up his mind. If the reward he asks for is too bizarre, I will just not have him help. That should not be a problem, right? This, Jiang Ying shook her head slightly. I am not sure what the consequences would be. It probably depends on his mood. He will have to consider my mood as well, Luo Qianxue said with a smirk. Completely different from what he imagined, the mediator's office was just an ordinary, unremarkable office in a building in the city center. The sign said Harmony Office. The total floor space was less than 200 square meters, with a few glass partitions and 4 or 5 scattered employees. That was it. Just this, Luo Qianxue was shocked. This is all it takes to mediate all the major events in Kowloon City. No one knows the power behind Jin Boyan. Jiang Ying lowered her voice. It is impossible to find out. As they were talking, a female employee walked up and smiled. Hello, Mr. Luo. Our boss is waiting for you in his office. Luo Qianxue was stunned. How did Jin Boyan know I was coming, and that my surname is Luo? Jiang Ying just tilted her head. Clearly, she did not understand either. The two of them had no choice but to be on high alert as they carefully walked into the mediator's office. The moment they entered, Jin Boyan personally came up to greet them. Mr. Luo, I have been waiting for you for a long time. How do you know me? Luo Qianxue stopped immediately, deliberately keeping a certain distance from him. Ever since you kidnapped young Master Qin that night, I have been keeping an eye on you. Jin Boyan's smile was eerie, half smiling. You should be able to guess that I have my people around young Master Qin as well. Luo Qianxue did not respond. He really had not expected that something like kidnapping Qin Xuan would get out. Of course, even if Jin Boyan had intelligence on it, he could not admit it to his face. Absolutely cannot leave any evidence behind. However, Jiang Ying was already shocked, looking at Luo Qianxue with disbelief. Her employer was truly daring and full of wicked deeds. Not to mention coercing the daughter of the Luo family, he even kidnapped the daughter and son of the Qin family. It is simply outrageous. You are truly a figure who can change the history of Kowloon. It was hard to tell if it was praise or sarcasm as Jin Boyan smiled, then turned to Jiang Ying and asked, Miss Jiang, how does it feel to jump ship from the Luo family? Jiang Ying hesitated for a moment and responded sternly, very good. Young Master Luo is the best employer I have ever seen. Oh, well then, congratulations. Jin Boyan clapped his hands twice lightly. Let us get down to business. Since you two are visiting today, I wonder what interesting business you bring me. I am afraid you will be disappointed. Luo Qianxue took out his phone and showed the photo of Yi Feifei just looking for a girl. It probably has nothing to do with being interesting. Yi Feifei, Jin Boyan recognized her immediately. Yi Feifei was so famous that it was no surprise he recognized her at a glance. Luo Qianxue asked again, before asking for your help to find someone, I must first confirm, what reward do you want? Reward, Jin Boyan seemed to ponder for a short while. Since this is Mr. Luo's first visit, we will waive the fee this time. Hearing this response, Luo Qianxue was quite surprised, and Jiang Ying was equally stunned. Let us just make friends. Jin Boyan put on that weird half-smile expression again. I always feel that Mr. Luo is very familiar. Perhaps we are the same kind of person. To this, Luo Qianxue could not agree at all. Alright, enough chatter. This is Yi Feifei's location, Jin Boyan said decisively, tearing off a note and writing down an address. Fan Yang Erlang's place in the east of the city. Very easy to find. Fan Yang Erlang, what a strange name. Luo Qianxue turned to look at Jiang Ying and asked, ever heard of this person? I have. Jiang Ying nodded. It is said he is the strongest man in Kowloon. He is also an old client of mine, Jin Boyan added. He is very easy to get along with. He should welcome you warmly. Holding the address and walking out of the Harmony office, Luo Qianxue still felt very uneasy. He could not put his finger on it, but he just felt that this Jin Boyan was weird and gloomy. No, it should be evil. An inexplicable, deeply hidden and indescribable evil. Forget it, do not worry about him for now, finding Yi Feifei is the real priority. Luo Qianxue drove to the Fan family's place in the east of the city, knocked on the door, and then he saw the strongest man in Kowloon. Holy crap! Even though he had mentally prepared himself, Luo Qianxue still jumped in shock. Are these enormous muscles like iron blocks something a human can actually build up? He is practically a monster. Luckily, Jin Boyan said this monster was easy to get along with. So Luo Qianxue smiled and got straight to the point. May I ask if Yi Feifei is staying here? I would like to see her. Fan Yang Erlang was stunned for a moment and asked back, who are you? I am Luo Qianxue, she knows me, Luo Qianxue answered candidly. You are Luo Qianxue, Fan Yang Erlang's eyes widened immediately. What is wrong? Luo Qianxue vaguely sensed that something was wrong. Scumbag, you scumbag who hurt Feifei, Fan Yang Erlang roared and threw a heavy punch right at him. Damn it, you call this easy to get along with, you call this a warm welcome. The mediator tells lies too. Good thing it was free, otherwise I would definitely have to ask for a refund. Luo Qianxue retreated hastily, barely dodging the terrifying punch. The powerful force of the punch whistled past his face, actually causing a sharp, stinging pain like a blade. A monster, he is definitely a monster. After missing the punch, Fan Yang Erlang stepped forward immediately, closing in on Luo Qianxue again. The speed was also at a monster level, far beyond that of an ordinary person. Seeing that there was no way to dodge, Luo Qianxue was debating whether to use the power of the evil god when suddenly, a bang sounded. It was a gunshot from the gun in Jiang Ying's hand. To protect her employer, Jiang Ying did not hesitate to draw her handgun and fire a shot at Fan Yangjiro's thigh. But who would have guessed that the bullet would simply bounce off those terrifying muscles? It actually bounced off. Is that mystical arts? Jiang Ying could not help but exclaim. Ha, good eye, Fan Yangjiro sneered and temporarily held back his attack. In principle, I do not hit women, so do not force my hand. This monster, is he also from the mystical world? Luo Qianxue paused for a moment and immediately asked, do you know the nameless sect? Do you know Ma Dongxing? Never mind, Fan Yangjiro could not continue the fight, everyone really was an acquaintance. And so, the fighting ceased and Luo Qianxue successfully entered the Fan residence, meeting Ma Dongxing, Wu Jia and Yi Feifei in the living room. Hee, Luo Qianxue, Yi Feifei smiled, a smile that sent shivers down one's spine. You finally decided to come and find me. No, Luo Qianxue gulped, starting to spout nonsense. I have been looking for you for days. It was so hard to track you down here. Must have been living a cozy life without me bothering you, right? Yi Feifei glanced at Jiang Ying, her expression darkening further. What are you still doing here looking for me? Luo Qianxue could tell that Yi Feifei had not recovered her memories and still firmly believed they were a couple. In this situation, he could only play along, smiling apologetically. Feifei, there are some things you might have misunderstood. Let me explain slowly. Shall we head back first? Head back? Yi Feifei frowned. Back to where? Back home, of course, Luo Qianxue replied with an earnest face. Anyway, she had amnesia and did not know where home was. But to Yi Feifei, this meant that the two of them had been living together for a long time. This Yi Feifei instantly felt incredibly embarrassed. Throughout the story of the young master's little wife, the main characters had a double purity setting, meaning they were absolutely pure in both mind and body and eternally devoted to each other. If the memory fragments from the hotel were not enough proof, what about living together? Since their relationship had reached this point, it meant she would have to follow Luo Qianxue from now on. She could no longer accept any other man. From mind to body, she could not accept it. This was the power of the rules, so strong it was impossible to resist. But he is such a scumbag. Yi Feifei tried to resist, but she was quickly defeated. Her sixth sense told her that Luo Qianxue was the only man for her in this lifetime. Even if he made mistakes, she had to forgive him. There was truly no other way. This was destiny. After some painful struggling, Yi Feifei lost all her fight and could only suppress her grievance as she nodded at Luo Qianxue. All right then, let us go back home. She agreed so easily. Luo Qianxue was quite surprised. Feifei is just too kind. Fan Yangjiro thought to himself, she is simply an angel. Although he really wanted to teach Luo Qianxue a lesson, Yi Feifei had already chosen to forgive him, so how could he meddle in other people's business? Sigh, forget it, I will just have to continue watching over her silently. Needless to say, this was just the basic quality a male supporting character in a romance novel should have. Hey wait, Ma Dongxing, who had been watching for a while, could not help but chime in. What exactly is the relationship between the two of them? Senior brother, you cannot tell. Wu Jia gave Ma Dongxing a side-eye. Obviously they are a couple. No way, Ma Dongxing looked stunned. These days, even a mental patient can find such an excellent girlfriend. No, I do not think Luo Qianxue is mentally ill, Wu Jia said with a firm look in her eyes. The streaking must be a hobby, he is just a pervert. Luo Qianxue was in a hurry to complete his system task and did not have time to chat or reminisce with Ma Dongxing and Wu Jia. He just said, stay in touch, let us have dinner when we have time, and left with Yi Feifei. Held hostage by fate, Yi Feifei could only obediently follow Luo Qianxue into the car. As soon as Jiang Ying started the car, Luo Qianxue ordered, go to the Marriott Hotel first. Yi Feifei could not help but be startled, are not we going home? Luo Qianxue explained, there is a charity fundraiser going on there. I will go donate some money first, then we will head home. You even do charity work? Yi Feifei's favorable impression of Luo Qianxue grew once more. In reality, the reason Luo Qianxue was going to the event was because he had received news that the male lead number 2, Yi Lang, would be there too. Clearly, this was the best time to complete the system task. As for why Yi Lang, a gangster prince, would be attending a charity fundraiser, probably to launder money. I heard the Four Alliance gang secretly runs several charity foundations. Those who know, know. Luo Qianxue had already mapped out the next part of his plan. Create trouble at the fundraiser and involve Yi Feifei in it. Then act cowardly and weak on purpose, escalating the conflict and making Yi Feifei completely disappointed in him. At that moment, Yi Lang would surely step in, offer the heroine a helping hand, and resolve the conflict. Exactly, this is the classic cliché trope of these romance novels, absolutely perfect. That way, they will meet and develop feelings for each other. Task accomplished. And then it would be best to break up. If they do not break up, Yi Feifei cannot return to the main plot, and the system will sooner or later fall apart. Besides, Luo Qianxue never liked Yi Feifei type of main heroine, especially not her terrifying army of simps. Most men would not be able to handle that, right? Must break up. If this plan goes smoothly, will not all the girls think this boyfriend is pathetic and useless? Comparing him to Yi Lang, Tusk, it is better to dump him. If Yi Feifei were to break up on the spot, that would be perfect. Why not initiate it himself? Are you kidding? Who would dare say to a Reaper girl, I do not want you anymore? She has to be the one to dump you, you cannot dump her. Because the one who does the dumping is always the winner, only the one dumped feels resentment. Anyway, once the task is done, just dump Yi Feifei on Yi Lang and be done with it. Yi Feifei, oh Yi Feifei, just go play out your main storyline with the second male lead and stop annoying me. Thinking about how he would soon be free of this Reaper girl, Luo Qianxue could not help but break into a smile. And when Yi Feifei saw Luo Qianxue smiling there, she mistook it for the joy of their reunion and subconsciously forgave him a little bit more. Luo Qianxue's plan was originally good, but things are unpredictable. Because of a huge traffic jam, by the time they reached the Marriott Hotel, the charity fundraiser was already over. Only a dozen people were left at the venue, mostly staff, counting and organizing the donated items. Damn it, this is going to kill me, Luo Qianxue panicked, looking around wide-eyed trying to find Yi Lang. Jiang Ying helped him look and soon spotted someone familiar. She immediately whispered to Luo Qianxue, young Master Luo, that man over there in the black cloth robe, nicknamed Black Impermanence, is a veteran of the Four Alliance and often helps Yi Lang handle odd jobs. Tall, thin, long-faced, and plain-looking, quite a menacing nickname though. Through this guy should be able to draw Yi Lang out right. Luo Qianxue walked straight over and noticed that Black Impermanence was fiddling with a jade bracelet. These pieces of jewelry were also donations, to be auctioned off at a later charity auction, with the proceeds also going to charity activities. Luo Qianxue suddenly had an idea and asked Black Impermanence, is this bracelet for sale? Black Impermanence looked up at Luo Qianxue and said coldly, this is for the auction, it is not for sale right now. An auction is still a sale, so why not sell it to me now? Luo Qianxue smiled slightly, name your price. Black Impermanence shook his head. If you are interested, you should wait for next week's charity auction. I cannot wait. Luo Qianxue looked at Yi Feifei behind him. I want to buy it right now as a gift for my girlfriend. Black Impermanence continued to shake his head, thinking Luo Qianxue was just looking for trouble. He guessed right, Luo Qianxue was looking for trouble. Feifei, I think this bracelet is nice, you will look great in it. Luo Qianxue shouted, then suddenly snatched the bracelet and walked toward Yi Feifei. Black Impermanence froze for a few seconds before he reacted and shouted in a panic, "What are you doing? Put it down." But Luo Qianxue had already taken Yi Feifei's hand and was pretending to slide it on. Then he deliberately let his hand slip. Bang! The jade bracelet hit the ground and shattered into several pieces on the spot. Oh no, the bracelet is broken, what should I do? Luo Qianxue immediately put on a look of panic. In reality, he was secretly overjoyed. Hey, this way, that Black Impermanence guy will definitely demand compensation. I will just tell him I have no money and cannot afford to pay. Worst case scenario, I will just leave my girlfriend Yi Feifei here as collateral. At this point, according to the female-oriented romance tropes, that Yi Lang guy should make his grand entrance and fall in love with Yi Feifei at first sight. Then he will heroically waive the compensation, leaving a wonderful impression on Yi Feifei. Mission accomplished, time to collect the reward. Just as he was happily mulling this over, Black Impermanence walked over with a grim face and said coldly, "This bracelet is worth 1.8 million. Can you afford to pay for it?" 1.8 million, Yi Feifei shouted first, that is impossible. It really was impossible. These charity events were just for show, nobody actually donated anything valuable. The so-called jewelry and art were almost all fakes. A jade bracelet like this was worth at most a few $100, maybe 1,000 if you pushed it. Black Impermanence asking for 1.8 million right off the bat was nothing but extortion, truly the work of a thug. But Luo Qianxue did not care. He was hoping they would ask for 8 million, he was not going to pay a cent anyway. Heh, I cannot afford that, Luo Qianxue said, spreading his hands. So what now? You, a Black Impermanence's eyes gleamed with malice, are you looking to die? Meanwhile, Jiang Ying, standing not far away, did not move an inch. Instead, a smile appeared on her face. As a professional assistant, she paid attention to every move and every glance of her employer. It was obvious Luo Qianxue was doing this on purpose. Since her employer liked to act, she naturally would not interfere. It is my fault, I did not catch it properly. The kind-hearted Yi Feifei actually tugged at Luo Qianxue's sleeve, taking the blame herself. But still, this bracelet cannot possibly be worth 1.8 million, right? Luo Qianxue did not respond to Yi Feifei, instead saying to Black Impermanence, "No matter how much it costs, why do not you have your boss come out and talk to me?" "Ha, you," Black Impermanence sneered dismissively. "Do you even know who our boss is?" Who is he?" Luo Qianxue asked, knowing the answer. Just as things were about to follow the plot, a deep, affectionate call suddenly rang out from behind. Feifei, Feifei. Luo Qianxue turned his head and saw it was none other than Su Zihao running over. "Feifei, what are you doing here?" Su Zihao's eyes lit up like a husky that had just found a big juicy bone. "I have been looking all over for you." "Hey," Luo Qianxue hurriedly jumped in and grabbed Su Zihao, demanding, "What are you doing here?" Su Zihao paused and whispered, "I am a supreme VIP at the Marriott Hotel. The sauna and massage on the 6th floor are actually quite good." Good grief, what an overachiever. Luo Qianxue was speechless, not knowing what else to say. Su Zihao did not bother paying attention to Luo Qianxue and started fussing over Yi Feifei instead. "I am so sorry for leaving without saying goodbye last time." The polite Yi Feifei apologized to Su Zihao, then introduced him. "This is my boyfriend Luo Chen." What? Upon hearing this, Su Zihao felt his world shatter on the spot. Luo Qianxue wore a complicated expression. He did not dare deny it in front of Yi Feifei. If she suddenly remembered being thrown off the building and got angry, he would be in for a world of pain. Then Su Zihao examined Luo Qianxue with the look one might give an alien, his slow-moving brain working rapidly. "That is a lot of information, need to process this. This guy surnamed Luo clearly has a thing with my cousin Luo Qianxue. Why else would she cause such a scene at Bureau 72 for him? Yet Yi Feifei is claiming Luo Qianxue as her boyfriend. No way, impossible. I check her social media every day and never saw a single clue. If Yi Feifei had a boyfriend, I, Su Zihao, would definitely be the first to know. Therefore, there is only one truth: Yi Feifei is lying. She is pretending to have a boyfriend as a shield to ward off other men. Hey, the classic goddess maneuver. Even if you did have a real boyfriend, I would not care. Just because there is a goalie does not mean I cannot score. Having figured it out, Su Chen grinned and patted Luo Qianxue on the shoulder. I get it, I totally get it. What do you get? Luo Qianxue looked bewildered. Hey, what is going on here? Su Zihao finally noticed black impermanence and the shattered jade on the floor. Did you break something? Black impermanence actually recognized the supreme VIP Su Zihao, so he answered, they broke my bracelet and have to pay me 1.8 million. PFF, is that all? The spoiled rich kid Su Zihao raised his head. I will pay it. Wait, no, Luo Qianxue was dumbfounded. What does this have to do with you? Do not get in my way. Stop interfering with my plan to meet Yi Lang. Yi Feifei's business is my business, Su Zihao said with righteous indignation. Exactly, I absolutely cannot look weak in front of Yi Feifei. If I, Su Zihao, haggle over a single cent, I am not a man. Brother, Luo Qianxue tried his best to suppress the urge to kick Su Zihao away, whispering, did not you run out of money? How are you going to pay? No worries, just put it on my tab. Su Zihao pointed to his own face. My face alone is worth at least 1 billion. Luo Qianxue's mouth twitched. He looked back at Black Impermanence, hoping he would refuse on the spot and slap Su Zihao in the face. However, Black Impermanence actually accepted it. He actually accepted it. He immediately pulled out a notebook and asked Su Zihao to write an IOU. Damn it all, Luo Qianxue was about to explode. If this keeps up, the system will shut down. No, absolutely not. Screw this, Luo Qianxue completely snapped and let out a flying kick. He sent Black Impermanence flying. Of course, he could not hit Su Zihao. He had to consider Luo Qianxue's reputation. By hitting Black Impermanence, he should still be able to bring out Yi Lang and keep the main plot moving. And this Black Impermanence was actually a skilled fighter. After taking the kick, he rolled, regained his footing, and scrambled back up. Have you had enough of living? Black Impermanence was enraged, glaring daggers at Luo Qianxue. Ha, extortionist, I am not going to baby you. Luo Qianxue continued to provoke him. Bring out all your men if you can. Not necessary, I can finish you off myself. Black Impermanence roared and lunged at him. In Luo Qianxue's eyes, the speed of mortals was simply too slow. He sidestepped with ease, dodging Black Impermanence's fist. Then he extended his palm to cup the man's chin, and gave it a casual push upward at an angle. Crack! His neck was almost snapped. Black Impermanence flew sideways and collapsed on the ground, convulsing. A top-tier expert of the Four Union Gang, taken down in one move by an unknown. Yi Feifei and Su Zihao were stunned, while only Jiang Ying remained composed. She knew exactly how abnormal her employer was. This was already an incredibly civilized skirmish. And just then, Yi Lang finally arrived on the scene. He wore a black trench coat, his wavy hair looking stylish and carefree. His chiseled face with delicate features combined with a scar above his left eye added a touch of rugged masculinity. This was Yi Lang, the official male lead number 2, the handsome man who was both righteous and wicked. He had arrived at the perfect time. He had witnessed Luo Qianxue's move. Fast, ruthless, far beyond that of a normal person. Luo Qianxue looked coldly toward Yi Lang as well. Though his expression was cold, he could not help but feel excited inside. Damn it, you are finally here, Yi Feifei is all yours. However, he had not been happy for long before he realized something was wrong. Why was not Yi Lang even glancing at Yi Feifei but staring only at him? And the look in his eyes was so strange. What exactly went wrong? Confused, Luo Qianxue subconsciously pulled up the system interface to check the mission description again, only to discover that a superpower card was currently active. Group favorite superpower card: Dark Affection. The first underworld boss you encounter will uncontrollably develop a crush on you and treat you like their precious treasure. Once he understood this effect, Luo Qianxue completely fell apart. That popularity magnet card was activated by Yi Feifei while she was sleep-talking and clicking randomly. And it was activated on Luo Qianxue. This terrifying popularity magnet ability ignores gender and works on everyone. It was as if 10,000 alpacas were trampling through his heart. Luo Qianxue was about to go crazy. Yifei, damn you. If he was not afraid of being killed by his death curse aura, he would have really wanted to give her a piece of his mind. But Yifei was clueless, just staring in confusion at the unhinged Luo Qianxue, still looking pure and innocent. Meanwhile, Yi Lang had already been affected by the superpower card and was trapped in an indescribable predicament. That man opposite me. He looks handsome and moves with such incredible style. But even so, it should not be enough to make my heart race like this. What is this strange feeling? So embarrassing. Yi Lang pointed at Luo Qianxue, wanting to say something harsh but could not, and ended up asking softly, "May I ask, what is your name?" "Mimi, oh screw this," Luo Qianxue shouted, turned around and ran. He had to run, he was terrified. He absolutely did not want the affection of men, absolutely not. To hell with this popularity magnet stuff. Seeing Luo Qianxue run, Jiang Ying hesitated for a moment before chasing after him. Then, after a moment of daze, Yifei also chased after them. Finally, Suicidal also followed Yifei. With everyone on the other side running away, the 4-Union gang underlings could not help but ask, "Boss, should we chase them?" No, Yi Lang raised his trembling hand and only said, 3 minutes, I want the complete dossier on that man. Having escaped the popularity magnet doom, Luo Qianxue felt incredibly depressed. Things had reached this point, and he felt there was no hope of completing the system mission. Could it be that he just had to wait for the system to shut down? "Young Master Luo, what is the matter?" Jiang Ying asked with concern. "Qianxue, what on earth is going on?" Yifei also asked with concern. "Fei, are you tired from running? Are you thirsty? Should I go buy you a milk tea?" Su Zihao was even more considerate. "Shut up," Luo Qianxue glared angrily at Su Zihao. "Why are you still following us? If it were not for this pathetic sycophant causing trouble, maybe things would not have ended up like this." Sai, forget it, cannot blame him either. The real culprit is that jinx Yifei. Nothing good ever happens whenever I run into her. "Why are you running?" Su Zihao actually blamed Luo Qianxue. "It is just 1.8 million, is not it? I already agreed to pay it. Why did you have to hit someone? That guy was just trying to extort us, a total thug." Yifei immediately spoke up for her boyfriend. "Why should we give him that much money?" "Ah yes, Fei is right." Su Zihao instantly changed his attitude, nodding vigorously in agreement. "We should have beaten him to death. Next time I run into that guy, I will not show any mercy." "You just go home." Luo Qianxue could not help but interrupt Su Zihao. "We have real work to do." "Ah, okay, then you go ahead and be busy." Su Zihao only listened to half of what he said. "I will just stay here and keep Fei company. This ultimate sycophant. Once he starts sucking up, he never lets go." If it were not for the sake of Luo Qianxue, Luo Qianxue would have already thrown him out the window. "You forget it, you can stay here and keep Fei company." Luo Qianxue was helpless. "I have to go out for a while." He had to attend the underground auction tonight. That scorpion guy they caught yesterday had completely surrendered and offered to lead them into the auction. Since everything was ready, he had to take advantage of this opportunity to wipe out the boss of the Griffin Brotherhood in one fell swoop. Hearing that Luo Qianxue was going out tonight, Yifei immediately asked, "Where are you going out so late? You are not going to that club again, are you?" No, Luo Qianxue waved his hands hurriedly. "Wait, no, I have never been there." Yifei sneered and continued to press him. "Then tell me, where exactly are you going?" Luo Qianxue hesitated and lied. "I am going out to discuss a business deal. I will be back soon." Yifei blinked, looking unconvinced. Su Zihao was getting anxious, urging him repeatedly, Go discuss your business. I will just look after Fei." Once Luo Qianxue leaves, it will be just him and Yifei in their own private world. "Thanks a lot for that." Luo Qianxue rolled his eyes at Su Zihao and turned to leave. Jiang Ying followed immediately. And Su Zihao was overjoyed. Just as he was preparing to show off his charm, Yifei suddenly stood up and said coldly, "You drive me, we are going to tail Luo Qianxue." Su Zihao was stunned. "What, you do not want to help?" Yifei furrowed her brows. "Then I will find someone else." No, I will help. Su Zihao jumped up immediately. "I am the god of racing in Kowloon. When it comes to driving, no one is better than me." Jiang Ying had tied a microbomb to Scorpion, intending to send him to heaven the moment he showed any signs of mischief. Actually, it was not really necessary. The guy had already been scared out of his wits by Luo Qianxue. Ever since he witnessed Luo Qianxue's brutal methods, he had lost all will to resist. As long as he could survive, he would do anything. Led by Scorpion, the group arrived at the auction site ahead of time. It turned out to be a legitimate opera house, just rented out to the Griffin Brotherhood for the night. It seemed their underground auctions always changed locations, making them impossible to catch. Luo Qianxue came early, first to scout the situation and second, because he did not want to implicate too many people. Once the buyers from all sides arrived, it would not be easy to make a move. If he accidentally killed a bunch of big shots, it would surely shake all of Kowloon. Still splitting up, Jiang Ying stayed to guard the perimeter while Luo Qianxue pushed Scorpion toward the opera house's side entrance. Several hulking thugs stood outside, recognized the gang expert Scorpion and waved at him in greeting. Scorpion tucked his broken right hand into his sleeve and said with an expressionless face, "I have brought a big client who wants to go in and have a look early." "Brother Scorpion, this is..." The thug leader looked a bit troubled. "My client here is someone you cannot afford to offend." Scorpion immediately put on a fierce look. The thugs knew how formidable Scorpion was and did not dare say another word, immediately opening the door to let them in. Thus Luo Qianxue successfully entered the opera house. The dressing rooms lined both sides of the corridor, and he easily saw the female slaves about to be auctioned off. He had imagined these poor girls would be locked in cages, perhaps even barely clothed. But in reality, they were all dressed beautifully, surrounded by a professional makeup team, getting styled just like celebrities. According to their personal looks and temperament, some were dressed as princesses, some as maids, and even some with cosplay styles like elves or succubi. Luo Qianxue frowned. Is it this professional? If they are not packaged well, they do not fetch a good price. Scorpion replied carefully, "Our boss, oh no, that animal is very good at doing business." "And where is your boss?" A cold light flashed in Luo Qianxue's eyes. "Has he arrived yet?" Scorpion looked around and shook his head. "Not here, he probably has not arrived yet." "I will just have to wait a bit longer." Luo Qianxue was about to find a corner to hide in when he suddenly heard Jiang Ying's voice in his earpiece. "Young Master Luo, it is bad. Yi Feifei and Su Zihao are coming over." Luo Qianxue is actually doing business at the opera house? Su Zihao looked at the building in front of him. "He has got taste, no wonder he managed to pick up my cousin." What? Yi Feifei was stunned by his words. "Cough, nothing, I just saw Luo Qianxue go into that small door over there." Su Zihao quickly pointed and said, "Let us go take a look." As a professional sycophant, he would never make Yi Feifei feel uncomfortable, so he stopped mentioning Luo Qianxue and Luo Qianxue. Yi Feifei did not press for more, as she was in a hurry to catch up with Luo Qianxue. The two of them hurried over, only to be stopped by the thugs guarding the door. The head thug looked Yi Feifei up and down first. "Wow, an angel." Then he looked at Su Zihao, who was wearing a high-end suit and an incredibly flashy gold watch on his wrist. A proper rich guy. An angel with a rich guy, no need to guess, these two must be here for the auction. "Distinguished guests, you have gone the wrong way. The entrance is at the main gate," the head thug explained politely. "The auction has not started yet, we still have to wait half an hour." "Auction?" Su Zihao blinked, then shouted, "I clearly saw someone go in through this door. Is this the VIP entrance? Are you looking down on me?" "Ah, you misunderstood, that was just internal staff," the head thug explained patiently. "This leads to the dressing room, it is not for guests." "Internal staff?" Su Zihao asked suspiciously, turning to look at Yi Feifei. "I want to go in this way." Yi Feifei started acting petulant again. She seriously suspected that Luo Qianxue had run into the dressing room to rendezvous with some actress. "Right, we want to go in this way." Su Zihao immediately treated Yi Feifei's request as an imperial edict. No, the kindness on the head thug's face gradually disappeared. "We have our rules too." Su Zihao frowned and slowly raised his hand. Of course, he did not know martial arts, so there was no way he could force his way in. He took off his big gold watch, handed it out, and said confidently, "This watch is worth 2.5 million. Can we go in now?" The head thug stared in silence for a long time before taking the watch to inspect it carefully. He had seen plenty of good things and soon determined that the watch was valuable. It would definitely sell for at least $1 million. Well, the head thug put the watch in his pocket and looked up at the sky. The moonlight tonight is so beautiful, I really feel like going to the restroom. The lackey next to him caught on immediately and chimed in, yes, we need to go to the restroom too. With that, several thugs exchanged smiles and hurried off together, leaving behind only a half-open iron door. Done, please go ahead. Su Zihao smiled smugly and pushed the iron door open for Yi Feifei. Thank you. The polite Yi Feifei thanked him immediately. I am sorry you had to lose a watch over this. I will find a way to pay you back later. It is just a cheap watch, I have got plenty of them. Su Zihao smoothed his hair, showing off his wealth. Yi Feifei smiled softly, you are really a good person. Feifei praised me again. Su Zihao felt wonderful inside. However, seeing that Yi Feifei had already walked through the door, he quickly followed. Inside the door was a long corridor with dressing rooms on both sides. Dozens of people were busy working, paying no attention to who had just entered. Only the chief stylist noticed Yi Feifei and Su Zihao and asked immediately, why are there more being sent here? Exactly, he mistook Su Zihao for one of his own. After all, an outsider would not be able to get in. As for Yi Feifei, she was clearly a top-tier female slave. Su Zihao was stunned by the question and looked at Yi Feifei in confusion. Yi Feifei, eyes determined, nodded at him. Yes, play along, let us see what Luo Qianxue is up to here. Su Zihao understood and just said, oh. The auction is about to start, we have to hurry. The chief stylist quickly pulled Yi Feifei over and took a close look. You have such a great natural foundation, a little simple styling will do. At this moment, Luo Qianxue had escaped to the third-floor lobby to avoid Yi Feifei. Yi Feifei is such a jinx, she is like a ghost that will not leave me alone. Luo Qianxue grumbled while observing his surroundings. He quickly spotted a strange-looking man in the corner of the lobby. He was a young man, but he was hunched over with an abnormally large hump on his back, as if he were carrying a large pot. Luo Qianxue became alert and asked Scorpion, who is that guy, do you know him? Never seen him, probably not from our brotherhood. Scorpion replied in a low voice, maybe the boss hired him from outside. Sometimes for the security of the auction they find experts to help keep watch. An expert? Luo Qianxue frowned slightly. What kind of expert could a trash group like the Brotherhood find? The auction had not started yet and the Brotherhood boss had not appeared, so Luo Qianxue did not want to make a scene, but the hunchback freak had already walked toward them. What are you doing up here? The freak looked at Scorpion first. What is wrong with your hand? It is nothing, just a minor injury. Scorpion hurriedly hid his right hand behind his back. I smell blood. The freak licked his lips with his tongue, revealing a greedy, sinister smile on his face. Luo Qianxue realized that this freak was not normal. Not only was his appearance strange, but his mental state seemed problematic as well, and his face was covered with pale blue patches, as if he had some sort of bizarre disease. He is likely not an ordinary thug. Could he be a superhuman? Luo Qianxue had already clenched his fists, ready to fight at any moment. The freak seemed to sense the killing intent radiating from Luo Qianxue and responded with a fierce glare. Scorpion felt it too and could not help but quietly back away. Have you ever witnessed true power? The freak stared at Luo Qianxue and suddenly asked the power of evil. Luo Qianxue paused slightly, then laughed softly. I have. Not only had he seen it, he had experienced it firsthand. Oh, the freak looked surprised. Could it have already appeared here? Appear what? Luo Qianxue frowned slightly. Monsters. Yes, monsters, the freak said, his pupils dilating and even emitting a blue light. We are kind. As he spoke, the clothes on the freak's back suddenly ripped open, and 7 or 8 cyan tentacles shot out directly from his hump. Oh man, Luo Qianxue retreated in a hurry. Have you really seen this kind of power? The freak waved his octopus-like tentacles, his expression becoming maniacal. The power the monster bestowed upon me. Ma Dongxing said that monsters do not possess people. Then what exactly is this thing in front of me? A new breed. There was no time to think as 2 tentacles already lunged at him. The tips of the tentacles were crab claw-like spikes that could leave a gaping hole in your body. Luo Qianxue flew to the wall and reached for one. A fire extinguisher. PFFFD. Luo Qianxue grabbed a fire extinguisher and sprayed the monster frantically. White smoke filled the air and the monster was stunned on the spot. Cough, cough, the monster covered his face and retreated again and again. Damn you, you play dirty. Before he could finish, there was another loud clang. The heavy fire extinguisher canister slammed right into his head. The monster collapsed. "Hey, true power, is that it?" Luo Qianxue sneered, brushing off his hands. Hee hee, trash. Scorpion was also stunned. Luo Qianxue is such a freak. He is clearly skilled, but he fights with no rules, always using dirty tricks. It is just too shameless. "What on earth is this thing?" Luo Qianxue muttered, walking up to the unconscious monster to get a closer look. Unexpectedly, the tentacles lashed out again, wrapping around Luo Qianxue's legs. Holy cow, these tentacles are not controlled by the brain. Luo Qianxue was shocked and hurriedly leaned down to grab the tentacle. He poured a bit of evil god power into his hand, intending to tear the tentacle apart. Only to find he could not rip it. The tentacle was far too resilient. It deformed with every squeeze, just like super rubber. Although the evil god power can snap steel bars and tear through iron plates, it was not so easy against this soft yet tough tentacle. Besides, the tentacles also contained powerful malevolent energy, enough to neutralize a small portion of his evil god power. In an instant, more tentacles coiled around, strangling his hands and wrapping around his neck. Seeing this, Scorpion was terrified and ran away, abandoning Luo Qianxue. But one tentacle snapped out, piercing straight through Scorpion's back and leaving him for dead. He died just like that before I could even finish using him as a hostage. Damn it, I still needed that bald guy. Luo Qianxue was annoyed and immediately unleashed more power. A faint black mist surged from his hands, allowing his fingers to finally pierce the tentacle's tough skin. Unfortunately, it was still not enough. After the last time he lost control, Luo Qianxue was a bit restrained, afraid that increasing his power further would cause him to go berserk and destroy the entire theater. If that happened, the auction would be ruined and the Brotherhood boss would never show up. Just as he hesitated, he heard a roar from afar. "Hold on, I am coming." Luo Qianxue turned his head and looked. Oh my god. It was the gangster Prince Yilang. The kid did not actually come looking for him. He was invited by the Griffin Brotherhood to watch the auction. After all, they were all in the criminal underworld and had frequent dealings with each other. And since Yilang lacked experience, he was happy to come and learn. But Luo Qianxue did not want to see this kid. "Why are not you off having a romantic encounter with Yi Feifei instead of coming here to save me? This is not a hero saving the beauty movie set. I do not need your pet of the group plot armor. Get out of here." However, influenced by his group pet superpower, Yilang charged forward recklessly. Even when faced with a monster, he would not back down. Eat steel, Yilang drew his long blade and struck down with full force. Flash! He actually cut a tentacle easily. Luo Qianxue was stunned. No way is this the power of being the group pet. Impossible, impossible. It must be that the sword in his hand has an extraordinary history. The blade had a simple, archaic design, was pitch black and was carved with strange runes. It was definitely not an ordinary weapon. Yilang's swordsmanship was quite good. Swish, swish, swish. After a few more strikes, he had saved Luo Qianxue. At this moment, Luo Qianxue not only had no intention of thanking Yilang, but instead wanted to knock some sense into him so he would go back to finding Yi Feifei. "Why are not you running yet?" Yilang tilted his head to look at Luo Qianxue, his eyes full of concern. "You damn!" Luo Qianxue was both angry and annoyed. "Mind your own business." "What did you say?" Yilang was stunned on the spot, not expecting Luo Qianxue to be so ungrateful. "I said mind your own business." Luo Qianxue, at his wit's end, grabbed Yilang by the collar. "I really want to strangle you. You're the second male lead. If you have got skills, go save Yi Feifei. What is the point of you saving me? You, what are you doing?" Yilang stared directly into Luo Qianxue's eyes and surprisingly, he blushed. What a disaster! Luo Qianxue could not take it anymore and quickly let go. This stupid group pet superpower, damn Yi Feifei. But Yilang was still staring blankly. He did not notice that a tentacle had swept over, its spikes aiming straight for his throat. Seeing he was about to be hit, Luo Qianxue acted quickly, snatched the blade from Yilang's hand and sliced the tentacle off with a backhand strike. "Hiss, that is a good blade," Luo Qianxue could not help but exclaim. "It cuts like it is chopping vegetables." Yilang finally came to his senses. "You just saved me." "I did not save you." Luo Qianxue deliberately put on a very rough attitude. "I was just testing your blade. If you like this katana..." Then I will give it to you. Yi Lang did not care at all and instead offered the precious blade, taking the scabbard off as well. What katana? This is a Tang Dao. Luo Qianxue raised his voice, looking even more irritable. Katanas have a curve, they are bent. A straight one can only be a Tang Dao, they are completely different. Do you even know anything, you idiot? Actually, it was not Yi Lang's fault. This was a female-oriented world where people were not very knowledgeable about weapons. Knowing what a katana was already pretty good. Yi Lang paused, still not angry. I have learned something. Hey you, and to think you are a gangster, how do you have no temper? He had wanted to provoke the kid and make him resent him, but it was completely useless. Who says gangsters have bad tempers? Yi Lang actually smiled. I treat my friends very kindly. Yi Lang was just a mortal and could not resist the influence of the group pet superpower. I must hold you in the palm of my hand, not pampering you is impossible. I am not your friend, Luo Qianxue stated firmly, you must not be kind to me. That is fine, Yi Lang was still smiling, even enemies can become friends. At that moment, Luo Qianxue really wanted to stab Yi Lang to make him snap out of it. But he could not, he was the second male lead. He still had to get him to coordinate with Yi Feifei to return to the main plot. Luo Qianxue was truly helpless since the hard approach did not work, he had to try the soft one. So he rubbed his face hard, forced himself to smile and changed his tune, being friends is fine I guess. Can you do me another favor? Yi Lang's spirits immediately lifted, you name it. Luo Qianxue bluffed, I have a friend, a girl named Yi Feifei. She is in this theater but I got separated from her, can you help me look for her? Finding someone easy, Yi Lang immediately agreed. I will take my guys and go find her right now. At this moment, Luo Qianxue suddenly realized how it felt for Yi Feifei to boss around her simps. Honestly, it actually felt pretty good. But I do not need men, this is a disaster. Sigh, what rotten luck. Luo Qianxue let out a heavy sigh and walked toward the monster with the blade again. At this time, the monster was using its remaining tentacles to prop up its humanoid body and crawl away. Luo Qianxue caught up quickly and raised the blade to hack. Slash. Blood splattered everywhere. Lost in the slaughter, Luo Qianxue did not realize he was wearing an evil, excited smile that he could not control. Yi Lang frowned as he watched for a while longer and only turned to leave once the monster had been hacked to pieces. No one noticed that several severed tentacle fragments were slowly wriggling on the ground, crawling toward Scorpion's corpse. After some dissection, Luo Qianxue discovered that the monster was a parasite. The hunchback was actually a sarcoma-like monster. Dozens of tentacles grew from the sarcoma, with a few burrowing into the host's body like plant roots to anchor itself and absorb nutrients. The rest of the tentacles served as limbs and weapons. Has the monster already entered the city? Luo Qianxue realized things were getting bad. It can even parasitize humans. Ever since leaving the Kowloon No. 1 psychiatric hospital, he had not heard any news about the monsters. Even if there were any, they were probably covered up by Bureau 72. But judging by the current situation, Bureau 72 had not controlled the situation at all. The monsters were spreading throughout Kowloon City. This is dangerous if it continues like this. Luo Qianxue hesitated, then pulled out his phone. Should I tell Wu Jia and Ma Dongxing to come and take a look? Yes, that phone Wu Jia had was a gift from him. And of course, he was the one who secretly paid off the debts. He did not mention it, just not wanting the people of the Wuming sect to feel embarrassed. After pondering for a while, Luo Qianxue finally gave up on the idea of contacting them. The Wuming sect was weak and scattered, with only the old, sick and disabled left. They did not seem to have the power to fight the monsters. Better to leave it to the authorities. When he put his phone away, he glanced at the clock and finally remembered the auction. Damn it, it seems like I'm already late. While Luo Qianxue was busy dissecting the monster, the auction had long since begun. 4 female slaves had been sold in a row, but none fetched a high price, which greatly annoyed Cynthia. Bring out the grand finale piece early, he ordered angrily, stir up the atmosphere. His lackey immediately passed the order down, and the auction manager took a look at the remaining girls and picked Yi Feifei. So, following instructions, Yi Feifei stood inside a display case that looked like a crystal dome and was pushed onto the auction stage. Seeing a crowd of bidders wearing weird masks under the stage, she was instantly dumbfounded. What on earth is this event? She had thought it was just a runway show or something she could handle, but the situation was completely unexpected. And seeing Yi Feifei's grand entrance, cheers erupted from the crowd immediately. Top tier, absolutely top tier. She is like a fairy. I want this one, do not anybody fight me for her. At that moment Yi Feifei was not dressed up at all, she was just wearing a pure white wedding dress. But that outfit touched the hearts of every man present. To have such a bride, what more could a man ask for? The auction began and the crowd went wild. The starting price of 1 million was bid up to the tens of millions in the blink of an eye. Then 20 million, 30 million, 40 million. Cynthia was also stunned. After a long while he regained his senses and asked his lackey angrily, where did this slave come from? Why have not I seen her before? The lackey shook his head wide-eyed, he had not seen her either. Damn it, who did this? Cynthia jumped off his chair in a rage, someone this high quality should have been kept for myself. But it was too late to withdraw the lot, that would ruin the reputation of the Griffin Brotherhood. Cynthia pondered for a moment, then simply put on a mask himself and mingled into the crowd to join the bidding. As long as he bid an outrageous price and beat the other competitors, he could handle things behind the scenes later. 100 million, I bid 100 million, Cynthia shouted, disguising his voice, naming an astonishing price. The whole audience was shocked. However, within 5 seconds someone else bid 110 million. Now it was Cynthia's turn to be shocked. People are still fighting over it, even at 100 million. This slave is way too popular. He obviously could not imagine how much charisma Yi Feifei had in this world. 120 million. 130 million. 150 million. The price kept rising. Cynthia did not dare to bid anymore. If the price went this high and he tried to mess with things in the shadows, if he got caught, it would be a huge disaster. Not to mention anything else, the boss would definitely kill him. On stage, Yi Feifei was still confused. Given this situation, it seems like I have been sold. But the prices are a bit exaggerated, are they filming a movie? At that moment, Luo Qianxue had just arrived at the auction scene. He saw Yi Feifei being auctioned off, his jaw dropping in shock. What is going on here? Yi Feifei, you idiot. As the main character, instead of falling in love, you end up at a place like this taking part in an event like this. You are straying further and further down the wrong path, it is just devastating. When will you ever get back to the main plot? What a disaster. So what do I do now? Buy Yi Feifei back, ha, as if. Whoever wants to buy her, go ahead. Whoever buys her is going to die. Where is Yi Lang? Where the hell did Yi Lang go? Luo Qianxue scanned the crowd, hoping Yi Lang would buy her and complete the system task. But he could not find him anywhere. And most people were wearing masks, he did not recognize a single soul. However, as Yi Feifei's value soared, some people could not sit still anymore. 360 million. I will add 1 million more. Only 1 million, if you cannot afford it, get out. You bastard. They started arguing in the middle of the bidding, and the situation slowly spiraled out of control. Calm down, everyone calm down, Cynthia shouted, raising his hands high, but no one was listening to him. 400 million, I bid 400 million. I will add 1 million more. Some were taking out emergency loans just to keep bidding. Some were prepared to go bankrupt just to buy Yi Feifei. Terrifying, this is the fatal charm of a female protagonist. The heroine halo of this female-oriented novel. Luo Qianxue was shocked once again, it is way too freaking scary. Soon some people really could not keep up. A rich man ducked under a table and quietly dialed the Kowloon Public Security Bureau. Hello, police? I have discovered a group of criminals auctioning off female slaves. This is absolutely inhuman. That is right, if I cannot afford to buy her, none of you are taking her either. While he was reporting to the police, fights were already breaking out elsewhere. Whoever bids again, I will beat them to death. Who the hell do you think you are? I will beat you to death first. Beat that guy who only adds 1 million at a time first. Several people got into a brawl which quickly spread to the surrounding crowd, expanding the conflict. Cynthia hurriedly took off his mask and shouted for his men to take control of the situation. But before his men heard him, it caught Luo Qianxue's attention. Obviously, this guy was the big boss of the Griffin Brotherhood. Heh, finally caught you. Luo Qianxue rushed over and threw a punch right at Cynthia's chin. Bam! Cynthia fell to the ground instantly. The scene was in chaos, everyone was fighting, and no one paid any attention to what happened here. Luo Qianxue dragged Cynthia outside, preparing to teach him a lesson. But unexpectedly, Yi Feifei spotted Luo Qianxue from the stage. She screamed on the spot, "Luo Qianxue." Hearing that call from the Reaper, Luo Qianxue felt his scalp tighten in fear. "Are you kidding me? You can spot me with so many people around. I really cannot get rid of her." "Qianxue, you have come to save me." Yi Feifei, not knowing the situation, actually jumped up with excitement. "I knew you would come." Luo Qianxue's face went dark. He really wanted to say, "Go to hell, I did not come to save you." But he did not dare to say it. In case he angered her, a meteor might just fall on his head. But with Yi Feifei's shout, the whole room went quiet, and everyone turned to look at Luo Qianxue, following her gaze. Seeing there was no way to get away, Luo Qianxue could only hold Cynthia hostage and shout righteously, "All of you Griffin Brotherhood thugs, listen up, come over here now, or I will kill your boss." Yi Feifei picked up her snow-white skirt and jumped off the platform, racing toward Luo Qianxue like a joyful little deer. This scene looked exactly like a bride rushing into her groom's arms at a grand wedding ceremony. However, Luo Qianxue frowned, his face twisted in pain. "Stop, do not come over here." He hurriedly raised the long blade in his hand. "It is very dangerous here, stay back." It was indeed not very safe, as a large group of Griffin Brotherhood thugs had already surrounded them. Yi Feifei finally stopped in her tracks and looked at Luo Qianxue with some concern. Phew, Luo Qianxue actually let out a sigh of relief. He then scanned the numerous thugs and said coldly, "You all belong to the Griffin Brotherhood, right? If you do not want to die for nothing, get lost now." None of the thugs responded. They all rolled up their sleeves, clearly not taking the lone Luo Qianxue seriously. "Since you are all here," Luo Qianxue curled his lips, "then let us all die together." Before the words even faded, his long blade had already swept out. Slash slash slash. Blade light streaked across the air, and blood splashed everywhere. Like cutting vegetables, the thugs were instantly hacked into pieces. The wealthy people present were terrified and scrambled away while screaming. Luo Qianxue could not be bothered with them. He just stared at the blade in his hand, puzzled. This blade, it actually does not feel as smooth cutting people as it does cutting monsters. That is strange. Yi Feifei did not run. She stood frozen in place, terrified after witnessing Luo Qianxue's brutal methods. She never imagined that her own boyfriend would be a serial killer. Even if he was cutting down bad guys, this level of violence was a bit too much. Luo Qianxue glanced at Yi Feifei and muttered to himself, "What is that look for? Is it as if you have killed fewer people than I have? Your methods are even more ruthless than mine." They stood in silence for a long while before Yi Feifei finally spoke. "You, what are you doing here?" "Oh," Luo Qianxue clicked his tongue and bluffed, "Actually, I am an undercover agent." He could not come up with anything else, so he just recited a movie line. He certainly could not say he was here to buy a slave girl. Undercover, Yi Feifei was startled. "Are you from the Kowloon Public Security Bureau?" "Ah, a special department," Luo Qianxue said vaguely. "It is not convenient to disclose." "So that is it." Yi Feifei's expression softened and her favor for Luo Qianxue increased a little more. I still have to deal with this criminal," Luo Qianxue said, then turned his head to look. Damn it, that big boss had already run away. He did not bother with Yi Feifei anymore and took off in pursuit. Cynthia had not gotten far, but just as she reached the main hall, she was intercepted by someone else. The person wore a mask, had an exceptionally bulky build, and his entire body was covered in explosive muscles. He looked nothing like a human. Who are you?" Cynthia backed away in terror. "I was entrusted by someone to take your life." The muscular man lunged forward and delivered a heavy punch to Cynthia's chest. Bam! Cynthia was sent flying across the room instantly. That punch was incredibly powerful. All of Cynthia's ribs were shattered, and his internal organs were crushed by the impact. He could not move anymore and struggled to open his mouth, just spitting blood incessantly. By the time Luo Qianxue caught up, Cynthia had already breathed his last. "Fan Yongerlang," Luo Qianxue roared at the muscular man, "why did you steal my kill?" You can recognize me even when I am wearing a mask." The man was actually stunned for a second. What does it mean to have strong limbs but a simple brain? Besides Fan Yongerlang, who else in all of Kowloon could build such muscles? Are you treating me like I am blind? Luo Qianxue was so angry his head hurt. Yi Lang was just here and now you, why is everyone coming here to mess things up? Fan Yongerlang was not actually here to cause trouble. He had just received the news from Jin Boyan and rushed over to assassinate Cynthia. This was a deal they had struck previously, and it had to be honored. Of course, he could not tell Luo Qianxue the real reason. Fan Yongerlang hesitated for a moment and said, "Brother, for the sake of me being Yi Feifei's friend, please do not tell anyone I was the one who killed him, please." Haha, are you kidding? Does a villain like that even count as a person? Luo Qianxue had not planned on telling anyone anyway. It was a pity he did not get to deal with this monster himself, but since Fan Yongerlang had killed him, he would just have to accept it. "You are a righteous man, thank you, thank you." Fan Yongerlang was overjoyed and bowed to Luo Qianxue repeatedly. "Come to my place for dinner sometime. Remember to bring Feifei." "Bring your sister." Luo Qianxue shot him a fierce glare. After giving his thanks, Fan Yongerlang intended to leave this place of trouble, but he suddenly noticed the long blade in Luo Qianxue's hand and his eyes widened. "What is it?" Luo Qianxue raised the blade, puzzled. "Where did you get this blade?" Fan Yongerlang simply asked back. Someone gave it to me." Luo Qianxue felt embarrassed to tell the truth. "Is there a problem?" "This is a magic-slaying treasure blade used by the Xuan sect in ancient times." Fan Yongerlang stared intently at the blade. Based on the runes, this must be their top-tier heirloom, the kind passed down from one sect leader to the next. Luo Qianxue could not help but be taken aback. Who would have thought that Yi Lang, a mob prince, would have a legendary blade from the Xuan sect? The key is, he just gave it to me so casually. This sincere show of friendship is truly beyond words. Where did it come from exactly? Fan Yongerlang continued, "You are not actually an heir to some Xuan sect branch, are you?" About that, Luo Qianxue did not know how to respond. Just then Jiang Ying's voice suddenly came through his earpiece. "Young Master Luo, I have found the girls who were just sold. They are being dragged to the parking lot by the buyers. Do I have your permission to intervene and rescue them?" So she planned to save them but had to request the operation from her employer. "Save them?" Luo Qianxue agreed immediately. "Be careful yourself." "Thank you, young Master Luo." Jiang Ying paused and asked, "What should I do with the buyers?" Luo Qianxue said coldly, "Human trafficking buyer and seller are equally guilty. Kill them all." "Understood." Jiang Ying smiled slightly, stepped out from the shadows and opened fire on the wealthy businessmen and their bodyguards. Bang bang bang. Headshots every single one. The wicked buyers had not even had the chance to enjoy their newly purchased slaves before they were sent to the afterlife. "Do not be afraid, I am here to rescue you." After clearing out the enemies, Jiang Ying waved at the girls, "Follow me." Although the girls were confused about the situation, they had no other choice but to obediently follow Jiang Ying. Walking to the wealthy man's car, Jiang Ying dragged the driver out of the cockpit, grabbed the keys and asked the girls who knows how to drive. She herself could not leave, as her primary duty was to provide backup for Luo Qianxue at any time. "I know how to drive." A hot-looking girl dressed as a little succubus stepped forward. "Good, take them and go to the nearest security office first." As Jiang Ying was speaking, she suddenly felt a cold breeze rushing in from behind her. "Hey, do not walk away yet. Help me take a look at what this thing is." Luo Qianxue dragged Fan Yongerlang with one hand while holding up his phone with the other, showing him the parasitic monster he had just captured on camera. After all, this tough guy was also a descendant of the Xuan sect and should know something about monsters. Fan Yongerlang took just one glance, and his expression darkened immediately. "You do not have to be so nervous, do you?" Luo Qianxue felt slightly surprised. "This monster is very weak. I killed it in a few slashes." "Look at what kind of blade you are using." Fan Yongerlang shot Luo Qianxue a sideways glance. "If you were using any other weapon, you would have been dead by now." Luo Qianxue looked at his precious blade again, but I really did not feel like this monster was that strong. Fan Yongerlang closed his eyes as if recalling something for a moment, then suddenly demanded sharply, "How did you dispose of the corpse?" "Hey, do not get so worked up." Luo Qianxue really did not like Fan Yongerlang's loud voice. "I just chopped the body up and threw it in the corner. How else was I supposed to handle it?" If I remember correctly, this monster is called a tumor-headed water parasite. It has extremely strong vitality and can regenerate from severed limbs, Fan Yongerlang said with a grave expression. The correct way to handle it is to burn it with fire for at least 3 days and 3 nights. Damn it, Luo Qianxue could not help but curse. Take me there to see. Fan Yongerlang was not joking, the problem was truly serious. When the two reached the 3rd floor lobby, they realized something was definitely wrong. The body parts were still there, but the quantity had clearly decreased. At least a dozen tentacles were missing. Every single tentacle can parasitize a human, and then grow into a complete new body. Fan Yongerlang explained with a hint of tension. That is not even the worst part. What is even more terrifying is that it can connect to human brain nerves and acquire useful biological information like the host's combat skills. Hiss, Luo Qianxue gasped. It can learn human fighting styles and it gets stronger as it evolves. That is right, Fan Yongerlang nodded. Theoretically, the more hosts it switches through, the stronger it becomes. Luo Qianxue asked again then, how long does it take for a severed tentacle to grow into a whole entity? This Fan Yongerlang paused. I forgot, how about we ask my dad? Forget it, you would better ask Ma Dongxing, Luo Qianxue suggested. He should know. Fan Yongerlang was stunned for a moment, then said faintly, Brother Ma, he does not have a phone. Oh, for heaven's sake! Luo Qianxue wiped his face, then finally took out his phone and dialed Wu Jia's number. The call was answered quickly. It was Wu Jia's voice. Hello, who is this? To Wu Jia, this was just a number from a stranger. Oh, this is Luo Qianxue. Huh, how do you know my new phone number? Wu Jia immediately caught on to the problem. Cough, cough, yes, Fan Yongerlang told me. Regardless of anything else, Luo Qianxue quickly shifted the blame to Fan Yongerlang and immediately brought up the serious matter. Is your senior brother there? I need to ask him about the tumor-headed water parasite. Big senior brother, he is sleeping right now. It is the middle of the night. Is there some urgent business? It is an emergency. Wake him up immediately. Luo Qianxue was truly anxious. The monster has already entered the city. Okay, wait a moment. Then there was a loud clattering sound. It must have been Wu Jia getting up and running out. But before Ma Dongxing could be reached, Jiang Ying's voice suddenly came through the earpiece. Young Master Lu, there's a monster below. She only got half a sentence out before the sound cut off abruptly. Jiang Ying, what happened? Luo Qianxue called out repeatedly but received no reply. Damn it, something's wrong. Without hesitation, Luo Qianxue crashed through the nearby window and jumped down from the 3rd floor. He landed steadily on the ground, like a sleek black panther. He perked up his ears and listened carefully for a moment, then quickly determined the direction of the fight and dashed toward it. Sure enough, it was another monster. It was also a tumor-headed water parasite, but this time it was not on the back but on the head of a human. The entire human head had turned into a giant fleshy tumor with dozens of tentacles whipping around wildly. It looked absolutely terrifying. At this moment, Jiang Ying was lying on the ground, and beside her were several motionless girls who had either fainted from fear or were dead. Damn it, Luo Qianxue roared, swinging his blade as he charged forward. But the monster used its tentacles to grab a nearby car and whipped it at him. A car weighing over 2 tons. Crap, Luo Qianxue subconsciously unleashed the power of the evil god. In an instant, black energy surged out from his back. It looked like a giant demonic claw, swatting the massive car into pieces with a single strike. For a moment, pieces of metal, plastic, and glass flew everywhere. With demonic speed, Luo Qianxue lunged above the monster and brought his blade down. Unexpectedly, the monster was far smarter than the previous one. It picked up a sturdy car engine to use as a shield, hard blocking the airborne strike. Clang! The blade sliced into the engine and got stuck. This was a monster-slaying blade that dealt additional damage to monsters, but it was not made to cut through metal like butter. Luo Qianxue was truly shocked by the monster's defensive tactic. He tried to pull the blade out, but it was stuck too tight to budge. The next moment, more tentacles attacked. What made it worse was that every single tentacle was holding a weapon. There were shards of glass, curved steel pipes, and even car wheels. This monster does not play fair at all. Luo Qianxue had no other choice and could only unleash more of the evil god's power to fend off the attacks. Instantly, black energy enveloped his entire body, forcefully blocking all the weapons. Clang bang ping, a chaotic symphony of sounds. Luo Qianxue was knocked around, but fortunately he was not injured. Damn it, I hate those who do not play fair. He tried to command the black wings behind him to slice the enemy, but the wings were not exactly listening. It seems that only in a state of extreme rage and only by letting the evil gods will take the lead could its true power be unleashed. That definitely was not an option. He could not be controlled by the evil god again. "I can do this myself," Luo Qianxue roared with all his might, forcefully prying the engine open and pulling his blade back. The next moment, he swung his blade and engaged in a weapons duel against the numerous tentacles. Although the monster knew how to use weapons, it had no combat technique, and soon it was hacked down to just a few remaining tentacles. Perhaps out of fear, the monster threw a car door at him and turned to flee. Luo Qianxue certainly would not let it go, dodging the car door and immediately chasing after it. Just as he was about to catch up, a hulking figure suddenly lunged out from ahead. Damn it, it is Fan Yongerlang again. Heavy punch slammed directly into the monster's head. Boom! The tumor exploded on the spot, spraying colorful, foul-smelling liquid everywhere. "You Fan, I spent all that time getting it crippled and you pop out to steal the final kill?" Luo Qianxue shouted while backing away. "Could not you have acted sooner?" "Hee, if it were not for Fei, I would not bother helping you." Fan Yongerlang shook the filth off his hands and grinned. "By the way, I forgot to tell you earlier, these monsters never act alone. Once one appears, there is a whole swarm of them." "A whole swarm?" Luo Qianxue shuddered in shock. "Are you sure?" "I should be right about it," Fan Yongerlang said, still shaking his hands. "I saw it in the ancient sect scrolls from my father's collection. I could handle one, but how am I supposed to fight a whole swarm?" Just then, the shrill sound of police sirens echoed from afar. Clearly, the Kowloon Public Security Bureau was closing in. "This place is no longer safe. I have to get out of here immediately." Luo Qianxue ran to Jiang Ying's side and carefully lifted her into his arms. Young Master Luo, Jiang Ying's consciousness was still clear, though she was covered in blood, and the extent of her injuries was unknown. "Hold on, I am taking you to the hospital right now," Luo Qianxue said, carrying Jiang Ying as he sprinted toward his car. "No need," Jiang Ying replied. "Hospitals cannot treat the wounds caused by this monster." "Ah, then what should I do?" Luo Qianxue panicked instantly. "It is all right, I have secret medicine from the profound sect," Jiang Ying said, managing a faint smile. "Let us just head home first." "Oh right, okay." Luo Qianxue placed Jiang Ying into the car and drove away at top speed. He had no time to worry about the others. As for those girls, the police would surely handle them. But he never expected that just minutes into the drive, a faint voice would come from behind. "Excuse me, where are you taking me?" Damn it, Luo Qianxue was genuinely startled. He glanced into the rearview mirror and realized it was a girl dressed as a little succubus. It turned out that when the monster launched its surprise attack, she had reacted quickly, hiding in the car, ducking under the seat, and lying still without making a single sound. So when Luo Qianxue started the car, he accidentally brought her along. "You, sigh, never mind." Luo Qianxue had no time to take her to the police or anywhere else, so he decided to take her home for now and deal with it later. He raced all the way back to the villa, told the girl to stay put in the living room, and carried Jiang Ying to the bedroom. Following her instructions, he dug out several small porcelain bottles from her cabinet. These were the so-called secret medicines of the profound sect. And then things got a bit complicated. "Take off my clothes first," Jiang Ying said, making the request herself. Luo Qianxue hesitated for a moment, took several deep breaths, and then proceeded to help her. Jiang Ying's injuries were mostly on her back. The worst was a hole pierced by a tentacle, while the rest looked like whip marks. Most people would have been dead from such injuries. It was clear that Jiang Ying's physical constitution was truly extraordinary. Injured to this extent, he is just applying medicine enough? Luo Qianxue could not help but ask. "Do not worry, this ointment is incredibly effective," Jiang Ying replied firmly. "All right then," Luo Qianxue said, applying the ointment to her wounds while asking, "How do you know so much about this?" Jiang Chen did not answer, appearing unwilling to talk about it. Luo Qianxue did not press further and simply focused on applying the medicine. Then, to his shock, he noticed that the wounds were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. "What kind of miracle drug is this?" he exclaimed. "This is incredible." Jiang Ying hesitated for a moment before answering. "This ointment is made from the remains of several monsters. It is extremely rare." "Monsters too?" Luo Qianxue was taken aback. Of course, the formula and preparation method are secret arts that are never revealed, Jiang Ying added. Other sects cannot get their hands on them. Who exactly are you? Lu Chengming furrowed his brows. Jiang Ying let out a long sigh, appearing to make a difficult decision before saying, Young Master Lu, I have not told you this before, but I used to be an assassin. I could have guessed that without you saying it. No, not just any regular assassin. I was a profound sect assassin, Jiang Ying said, finally starting to tell her story. The Kainian sect was also an ancient sect of the profound arts. However, it could not manage to endure to the present day like the nameless sect did. More than 200 years ago, many disciples of the Kainian sect broke their oaths, using their profound arts for profitable business. Later on, the true Kainian sect vanished completely, and the remaining disciples formed an assassin organization called Green Shadow. They used their arts to kill and rob, running wild across the world, and were once quite notorious. Fortunately, other sects did not sit by idly and began sending their disciples to hunt down these traitors. After years of fighting, Green Shadow was severely weakened and finally went into hiding, never daring to run amok again. But the Green Shadow organization has always existed, even up to this day. Jiang Ying is a new generation member of Green Shadow, and one of their very best. But after countless killings, one day she simply grew tired of it. Later, after overcoming many obstacles, Jiang Ying finally quit the organization, changed her name, had plastic surgery, and began a different life. You had plastic surgery, Lu Chengming said, subconsciously glancing at Jiang Ying's peach-shaped hip line. How much did you change? Hey, I poured my heart out and that is all you are focusing on, Jiang Ying replied helplessly. My figure was not altered, I worked for that physique myself. I was not focused on that, I was just asking. Lu Chengming continued applying the medicine while steering the topic back. It could not have been easy to leave Green Shadow, right? Would not they hunt you down? Did you see the sigil on my back? Jiang Ying suddenly asked in return. What sigil? Lu Chengming blinked. Wipe away the blood and take a closer look, Jiang Ying said. Lu Chengming picked up some gauze dipped in water and carefully wiped away the large patch of blood. Sure enough, he discovered a strange, pale blue pattern in the center of her back. The color was very faint, looking almost like a faded tattoo. This is the price for leaving the organization, Jiang Ying explained. It is a sealing art unique to the Kainian sect that seals away the power I wield, preventing me from using any profound arts ever again. I see, Lu Chengming understood. It seems Green Shadow is actually quite principled. You do not want to work, you can leave as long as you do not use our ancestral techniques anymore. Compared to those assassin organizations in the rumors, Green Shadow could almost be called a role model in their industry. As they talked, the wounds on her back were mostly treated. Lu Chengming rubbed his hands together and asked, There is a small wound lower down on your waist. Should I apply medicine there too? Why would not you? Jiang Ying countered. Do you want extra pay for it? No, it is just that I will have to pull down your pants, Lu Chengming said, pointing out the core issue. Then go ahead, Jiang Ying said, not minding at all. Lu Chengming took another deep breath before proceeding. However, he could only manage halfway before he could not take it anymore. It was as if a raging fire was burning in his chest, making it hard for him to breathe. At the same time, that dark power was boiling within his body as well. It was an evil thought. Once an evil thought takes hold, it will be exploited by the evil god. No, Lu Chengming panicked and scrambled backward. Young Master Lu, you do not have to be so excited, do you? Jiang Ying turned her head slightly. Is Miss Luo's figure not good enough? Are you not used to seeing it yet? This is not a question of who is better. Lu Chengming started adjusting his breathing again. The point is, I have not even seen Luo Qianxue's either. Forget it, I will not torture you anymore, Jiang Ying said with what sounded like a playful smirk. I will do it myself. However, her arm was injured as well, making it difficult for her to reach her back. Wait a second, I will go get that girl to help. Lu Chengming finally thought of a solution and ran out. Such a man, he is just my type, Jiang Ying whispered, lying on the bed. I cannot help but want to compete with Miss Luo. I am just afraid I will not be able to beat her. The next day, the opera house had already been cordoned off by the military. Military vehicles were constantly coming and going, though it was unclear what they were hauling away. Ma Dongxing and Wu Jia had snuck in by climbing over the wall. "Senior brother, we are late again." Wu Jia looked around and noticed that not a single drop of blood was left on the ground, and even the soil had been excavated. "What do you mean by again?" Ma Dongxing frowned. "When have we ever been late before?" "Have you forgot?" Wu Jia put her hands on her hips indignantly. "There have been several monster attacks in the last 3 or 4 years, and by the time we got the news and arrived, someone else had already taken care of it. Our Wuming sect is always the last one there. Are you still complaining about not having a chance to fight? Can you really blame others for that?" Let us not talk about the past." Ma Dongxing waved his hand. "Let them have the measly low-level monsters." "Then what about today?" Wu Jia rolled her eyes. "I suggested taking a taxi, but you insisted on waiting for the bus. Are we really that short on a few bucks?" "We are." Ma Dongxing nodded without hesitation. "A breakfast in the city center costs dozens of yuan. It is practically robbery." Fine, I will not argue with you about that." Wu Jia shook her head helplessly. "I just want to ask, why would they even dig away the dirt?" "If I am not mistaken, it must be the 72nd Bureau. They are quite professional." Ma Dongxing pinched his double chin. "That type of tumor-headed water goo has extremely strong regenerative abilities. If any severed parts are left in the soil, they could potentially continue to infect humans." Wu Jia pondered this for a moment and asked again, "Why not just burn this place down? That should be safer than digging up the soil, right?" "Do you think this building was free? If you burn it down, will you pay for it?" Ma Dongxing shot her a glare. "Besides, the 72nd Bureau has been conducting live experiments on monsters. They need fresh samples." "Yuck, if they keep doing this, something terrible is bound to happen." Wu Jia shook her head as she listened. "Since ancient times, countless mystical practitioners have tried to harness the power of demons and monsters. Yet they all ended in failure. The current 72nd Bureau is no different from those self-destructive practitioners of the past. They do their thing and we do ours," Ma Dongxing said and began to investigate the surroundings. "According to Luo Qianxue, there were at least 2 tumor-headed water gus here last night. The actual number must be more than that, because these things really do travel in swarms. The reason the water goo colony gathered here must be that they caught the scent of a rich feast of desires. All of humanity's evil desires serve as a delicacy for monsters and are also the source of their power. But according to Luo Qianxue's description, that tumor-headed water goo was only a larva. This means there might be a large, adult water goo lurking nearby, the leader of the pack. The leader, a massive water goo, is a powerful Earth-level monster, far more formidable than those 2 mortal-level monsters at the first psychiatric hospital." Wu Jia followed behind Ma Dongxing for a while and finally could not help but ask, "Senior brother, what are you looking for?" "I am tracking the trace of the large water goo based on its malevolent aura." Ma Dongxing squinted his eyes. "The scene was made too messy by them. It is already difficult to find anything." Wu Jia sighed involuntarily. "Sigh, when will I ever reach the level where I can observe malevolent auras?" "You are still far from that," Ma Dongxing grinned. "Your senior brother has already reached the sea-level cultivation. Ordinary monsters cannot escape my keen eyes." Wu Jia blinked and asked again, "Then what about sky-level ones? Can you track the malevolent aura emitted by a Cthulhu?" "Well, tracking the residual traces of a battle is relatively simple, as the power burst is quite strong." Ma Dongxing smacked his lips. "However, if it intentionally hides, it is very difficult to detect. After all, there is a whole level difference between us." "Oh, so that is why you lost track of the one we encountered on the street that day?" Wu Jia understood. "That was a Cthulhu." "Probably, I cannot be sure," Ma Dongxing said cautiously. "If Master were there, he definitely would not have let it run away." Sigh. Wu Jia pursed her lips, wanting to say something but held back. She actually wanted to say that Master is getting old too. Can he really still fight against a sky-level monster? The two stopped talking and wandered around for a while longer, but found no trace of the large water goo. "If we cannot find it, forget it, let us head back." Wu Jia kept looking around nervously. "What if we get caught by the 72nd Bureau and locked up for a few more days?" "The 72nd Bureau is just bullying us because our Wuming sect has so few people." Ma Dongxing felt a surge of anger at the mention of jail. "So what if we are few? I refuse to believe those superpowered people they trained can deal with a Cthulhu." All right, let us go," Wu Jia urged again. "It is time to prepare for lunch." Lunch, Ma Dongxing frowned. Eating here is way too expensive. Wu Jia said unhappily, are we not going to eat today? Looking at the situation, we will not be able to go home anytime soon. That is true, monsters are rampaging in the city, and their Wuming sect cannot just stand by and watch. Ah well, Ma Dongxing pinched his chin and thought for a moment, then his eyes lit up. Luo Qianxue, did not he say something about getting lunch together sometime? His senior brother is indeed clever. Wu Jia agreed and immediately took out her phone to call Luo Qianxue. Hey, why are you using that phone? Ma Dongxing frowned as soon as he saw the new device. You used it, why did not you return it? Wu Jia felt a bit awkward and whispered, I do not know when we will find that kind benefactor, and keeping the phone just sitting there is a waste. I might as well use it for now. If I ever find the benefactor, I will just buy him a new one. You sigh, never mind. Ma Dongxing decided not to lecture his junior sister anymore. He knew deep down that one day Wu Jia would eventually leave the Wuming sect. Let it be. Wu Jia glanced at Ma Dongxing like a child who had done something wrong before getting ready to call Luo Qianxue. But before she could press the dial button, Ma Dongxing raised a hand to stop her. Someone is coming, Ma Dongxing said, turning around quickly. It was the cardboard box person from the 72nd Bureau. That guy was still wearing a large paper box on his head, walking over while bobbing it back and forth. Ma Dongxing gripped his wooden staff and put on a friendly face. We do not mean anything by this, we were just taking a casual look around. Oh, the cardboard box person replied with just one word. Ahem, junior sister, let us go. Ma Dongxing immediately signaled to Wu Jia. You cannot leave. The cardboard box person suddenly started shaking his head. You cannot leave once you have arrived. By what authority? Ma Dongxing frowned. This place has been contaminated by a sea-level monster. The cardboard box person pointed at the ground. Once you enter, you must be taken into quarantine. You are locking us up again? Is there no justice left in this world? Ma Dongxing was now truly anxious. There were so many people in the building last night. Did you arrest all of them? We arrested them all, the cardboard box person replied. Bullshit, Ma Dongxing could not help but curse. Luo Qianxue is still at home raising his fish. Luo Qianxue certainly was not keeping any side chicks. He was in no mood for that at all. Because that Reaper girl was back. And what was even more frustrating was that Yi Lang was the one who brought Yi Feifei over. That guy Yi Lang actually kept his word and tracked her down. Even more frustrating was that, although they had met, they had not exactly hit it off. The system quest was still not complete. At that moment, Luo Qianxue felt so desperate he wanted to cry. Meanwhile, Yi Feifei was looking absolutely furious. Last night, Luo Qianxue had dumped her and ran off, never checking on her again. Any girl would be angry if this happened to them, beyond angry, even exploding with rage. Yi Feifei was already being extremely patient and kind. Luo Qianxue, Yi Feifei said, trying to suppress her anger, do not you think you owe me an explanation? Luo Qianxue stammered. He deliberately held back, testing the limits of her patience. How could he push her to break up with him without setting her off completely? That balance was just too hard to strike. Unexpectedly, Yi Lang stepped in to help explain. Miss Yi, actually, Luo Qianxue was looking for you all last night. We split up, but I just happened to get lucky and find you first. Oh, and I told him I would bring you back, so he just went home to wait for you. Having said that, he shot a meaningful look at Luo Qianxue. Luo Qianxue wanted to cry even more, and he also wanted to rush over and beat Yi Lang to death. But he could not. The male lead number 2 had to accompany Yi Feifei through the main plot. Really? Yi Feifei looked at Yi Lang suspiciously. Why did not you tell me on the way here? I barely said a word on the way, did I? Yi Lang smiled slightly. To be honest, I do not really like chatting with girls. Hearing that, Luo Qianxue was even more terrified. The hairs on his arms stood straight up. The innocent Yi Feifei must have believed it, as she immediately grabbed Luo Qianxue's hand and apologized. Qianxue, I am sorry, I misunderstood you. Please forgive me. Luo Qianxue's heart felt like it was being stabbed, but he had to hold on and say, I do not blame you. No matter what you do, I will never blame you. Reaper girl, how could I ever dare to blame you? My Qianxue is the best. Yi Feifei smiled sweetly, her affection for him growing even stronger. She had already been dropped off, but Yi Lang still showed no signs of leaving. Instead, he craned his neck to peek inside, clearly hoping to be invited in. Luo Qianxue really wanted to kick him out, but in order to complete the system quest, he was forced to put on a smile and invite him. "Thanks for the help, want to come in and sit for a bit?" Sure, Yi Lang agreed with surprising readiness. "Then please come on in." Luo Qianxue's plan was simple: create a private environment so Yi Feifei and Yi Lang could spend more time together. With Yi Feifei's charm, winning over Yi Lang should only be a matter of time. Yes, it could not fail. But just as Yi Feifei entered the door, she stopped after just 2 steps. And her expression turned ugly once again. Because sitting in the living room was a little succubus. "Who is she?" Yi Feifei pointed at the succubus girl and interrogated Luo Qianxue. "Another new girl you are keeping." "No, do not get the wrong idea," Luo Qianxue hurriedly explained. "Her name is Xiaoe. Just like you, she was snatched by the Griffin Brotherhood to be auctioned off. She hid in my car last night and I accidentally brought her back." "Really?" Yi Feifei looked at Xiaoe. "That is right," Xiaoe nodded with a smile. "I really have to thank brother Lu and sister Jiang for saving me." "Do not mention it, I will take you home right now." Luo Qianxue was desperate to get Xiaoe out of there. He could use this as an excuse to leave too, leaving Yi Feifei and Yi Lang alone. Would not the plan finally be back on track? Unexpectedly, Xiaoe said, "I do not have a home." Luo Qianxue was suddenly struck by an awkward silence. "How can that be?" Yi Feifei whispered. Xiaoe sighed softly and began to tell her story. Basically, her parents had both died, her inheritance was stolen by relatives, and she had been wandering the streets ever since. Sleeping in the wind, going hungry, and then eventually getting captured by bad guys and almost becoming a slave. Luo Qianxue frowned as he listened. This story sounded way too fake. Xiaoe had a refined temperament and beautiful skin. There was not a trace of someone who had been living on the streets. And given her looks, it would not be hard to find a job. There is no way she would end up homeless. But the kind-hearted Yi Feifei actually believed it. Maybe it was the protagonist's initial halo of saintliness. Anyway, her eyes turned red as she listened, and she offered to let Xiaoe stay here for the time being to help her through the tough times. With this move, Yi Feifei was basically acting like she was the woman of the house already. Luo Qianxue was speechless, but he did not dare to object. "Hey, can you tell us your story?" Yi Lang suddenly leaned in closer, his face full of a friendly smile. "Not to lie to you, I had my people investigate you, but I could not find any information, which makes me very curious." "Curious your head, why are you investigating me?" Luo Qianxue retreated a big step, terrified, "and I do not have any stories." Yi Lang cleared his throat, appearing slightly reserved. "For some reason, I feel a special connection to you, and I am also very interested in martial arts and weaponry. By the way, do you know how to fence? Shall we find an opportunity to spar? Oh, if you do not like fighting, having a heart-to-heart talk would be nice too." "Connection my head. Fencing your head. Heart-to-heart you grandmother. You are the male lead number 2, for heaven's sake, go have a heart-to-heart with Yi Feifei." Luo Qianxue was going crazy. He roared in his heart, but on the surface he had to keep calm and just ask, "Where did that Tang sword of yours come from?" "Oh, passed down from my ancestors," Yi Lang replied instantly. "This precious sword has been passed down for hundreds of years and is still as sharp as new. An ancestral heirloom, and he just gave it away like that." Such sincere friendship, it was simply beyond words. Luo Qianxue was so touched, he was about to vomit blood. Yi Lang paused and added, "To be honest, the predecessor of our 4 allies gang was actually a joint organization of 4 ancient mysterious sects. At first we did business, but as time went on we ended up like this." At this, even he gave a helpless smile. Luo Qianxue was stunned listening to this. Good grief, the mysterious sects really have it rough. They either go bankrupt, turn into assassin organizations, or the ones doing business turn into gangs. But the origin of that sword was clear now. It really did come from an ancient sect, and it was a divine weapon for slaying demons. "Do you like things from the old sects?" Yi Lang seemed to have spotted Luo Qianxue's hobby. "How about I help you collect some more?" Luo Qianxue really wanted to refuse, but then he thought, why pass up free stuff? No, I cannot take it. Yi Lang has ulterior motives. Just as he was struggling with the decision, he suddenly heard a knock at the door. "Who is it?" Luo Qianxue asked subconsciously. A muffled voice came from outside. "Open up, water meter inspection." Hearing that buzzing voice, Luo Qianxue found it extremely familiar. He peeked through the door's peephole and good grief, it was that box-headed guy from Bureau 72. Following behind him were several other odd-looking fellows. They clearly meant trouble. Could it be that Qin Qianxue kicked the bucket? Are they here to settle scores with me? That was Luo Qianxue's first reaction. How could he have guessed that it was all because of that big-mouthed Ma Dongxing? Open up, utility inspection. The box-headed man kept knocking. Inspect your sister, Luo Qianxue shouted back. What do you want? Say it and make it quick. The box-headed man paused, then stated solemnly, you have a Class C contamination risk. We are taking you back for quarantine. Arresting me again? To hell with that. Luo Qianxue naturally refused. I do not have any contamination risks. Stop bothering me. The box-headed man threatened, open the door now or I will break it down myself. You would not dare. Luo Qianxue immediately pulled out his phone. If you dare to trespass, I will record this and post it online. Yifei heard this and also raised her phone to point it at the door. Yilang did the same. Does Bureau 72 have the skills to handle public opinion? Let us see just how arrogant you can be. The box-headed man seemed afraid and did not smash the door. Instead, he turned his head to a man wearing blue glasses and said, Electromagnetic King, disable their communications. Piece of cake. The Electromagnetic King smiled slightly and snapped his fingers. With a crisp crack, a burst of blue sparks erupted from his fingertips. Immediately after, an invisible electromagnetic storm swept through the entire villa. Everyone's phone screens flickered at once and they realized they had no signal. The internet was cut off. Bureau 72 really has plenty of capable people. Luo Qianxue was shocked. Did they send them all just to deal with me? Exactly, in order to capture the extremely ferocious Luo Qianxue, Bureau 72 had dispatched over 10 superpowered individuals. In addition, dozens of agents had already surrounded the entire villa. Can I smash the door now? The box-headed man chuckled and raised his fist. You dare? Luo Qianxue shouted again. This door is very expensive. Can you afford to pay for it? Upon hearing that the door was expensive, the box-headed man stopped instantly. He turned to the Electromagnetic King and whispered, during that operation last month, you ruined 3 high-end computers. Did the compensation issue ever get resolved? Do not mention it. The Electromagnetic King sighed heavily. The Bureau only covered 80% and the remaining 20% was deducted from my salary. Such a huge loss. The box-headed man froze for a long time, eventually giving up on the idea of breaking the door down. He turned to another colleague, a man with a pale green face and 2 large antennae on his forehead. Bugmaster, you take over. The box-headed man pointed at the villa. Get Luo Qianxue out. All right, the Bugmaster nodded, pressed his hands against his temples and began to unleash his unique superpower. Luo Qianxue watched the freak behind the peephole and could not help but mutter, why does this guy look like Piccolo? And the antennae on his head keep twitching. What is a piccolo? Yilang asked curiously, leaning his face toward the peephole too. Let me see. Get lost, do not stand so close to me. Luo Qianxue pushed Yilang aside without hesitation. Yilang remained calm and continued to smile. Yifei glanced at Yilang, finding him very annoying, and mentally deducted more points from him. Just as everyone was confused about what the freak outside was doing, Xiao Wei screamed at the top of her lungs. Ah, bugs, there are bugs. Yifei turned around and joined the scream. Ah. There really were bugs, and not just one or a few, but a goddamn dense swarm of them. Coming from the kitchen and bathroom were armies of cockroaches. Crawling in from the window and door cracks were armies of ants. On the walls and ceiling were scattered spiders. In the blink of an eye, the air was also filled with flies and mosquitoes. The Bug Master's superpower was controlling the insects in the vicinity. It was truly twisted. Seeing the insect army surging from under their feet, Yifei was terrified and jumped up. She wrapped her arms around Luo Qianxue's neck and her legs around his waist, clinging to him like a koala on a tree. What are you doing? Luo Qianxue was also stunned. You need to watch your reputation. Yifei did not care about that. She would not dare touch the floor anymore. The next moment, Xiao Wei rushed over and hugged Luo Qianxue tightly from behind, crying out, Brother, I am scared. Brother, I am scared. Yilang frowned deeply as he watched this scene. For some reason, the urge to jump up and hug him too popped into his head. No, that is too shameful. As the heir to the Sea Lion gang, how could I be afraid of bugs? Even if I were, I would not go hug a man. Besides, there is no room left on Luo Qianxue. What kind of thoughts are in my head? Unable to control his train of thought, Yi Lang started slapping his own head to calm down. What is so scary about bugs? Luo Qianxue was struggling, with Yi Feifei clinging to him and Xiao Wei dragging on him. He made his way toward the stairs with difficulty. He was not afraid of bugs, but he had no way to fight off such a sea of them, so running was his only option. Just as he managed to reach the second floor, he bumped into Jiang Ying, who was attracted by the noise. Most of her injuries had healed, and she was free to move around. Master Lu Yu, Jiang Ying stared at Luo Qianxue's weird pose of carrying two people, looking astonished. What kind of strange new game is this? Luo Qianxue responded helplessly, bugs, there are bugs downstairs. Someone with a superpower is controlling them to attack us. Upon hearing about the bugs, Jiang Ying's expression changed. No, do not you come over here. Luo Qianxue's expression also changed. I cannot carry any more people. Fortunately, Jiang Ying was not as afraid of insects. After a few seconds of surprise, she ran back to her room and dug out a small incense burner. This is a secret insect repellent incense from the Kainian sect. Jiang Ying used a mystical technique to light the burner and placed it at the top of the stairs. As the blue smoke filled the area, the insect army quickly retreated, not daring to come up any further. The repellent effect was truly top-notch. Xiao Wei finally let go, and Yi Feifei also climbed down. This insect repellent is really effective, Luo Qianxue exclaimed. If the Kainian sect sold this, they would not have gone bankrupt, right? Jiang Ying shook her head and whispered, the costs are too high. It cannot be mass-produced, and normal people cannot afford it. All right then, Luo Qianxue could only smile bitterly. It must be made from demonic beasts again. The insects were blocked for now, but those thugs from Bureau 72 were still out there. What new tricks would they use next? Luo Qianxue walked to the window to carefully observe the situation outside and saw something truly shocking. Suddenly, the street outside the villa was packed with people. One by one, they looked like hoodlums or vicious thugs. Clearly, they were bad news. They were all holding machetes, iron pipes, and other weapons, ready to strike at any moment. They all belonged to the Four Allied Gang, the largest criminal organization in Kowloon. The agents from Bureau 72 were dumbfounded, suddenly surrounded by hundreds, if not thousands, of gang members with no idea why. Even more ridiculously, the crowd just kept growing. Buses kept pulling up to the curb, dropping off even more gang members. The Four Allied Gang went to such lengths, naturally, because of Yi Lang. Yi Lang had not come to visit Luo Qianxue alone. His men had been waiting outside the whole time. When they saw the agents surrounding the villa, they immediately assumed the authorities were making a move against Yi Lang. His loyal subordinates quickly reported back to the organization and called for reinforcements. And so, the Four Allied Gang issued an emergency mobilization order, and all nearby members rushed over as fast as they could. Seeing this situation, the boxmen started to panic. Even though they could take them on, a fight would inevitably lead to heavy casualties. Neither of them could afford to take that responsibility. Besides, Bureau 72 always preferred working in the shadows. They should not be getting into a direct confrontation with the biggest gang in Kowloon. With no other choice, the boxmen had to report the situation to Director Qin Hong. Qin Hong thought for a moment and gave the order, retreat. She did not want any more trouble right now, as she still had a huge mess to clean up. Among those arrested at the Opera House yesterday were many prominent millionaires, city hall officials, and even 2 high-ranking council members. Figuring out what to do with them was a massive headache. She was facing pressure from every direction and felt a splitting headache coming on. So she could not afford to provoke the Four Allied Gang as well, just retreat. Receiving the director's orders, the boxmen had no choice but to organize the withdrawal. However, the Four Allied Gang members had no intention of letting them go. They kept the roads completely blocked. Want to leave, not unless the boss says so. At this moment, Yi Lang was leaning against the gate, tilting his head toward Luo Qianxue with a slight smile, saying, "It is up to you to decide how to deal with these people." Talk about being doting and sweet. Luo Qianxue, however, rubbed his face in agony. Yi Feifei, on the other hand, thought it was pretty nice because Yi Lang's move had been quite cool, even if his face was covered in bug bites which ruined his look a bit. Seeing that Luo Qianxue was silent, the sensible Yi Feifei stepped forward to thank him on her boyfriend's behalf. Thanks for helping us out. Oh, you are welcome. Yi Lang flicked his hair stylishly. Anything that concerns Luo Qianxue concerns me. All right, just let them go. The miserable Luo Qianxue finally spoke up, better to avoid extra trouble. Indeed, there was no need to get into a major conflict with Bureau 72, neither side would benefit. Hearing Luo Qianxue speak, Yi Lang signaled his men to let them through. The Bureau 72 agents were finally able to leave, and as they went, the boxman even waved at Luo Qianxue. I never want to see that stupid box again, Luo Qianxue just pouted at the boxman. Afterward, the 4 allied gang members gradually withdrew, leaving only a few dozen to stand guard at the street corner. Yet Yi Lang remained at the door, showing no intention of leaving. Yi Feifei then assumed the role of the lady of the house once more and invited Yi Lang to stay for dinner. Could it be that Yi Feifei has already developed feelings for Yi Lang? Luo Qianxue was secretly overjoyed. That would mean more than half the mission was accomplished. Now only Yi Lang, that idiot, still had not fallen for her. What to do? After thinking for a while, Luo Qianxue left the two of them alone and found Jiang Ying, whispering, "Is the Qingyan sect good at making various types of medicine?" Yeah, Jiang Ying nodded. Why do you ask? Luo Qianxue continued, do you have any of that? Stuff that makes men and women fall for each other, you know what I mean, right? Jiang Ying was stunned for a moment before saying, I get it, you mean you want some love potions, right? No, Luo Qianxue waved his hands frantically. Just enough to foster some feelings, it does not need to be that strong. We do not have anything like that. Jiang Ying looked at Luo Qianxue with a strange expression. What are you up to, planning to bully another girl? Oh please, I am not that kind of person, Luo Qianxue said helplessly. I am trying to save that idiot Yi Lang. Jiang Ying asked, puzzled, does Yi Lang need saving? What is wrong with him? Luo Qianxue hesitated for a long time before saying, he is about to turn gay, I have to straighten him out. Jiang Ying stared in shock for a long time before realizing, I see, no wonder Yi Lang is always hanging around here, is he into you? Oh my god, Luo Qianxue let out a long, painful sigh at the sky. Medicine will not work for something like that, I think you should just respect his personal choices. Jiang Ying laughed, clearly finding it amusing. Are you even my personal assistant or not? Luo Qianxue said, his face hardening. Is not it your job to help your employer solve problems? Where did your professional standards go? Oh, Jiang Ying blinked and quickly regained her composure. Do not worry, let me think about it. After thinking for a long time, she finally frowned and said, I cannot be the one to seduce him, right? I cannot do that sort of thing. Who asked you to seduce him? Luo Qianxue rolled his eyes. I need him to develop feelings for Yi Feifei. What? Jiang Ying was shocked. You actually have a fetish like that? Giving your own girlfriend away, is not that just a massive freak move? Hey, what kind of look is that? Yi Feifei is not my girlfriend, Luo Qianxue was forced to explain. Cannot you even tell? Actually, Jiang Ying could see that the relationship between Luo Qianxue and Yi Feifei was clearly very strange. As for what Luo Qianxue was really planning, she would not ask. Then, what level of affection are we talking about? Jiang Ying asked, still trying to help. We do not need to go too far, right? Probably should not be too intense, Luo Qianxue pondered. I guess just friend level should be enough. The system mission did not specify the level of affection, but judging by how Yi Feifei interacted with other simps, friend level should be sufficient. Jiang Ying pondered for a moment, then her eyes lit up. I have got an idea. Luo Qianxue quickly asked, what idea? Jiang Ying smiled mysteriously, I cannot tell you. Next, Jiang Ying deliberately called Yi Feifei into the bedroom and tricked her. Miss Yi, I noticed Yi Lang's clothes are dirty from the bugs and have some nasty stuff on them. Would not it be a bit awkward to invite him to dinner like that? What? Hearing about the bugs, Yi Feifei immediately panicked. Then what should we do? Why not ask him to change into a clean set? Jiang Ying immediately produced a set of men's clothing she had ready. These are Mr. Luo's, but he has not worn them much, they are basically new. Oh, that works. Since they were going to have dinner together, it would be better if he was clean. Otherwise, just thinking about bugs would ruin her appetite. So Yi Feifei took the clothes and went back to the living room to give them to Yi Lang, asking him to change. I am really sorry to trouble you, she explained politely and even added honestly, these clothes belong to Qianxue. You do not mind, do you? What, this? Yi Lang could not control his excitement. These were actually worn by Chengming. Oh no, I mean thank you so much. Deep down, his affection for Yi Feifei skyrocketed instantly. At the same time, the system's voice echoed in Lu Chengming's mind. Ding, mission accomplished. Received 3 lottery chances. Received a mysterious reward. Lu Chengming stared at the mysterious gift in his hands, his mouth twitching. That is it. 3 pieces of jewelry. From the ancient Great Xia dynasty, a set of 3 ruby accessories belonging to the Crimson Queen. 1 ruby ring, 1 ruby necklace, and 1 ruby bracelet. The point is, these 3 pieces do not have any of the attack or defense stats you would find in a game. They are just purely jewelry, just plain decorations. As expected of a heroine system, the mysterious gifts it gives are just meant to pamper women. Sigh, what a disaster. How did I end up with such a trashy system? Lu Chengming sighed repeatedly. Luckily, the 3 draw chances are still useful, though I wonder what else that troublemaker Yi Feifei will end up drawing. I really hope she does not draw that cuteness overload card again. As he was pondering, he suddenly heard Yi Feifei's voice. Chengming, what are you doing? Lu Chengming was startled and hurriedly shoved the jewelry into his pocket. Unfortunately, Yi Feifei still caught him. She frowned and asked, what are you hiding there, acting so sneaky? Lu Chengming was truly out of options, so he could only pull out the ruby bracelet and force a smile. I wanted to get you a bracelet last time, but it accidentally broke. So I secretly bought another, sturdier one. Cough, I was planning to wait for a holiday to surprise you. While seeing the ruby bracelet, Yi Feifei's eyes instantly lit up. It is so beautiful. Well, the system really knows its host well. She really does like the gift it sent. Cough, as long as you like it. Lu Chengming did not really care for the item anyway, so he just put it on Yi Feifei's wrist. Chengming, you are too good to me. Yi Feifei was even more excited, pouncing on him to give him a tight hug. How do you want me to repay you? Just say it. No need, no need. Lu Chengming shook his head hurriedly. I cannot handle your repayment. Then just wait, I have a surprise for you tonight. Yi Feifei gave a sweet smile. I promise it will make you happy. A surprise? No thanks, I'm afraid it will be more of a shock. Lu Chengming looked pained and stood perfectly still. Yi Feifei cuddled against him for a while before finally letting go and getting down to business. Oh right, since Jiang Ying is injured, I was thinking of preparing dinner myself. Absolutely not, Lu Chengming immediately vetoed the idea. Just hire a team of top chefs from a local hotel. Yi Feifei is capable of everything, so her cooking skills are naturally top tier. But I would not dare let her cook. The reason is simple, Yi Feifei might regain her memories at any moment. Do not doubt it, following the plot it is bound to happen. Once she gets her memory back, she is destined to go find Qin Xuan. Because this is the world of young Master Qin's little darling. It is impossible to keep Yi Feifei by your side forever. You will be cursed by the heavens for it. The more you make her give now, the more you will owe in the future, and the more brutal the retaliation you will face. If you have ever read romance novels for women, you should know. Those initially simple and kind girls eventually turn into insane vengeance machines, heartless and cruel toward their enemies. For safety's sake, keep things as plain as possible and do not plant any ticking time bombs. So if money can solve a problem, do not bother the Grim Reaper girl with it. Unexpectedly, Yi Feifei smiled and said, no need to hire chefs. Yi Lang said he has got dinner covered, he wants to cook it for you personally. Lu Chengming spat out his drink on the spot. What a disaster. At that moment he felt a heart-wrenching pain and a splitting headache. He nearly passed out. No, this will not work. Lu Chengming gripped the door frame to steady himself. I cannot owe him anything. Are not you two good friends? Yi Feifei blinked. He told me you are like family. Like family, more like a pain in the ass. Lu Chengming really wanted to curse, but he held it back. Like a kiss, excited, Yi Feifei misunderstood and immediately stood on her tiptoes to give Lu Chengming a light kiss on the cheek. Lu Chengming felt like he had been electrocuted, or rather struck by lightning. The kiss of death. It is over. What if Yi Feifei regains her memories and realizes she has been taken advantage of? Does not that mean I am dead? 10 lives would not be enough to pay for this. I have worked so hard to escape the plot-induced death. Was it all for nothing? Lu Chengming was filled with despair, feeling like crying but having no tears left. Look at you getting so excited. There is another surprise for tonight. Yi Feifei smiled sweetly and turned to run off. But Luo Qianxue could not take any more surprises. As soon as she left, he climbed out the window and ran for it. I absolutely cannot stay in this place. If I keep hanging around Yi Feifei and Yi Lang, I do not think I will live to see tomorrow. He ran for 10 blocks in one go before messaging Jiang Ying, instructing her to tell Yi Feifei if she asked that he had gone on an urgent mission. A deep cover mission, he could not go into details. Sigh, when will these miserable days end? Luo Qianxue sighed as he wandered the streets. At that moment, he suddenly recalled when he had first transmigrated here. Back then he was penniless, homeless, and also wandering the streets. Although he had money now, that feeling of being homeless had returned. So back then he did not even have a place to sleep. It was only after meeting Bai Tingting that he was able to borrow her rental for half the night. Come to think of it, Bai Tingting should be considered his first friend in this world. Luo Qianxue was just a target for blackmail back then, cough. Thinking of this, Luo Qianxue realized it was time to check on Bai Tingting. Bai Tingting had long since been moved to a specialized hospital under the Luo family's name, receiving the highest level of medical care. However, she remained in a coma, and the chances of her waking up were not high. The worst-case scenario would be her remaining in a vegetative state. Luo Qianxue sat by the bedside and watched silently for a while. Are the scores settled? Actually, not yet. Because there was still a woman in a purple dress, the one who took Bai Tingting away, who had never been found. Who exactly was she? And what was her motive? Luo Qianxue would not be able to rest easy until he caught that woman. Wait for me to catch her, then I will come see you again. Goodbye. Walking out of the hospital lobby, he saw the sunset fading, and a sense of loneliness washed over him again. Luo Qianxue was wondering where to go when he suddenly heard someone call out softly, "Young Master Luo, young Master Luo." He immediately followed the sound and found a ragged-looking middle-aged man hiding behind a flower bed by the entrance, waving at him. Are you? Luo Qianxue walked over, took a closer look and recognized him. Zhu Baio. Yes, it is me, the man nodded excitedly. He was the former property manager of the Tianlu building, the one who led the fight against the thugs from the Griffin Brotherhood. Luo Qianxue asked suspiciously, what are you doing here? Why do you look like this? Zhu Baio let out a long sigh and told him the whole story. It turned out that after the incident blew up, the Luo family had made concessions to resolve the conflict with the Griffin Brotherhood. First, they fired the security guards who were involved in the fight and agreed to pay the Brotherhood a sum in damages. Zhu Baio lost his job and consequently could not pay his mortgage or car payments. He instantly went from middle class to poverty, eventually ending up on the streets. However, through some old friends, he found out that Bai Tingting was in this hospital, so he often hung around here hoping to run into Luo Qianxue. What were you waiting for me for? Luo Qianxue asked, even more confused. Did you want me to put in a good word so you could go back to the Luo group? No, that is not it. Zhu Baio actually had another objective. I just wanted to tell you a secret. In return, I hope you can give me just a little money to get by. What secret? Luo Qianxue could not help but frown. Zhu Baio looked around before lowering his voice and saying, the person who delivered Bai Tingting to the Griffin Brotherhood was someone from the Luo family. Qin Hong, chief of the 72nd Bureau, has already met with 5 powerful figures today. Every one of them came to demand the release of someone. The people captured at the Opera House all have extraordinary backgrounds and are burning hot potatoes. If they are not detained and quarantined, they could cause a serious spread of contamination and threaten the safety of the entire Kowloon Island. If she keeps them locked up like this, she has to bear enormous pressure from all sides, constantly explaining herself and offending people. She is already exhausted and worn out, her throat dry from all the talking today. She really wants to find an excuse to hide away, but she cannot. She must see the next visitor. That person is none other than the head of the Luo family, Luo Qianxue. Could it be that among the detained personnel, there are senior executives from the Luo group? If Luo Qianxue comes to ask for someone in person, how can she possibly refuse? Sigh, what a headache, let us just meet him first. While she was deep in thought, a man with a dignified face and an imposing manner walked in. Uncle Luo, please sit, please sit. As soon as Qin Hong saw Luo Qianxue, she put on a smile and stood up to welcome him. The two families are family friends, so as a junior she certainly cannot put on airs in front of Luo Qianxue. Xiao Hong, how is Qin Xuan's recovery coming along? Unexpectedly, Luo Qianxue did not ask for people immediately but first inquired about Qin Xuan. He still cannot get out of bed for now. It is going to take some time, Qin Hong replied vaguely. After all, this matter involves the confidential experiments of the 72nd Bureau and cannot be disclosed casually. Luo Qianxue was silent for a few seconds, then said in a more serious tone, Xiao Hong, you have to tell me the truth. Given Qin Xuan's current condition, is he still able to fulfill the marriage engagement? This, Chen Lu was immediately put in a difficult position. With Qin Xuan in his current state, he really cannot get married. As for how much he can recover in the future, truthfully, no one is sure. However, she does not want the marriage contract to be annulled. Because this engagement is extremely important to both the Qin and Luo families. The current situation on Kowloon Island is actually very delicate. Conflicts among the major noble families are intensifying, and their secret struggles are becoming more vicious. The Qin family is the top noble family, it is true, but they are not the only powerful force and do not have an absolute advantage over the others. Objectively speaking, if any 2 or 3 other noble families joined forces, they could potentially bring the Qin family down. Marriage with the Luo family, their long-term partner, is the best safeguard for the Qin family's interests. First, the industries operated by the Qin and Luo families match perfectly, allowing for complementary advantages. The cooperation between the two families creates an effect where 1 + 1 is greater than 2. Another point, and the most important one, the Luo family has only one daughter. As long as Qin Xuan marries Luo Qianxue, their children can inherit the Luo family's assets. At that point, it will be the true merging of the two families, significantly increasing their power and leaving other families a level behind. If this marriage contract is annulled and Luo Qianxue marries into another family, then the Qin family would essentially be giving away half their kingdom while creating a new, exceptionally powerful enemy. That is absolutely not allowed. After long deliberation, Qin Hong finally said, "Please rest assured, Uncle Luo, Qin Xuan will definitely make a full recovery." Oh, really? Luo Qianxue, a veteran of the business world, is not that easily fooled. Is there a recent photo of Qin Xuan? May I take a look? My brother does not like having his picture taken. Qin Hong made up an excuse on the spot. I will have to wait until I visit him next time to snap a few secret photos to show you. Oh, alright then. Luo Qianxue nodded, then suddenly said, Qin Xuan needs to get better quickly. With the Qin family currently without a leader, several major projects have been a mess and I am anxious just looking at them. He was right. With Qin Xuan injured and his life hanging in the balance, the entire Qin group was in chaos immediately. Coupled with other families seizing the opportunity to strike, the Qin family has lost quite a lot of assets recently. Many elders in the family want to ask Qin Hong to come back to take charge, but she simply cannot get away. No one knows just how dangerous the current situation on Kowloon Island really is. Qin Hong's job is to protect all of Kowloon, to protect millions of people. If Kowloon falls, where would the Qin family even be? In the face of the bigger picture, she has no choice but to stand her ground at the 72nd Bureau. Sigh, Qin Hong could not help but sigh. Uncle Luo, please be assured the Qin group is doing fine. I believe they will be able to adjust soon. Xiao Hong, whether the Qin group is doing fine or not, I know it all too well. Luo Tian's tone suddenly shifted subtly. If you do not take action, I fear your assets in the East District will be carved up by others soon. This Qin Hong frowned slightly. It is not that serious, is it? No, it is very serious. Luo Tian pulled a straight face. There is only one solution right now, and that is to let me get involved and help you through this crisis. Hearing him talk to this point, Qin Hong finally understood. Luo Tian did not come to ask for anyone, he came to ask for projects and territory. If she lets him in, she would have to give him a big slice of the Qin family's pie. More importantly, once he eats his fill, he will not spit it back out. Heh, Uncle Luo, even if Qin Hong understood, she had to keep a smile on her face. I attended the group meeting just 2 days ago and confirmed that our business in the East District is very stable. You really do not need to worry about it. Hey, Luo Mei shook his head. Xiao Hong, you do not do business, so I am afraid you have been fooled by the executives in the group. What they tell you is not necessarily the truth. Qin Hong continued with a smile. Uncle Luo, you underestimate me too much. I know what is going on. Seeing that Qin Hong refused to give up any interest, Luo Qianxue lost his patience. His face darkened as he threatened, since you are not willing to accept my help, then there is no point in hanging on to our family's marriage contract. Uncle Luo, what do you mean by that? Qin Hong still responded with a calm demeanor. It was Qin Qianxue who first proposed breaking the engagement. Luo Qianxue stopped pretending and shouted sternly. Does he think my daughter cannot find anyone else to marry? Let me tell you the truth, both the Tang and Xiao families have already approached me. I can marry her off to them at any time. In an instant, Qin Hong realized she was in big trouble. Wu Tian, that old fox. He guessed that Qin Qianxue is critically ill and that the Qin family might never recover, so he has already started preparing to work with others. And the Tang and Xiao families are the sworn enemies of the Qin family. If he really marries Luo Qianxue off to them, then the Qin family is truly finished. With Qin Qianxue gone, there is no one left to stand against them. Xiao Hong, you better think this through. Qin Hong kept her head down in silence for a long while before looking up. Uncle Luo, I actually did not want to bring this up. A cold and cruel smile appeared on her face. The issue with the marriage contract really cannot be blamed on my brother Qin Qianxue. The one who really crossed the line is your daughter. What do you mean? Now it was Luo Tian's turn to be surprised. Qin Hong sneered, I intended to keep this secret, but you forced me to say it. Luo Qianxue already lost her virginity to another man. Did you know that? Luo Tian paused for a moment, then snapped, that is total nonsense. Don't get worked up, hear me out, Qin Hong said, quickly raising her hand. Luo Qianxue and another man checked into an unassuming little hotel. Coincidentally, that hotel is an old property of our Qin family and we have surveillance footage to prove it. Upon hearing that there was evidence, Luo Tian's face instantly turned ashen. Not only is there surveillance, but Qin Qianxue saw it with his own eyes too. At this point, Qin Hong had completely turned the tide. He did not speak up only out of respect for your Luo family's reputation, opting to suffer in silence instead. So, can you really say it is our fault for calling off the engagement? Qin Qianxue, he saw it with his own eyes. Luo Tian could no longer control his emotions, his body trembling slightly. Luo Tian knew Qin Qianxue, and he was a man who never lied. Yes, he saw with his own eyes that Luo Qianxue was pinned on the bed by a man. Qin Hong let out a contemptuous laugh as she said this. Of course, my brother did not say anything, he only told me when he thought he was not going to make it. Otherwise, I never would have known about this. Qin Qianxue had indeed seen it with his own eyes. That day happened to be just after Luo Qianxue had transmigrated, when Luo Qianxue called him over to bully Yi Feifei. After Luo Qianxue threw Yi Feifei downstairs, he had pinned Luo Qianxue onto the bed. Qin Qianxue had broken into the room just in time to witness that scene. He had not interfered at the time, simply because he did not care about Luo Qianxue. He also had his own principles and did not tell anyone about this Luo family scandal. But when his life was in danger, he finally told his sister. Bringing this up was, in fact, meant to give the Qin family leverage over the Luo family, so they would not suffer a loss over the broken engagement. At this moment, this piece of scandal was playing a crucial role. If this were to get out, I am afraid Luo Qianxue would never be able to get married, Qin Hong added as a final threat. Luo Tian no longer had the face to argue with Qin Hong. He gritted his teeth and trembled for a long time before finally asking, who is the man? Qin Hong hesitated for a moment and replied, Luo Qianxue. Luo Tian returned to the Luo family manor, his expression utterly exhausted, as if he had aged 10 years. His private assistant, Zidi, noticed something was wrong and hurriedly stepped forward to ask, Mr. Luo, are you not feeling well? Should I call a doctor? Luo Tian collapsed into the sofa and simply waved her off. Zidi asked again, is it Qin Hong? Was she unwilling to cooperate? Luo Tian tilted his head back, let out a long sigh, and then ordered, find Luo Qianxue and kill him. Mr. Luo, this? Zidi was stunned. Ever since the failed operation with Jiang Ying and after Su Zihao brought back word, did not you say to let Luo Qianxue go for now? Luo Tian gritted his teeth and repeated, kill Luo Qianxue and bring back his head. Understood, Zidi did not question him further and immediately went to arrange the operation. Luo Tian sat alone in the vast living room for a long time, unable to calm his emotions. Finally, he rose in a rage, marched straight to Luo Qianxue's room, shoved the door open and began to scold her. How did I end up with such a disrespectful daughter like you? You have brought nothing but shame to the Luo family. He scolded her, yet he never revealed the real reason. He was just venting his emotions. Luo Qianxue had been reading a novel and was completely bewildered by this sudden outburst. It took her a moment to come to her senses, and she immediately retorted, "You have kept me locked up for a week. What are you yelling about?" She had been raised as a spoiled child and usually was not afraid of her father, unless she had committed a grave mistake. Luo Tian pointed at his daughter, opened his mouth several times but finally let out a sigh of deep disappointment. Bang! He slammed the door shut and left. Locking me up and then coming in here to yell at me for no reason. Luo Yuru felt incredibly wronged, filled with both grievance and anger. Then, the more she thought about it, the angrier she got, and she soon made a decision: run away from home. I refuse to be a prisoner anymore. I am going to find Luo Qianxue. Snorting with indignation, Luo Qianxue quickly changed into a sportswear set, opened the window, and climbed out. This was the third floor of the villa, but she was not afraid at all. To outshine Yi Feifei, she had secretly learned many skills, such as rock climbing, skiing, diving, and so on. It was just a pity that Yi Feifei never participated in such activities, so she never had a chance to show off her talents. But having extra skills never hurts, and right now, her rock climbing skills came in handy. Relying on her agility and expert technique, Luo Qianxue easily made it from the third floor to the ground. Then she sprinted through the massive garden, scaled the high outer wall, and successfully escaped the Luo family manor. She had run away. Luo Qianxue, he should still be staying at my villa. I will just go straight there. But since Luo Qianxue had snuck out, she had neither a phone nor a vehicle, only a black credit card with no limit in her pocket. If it were daytime, she would have gone to a nearby luxury car showroom and bought a new car on the spot, but it was already past 10 at night and the showrooms were long closed. Why not hail a taxi? Are you kidding? Luo Qianxue had never ridden in a taxi since the day she was born. No matter, there is a 24-hour club in the district ahead that belongs to my family too. I will get a car from there. Luo Qianxue quickly came up with a solution and immediately started running. Her long-distance running was actually quite good. A few kilometers was no problem at all. However, the nights in Kowloon City were not safe, and gangs of thugs often roamed the streets. Luo Qianxue had to run while dodging and weaving. Every time she spotted a suspicious-looking man, she would hide in the unlit shadows. Right in the middle of this arduous journey, she suddenly saw that familiar little hotel, Kaiyuan Hotel. It was the place where she and Luo Qianxue first met. This hotel was very old, with a history of 40 or 50 years. It was originally a Qin family property, but Luo Qianxue had quietly bought it through a shell company. She was a female villain after all. Naturally, she knew how to destroy evidence after doing something bad. So the hotel surveillance as proof that Qin Hong mentioned was just a bluff. The entire hotel had long since belonged to Luo Qianxue. Of course, there was another reason she bought the hotel: for the sentimental value. Maybe I will just stay here for the night and go find him tomorrow. Luo Qianxue instinctively walked into the hotel and said to the clerk, "I want room 219. The clerk did not recognize Luo Qianxue. She just glanced at the registry and responded mechanically, "I'm very sorry, room 219 is already occupied. Could you pick another room?" "How dare you?" Luo Qianxue flared up on the spot. "Isn't room 219 forbidden from being rented out?" That is right, this was a rule she had set herself. No one was allowed to stay in room 219. The clerk was terrified and stunned. Actually, she knew about the rule, but she had been greedy for a moment and violated it. Because that guest had given her a 10,000 yuan tip. Under Luo Qianxue's interrogation, the clerk stammered and made up an excuse. "That guest looked like a rich scion who claimed he could buy the whole hotel on a whim, so I really could not afford to provoke him. Please do not tell my boss." Which rich family is so arrogant? Fuming with rage, Luo Qianxue walked straight up to the second floor and pounded on the door of 219. When the door opened, she saw the man inside and was instantly stunned. Before she could react, she was pulled into the room by the man's strong, powerful arms. The man in the room is, of course, Luo Qianxue. He had also been forced to leave home and had come here in search of memories. If meeting again in this hotel is not fate, then what is? Luo Qianxue closed the door, looked Luo Qianxue over, and the first thing he asked was, "Why are you wearing sportswear?" "Oh, I just threw it on. Do you not like it?" Luo Qianxue paused for a second, then quickly began taking off her sports jacket. Underneath, she was only wearing a small black camisole. Her proud curves were instantly highlighted, absolutely breathtaking. Luo Qianxue struggled to look away. "Put it back on, do not seduce me." "HMPH, who is seducing you?" Luo Qianxue gave a light huff. "There are tons of girls wearing camisoles like this on the street. You are making such a big deal out of nothing." This is completely different," Luo Qianxue frowned deeply. "Besides, we are in a hotel. A scoundrel like you and you are getting shy." Luo Qianxue looked unconcerned, shooting him a provocative glance. She really did not care. After all, Luo Qianxue was not just any other man. Luo Qianxue swallowed hard, struggling to suppress the desires deep within his heart. With this unexpected reunion and no one to disturb them, perhaps something unspeakable could happen now. Yes. The dark power within his body was surging uncontrollably, ready to break loose. He could clearly feel the power of the evil god growing stronger by the day. The power of the evil god comes from the evil thoughts of humanity. It is not just Luo Qianxue himself. The evil god can consume all the evil desires in the vicinity. During his conflicts with the Griffin Brotherhood, he had encountered so many villains that it was like providing the evil god with a rich feast of offerings. Consequently, the will of the evil god became more powerful, making it harder and harder to resist. If something were to happen, would it hurt her? No more wild thoughts. Luo Qianxue rubbed his face vigorously and asked about the real issue. "Why did you run away?" Luo Qianxue briefly recounted how she had been scolded for no reason and run away in a fit of anger, then asked, "Why did you come here? What about Jiang Ying?" She did not know that Jiang Ying had already betrayed her, let alone that Luo Qianxue had been scared off by Yi Feifei. Luo Qianxue hesitated for a while before saying, "I came specifically to find you. This hotel is not far from your house, so I just checked in temporarily." "Oh, so you still remember to look for me?" Luo Qianxue's tone was haughty, but a smile was already forming in her eyes. I came to ask for your help investigating something," Luo Qianxue continued, revealing the true reason. "In your Luo family, is there a woman named Zai Dai?" Zai Dai, the smile vanished instantly from Luo Qianxue's face. "Why are you looking for her?" "Zhu Baio told me that it was Zai Dai who stepped forward to negotiate with the Griffin Brotherhood and that she even handed over Bai Tingting as compensation." Luo Qianxue's expression turned serious. "But that is just his side of the story. I cannot easily believe it, so I wanted to ask for your help in checking it out." Hearing this news, Luo Qianxue was shocked and fell into silence. Of course she knew Zai Dai. She was her father's private assistant. She had been with her father for 8 years, ever since she arrived at the Luo residence at age 25. As for what Zhu Baio said, it was very likely true. Because Zai Dai's style of doing things was always like that, fast, ruthless, and prioritizing the interests of the Luo family without a shred of concern for people like Bai Tingting at the bottom of the social ladder. But if this were true, how was she supposed to explain it to Luo Qianxue? "Bai Tingting and I are just friends. I helped her at first simply because of my original intention in learning martial arts to uphold justice and help the weak," Luo Qianxue emphasized again, "but since the conflict has already started, it is impossible to stop easily. There has to be a conclusion." I will help you look into it," that is all Luo Qianxue could say. "Once I have accurate information, I will definitely tell you." "Okay," Luo Qianxue nodded. After that, they both fell silent. Luo Qianxue kept his head low, refusing to look at Luo Qianxue. After a long while, Luo Qianxue said softly, Why is it that every time we meet, it is like this?" Like what?" Luo Qianxue lifted his head slightly. "It is just not like how I imagined it would be." Luo Qianxue could not quite explain it, as if an insurmountable obstacle constantly stood between them. Indeed, it is not what I imagined either. Luo Qianxue offered a helpless smile. Luo Qianxue asked, what did you imagine it would be like? Luo Qianxue lowered his head again. He could not say what he had imagined. However, Luo Qianxue was not a naive little girl. She could probably guess. You scoundrel, she furrowed her brows quickly. Honestly, did you do anything to Jiang Ying? No, absolutely not. Luo Qianxue waved his hands in denial. Applying the ointment, that should not count, right? Luo Qianxue rolled her beautiful eyes and asked again, why is not Jiang Ying with you? Where did she run off to? She had specifically ordered Jiang Ying to keep an eye on Luo Qianxue 24/7. Luo Qianxue had to make something up on the spot. I sent her out to investigate something else. This Jiang Ying, she actually disobeyed my instructions. Luo Qianxue was getting a bit angry. Luo Qianxue really wanted to say, Jiang Ying has already defected. She is my person now. After thinking about it, he decided against it, maybe another time. While he was pondering, his phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated. Luo Qianxue panicked. It was very likely Yi Feifei calling to tell him to come home. If Luo Qianxue found out about that, she would surely go insane. He could not afford that, so he hurriedly reached into his pocket to blindly turn off the phone. But Luo Qianxue had already noticed his movements and asked, what are you digging for? In his panic, Luo Qianxue luckily touched something else. Ta-da! Like a magic trick, Luo Qianxue pulled a ruby ring out of his pocket. It was the mysterious gift sent by the system earlier, one of the 3 pieces of the Scarlet Queen set. I prepared a gift for you, a little surprise. Luo Qianxue was able to say this not because he had truly achieved playboy status. Jewelry was useless to him, and he had long thought about giving it to Luo Qianxue but worried that a wealthy heiress would not think much of it. After all, the jewelry Luo Qianxue usually wore was mostly custom-made by top designers. She would likely turn her nose up at an old piece of jewelry like this with no brand and unknown origins. But since he was out of options, he just had to bite the bullet and give it to her. And Luo Qianxue was completely stunned, staring at the ruby ring. Why do not you like it? Luo Qianxue carefully observed her expression. You scoundrel, Luo Qianxue seemed a bit nervous. Is this how you usually hit on girls, just randomly giving them rings? What? No, Luo Qianxue denied it firmly. I have never given a ring to any other girl. The ring for Jiang Ying, that was purely a contractual relationship, so it should not count. And the bracelet for Yi Feifei, that was an accident. Besides, a bracelet is not a ring, so that definitely should not count. Well, I suppose I will reluctantly accept it. Luo Qianxue held her head high and extended her right hand. She lightly wiggled her ring finger, signaling for Luo Qianxue to help her put it on. As a straight guy, Luo Qianxue did not really know the meaning behind different fingers. Put it on she wants, put it on he shall. Unexpectedly, the size was perfect, as if it had been custom-made. Luo Qianxue examined the ring back and forth, her eyes sparkling, her expression growing increasingly excited. This mysterious gift is actually useful. Luo Qianxue muttered to himself, why do all women like jewelry so much? This ring, it is really so beautiful. Luo Qianxue was already mesmerized. It must be so incredibly expensive. Do not mention money, that is tacky. Luo Qianxue took the chance to act cool. It is just a gesture. This strange radiance swirling inside the gem, it is like it has a life of its own. I have seen similar rubies before. Luo Qianxue suddenly revealed a startling piece of information. At an auction, it seemed to be a relic from the ancient Great Xia Kingdom. It sold for over 10 billion, is not that crazy? And the ruby you gave me is even bigger and more beautiful. Over 10 billion. Even smaller rubies were auctioned for over 10 billion. Giving this ring to Luo Qianxue is one thing, but that bracelet I gave Yi Feifei also had a decent-sized ruby on it. That thing must be worth at least several tens of billions, right? What a massive loss. Luo Qianxue suddenly felt a piercing pain in his heart, and he could not catch his breath again. What is wrong? Luo Qianxue finally noticed that Luo Qianxue's expression was abnormal. Are you feeling unwell? Cough, cough, cough. Luo Qianxue clutched his chest, coughing several times. This kind of ruby, even if it were a national treasure of the Great Xia, it should not be auctioned for over 10 billion, right? Who on earth bought it? It seems related to some legends, but I do not know the specifics. Luo Qianxue shook her head gently. As for the buyer, it seems to be a mysterious wealthy person from the outer islands. I have no idea who they are. Luo Qianxue finally realized that the accessories gifted by the system were not ordinary items at all, and he had to investigate them thoroughly. It was originally a three-piece set. I was tricked out of a bracelet by Yi Feifei, gave a ring to Luo Qianxue, and there is still a necklace left. Thinking of this, Luo Qianxue reached into his pocket but could not find anything. That necklace is actually gone. Oh no, that is worth tens of billions. Luo Qianxue could not help but stand up, even taking off his clothes to shake them out and search. Luo Qianxue was startled by his action of taking off his clothes. You really have ulterior motives. You are in such a rush to do that kind of thing right after giving me a gift. No, Luo Qianxue waved his hands hurriedly. I am just looking for something. I had it in my pocket and now it is gone. Luo Qianxue furrowed her brows and asked, what thing? Luo Qianxue could not answer for a moment. I cannot exactly tell her that I am still hiding a necklace in my hand that I did not give to you. What should I make up then? While contemplating, Luo Qianxue shook his clothes and accidentally knocked a small red paper box off the bedside table next to him. Thud. Oh, is that what you were looking for? Luo Qianxue heard the sound and immediately spotted the small paper box. Luo Qianxue looked down and was instantly dumbfounded. Damn it, that is a condom provided by the hotel for couples. Before he could react, Luo Qianxue had already picked up the small paper box. Then seeing the pattern and text on it clearly, she turned red instantly. No, listen to me, Luo Qianxue explained in a panic. That thing did not fall out of my clothes, it is something the hotel provides. Luo Qianxue just looked down, remaining silent. It is true, if you do not believe me, go ask at the front desk, Luo Qianxue continued to explain. But Luo Qianxue did not hear a word he said. After a long while she said softly, so you had this planned all along. Since it has come to this, I suppose resisting is useless. I did not plan anything, you can resist. Oh wait, no need to resist. No, that is not it. Luo Qianxue rambled, getting confused himself. Just let me think for a second. Luo Qianxue had already closed her eyes, appearing to have resigned herself to her fate. Just then the room lights suddenly went out. The hazy moonlight poured through the window, spilling onto Luo Qianxue. Like frost, like snow, like jade, like a painting. In this moment, all the treasures in the world seemed dull and lusterless compared to her. In this moment, she was so beautiful it was dizzying, so beautiful it was breathtaking. In this moment, Luo Qianxue was on the verge of losing his last shred of reason. But right at that moment, his phone vibrated intrusively. Damn it, Luo Qianxue snapped back to reality momentarily and hurriedly pulled out his phone, wanting to turn it off before Luo Qianxue opened her eyes. He unexpectedly discovered that it was not Yi Feifei calling, but Jiang Ying. The professional Jiang Ying would not call her employer for no reason. Something must have happened. Luo Qianxue answered the call immediately. Young Master Lu, where are you right now? Judging by her voice, Jiang Ying sounded very anxious. I am, Luo Qianxue found it hard to answer. Is there something urgent? Luo Qianxue opened her eyes at this point, saw Luo Qianxue on the phone and kept quiet. Young Master Lu, I just got some inside information from the Qingying organization, Jiang Ying said hurriedly. They have issued a kill order and you are the target. What? Luo Qianxue was taken aback. When did I ever provoke them? Jiang Ying explained, someone paid them for your head. Qingying is just taking money to do the job. Luo Qianxue furrowed his brow and asked who. I do not know, I will try to find out. Jiang Ying sighed, I left Qingying a long time ago so it is hard for me to get detailed intelligence now. Luo Qianxue pondered and asked again, what is Qingying's current strength? Do you think I can handle it? Jiang Ying thought for a while before responding, I am not sure of your true strength, young Master Lu. From what I have seen, you are not inferior to the masters of Qingying. But they can deploy at least dozens of top-tier assassins. Beyond sneak attacks, they use all kinds of poisons. I am afraid it is hard for us to defend against everything. Luo Qianxue realized the situation was indeed dire. Why is it that for no reason at all, people always want me dead? Could it be some plot-mandated kill again? As long as the yellow-haired guy is alive, there is no peace in Kowloon. Oh no, it is very likely the side effect of that kiss of death from Yi Feifei. What a disaster. Luo Qianxue complained to himself and asked Jiang Ying again, can you deduce how long it will take for Qingying to find me? Jiang Ying said seriously, you would better hide right now. King Ying's methods of tracking targets are beyond your imagination. Right now, Luo Qianxue finally became fully alert. Why did the light go out in the room just now? Looking at the power indicator on the outlet, it was not lit either. The power was cut. Hotels do not just have power outages. It was likely a deliberate power cut to facilitate their attack. I understand, you stay safe too. After saying that, Luo Qianxue hung up the phone. Luo Qianxue could tell Luo Qianxue was in trouble and asked softly, what happened? Luo Qianxue just held up one finger, shh. He was straining his ears to listen to the movement outside. The acute hearing brought by the power of the evil god began to pick up every rustle. Sure enough, he heard extremely light footsteps in the hallway. It was the footwork of a master. And there was more than one. The footsteps grew closer, approaching the door. They stopped just short of it. Luo Qianxue had intended to wait for them to reach the door and launch a lethal strike, blasting them and the door away. But they actually stopped right there. Good grief, they are cautious. What do I do now? Should I charge out or escape through the window? As Luo Qianxue was pondering, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a black shadow slipping in under the door crack. It really was just a black shadow. A living, moving shadow. Mystic arts, Luo Qianxue suddenly realized this was also a secret skill of the Qingyan sect, controlling shadows. The key is, how do you even fight this thing? I should have brought Jiang Ying with me. What can suppress a shadow? What is a shadow afraid of? As an anime and game enthusiast, Luo Qianxue subconsciously began to think. When he remembered the extinguished lights, he had a sudden realization. It is light. Shadows are afraid of light. That is why they cut the power to the hotel in advance. Hey, cheap tricks, Luo Qianxue sneered, pulled out his phone and turned on the brightest flashlight mode. The new phone Luo Qianxue bought was not from any popular brand like Apple or Xiaomi. It was a super tough, military-grade phone made by Luo Qianxue. The kind you can use to crack walnuts. And the flashlight feature was terrifyingly powerful. In an instant, a beam of intense light shot out, illuminating the entire room. The shadow was instantly dispersed by the harsh light, vanishing without a trace. At the same time, a startled shriek came from outside the door. Someone's eyes probably got blinded by the glare. Luo Qianxue seized the opportunity, lunged forward and kicked the door frame. Bang! With a deafening crash, the entire door flew off its hinges. This move effectively intimidated the enemies and created a distraction. 3 masked men in black stood outside, completely stunned. They had been in the business for years and had never seen anyone open a door like that. Before they could recover, Luo Qianxue charged at the nearest masked man and punched him right in the nose. Oh wait, not with his fist, he used the phone. Ow! The man's face immediately caved in. And his skull shattered just like a walnut. The other 2 masked men finally reacted, quickly unleashing their arcane arts and vanishing into the dark corridor. Now the only light in the hallway came from the faint green glow of the emergency exit signs, making it impossible to see where the shadows were. But that was no problem, as Luo Qianxue raised his phone flashlight again. Whoosh! Like a prison searchlight sweeping across the area, no shadow could hide. 2 dark figures were darting across the walls and ceiling, dodging the beam of light. What strange, dark arts! Luo Qianxue was not sure how they attacked, so he did not dare to strike rashly. In a moment of distraction, one of the shadows slipped behind him. A black hand snuck out from the shadow on the wall and suddenly flung a throwing dart. Swish! Fortunately, Luo Qianxue heard the whistle of the wind. He hurriedly channeled his evil god energy to protect his back. Clang! The dart was deflected by the dark aura, but another black hand reached down from the ceiling and scattered a cloud of green powder. No need to guess, it was definitely poison powder. Damn, these assassins have no honor. Panicked, Luo Qianxue held his breath and darted back into the room. But he could not escape it. The shadows shifted, a sudden cold wind rose, blowing the green smoke into the room. With no other choice, Luo Qianxue grabbed Luo Qianxue and threw himself through the window. This time, the security bars could not stop him. Crash! The iron bars were torn open by Luo Qianxue with just one hand. Back when I threw Yi Feifei out of here, I never thought I would have to experience it myself. How what goes around comes around. How did you? Luo Qianxue was completely stunned. That is not something a mortal can do. The Luo Qianxue in front of her was like a monster. "We will talk later." Luo Qianxue held onto Luo Qianxue tightly and sprinted away. With her in tow, he could not fight the enemies, so the best strategy was to run. Besides, these villains have no honor. They use all sorts of dirty tricks. I hate people like that. After running for a dozen streets, he looked back and felt that he had finally shaken them off. Huff huff, Luo Qianxue finally put Luo Qianxue down, gasping for air. Luo Qianxue looked him over again. "Are you really human? How did you run faster than a donkey?" "A donkey?" Luo Qianxue frowned. "Could you pick a different animal for comparison?" "Oh, sorry," Luo Qianxue apologized immediately. "I was reading a book at home about a rare delicacy called donkey meat burgers. My brain just glitched and I said donkey. You run faster than a horse, okay?" "Donkey meat burgers are rare?" Luo Qianxue was taken aback. "Do not they have them in Kowloon City?" "No," Luo Qianxue shook her head. "There are no donkeys on Kowloon Island. They have been extinct for a long time." Luo Qianxue then realized that the continents had split long ago, so it made sense that many animals were extinct. I will get you a donkey one day if I get the chance. To make those burgers," Luo Qianxue smiled slightly, "if there are any left on the other islands." "Wait, you are distracting me again," Luo Qianxue just realized. "You still have not explained yourself. Where did you get these abilities?" Trapped in a corner." Luo Qianxue had to use his talent for making things up. "I learned secret techniques from the mystic school." Luo Qianxue paused. "What mystic school?" "The nameless sect," Luo Qianxue said with a straight face. "A small sect, not many people know about it." Oh, Luo Qianxue really had not heard of it, so she could not press further for now. "Oh, by the way, I need to send you home." Luo Qianxue took the chance to change the subject. "Being with me is too dangerous." "No, I am not going home," Luo Qianxue disagreed. "I am running away from home unless my dad apologizes to me." Luo Qianxue said helplessly, "I really cannot keep you with me. I am being hunted." "Why are they hunting you?" Luo Qianxue frowned. "How many people did you offend?" "I sigh." There was no way to explain this. It was probably all because he offended one person, Yi Feifei. Once you offend her, the Grim Reaper chases you every single day. But thinking of Yi Feifei, Luo Qianxue decided he should clarify the fake boyfriend situation to Luo Qianxue. Keeping it a secret was not a solution. He might as well confess voluntarily. There is one thing I need to tell you." He warned her of the impending drama. "Before I say it, you have to promise to keep your cool and not lose your temper." "Keep my cool?" Luo Qianxue felt something was wrong. "What kind of trouble did you get into?" Yi Feifei, she has amnesia," Luo Qianxue said carefully, explaining bit by bit. Upon hearing the name Yi Feifei, Luo Qianxue's face turned sour, and she replied coldly, "I know, Su Zihao already told me. She has amnesia, and she mistook me for..." Luo Qianxue had not even reached the crucial part when he noticed a shift in light and shadow. Something was moving behind him. He turned around in a hurry and was shocked to find a giant black shadow sweeping over the building beside the street. The shadow was 4 or 5 meters long, shaped like a giant bat. It could cling to any surface, moving freely between the skyscrapers and the streets. Under the night sky, the whole city was its home court. No one could escape its pursuit. What was worse, with its massive size and the open space, the flashlight had no effect on this shadow bat. This green shadow's arcane arts are too sinister. Luo Qianxue grew anxious. He was not worried for himself. No matter how strong the opponent was, it would be hard to break through the defense of the evil god energy. He was worried about Luo Qianxue. How to protect her in front of such a powerful enemy was the real challenge. What kind of attack method is this shadow? Luo Qianxue focused his entire mind, staring fixedly at the shadow bat. The opponent was still moving constantly, with no discernible pattern. Is it waiting for other assassins to catch up? The longer this dragged on, the worse the situation would become. Fortunately, Luo Qianxue quickly came up with a solution. You think if you do not attack and just wait for reinforcements, I cannot do anything to you?" He sneered, slowly taking out his phone. "If you do not want to fight, I will call for backup." "Hey Jiangying, tell me about that arcane art of shadow manipulation." The mystical arts passed down by the Qingyan sect are quite varied. Soul arts, alchemy, elemental arts, shadow arts, their disciples practice them all. Strictly speaking, shadow arts are actually a subset of soul arts. But because the source of this soul power is so unique, it has been classified as its own category. Its origin is one of the 9 ancient gods, the nightmare. It is a bizarre entity, neither good nor evil, with no allegiance to any side. And for reasons unknown, it intentionally bestowed a portion of its soul power upon humanity. Ancient mystics utilized the nightmare's power to develop the shadow arts. It is a mystical art suited for stealth and assassination. Upon activation, the practitioner shifts into a parallel dimension created by the nightmare known as the dark night space. However, to outside observers, the practitioner's body simply turns into a shadow that can move across any surface. In this shadow state, the practitioner is immune to all physical attacks, as their true form has entered another dimension. To strike, they must extend parts of their body like their hands out of the dark night space, so their attacks naturally rely on hidden weapons and poisons. Countering the shadow arts is not actually that hard. You can either use a bright light to disrupt the dark night space and force them to materialize, or wait for the right moment to strike the physical parts they expose. Or you could use other specific countermystical arts. I do not know any countermystical arts, Luo Qianxue asked, listening to Jiang Ying's explanation. Is there enough time to learn one now? Jiang Ying, of course not. Luo Qianxue, then tell me, how do I deal with a shadow that is 4 or 5 meters long? Jiang Ying, a shadow form that big must belong to a top-tier expert. Their attack methods are likely beyond my understanding since I specialize in alchemy. My advice is to run as far as you can. Luo Qianxue. What if I cannot outrun it? If I were alone, maybe I would stand a chance, but with Luo Qianxue it is impossible. Sure enough, to become invincible, you have to abandon women and all other burdens. Just like the opening of so many novels, sacrifice the girlfriend to gain boundless power. But no women, no friends, no one to care about, not even emotions. What is the point of being invincible? To be invincible and lonely. I will never abandon anyone. If I am alive, I will protect everything around me. Luo Qianxue frowned, deciding to fight. No one is taking what I care about. Shadow form. Immune to all physical attacks. Maybe I should try. The power of the evil god. Come on then, little shadow. Luo Qianxue roared, charging straight at the shadow on the street. The shadow did not dodge. The practitioner hidden in the dark night space seemed to be eyeing Luo Qianxue with mockery. I will just stand here and let you hit me. What can you do to me? However, the very next second, the practitioner regretted it. A stream of black energy burst from Luo Qianxue's back, tracing a beautiful arc like a demon's fang and stabbed deep into the shadow. The power of the evil god is no ordinary physical attack. Boom! It was like a meteorite falling into a dark lake. The entire dark night space shuddered. The terrifying force churned into a powerful energy vortex. The practitioner was nearly ripped apart. Unable to hold on, he frantically cut off his art and fled the dark night space. The moment he appeared, he was greeted by a trash can. Luo Qianxue had actually picked up a trash can from the street and hurled it at the enemy. In an instant, all sorts of filth poured out, covering him entirely. The practitioner was stunned on the spot. What the hell? He actually used a trash can as a weapon. He was a veteran of countless battles. But it was his first time facing an opponent this reckless and shameless. Heh, trash that only knows how to hide in the shadows. Luo Qianxue sneered, here is a trash can for you, fitting, right? You, who the hell are you? The practitioner stared at Luo Qianxue in utter shock. That terrifying power he just unleashed was beyond anything he could comprehend. He started to suspect that Luo Qianxue was a top expert from a major sect. They had no intelligence on him before the mission. The organization had been negligent, a massive, inexcusable oversight. Heh, you come to kill me and then ask who I am? Luo Qianxue continued to sneer. How about this? Tell me who hired you and we will call it a day. I will not hold it against you. The Azure Shadows were just hired help, not his real enemies. Catching the mastermind was what mattered. No way, the practitioner naturally refused. As a top-tier assassin organization, Azure Shadows never betrayed their employers. Since you will not talk, I will have to make you see reason. Luo Qianxue frowned and a black wing sprouted from behind him, piercing outward. Whoosh! Like a black arrow fired by death itself, it reached the enemy in a blink, too fast to follow with the naked eye. The scent of death was overwhelming. The practitioner could clearly feel that horrifying power. The air around him shook, and even the ground beneath his feet trembled. Yet it did not hit. The black spike struck the air nearby, missing by over half a meter. Did Luo Qianxue show mercy? Number. The truth was, he could not fully control the evil god's power yet. Oh, this. Luo Qianxue felt slightly awkward but kept a stony face and said coldly, "That last attack was just a warning. Tell me who the employer is and I will spare you." In your dreams, the practitioner roared, reaching for his waist to draw his deadliest hidden weapon. However, his hand only brushed against a rotting banana peel and some sticky, unidentifiable liquid. It was so sticky, he could not shake it off. That was the bonus damage from the trash can attack. Low damage but maximum insult. The practitioner dry heaved, almost vomiting. In the split second he was hunched over, Luo Qianxue charged, moving with astonishing speed, giving the enemy no time to react. Luo Qianxue gathered the evil god's power in his right hand, formed a blade with his palm and brought it down. The practitioner could not dodge, and his left shoulder took the hit. Snap! The black energy was sharp as a razor, severing his left arm right there. Blood sprayed as the practitioner shrieked in agony. That was a bit too much. Luo Qianxue hurriedly pulled back. One more strike and the guy would be dead for sure. But after all, he was a top-tier assassin. In the brief moment Luo Qianxue hesitated, he had already activated his art and slipped back into the shadows. Do not think you are getting away. Luo Qianxue tried to lock onto the shadow, intending to use the evil god's power to break his technique again. But to his surprise, the shadow art was unpredictable. The patch of shadow suddenly split into dozens, then hundreds of pieces. In an instant, small shadows were darting everywhere across the ground, like a startled flock of bats fleeing in every direction. Luo Qianxue was left dumbfounded, not knowing which one to target. He could only attack at random, grabbing at whatever he could. Boom, boom, boom. The ground was riddled with holes from Luo Qianxue's black wings, but he could not flush out the real body. A short while later, the practitioner had fled 8 blocks away to rendezvous with a few other assassins. "Senior brother, what happened to you?" Seeing his missing arm, the other assassins were horrified. "Quick, contact the sect leader. The target is strong, terrifyingly strong." The practitioner gasped out the crucial message, "This job, it is going to cost extra." All the shadows vanished without a trace, leaving Luo Qianxue no choice but to give up. He went back and found Luo Qianxue leaning against a streetlight, looking terrible. "What is wrong with you?" Luo Qianxue immediately tensed up. My head hurts so much," Luo Qianxue said weakly, "I cannot even catch my breath." Could she be poisoned? Back at the hotel, that green smoke swirled into the room. Luo Qianxue did not hold her breath, so it is very likely she inhaled some. Hang in there, Jiang Ying has a way to cure the poison. Luo Qianxue sprinted to the main road and flagged down a car. The driver poked his head out and barked, "What are you doing? This is not a taxi." Luo Qianxue simply said, "Drive us, and the reward is 100,000. The driver was stunned for a moment, then snapped, "Are you effing drunk?" 200,000. Luo Qianxue pulled out his phone on the spot and showed his Jialong treasure balance. The driver paused for 2 more seconds, then leaped out of the car, eagerly opened the back door and said respectfully, "Sir, please get in." Jialong City is vast, and this trip usually takes over an hour. But the driver performed at his absolute peak, even drifting through the turns. They arrived at the destination in just 20 minutes. Even the god of racing in Jialong, Su Zihao, might struggle to beat that record. Luo Qianxue rushed into the villa carrying Luo Qianxue and shouted for Jiang Ying. Everyone gathered around, but when Yi Feifei saw Luo Qianxue, she did not seem particularly surprised. After all, she had already seen intimate photos of the two from Jin Boyan. Besides, the bracelet Luo Qianxue gave her was just too wonderful, and she felt too embarrassed to be angry with him right now. Luo Qianxue, however, was delirious and completely unaware of Yi Feifei's presence. "Qianxue, did you bring back another fish from outside?" Yi Feifei asked coldly, planning on starting a harem. "No, she is poisoned." Luo Qianxue looked only at Jiang Ying. "You must know about King Ying's green poison smoke." "I do, let me handle it." Jiang Ying was calm and composed as she quickly brought out her secret medicine. After giving Luo Qianxue the antidote, Jiang Ying asked Luo Qianxue, "What about the King Ying assassin? Did you take him out?" No, Luo Qianxue shook his head. He got away. Jiang Ying sighed and added, I am afraid they will track us down here soon. We should go into hiding. No hiding, Luo Qianxue had his own plans. Let them come. Kill one if one comes, kill a pair if two come. Let us wipe out every single one of them. Young Master Lu, I know you are strong. Jiang Ying tried to persuade him, but King Ying's methods are too insidious and hard to guard against. Staying hidden for now is the wise choice. Trust me, Luo Qianxue said firmly, if they dare to come, they will surely die. Why was Luo Qianxue so arrogant? Was he relying on the power of the evil god? Of course not. He was counting on the Grim Reaper girl Yi Feifei. Whatever King Ying or Red Shadow, anyone who dares to mess with Yi Feifei is going to have their entire organization wiped out. So what was there to worry about? Everyone stay calm and just get a good night's rest, Luo Qianxue said with a relaxed smile. You girls should all sleep in Yi Feifei's room. Young Master Lu, are you sure? Jiang Ying still looked skeptical. Do not worry, it is foolproof, Luo Qianxue replied. Why should they sleep in my room? Yi Feifei suddenly objected. Are not you coming with me? Luo Qianxue hesitated for a few seconds before responding. Today's a special situation. I will keep watch over Luo Qianxue. You girls will be safer together. I can stay and keep watch with you. Yi Feifei did not seem comfortable letting Luo Qianxue and Luo Qianxue spend the night together. There is really no need for that. Luo Qianxue felt incredibly helpless. Why would not there be? What if you? Yi Feifei started, but then noticed a ruby ring on Luo Qianxue's finger. The quality, the design, the pattern. It was clearly from the same collection as her bracelet. She realized it instantly. In the eyes of the playboy Luo Qianxue, she was just another fish. Big fish, small fish, they were all just fish to him. And all the biggest fish had matching jewelry sets. Luo Qianxue, Yi Feifei exploded, you scumbag. Luo Qianxue was startled by her outburst. Before he could figure out what happened, Yi Feifei was already running out the door, wiping away tears. What is going on? Luo Qianxue was completely confused. She was fine a second ago. Why is she angry all of a sudden? As a straight guy, he had no idea the jewelry was the problem. A ring and a bracelet are totally different things. How could there possibly be a connection? How should I know? Jiang Ying was equally baffled. She had not received a matching set, so she could not relate. Suifa Qianxue pondered for a while longer but still could not get it. Women's minds are truly too complicated. At this moment, Jiang Ying whispered, are not you going to chase after her? Luo Qianxue finally realized his umbrella had just run away. Without Yi Feifei, how could he fend off the wave of King Ying assassins? He had to get her back. But he could not go himself. If he went out running around now, would not he just be delivering himself to King Ying? The most critical point was an enraged Grim Reaper girl is too dangerous. Girls do not listen to reason when they are angry. If he did not coax her properly and really ticked her off, she might cast some wicked curse. Then he would be checking in with the King of Hell. Hey Jiang Ying, please help me bring Yi Feifei back. Luo Qianxue had to beg for help. I am counting on you. Are you serious? Jiang Ying frowned. She is angry because of you and you want me to do the chasing. The situation is special. I really cannot go wandering out there. Luo Qianxue looked helpless. I trust your professional skills. You will definitely be able to talk her into coming back. Fine, I get it. Jiang Ying chuckled. It seems you still care more about Miss Luo. Stay safe, you guys. Jiang Ying left those words and chased after her. Now only Luo Qianxue, Luo Qianxue and Zaya were left in the house. Wait, something's wrong. Luo Qianxue just realized someone was missing. Where did that guy Yi Lang go? Surely the Four Unions gang has some experts, or could contact other top-tier assassins. Zaya replied. After he finished cooking, he left without taking a single bite. He looked very lost. I do not know what happened. This Luo Qianxue had a complex expression. Such sincere friendship, should he be moved? No, he did not dare to be. He really did not dare to be. Zaya said, you two must be really close friends. Could you tell me your story? We do not have a story. Luo Qianxue's expression suddenly darkened. How about you tell me your story instead? Zaya was taken aback. I did not like the story you told before. Luo Qianxue smiled, revealing a grin only a villain could have. There is nobody else here. Why not give me a new version? What do you mean? Zaya started to panic. I am not as easily fooled as Yi Feifei. If you want to stay here, you have to play by my rules. Luo Qianxue smiled wickedly, tapping into his inner bad boy persona. If you keep feeding me nonsense, do not blame me for being rough. What are you trying to do? Xiao started backing away. Do not you dare. I am going to do whatever I want, so what? Heh. Luo Qianxue was just acting the part of a villain, but he found the sense of identity as a bad boy quite thrilling. Following the character's original setting, it felt really comfortable, so satisfying. Do not come any closer. Xiao surprisingly dropped into a standard fighting stance. I am an undercover agent. Xiao Wei's full name is Wu Xiao, and she is actually an undercover agent for the Kowloon Security Bureau. That fragile appearance from before was all just an act. The Security Bureau does not just sit around doing nothing. There is actually a group of young people there trying to turn the tides of Kowloon through their own efforts. In response to the recent string of missing girl cases, the Security Bureau launched a sting operation, sending the police officer Wu Xiao out to pose as a nightclub girl, wandering the streets late at night. Sure enough, the thugs from the Griffin Brotherhood snatched her up. Then Wu Xiao laid low, secretly gathering evidence of their crimes until the auction began. According to the original plan, the Security Bureau was supposed to move in and arrest all the buyers and sellers. However, once the team leader found out the identities of many of the buyers, he hesitated. These people were way out of his league to cross. With no other choice, he had to report to his superiors, passing the buck to the higher-ups. As it turned out, the higher-ups did not want the heat either, so they asked for instructions from even higher up. While the leaders were busy kicking the ball back and forth, Wu Xiao had already been bought by someone. The last instruction she received was to stay undercover and collect evidence of the wealthy buying and abusing slave girls. What, the slave girl is me? Wu Xiao nearly had a mental breakdown on the spot. Fortunately, at the very last moment, Jiang Ying appeared, killed the rich man and his bodyguards, and rescued all the girls. Through a strange turn of events, Wu Xiao did not return to the Security Bureau, but ended up at Luo Qianxue's place instead. After hearing the latest version of the story, Luo Qianxue could not help but ask, since you are free now, why do not you report back to the Security Bureau instead of mooching off me here? Wu Xiao bit her lip. I do not want to go back. The Kowloon Security Bureau really disappointed her to the core. Just because of one mishap you are throwing away a stable government job? Let me give you some advice, Luo Qianxue teased. Go back, slack off, do the bare minimum, and just collect your paycheck without doing any real work. Is not that the dream? Wu Xiao blinked and thought for a moment. You have got a point. I should not lose sight of the big picture for a small grievance. Well, she does not seem to be lying. She really does look like she is clinging to that iron rice bowl. Luo Qianxue gave a bitter laugh and asked, you claim to be from the Security Bureau. Do you have any proof? I have got plenty of proof, Wu Xiao said as she pulled out her phone, opened Douyin, and found the official Kowloon Security Bureau video account. There were quite a few promotional clips on the official account, and Officer Wu Xiao was featured in several. It was just that her makeup and outfit were vastly different from how she looked now, plus the heavy use of beauty filters made it hard to tell at first glance. Look closely, it really is me, Wu Xiao said, tapping on a video. It showed her in her police uniform holding a card featuring a scantily clad woman, solemnly warning, please gentlemen, do not trust these little cards. If you call the number on them, you will not get a pretty girl, you will only encounter a scam. A certain Mr. Huang just found out the hard way. This skipped to another one. Wu Xiao blushed slightly and quickly switched to a different video. This one was more normal. It was teaching women self-defense techniques. Luo Qianxue looked carefully and confirmed it was indeed her. No problem there. Wait, if you are on camera every day, how can you be an undercover agent? Luo Qianxue suddenly realized another issue. Are not you afraid the criminals will recognize you? Wu Xiao let out a long breath and pointed at the follower count on the Security Bureau's video account. It showed followers 745. No mistake, only 745 followers. Do you think any of these 745 people are criminals? Wu Xiao rolled her eyes and swiped to a video of a girl in a miniskirt and black stockings wiggling her butt. Look at their followers. Creator Black Silk Cat. Followers 1.27 million. Over 1 million followers. Luo Qianxue was left speechless. This is Kowloon City for you. The security bureau is just for show. Absolutely nobody pays attention to them. Forget it, I will go back to work after a few more days of rest. Wu Xiaoy had already decided to just slack off. Making videos that nobody watches is still better than being undercover. A few more days of rest, Luo Qianxue frowned immediately. Resting where? Wu Xiaoy replied, right here with you of course. Why should I let you? Luo Qianxue put on a stern face. You have got a stable job and yet you want to hang around here mooching off me. Do not you know, the undercover allowance is several times my regular salary. Wu Xiaoy blinked her large eyes. Just let me stay a few more days, please. She paused and added, do not worry, Sister Jiang is a professional when it comes to killing. I promise I will not spill anything. Besides, once I get promoted, if you ever run into any trouble, you can come to me. Luo Qianxue was speechless once again. It seems Wu Xiaoy did not pick the wrong department. This job really suits her. Looking at her natural talent, who knows, she might actually move up the ranks. Maybe I will really need her help someday. Whatever, do as you like. The Kowloon Security Bureau is full of talent anyway. Luo Qianxue shook his head in resignation and got up to check on Luo Qianxue in the bedroom. Jiang Ying's antidote worked as expected. Luo Qianxue had woken up and her complexion was back to normal. When did you wake up? Luo Qianxue scrutinized Luo Qianxue. Why did not you make a sound when you came to? Luo Qianxue said, meow, happy now. Luo Qianxue was stunned. He never expected this icy-cold young lady to actually play along with his joke. I woke up a while ago. Luo Qianxue stretched elegantly. I was just listening in on you and Wu Xiaoy. Why were you eavesdropping? Luo Qianxue felt a little panicked. Luo Qianxue said coolly, you brought another woman into my house. Cannot I at least find out what is going on? SSS, Luo Qianxue gasped. And it was not just this one woman, there was also the massive ticking time bomb, Yi Feifei. This matter had to be cleared up as soon as possible, otherwise, Luo Qianxue would explode too. Is anything else feeling uncomfortable? Luo Qianxue asked with concern. Luo Qianxue said, no, I feel fine. Really, are you sure there is nothing wrong? Luo Qianxue asked again to be certain. Really nothing, Luo Qianxue moved her limbs a bit, completely normal. That is good, Luo Qianxue's mouth curled up and he quickly grabbed a strip of cloth from the bedside, tying Luo Qianxue's hands to the headboard in the blink of an eye. To tell her about posing as Yi Feifei's boyfriend, he had to tie her up first. What if she could not handle it and went crazy? What if she tried to jump out a window? But Luo Qianxue was terrified by Luo Qianxue's sudden move. Luo Qianxue, you pervert! She turned bright red with nervousness. Can you be a bit gentle for our first time? Luo Qianxue was stunned again. The scene right now, it definitely looks suspicious. No, wait, that is not what I meant. Luo Qianxue rubbed his face trying to explain slowly to Luo Qianxue. But at that moment, Wu Xiaoy pushed the door open and peeked in through the gap. She had heard some strange noises and could not resist coming to take a look. Are you really not a criminal? Wu Xiaoy scanned Luo Qianxue with her professional eye as he stood there tying up a beautiful woman. Where did you get your mansion and all this money? No, what crime have I committed? Luo Qianxue pointed at Luo Qianxue. If you do not believe me, ask her. Seeing an outsider, Luo Qianxue instantly returned to her cold and aloof persona, staring at Wu Xiaoy and saying coldly, this is my house. Who gave you permission to walk in without knocking? Wu Xiaoy was snubbed and could only retreat in embarrassment, closing the door behind her. All right, Luo Qianxue looked back at Luo Qianxue, her eyes full of provocation. Continue. Woman, you asked for this. Luo Qianxue could not help but want to play along with Luo Qianxue. Strangely enough, the evil god's power within him did not fluctuate much at all. It felt completely different from when he was applying medicine for Jiang Ying. Could it be that these thoughts about Luo Qianxue are not considered evil? Should I keep going and find out? Luo Qianxue gave a wicked, CEO-like grin and was just about to make a move when he suddenly heard a knock at the door. Important note, this book was likely reported and banned, so a lot of the popular content had to be cut or modified. Urban settings have too many restrictions. I cannot write this, I cannot write that. So related plot points will likely be pushed to the mid to late stages once we change maps and the protagonist assumes a royal identity. Readers who insist on that specific content should just go find another book. No need to get too worked up. Damn it, what now? I am so sorry, I have to disturb you too. It was Wu Xiao's voice again. There is a visitor here, looking for Luo Qianxue. Luo Qianxue was stunned. A visitor who? It would not be that jerky Lang, would it? Wu Xiao replied, not Yi Lang, I do not recognize him. With no other choice, Luo Qianxue had to let go of Luo Qianxue and go out to take a look. When he reached the front gate, he saw a stranger. The man looked to be about 50 or 60, but had a robust physique and a fierce expression. With leopard-like eyes, a blade-like gaze, and murder in his aura. It was clear that he had come with ill intent. Who are you? Luo Qianxue stayed alert, ready to strike at any moment. I am Huoyan, one of the 5 great elders of the Qingying organization. The man introduced himself generously and even gave a polite bow. May I ask which sect or school you hail from? An elder of an assassin organization visiting in person and asking about his background. Luo Qianxue could not help but feel a bit baffled. Qingying's way of doing business really is unique. Actually, he did not realize that this is the standard procedure for handling conflicts between mystic sects. Having learned of Luo Qianxue's astonishing power, Qingying had already pegged him as the successor to some mystic school. Since they are both in the mystic world, they follow the old rules. Verify the background first to gauge the weight of the opponent before deciding on the next step. Seeing that Luo Qianxue remained silent for a long time, Huoyan patiently repeated, may I ask which sect or school you hail from? Luo Qianxue was still hesitating. He had originally wanted to bring up the nameless sect again. But on second thought, the nameless sect was full of the old, the weak, and the disabled. Their power was so low that Qingying would never take them seriously. It would be pointless to mention them. If it ended up implicating Ma Dongxing and the others, would not he be acting disloyally? So Luo Qianxue simply said, no sect, no school, just a freelancer. Good, a cold glint flashed in Huoyan's eyes. In that case, we shall proceed strictly by the book. Hey, wait, Luo Qianxue sensed there was more to his words. You mean there is a chance to settle this privately? If you are not one of our mystic circle, there is nothing to discuss. Huoyan turned to leave. Luo Qianxue shouted after him, how much did the other party pay to kill me? Can I pay you more to call it off? Huoyan stopped in his tracks, hesitated for a few seconds, then said sternly, we have our principles. Even with more money, it is not happening. With that, he raised his hand and gestured. In an instant, dozens of assassins emerged from the flower beds, the rooftops, the billboards, and every shadow nearby. The entire elite force of Qingying had been deployed. Luo Qianxue took a deep breath, ready to fight to the death. At this moment, the east was beginning to pale, but the sun had not risen yet. The silent street was completely empty. Suddenly, the sound of wheels rolling creak came from around the corner. Huoyan and the others stopped immediately, and all looked over in that direction. They saw a boy with a dull expression pushing an old man, walking toward them in the morning light. It was none other than Xiao Niba and the leader of the nameless sect, Old Man He. The old man and the youth continued directly toward Luo Qianxue's villa, as if they did not see the dozens of assassins around them. But Huoyan saw Old Man He clearly. He immediately raised his hand, signaling everyone to retreat. Elder, what is wrong? One of the assassins asked in a low voice. It is him, He San, the leader of the nameless sect. Huoyan's expression was solemn, even looking a bit nervous. No one is to make a move. Who is He San? The younger assassins had never heard of this person. A man we cannot afford to provoke. Huoyan frowned, all of you shut your mouths. According to reliable information, 50 years ago, He San's cultivation was already approaching the heavenly level. During his prime, his true strength was unknown. He was undoubtedly a figure comparable to gods and demons. During a mystic gathering back then, the previous head of Qingying went to cause trouble and was driven back by He San in a single move. He spent 3 months in bed afterward, almost meeting his end. That was a nightmare that Qingying dared not speak of. He San appearing here right now certainly could not be a coincidence. He must have sensed the surging soul power in the vicinity. Just by this terrifying sensory ability, one could infer that he had not lost his touch. Even now, no one in the entire Qingying organization could compete with him. Even if all 5 great elders attacked together, sacrificing their lives, a 5-for-1 trade would not necessarily claim his old life. He must not be offended under any circumstances. Seeing old man he arrive so suddenly, Luo Qianxue was also very surprised. Of course, what was most surprising was that all the assassins had retreated and were keeping their distance from old man he. Luo Qianxue hesitated for a moment, then walked up to greet him with a bow. "Elder he, what brings you here?" "Good Samaritan Luo," old man he also bowed in return. "You donated so much, I simply had to come by and express my gratitude." "Ah well," Luo Qianxue was momentarily stunned. "You figured it out." He, with a friend's help, it was not hard to find out. Old man he smiled slightly. "You have done us such a huge favor. What is it that you want?" "I do not want anything." Luo Qianxue waved his hand. "It was just a regular anonymous donation and it just happened to go to the nameless sect." "Good Samaritan Luo, please feel free to speak your mind." Old man he kept his smile. "You previously inquired about joining, wanting to learn the secret techniques of my sect. Was this for that reason?" "Not at all." Luo Qianxue realized his motives might have been misunderstood by old man he, so he quickly stated his position earnestly. "I absolutely seek no reward. I just felt a connection with Brother Ma and volunteered to help him pay off his debt. Besides, it was not much money, it was just a small favor." "Sai, your small favor is something I will not be able to repay in this lifetime." Old man he shook his head slightly. "Our nameless sect has never accepted kindness for no reason. The debt owed to you will be repaid by my disciple. It just might take some time." "That really is not necessary." Luo Qianxue felt quite helpless about old man he's persistence in repaying the debt. How can one be expected to repay a donation? Old man he said sternly, "If one uses the name of cultivation to accept donations from others, it violates the very core of our practice. Once you accept the first time, there will be a second and a third. Over time, one will be controlled by greed. Such a practitioner cannot overcome the evil thoughts in their heart and is doomed to perish in any confrontation with evil forces. As the head of this sect, how could I accept your kindness for nothing?" This, Luo Qianxue was left speechless. "My nameless sect always pays its debts. Words are not enough proof, so I offer this as collateral." Old man he said, fishing a pitch-black ring from his pocket. "This is our sect's ancestral mystic iron demon-suppressing ring. Wearing it can suppress the abnormally evil soul power in your body. Used correctly, it is a great help to your cultivation." Hearing the function of the demon-suppressing ring, Luo Qianxue was startled. This ring was way too useful to him. Could it be such a coincidence? Could old man he have figured something out? He really wanted to accept it, but after hesitating for a long time, he refused. "I trust your reputation. No need for collateral, just pay it back slowly." "No, reputation is not permanent. People change, it is far less reliable than a precious object." Old man he insisted and shoved the demon-suppressing ring into Luo Qianxue's hand. "When my nameless sect has paid off the debt, I will come to collect this ring." This. By the way, what is going on with those rebellious remnants of the Qingyan sect? Old man he only then mentioned the assassins, also changing the subject. Luo Qianxue sighed. "I did not provoke them either. Someone just paid them to kill me." "I see." Old man he contemplated for a while, then turned around. He addressed Hoyin in a loud voice. "I, He-san, head of the nameless sect, hereby announce that I am officially taking Luo Qianxue as a registered disciple of the nameless sect. Whoever harms my disciple is a sworn enemy of He-san." The voice was not loud, but it made the eardrums of everyone present ache. Hearing this, Hoyin's face turned ghastly pale, and he even began to tremble slightly. Luo Qianxue, meanwhile, was completely stunned. "Do not panic." Old man he suddenly looked back and whispered, "A registered disciple is just a title to declare our relationship. You do not have to train in the sect, nor do you have to follow sect rules, and you certainly do not have to give up women." Just because of one word from old man he, all the assassins from Qingyan actually pulled out. Is the nameless sect not as weak as I imagined? Or is old man he's own strength or background actually terrifyingly strong? Luo Qianxue was a bit bewildered, unable to figure out the situation for a moment. Many honorary disciples of various sects are actually just people with connections, mostly relatives of donors. Old man he was explaining the matter of honorary disciples because he was worried that Luo Qianxue might have a psychological burden. "We do not do that kind of thing in the nameless sect, but today is a special case, so I will make an exception and let you be an honorary disciple. If you feel it is inappropriate later, you can come to me anytime to dissolve the relationship." "Thank you, senior he." "Oh no, thank you, master." Luo Qianxue quickly bowed in respect. Since he had signed up, he had to call him master. "Hey, no need to be so formal, you can call me whatever you want." Old man he smiled slightly. "It was just a small favor, same as you did for me." Luo Qianxue smiled as well. At this moment, Luo Qianxue quietly came to the door and asked in a low voice, "Is this old gentleman your friend?" Luo Qianxue hesitated for a moment, then spoke seriously. "He is my master, the master of the nameless sect." "Since he is your master, why do not you invite him inside?" Luo Qianxue frowned slightly. "You make me look like I have no manners." She was clearly acting like the mistress of the house, and indeed she was the mistress here. But these words seemed to tacitly confirm Luo Qianxue's status as the master of the house. Old man, he glanced at Luo Qianxue and could not help but laugh. "No wonder Qianxue did not want to follow my sect rules. This is truly a huge test. Hard, too hard." This, Luo Qianxue could only scratch his head in embarrassment. "Master, please come inside for a cup of tea." Luo Qianxue, who was usually as cold as an iceberg to strangers, was now smiling and issuing an invitation, and she even called old man he master. "Haha, thanks, but I will not disturb you too." Old man, he waved his hand with a smile. "I have other things to attend to." Dongxing and his companion have been detained by the 36th, no, wait, the 72nd Bureau again. Luo Qianxue was startled. How come they were detained again? "Sai, they detain us whenever they want. There is no logic to speak of." Old man, he sighed softly. "That 72nd Bureau feels our mysterious school is useless now. Even if we want to help solve the magical anomalies, they do not want to cooperate." That Qin Hong, Luo Qianxue frowned. "She is truly going too far." "All right, I am off, I am off." Old man, he waved his hand, and Zio Niba immediately began pushing the wheelchair. Master, why not have a cup of tea before you go?" Luo Qianxue wanted to urge him to stay, but old man, he did not even turn his head, just waved his hand twice more. Watching the two of them walk away, Luo Qianxue murmured, "I did not expect you to really have a master in the mysterious school. I thought you were lying to me." "Haha, when have I ever lied to you?" Luo Qianxue offered a forced smile. He did lie. Actually, he had just signed up as his disciple. Luo Qianxue glanced at Luo Qianxue and suddenly asked, "Do you still want to keep playing?" Luo Qianxue paused for a moment, then nodded yes. He had just gotten the treasure, the demon-suppressing ring, and it was time to test its effects. Wearing the ring, should he no longer have to worry about that kind of evil intent? Thinking of this, he immediately put the ring on his finger, though he did not feel anything particularly special. So he pulled it off again, felt it for a few seconds, put it back on, and took it off again. Repeatedly sliding it on and off, he did this several times. "Pervert, go play by yourself." Unexpectedly, Luo Qianxue snorted heavily and went back inside to browse her phone. Luo Qianxue stood frozen in place, stunned for quite a while before chasing after her. He walked up to Luo Qianxue, just about to open his mouth to negotiate, when he discovered she was using his phone to search for information about the Crimson Queen. Luo Qianxue could not help but lean in to look with her. The Crimson Queen, a legendary queen from the ancient Daxia kingdom. It is just a legend. There is no historical evidence, mainly because the continent shattered and former historical records sank to the bottom of the sea long ago. It is said that the Crimson Queen mastered the power of an ancient god. One of the 9 ancient gods, Sin. The name alone sounds arrogant, and the power is naturally quite terrifying. With the help of the power of Sin, the Crimson Queen unified the continent and became an invincible existence. Later, she had children with an exotic prince, 7 in one birth. Seeing this, Luo Qianxue was absolutely certain that this legend must be true. In this female-oriented world, the Crimson Queen simply has to have that many children. Any less and she would be too embarrassed to greet other queens. Off topic. Later on, the Crimson Queen divided the power of Sin into 7 parts, sealed them in 7 rubies, and gave them to her 7 children. But after the queen passed away, the 7 children fought over power, eventually leading to fratricide and tragic deaths. The 7 rubies were also lost in the chaos of war and never seen again. A total of 7 rubies, all sealed with the power of Sin. Luo Qianxue raised his hand to rub his forehead. Is this part of the legend true? It is really hard to verify. I am afraid I have to find a master from the mysterious school to take a look. Can I fully trust old man he? Should I take one of the rubies and let him check it? Wait, no, where did the ruby necklace from the 3-piece set go? After tossing and turning all night, Luo Qianxue finally remembered that missing necklace. Regardless of whether the power of Sin is true or false, It is worth at least tens of billions. Cannot lose it, must find it. Looking for the necklace, he certainly could not ask Luo Qianxue and Wu Xiaoe for help. He had to do it himself. Lu Chengming rushed back to his room and rummaged through everything. It was not in the room, so he jumped out the window and searched through the flower bushes. But he still could not find it. Should I retrace yesterday's escape route? I am afraid it is useless, so much time has passed. If it dropped on the road, someone would have picked it up long ago. Sigh, where on earth did it go? A loss of tens of billions for nothing. Lu Chengming sighed and returned to the living room. At this time, Luo Qianxue was no longer looking at her phone. She was sitting elegantly on the sofa, her expression as cold as ice. This expression, something does not seem right. Lu Chengming did not say a word, remaining still and observing. After a long while, Luo Qianxue finally opened her mouth. Is there anything important you have not told me yet? Oh, Lu Chengming pursed his lips. There is. I was afraid you would be too agitated, so I did not say it. Luo Qianxue said, then say it now. You have to promise me first that you can keep your emotions under control. Lu Chengming was still very worried. My emotions are very good today. Luo Qianxue glanced at the ruby ring on her finger. Just tell me. So Lu Chengming took a deep breath and finally said it slowly. Yi Feifei, after she lost her memory, she took me as her boyfriend. Oh, Luo Qianxue's reaction was unusually calm. This is not right. Something is very wrong. Should not Luo Qianxue have turned dark and gone berserk right on the spot? Lu Chengming was extremely shocked and at a loss for what to do. Even if you did not tell me, I already knew. Luo Qianxue held up his phone, expressionless. Did you forget I was playing on your phone just now? Lu Chengming's face turned dark in an instant. Damn it, I was careless. Luo Qianxue ran away from home without a phone, so she just grabbed Lu Chengming's phone to play. And that phone was a ruggedized military-grade phone from Huaqiangdong, simple and brutal. It did not need face unlock at all. The key was that Lu Chengming had no experience as a player, and he completely lacked the basic awareness to stop his girlfriend from checking his phone. Just now, Yi Feifei sent you a message. Luo Qianxue stared coldly at Lu Chengming. She wants to break up with you. Volume 2, Side Stories. We are broken up, ah ha 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 ha. Lu Chengming looked up to the sky and let out a hearty laugh. Finally, I have gotten rid of that Reaper girl. Though I still do not get why Yi Feifei was the one to initiate the breakup, a breakup is a good thing regardless. Besides, there was no intense conflict between us. It ended painlessly and without any fuss. Yi Feifei, I did not offend you. You are the one who dumped me, so let us just call it a clean break. Go ahead and slowly recover your memory and get back to the main plot. Do not come bothering me ever again. As for the super cards, there is really no need to worry. Just keep an eye out. If I find a good card, I will snatch it. I do not need to worry about that sweet girl thing either. If she happens to activate some big shot pet, I will just go find myself a young and beautiful big shot woman immediately. A fall into the pit, a gain in your wit. There will never be a second Yi Lang. Ha 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 ha. Lu Chengming laughed incessantly, almost breaking into a Star-Lord-style dance move. Luo Qianxue watched Lu Chengming as if looking at a little cutie. After a long while, Lu Chengming finally got tired of laughing, and only then did he notice Luo Qianxue's expression. Something's not right, still not right. I keep feeling like she should be going dark and snapping. Why is she so calm? Could it be that she does not care at all? It does not matter who Yi Feifei dates, as long as it is not Qin Xuan. Thinking of this, Lu Chengming completely calmed down. Why are you so calm? This question had to be cleared up. Why should not I be calm? Luo Qianxue gave a light hum. What would you want me to be? Lu Chengming frowned and asked again, Yi Feifei treating me as her boyfriend. It does not matter, right? Of course it does not matter. Luo Qianxue's lips curled up slightly. You do not even like her anyway. Lu Chengming felt incredibly astonished. How did you know? Because I checked your Douyin. Luo Qianxue sneered, shaking her phone. All the hundreds of content creators you follow are leggy beauties. There is not a single one who fits the style of Yi Feifei. I never would have imagined that the huge misunderstanding I had in my head would be solved this easily. It is all thanks to Douyin. Who says following too many beauties is bad? Is not this a classic positive example? Luo Qianxue rubbed his face and explained, "It is not what you think. There are a few educational creators in there. They are men, some look like Tibetan foxes." "Why do not you mention the ones that look like guinea pigs?" Luo Qianxue gave him a resentful look. "You watch so many every day, can your body handle it?" "I am fine, my body's doing great." Luo Qianxue gave an awkward laugh. "Wait, no, this has nothing to do with my body." "HMPH?" Luo Qianxue furrowed her brows. "But you still have to explain to me. Yi Feifei might have mistaken you for her boyfriend, but why did you play along? What was your motive?" This, Luo Qianxue pondered for a moment. "Before, I wanted to use her to deal with Qin Qianxue. It was meant to be a safeguard. But yesterday I deliberately made her angry and left so as not to annoy you." This excuse, cooked up on the spot, seems quite fitting, and very in character for a villain. Luo Qianxue stopped pressing, seemingly accepting the reason. "It seems the matter with Yi Feifei has been resolved perfectly." "Return my phone first." Luo Qianxue leaned in with a smile. "I need to tell Jiang Ying not to look for Yi Feifei anymore. Why do not we throw a party today to celebrate?" Jiang Ying indeed had not found Yi Feifei, but she was not in a position to answer the phone right now. Simply because Hoyan, an elder of the Qingying organization, was standing right in front of her. "Yinger, long time no see." Hoyan examined Jiang Ying, his eyes not looking particularly fierce. "You look so different now that I almost did not recognize you." Jiang Ying hesitated for a moment before bowing. "Uncle Master." The effect of her plastic surgery was indeed not ideal because the doctor insisted that her original features were good enough and did not need major work. Besides, minor touch-ups were much cheaper. People from Qingying are very sensitive to prices. The most crucial point was that in order to leave the organization back then, she had paid a huge exit fee and was already broke. "Ha, I did not expect you to still acknowledge me as your Uncle Master." Hoyan chuckled lightly. "Do you have any idea how disappointed your master was? You were supposed to be the youngest wood hidden in the history of our sect." Jiang Ying bit her lip and said nothing. Hoyan was also silent for a while before speaking again. "Are you satisfied with your life now?" "It is quite good," Jiang Ying replied in a low voice. "At least I do not have nightmares anymore." "Fine, as long as you are satisfied." Hoyan stood with his hands behind his back and asked that Luo Qianxue what is his background really. Jiang Ying only said, "I do not know." "Do you really not know, or do you just not want to say?" A flash of cold light passed through Hoyan's eyes. "I take money to get the job done. Not asking what should not be asked is what my master taught me." Jiang Ying's expression was indifferent. "I really do not know the client's private affairs." Well said." Hoyan nodded. "This Luo Qianxue is truly not simple. Even He-san from the nameless sect is stepping in to protect him. That old guy is usually impossible to bribe with any amount of money." Jiang Ying hesitated for a moment, then said, "I hope Qingying can drop this mission." Hoyan's brows furrowed instantly. "In Chu, we only increase the price. We never surrender or drop a mission. Never." Jiang Ying blinked and whispered a suggestion. "Actually, if you increase the price too much, the client will naturally give up." "That is impossible," Hoyan hummed resentfully. "We cannot increase it too much." Truth be told, Qingying was truly in a tough spot right now. When they accepted this job initially, they did not think there was any difficulty. Investigations showed that Luo Qianxue was just a nobody, and apparently even a mental patient. Even if he had some martial arts skills, he surely could not be a match for Qingying. But who would have thought this guy was hiding so deep? Not only was he skilled in powerful mystic arts, but even He-san came out to cover for him. At this point, asking the client for more money is a must, but how much is appropriate? If the increase is too high, it will inevitably affect Qingying's reputation. It is hard not to let people question Qingying's professionalism. From investigation to assassination to price hiking, there seem to be serious loopholes. If this deal is botched, they will likely become the laughingstock of their peers. By this time it is doomed to be a loss. Jiang Ying naturally guessed Hoyan's worries and suggested again, "Uncle Master can try talking to the client again, drag it out for some time, perhaps there will be a turning point." A turning point? Hoyan detected the hidden meaning in Jiang Ying's words. "What do you mean?" "If during this time, the client dies and there is no one left to pay the balance." Jiang Ying finally stated her plan, then the deal can be considered dead. Qingying can abandon the mission without losing face. Huyen paused, then suddenly understood. You want to trade your own life to take Luo Qianxue's life. As a top-tier assassin organization, Qingying has strict rules. Once the deposit is taken, the mission must be completed, unless the client refuses to pay the remaining balance. They had, of course, considered the issue of the client being assassinated by a third party. Once the client is dead, the payment is gone. Qingying never does business at a loss. The mission naturally terminates. However, they must take revenge on that assassin. Because in this situation, it is equivalent to someone cutting off their financial path. Cutting off someone's financial path is like killing their parents. If you do not kill the perpetrator, how can you soothe your anger? How can you establish your authority? This is the rule: the killer must die. There is no room for negotiation. And Jiang Ying's intention was already clear. She intended to be that third-party assassin, to kill the client so the mission would be aborted, allowing Luo Qianxue to be completely free from the pursuit. And she herself would become the target of Qingying's revenge, with no chance of survival. You are absolutely insane, Huyen could not help but roar. Doing this can also help Qingying save face, so you should not be angry. Jiang Ying just gave a faint smile. Besides, it is not necessarily a life for a life. Maybe you will not be able to find me. Impossible, Huyen glared fiercely. You know very well that you cannot escape. That remains to be seen. Jiang Ying's heart was set. Do not act on your own. Huyen was truly furious. A Luo Qianxue is not worth throwing your life away. Jiang Ying said, taking someone's money and helping them resolve a disaster is what I learned in Qingying. Since I took Luo Qianxue's benefits, protecting him is my duty. Huyen stared at Jiang Ying for a long time, then chided, do not even dream of finding the client. I will not tell you any information, and no one in the organization will tell you either. I will find out myself, and I will never implicate Qingying. Jiang Ying bowed once more. Uncle Master, farewell. Yi Feifei took a taxi the moment she stepped out and left quickly, which is why Jiang Ying could not find her. When the driver asked where she was going, she simply replied, take me to Zhongshan Building. As they were driving, the driver noticed that Yi Feifei was young and beautiful, and he could not help but harbor evil intentions. He would not stop talking, throwing in lewd comments every now and then to harass her verbally. Yi Feifei endured it in silence. However, the driver became even more unscrupulous, and his words grew increasingly explicit and offensive. Yi Feifei finally reached her limit. She put on a stern face and said, focus on driving. I have a meeting with Yi Lang from the Four Lion Gang at the Zhongshan Building, and I cannot be late. Upon hearing the name Yi Lang of the Four Lion Gang, the driver instantly quieted down. That was the prince of the #1 underworld gang in Kowloon. He was still a bit skeptical at first, but Yi Feifei simply opened her phone and displayed Yi Lang's contact information. Do you want to get to know him? Yi Feifei asked with a murderous smile. I can introduce you. No need. The driver did not dare to say another word, sweating coldly as he drove. Finally, they arrived safely at the Zhongshan Building. Yi Feifei got out of the taxi and let out a long sigh of relief. I did not expect Yi Lang's reputation to be so useful. She chuckled to herself. He truly is a friend worth having. After Yi Feifei walked away, the taxi remained where it was, never moving again. It turned out the driver had suffered a heart attack from extreme nervousness and had tragically passed away. The claim about meeting Yi Lang was a complete lie. Yi Feifei walked into the Zhongshan Building and went straight to the Harmony Agency. She needed to find Jin Boyan to solve a big problem. Miss Yi, welcome. Jin Boyan invited Yi Feifei into his office. How can I be of service? Yi Feifei said seriously, I want my personal information, all of it. Oh, Jin Boyan flashed a mysterious smile. Miss Yi is actually the first person to ever come looking for their own file. I have lost my memory, Yi Feifei said frankly. I need to get all my memories back. She was truly in a lot of pain right now. Why would I choose a boyfriend who is a total playboy? Was this really my choice in the first place? Why does it always feel like something is wrong? Yet my sixth sense, which has never been wrong, insists on trusting Luo Qianxue. What on earth is going on? To solve this problem once and for all, I have to recover who I used to be. Miss Yi, your situation, Jin Boyan looked at her. You should be seeing a doctor, not me. Yi Feifei replied, I have already seen doctors and they are not sure when I will recover. so I have to rely on information to find myself. Jin Boyan hesitated for a while before speaking. Miss Yi, I must warn you, your file involves many important figures in Kowloon. If you want to see it, you must pay me a large fee. Many important figures? Yi Feifei was surprised. Surely it is not that big a deal. Jin Boyan smiled slightly. I would not lie to you. You will understand once you have read it. Then Yi Feifei asked in a low voice, how much would the fee be? Jin Boyan scanned Yi Feifei from head to toe once more, finally fixing his gaze on her wrist. I want this ruby bracelet. Ah, this? Yi Feifei was stunned for a moment. I have not even had it for very long. I really like it. I really do not want to give it to anyone. Oh wait, this thing was a gift from the playboy Luo Qianxue. Since I plan to break up with him, I should return the bracelet to make a clean break. Yes, I must return it. I do not want to be one of the fish kept by a playboy ever again. Yi Feifei quickly convinced herself and said to Jin Boyan, I am sorry, I cannot give you this bracelet. Can we change the payment method? No, Jin Boyan refused immediately. I never negotiate. Yi Feifei looked down at the bracelet and hesitated for a long time, eventually saying, forget it then. Jin Boyan simply shrugged, expressing his regret. Then he watched as a disappointed Yi Feifei left. Not long after, an employee approached and whispered, Boss, should I send someone to follow her and find a chance to snatch it? Snatch it from her? You are planning to rob Yi Feifei, hahaha. Jin Boyan suddenly laughed. The laughter was not loud, but it was incredibly sharp and grating. The employee was clearly terrified, hurriedly shrinking his neck and bowing his head. After laughing for a good while, Jin Boyan finally stopped and walked over to the wall beneath a massive map of Kowloon Island. Kowloon City, surrounded by 9 dragon statues. He gazed up at the map, speaking slowly. It is an exceptionally powerful protective barrier created by hundreds of top sorcerers, capable of blocking all monsters below the heavenly rank from entering Kowloon City. For 1,000 years, many have tried to destroy these statues, yet not one has succeeded. But just a short while ago, that black dragon statue suddenly shattered. Even the legendary heaven-defying seal was broken. Do you know why? The employee replied nervously and cautiously, we have already investigated. It was Yi Feifei who hit it with her car. Ha 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 ha, Jin Boyan laughed again. How could a mere car break a seal? The employee did not dare to respond, keeping his head low. After a long silence, Jin Boyan sneered. It was Yi Feifei's blood that broke the heaven-defying seal. She is the chosen one. So there are so many stories about the dragon statues in Kowloon City. Su Zihao was listening intently to Ma Dongxing tell stories about the occult world. You bet, if I were to tell them all, it would take 3 days and 3 nights. Ma Dongxing replied with great enthusiasm. Wu Jia rolled her eyes from the side and whispered, Senior brother, are not you talking a bit too much? It is fine, Ma Dongxing waved his hand dismissively. This is not exactly classified information. The 3 of them were locked in a temporary quarantine room at Bureau 72. Su Zihao was arrested, of course, because he was accompanying Yi Feifei at the auction that day. He originally had a chance to escape, but he would not leave without finding his goddess. And so he got caught. In theory, his uncle-in-law Luo Qianxue should have been able to get him out, but after waiting several days, there had been no movement. God knows what went wrong. The others with powerful backgrounds had all left one by one, and now only the 3 of them were left in the quarantine room. Tell me more, Su Zihao clearly had not had enough. Mostly it was just dreadfully boring being locked in the room. He missed the entertainment clubs, massages, and baths so much. Ma Dongxing raised an eyebrow and continued, beneath every dragon statue an exceptionally powerful demon is suppressed. The power of the protective barrier actually comes from these demons. The ancient sorcerers were truly brilliant, using the power of monsters to fight monsters. Tell me, is not that a clever design? Clever indeed, Su Zihao pondered, but did not the statue at the first psychiatric hospital break? What happened to the powerful demon suppressed underneath? Do not worry, I estimate that the demon is either dead or crippled, Ma Dongxing said with confidence, because I found its remains at the scene, probably the work of other masters from the occult world. Oh, Su Zihao blinked. With one statue missing, is the Kowloon City protective barrier still effective? Ma Dongxing's tone sank. damaging one statue is equivalent to a huge hole in the barrier, allowing monsters to invade Kowloon City from there. It is that serious? Su Zihao was shocked, then realized, the water parasite thing that appeared at the opera house, that is how it got in, right? Exactly, Ma Dongxing nodded, but do not be afraid, Kowloon City has a second line of defense. Su Zihao asked quickly, what is the second line of defense? That would be us, the occult sorcerers. A flash of light appeared in Ma Dongxing's eyes. All the occult factions in Kowloon have awakened from their slumber. As he was speaking, someone suddenly pushed the door open. Who is Su Zihao? You can go now. Young master, could you please change into something else before heading out? The black impermanence wearing a neck brace eyed Yi Lang up and down. Going out like this, I am afraid it just does not project the prestige of our 4 alliance gang. At that moment, Yi Lang was wearing a white t-shirt with a chubby blue cartoon whale printed on the chest. That is right, it was Luo Qianxue's loungewear, and he had worn it back home. I like wearing this one. Yi Lang shot the black impermanence an annoyed look. Is there a problem with that? The black impermanence clicked his tongue and asked again then, what about that precious blade of yours, young master? Why have not you been carrying it around lately? Oh, I gave it away, Yi Lang said, looking completely indifferent. Young master, the black impermanence was horrified. That precious blade was handed down by your grandfather's grandfather. How could you just give it away like that? What do you mean, just gave it away? Yi Lang frowned. That is my sworn brother. We fought side by side to slay demons. Well, you still should not have given him the blade. Could not you have given him something else? The black impermanence looked utterly helpless. And that sworn brother of yours, how come I have never heard of him? Who exactly is he? Yi Lang said calmly, the man who broke your neck. The black impermanence was rendered completely speechless. Just then Yi Lang's phone rang. He picked it up and saw, oh, it was Yi Feifei calling. Could it be that Luo Qianxue is back and invited me to dinner again? Yi Lang felt a surge of joy and immediately answered the call. It was indeed a meal, but it had nothing to do with Luo Qianxue. This dinner was organized by Yi Feifei, and she had invited 3 people in total. They were Yi Lang, Fan Yonggerlang, and Su Zihao, who had just finished his quarantine. I am really sorry to bother you all again. The polite Yi Feifei bowed to the 3 of them first. I really could not think of any other friends, so I had to reach out to you 3. Su Zihao immediately said, do not be so formal with me. This meal is on me. Fan Yonggerlang glanced sideways at Su Zihao and said, let me handle it instead. Yi Lang frowned and simply asked, is Luo Qianxue not coming? Everyone, please wait a moment and let me finish. Yi Feifei had to interrupt the 3 of them. I have run into a bit of trouble lately. I broke up with Luo Qianxue. The 3 of them froze simultaneously, their eyes widening in shock. A moment later, Su Zihao clapped and laughed, haha, good, a well-deserved breakup. Fan Yonggerlang also sighed, Feifei, you have finally seen the light. That scumbag was never good enough for you. Yi Lang's eyes lit up as well. Really, you are not lying to me, are you? It is true, we really broke up. Yi Feifei nodded solemnly, so I am homeless now. Not only was she homeless, she was also broke. She only had about 1,000 left in her mobile wallet, not even enough for a hotel stay and food. It was precisely because of this dire situation that she had no choice but to ask her friends for help. Upon hearing this news, Su Zihao and Fan Yonggerlang slammed the table and rose, shouting in unison, stay at my place. Only Yi Lang asked in a low voice then in Luo Qianxue's home, are there other women? Yes, Yi Feifei felt that only Yi Lang was truly concerned about her situation, so she answered his question specifically. Yi Lang asked again who? Yi Feifei replied Zhao Wei and Luo Qianxue. Yi Lang frowned, that is quite a few. Of course it is a lot, Yi Feifei scoffed angrily. He is a total player. Not only does he keep fish in the sea, he brings them all home. Who is Zhao Wei? Su Zihao heard of this woman for the first time. She dares to snatch a man from my cousin. To be honest, he really hoped Luo Qianxue and Luo Qianxue would get together. If they became a pair, Yi Feifei would finally come to him. Cousin, you have to work harder. You must cling to that Luo Qianxue, wear him out until he is exhausted. But Yi Feifei felt uncomfortable hearing this and could not help but ask, what do you mean by snatching a man from your cousin? Is Luo Qianxue Luo Qianxue's man? No, I misspoke. Su Zihao quickly corrected himself. It was Luo Qianxue who seduced my cousin. That scumbag is so good at flirting, he drove my cousin completely crazy and left her wanting more. He would better pin more blame on Luo Qianxue so Yi Feifei would be thoroughly disillusioned, hee. Yi Feifei was even angrier now. The reason she was angry was actually because she still cared. When a woman talks about breaking up, most of the time it is just out of anger. She did not actually want to break up for real. But that idiot Luo Qianxue did not even try to chase her, nor did he call to apologize. He did not even reply to the breakup message. Too damn annoying. She really could not swallow this. Thinking of this, Yi Feifei clenched her fists and said angrily, Luo Qianxue, I will get my revenge. I will make you regret this. Hearing this, the three of them froze again. A moment later, Su Zihao stood tall and declared righteously, Feifei, just use me to take revenge on Luo Qianxue. Do not hold back, just go ahead. Get lost? Fan Yongerlang shoved Su Zihao away and said with a fierce expression, I will help you take revenge on Luo Qianxue. You tell me, should I break his arm or his leg? Which arm, which leg, just say the word. You giant bootlicker, how dare you shove me? Su Zihao had never liked this fan, whatever his name was. Are you tired of living? Say that again? Fan Yongerlang frowned, reached out to grab Su Zihao by the collar and lifted him up with one hand. Su Zihao's feet dangled in the air. He sniffled and changed his tune. Buddy, a gentleman uses words, not fists. Let us compete fairly. How about we find a time to race cars on Mount Qiyuming? Stop it! Yi Feifei stomped her feet and shouted, what are you guys doing? She had not expected the scene to become so chaotic. After all, she had lost her memory and forgotten that this was just business as usual. Hearing the goddess speak, Fan Yongerlang quickly put Su Zihao back on the ground, and Su Zihao did not dare act cocky anymore. Yi Feifei thought for a moment and said, I want to form an anti-player alliance, specifically to take revenge on Luo Qianxue. Su Zihao and Fan Yongerlang said in unison, I am in. Only Yi Lang remained silent. It has nothing to do with you guys. Unexpectedly, Yi Feifei did not plan to recruit men. I am going to contact all the victimized sisters to seek justice from Luo Qianxue together. The three men were shocked at the same time. A woman's desire for revenge is truly that terrifying, beyond imagination. The first victimized sister Yi Feifei thought of was Bai Tingting. Who can help me find Bai Tingting's contact information? Yi Feifei looked around at everyone. That Bai Tingting who runs the noodle shop in Tianlu building. I have her number. Su Zihao immediately held up his phone and gave Fan Yongerlang a triumphant look. Actually, he did not have it, but it was easy to get through the property management of Tianlu building. And so Su Zihao went around, while Fan Yongerlang shook his head and sighed. The food is already cold. Only Yi Lang was focused on eating. Yi Feifei got Bai Tingting's number and immediately dialed, hoping to invite her to join the dinner as well. But they had no idea that Bai Tingting was still in a coma in the hospital, and her phone was in the hands of her aunt, Shi Ziyume. Who is it? Shi Ziyume answered the strange call, but her tone was very harsh. I do not want a loan. I am not buying a house. Stop trying to sell me things. Yi Feifei paused for a moment and said, hello, I am looking for Bai Tingting. Why are you looking for Bai Tingting? Shi Ziyume was put off by the young woman's sweet voice. Who the hell are you? Yi Feifei hesitated for a while before saying, I am Luo Qianxue's girlfriend. She just could not bring herself to say the word ex-girlfriend, and besides, there was no need to explain herself so clearly to a stranger. Bullshit, Shi Ziyume suddenly exploded. You little tramp, how dare you impersonate Luo Qianxue's girlfriend? My Tingting is the real one. Shi Ziyume gave Yi Feifei a harsh scolding, hung up the phone, and immediately hailed a taxi to the hospital to visit Bai Tingting. She had not checked on her in a while, and only now did she realize she had overlooked the crisis coming from outside. If Bai Tingting stayed in this coma, Lu Xiao would eventually lose interest and find someone else. And if that happened, she would not be able to get a single penny out of him. Tingting, please wake up. God, I am willing to give up 10 years of my husband's life in exchange for Tingting's recovery. Shi Ziyume prayed as she hurried into the hospital room. But Bai Tingting remained unconscious, showing no reaction no matter how much she called her name or shook her. What a useless, money-draining brat. Shi Ziyume sighed and sat down on a stool by the bed, catching a glimpse of a faint red glow under the bed. Curious, she leaned down and fished out a necklace from under the bed. It was a rather old-fashioned necklace, with a chain that looked like brass and a pendant made of a small red stone. Wonder who dropped this here, maybe it is Bai Tingting's. Shi Ziyume only valued gold and diamonds, assuming this stone necklace was worthless, likely just some online trinket bought to amuse little girls. Must be Bai Tingting's, I doubt she could afford real jewelry anyway. Shi Ziyume tossed it aside, intending to land it next to the pillow, but her aim was off and it landed right on Bai Tingting's chest. Hey, this piece of junk, she frowned, wanting to take it off, but she was too lazy to get up. Just then, a series of screams erupted from outside. What is going on? Shi Ziyume jumped off the stool immediately and ran to the door to see. In the so-called honest and simple Kowloon city, fights were an everyday occurrence, and Shi Ziyume loved to watch the spectacle. But this time she saw a monster. Terrifying monster. Its tumor-like body was over 3 meters in diameter. And supporting this mass were dozens of human legs. Looking closer, one could see several arms sticking out from the tumor, flailing wildly. Indeed, this was a true tumor-headed water goo. It parasitized multiple humans simultaneously, wrapping them all together, creating a truly horrifying fusion monster. Shi Ziyume was frozen in terror. She wanted to run, but her body shook uncontrollably and her legs refused to obey her. The water goo spotted her as easy prey and immediately whipped out a thick tentacle, stabbing through Shi Ziyume's chest from below. Splat! Shi Ziyume was skewered through and through, lifted into the air and pinned to the ceiling by the tentacle. The pain was so intense she could not even scream. She stared with wide eyes, watching her own blood pouring down like a waterfall. Splash! It fell onto the white sheets and onto Bai Tingting. The tentacle twitched a few times, finally dragging Shi Ziyume's body toward a bud-like opening at the top of the tumor. Shi Ziyume, too, became a part of the monster. The water goo continued crawling down the hallway until it reached the door of the room, then stopped. It had sensed Bai Tingting's scent. Immediately, a tentacle lunged toward the bed. Just as the spike was mere centimeters from Bai Tingting's chest, it suddenly stopped. Because a blood-stained ruby was radiating an eerie red light. The red light grew brighter, like a fire about to explode. The water goo was actually afraid. It retracted its tentacles and fled from the room at top speed. A moment later, the entire room was filled with red light. Who is it? Using the blood of greed to awaken me. A strange, eerie voice echoed amidst the red light. Mortal, what do you desire? It seemed to be speaking to Bai Tingting. However, there was no response. No wonder. A mortal without consciousness makes for a perfectly sinless vessel. Since that is the case, I shall grant you a new life, and you shall become my first proxy. Meanwhile, an alarm sounded at the 72 Bureau's temporary quarantine site. It was an alert for a sea-level monster. The location was a private hospital, just 5 kilometers east of the quarantine site. The special agents stationed there had to abandon their posts and rush to the scene. The quarantine site soon fell into chaos, as underlings of various big shots seized the chance to break down doors and rescue their bosses. Bang bang bang. The door to the room where Ma Dongxing and Wu Jia were held was also kicked open. The thugs saw that the people inside were not their boss and turned to leave immediately. Ma Dongxing rubbed his double chin and turned to Wu Jia. Can we leave now? Wu Jia hesitated. If we escape now in the chaos, will we just be caught again? After all, they know who we are. Ma Dongxing let out a heavy sigh, equally indecisive. After waiting for quite a while longer, the quarantine site finally calmed down. Everyone had run off. Would not it be stupid not to run now? Let us go, the law cannot punish everyone. Ma Dongxing waved his hand and led his junior sister out of the isolation room. They reached the guard room to retrieve their ebony staffs and found an old security guard still nonchalantly scrolling through his phone. Hey, you are pretty laid back. Ma Dongxing could not help but laugh. Do not you care that everyone's run away? The old guard did not even look up and replied, I am watching a monster, do not have time for this. Monster? Ma Dongxing leaned over to look at the live stream on the phone. Holy cow. It is an adult tumor-headed water goo. It had already fused with several people, and its form was truly terrifying. Young people these days so bold. The guard sighed while watching, daring to livestream something like this. True, some streamers would do anything for popularity, even risk their lives. Hey everyone, is this exciting or what? Do not forget to hit that like button. If you love watching big monsters, do not forget to follow. Click follow so you do not get lost. Which big boss is going to send a rocket? If you do, I will walk 3 more meters forward. Just as the streamer was shouting, he saw a tentacle whip toward him from behind. Snap! The screen instantly turned red, and nothing could be seen clearly. Gone, the old guard shook his head, swiped the screen, and switched to a video of a pretty girl changing outfits. Ma Dongxing stood stunned for a moment, then shouted at Wu Jia, "Let us go." This time, the two finally hailed a taxi and raced toward the livestream location. However, they were still too late. The site was nothing but ruins, with bodies scattered everywhere. Even the 72 bureau agents were all killed, not a single survivor. No way, right? Wu Jia scanned the area, her eyes wide in shock. Is the water goo really a ground-level monster? Is the 72 bureau just that weak, or did you remember wrong, senior brother? Impossible, impossible. A water goo does not have such destructive power. Ma Dongxing frowned, carefully examining the scene. Judging by the wounds, many were killed by the water goo, no question. But there were other bodies that had turned into something like mummies. And the skin was a deep, fiery red, just like a cooked crab. It was not caused by fire. This was a terrifying, scorching energy. From the inside out, burning the internal organs, roasting the person alive. Ma Dongxing gritted his teeth, struggling to recall for a long time, before finally saying with a trembling voice, "It is the flame of atonement, the power of the ancient god Sin." News that the ancient god Sin had reappeared in the world soon reached the Kowloon City Hall. The mayor hurriedly convened a general meeting of council members to discuss countermeasures. As the director of the 72nd Bureau, Qin Hong naturally attended as well. And she was the one who had to bear the pressure of the entire room. Most of the council members blamed the 72nd Bureau for the monster invasion of the city, and Qin Hong had to provide a reasonable explanation. Everyone calm down, please listen to what I have to say. Qin Hong pressed both hands on the table, slowly stood up, and scanned the room with a domineering gaze. Currently, all news regarding the ancient god Sin is unreliable. There is no video, there is no evidence whatsoever. We cannot assume the ancient god Sin has returned simply based on the speculations of a few occult practitioners. Besides, the 9 ancient gods are nothing more than a legend. There is no historical data to prove the authenticity of this legend. It is quite possible that it was just a superhuman who caused this attack. Qin Hong explained herself calmly, word by word, attempting to pacify the many council members. Excuse me, I have been to the scene myself and I am certain it was the power of Sin. Unexpectedly, a middle-aged man spoke up in opposition. He was Fan Xian, father of the Kowloon strongman Fan Yang Erlang, and one of the last disciples of a certain occult sect. Councilman Fan, I know you have learned many things from the occult schools. Qin Hong glanced coldly at Fan Xian, but in the end that is a legend written in ancient scrolls, no one has seen it with their own eyes. Fan Xian simply retorted, there are many things you have never seen, does that make them all fake? Qin Hong was immediately stumped and left speechless. Occult practitioners do not deal in lies and the ancient occult scrolls are historical records. Another man stood up to support Fan Xian. It was none other than the eldest son of the Tang family, Qin Hong's mortal enemy, Tang Hao. Qin Hong's expression darkened further. Speaking of the Tang family, they also had deep ties to the occult. It is said that Tang Hao's great-grandfather was a successor to an occult sect, and it is highly likely that the Tang family still masters certain secret techniques. They must not be underestimated. It is precisely for this reason that Qin Hong has always used the abilities of the 72nd Bureau to suppress the occult arts, which, in essence, is really suppressing the enemies of the Qin family. Hey, Tang Hao, you could be considered half an occult successor yourself. Qin Hong sneered, why do not you perform a few techniques right here and now to broaden everyone's horizons? She intentionally provoked him, wanting to make Tang Hao embarrass himself in public. Excuse me, I have already signed a non-disclosure agreement. Tang Hao replied easily, occult arts cannot be used casually. Qin Hong pressed on. I am aware of that agreement. It does not restrict the use of occult arts against monsters. Since you claim monsters have invaded Kowloon, why has not your Tang family gone out to slay the demons? Heh, I would love to kill a few monsters for sport. Tang Hao smiled slightly. Unfortunately, there have not been many and they were all snatched up by your 72nd Bureau. You are mistaken about that. Qin Hong's tone suddenly dropped. I am now going to reveal classified intelligence. The monsters that have appeared so far are not actually monsters at all. Upon hearing this, Tang Hao was taken aback. Monsters are not monsters. What is she talking about? Others also expressed astonishment, waiting for Qin Hong to continue. Qin Hong cleared her throat and said solemnly. In the past few years, there have indeed been a few monsters that appeared on the outskirts of Kowloon City, attacking and injuring people. Agents from our 72nd Bureau hunted them down and brought them back to the base for study. Through rigorous scientific analysis, we have confirmed that those monsters all came from the deep sea. They are likely the descendants of the legendary ancient monsters, having hidden in the ocean floor after the Great War of Gods and Demons, only to land again due to certain special reasons. I acknowledge that monsters exist, there is no question about that. However, Qin Hong suddenly shifted her tone. The monsters that have appeared recently, I mean the two that showed up at the Kowloon First Psychiatric Hospital. They are completely different from the previous monsters. She paused intentionally as she said this. Everyone perked up their ears and Tang Hao frowned deeply. Qin Hong curled her lip and continued. After testing, we have determined that those two monsters did not come from the deep sea. The strangest part is that their cells contain human DNA. The room was shocked at these words. Even Tang Hao and Fan Xian widened their eyes in disbelief. I have a detailed lab report that I can make public for any of you to examine. Qin Hong looked directly at Tang Hao with an overbearing expression. This is sufficient proof that the monsters currently invading the city are not descendants of ancient monsters. They are likely mutants, or perhaps biological weapons created by an offshore government. The so-called ancient god Sin is likely just another mutant monster. Dealing with mutants is not something occult practitioners excel at. This is the job of our 72nd Bureau, and there is no need for the occult sects to interfere. Qin Hong finally hit the main point. Therefore, I demand that the City Hall withdraw all occult practitioners stationed at the First Psychiatric Hospital and replace them with our 72nd Bureau's superpowered agents. As soon as she finished speaking, everyone looked at the mayor. In fact, until recently, the 72nd Bureau had been monitoring the Kowloon First Psychiatric Hospital. Until Qin Xuan was wounded and in critical condition. For Kowloon, this was a massive event. If Qin Xuan died, it would mean the Qin family was finished, and that the top wealthy clan of Kowloon would be replaced. The mayor of Kowloon was certainly no amateur. He quickly adjusted his strategy and began to win over the Tang and Xiao families. And the first thing the Tang and Xiao families needed to do was suppress Qin Hong and the 72nd Bureau. Following pressure from various factions, Qin Hong was forced to withdraw her agents and yield the task of guarding the Black Dragon statue to the occult practitioners. The occult forces took the opportunity to make a comeback and even began infiltrating the City Hall. In truth, the point of contention for all these factions was never the psychiatric hospital, nor was it the shattered, useless Black Dragon statue. Everyone was fighting for the authority to manage the Kowloon crisis. Whoever could resolve this crisis would be the savior of Kowloon and its future ruler. Qin Hong would certainly not sit idly by and let herself be slaughtered. This moment was her powerful counterattack. Well, the mayor rubbed his bald head, looking extremely conflicted. The current situation is really hard to judge. Although the Qin family is showing signs of decline, it is not impossible for them to make a comeback. Qin Hong commands a powerful legion of superpowered beings, even the military dares not provoke her. Furthermore, the Luo family still maintains a partnership with the Qin family and has not yet broken ties. Therefore, the mayor dared not bet all his chips on the Tang and Xiao families. After much thought, the mayor finally spoke. How about this? You both send some personnel and guard it together, work together to overcome this difficulty, right? He was trying to play both sides to avoid offending anyone. Guard it together, Qin Hong was clearly unsatisfied. Heh, I do not think we need to go through that much trouble, Tang Yezi suddenly sneered. Why do not we have a competition? Jin Hong hesitated and asked with a frown, compete in what? Compete in real skill? A gleam of light flashed in Tang Hao's eyes. Whether it is monsters or mutant freaks, whoever kills the first sea-level monster, what you guys at the 72nd Bureau classify as an A-rank threat, wins. What kind of monster exactly killed so many super agents from the 72nd Bureau? Nobody knows. They have never encountered such a terrifying opponent before. Could it really be that thing from the legends, the ancient god Sin? The electromagnetic king said with a worried look. If that thing actually exists, what rank would it be? SS rank, probably. The cardboard man stroked his square head and buzzed in response. I think it should be SS+, corresponding to the heaven-defying level in the mystic sect. The mystic sect's classification for gods and demons from lowest to highest is mortal, earth, sea, heaven, and heaven-defying. Of course, there are only 9 widely acknowledged beings of the heaven-defying level, which are the 9 ancient gods. The 72nd Bureau referenced the mystic sect system, made slight adjustments, and divided ability users into 6 levels: D, C, B, A, S, and SS. For ability users, S rank is equivalent to a demigod, and SS rank represents true divine power. Currently, it is known that there is only one ability user who can reach S rank. SS rank simply does not exist. And the 9 ancient gods are clearly stronger than other SS ranks, so calling them SS+ is more appropriate. If Sin is really SS+, then why are we even fighting? The electromagnetic king immediately admitted defeat. We might as well just surrender and become believers, just go kiss their feet. Ha, look at how spineless you are. The insect man suddenly chimed in. Forget it, that is just a legend, no need to believe it. The cardboard man shook his square head and added, even if it really is Sin, we do not need to worry too much for now. After all, it is not in its complete form and only possesses a fraction of its power. The electromagnetic king asked, confused, what do you mean by a fraction? Legend has it that the power of Sin was divided into 7 parts by the Crimson Queen and sealed into 7 rubies, respectively. The cardboard man had clearly read a lot of related materials, and those 7 gems have long been scattered everywhere. None of the ones whose whereabouts can be tracked have awakened yet. The electromagnetic king asked again, since we can track the whereabouts of the rubies, why not get them into the bureau and study them properly? We cannot. The cardboard man shook his head. They were bought by overseas tycoons long ago. It is not our territory, so we cannot do anything about it. Sigh. The electromagnetic king let out a sigh and then asked curiously, by the way, why did that Crimson Queen split Sin's power into 7 parts? If one person possessed it all, would not they be invincible? It is said that only the Crimson Queen could control the full power of Sin, and no other mortal could withstand it, only to be torn to pieces by that power. The cardboard man explained slowly. The Crimson Queen could only divide it into 7 parts to pass the power to her 7 children. But even so, those 7 children were still backlashed by this power and eventually died miserably. Hiss, terrifying. The electromagnetic king was listening very intently and even shuddered. Do not listen to him, those are just stories from the internet. The insect man remained dismissive. Trust in science. Is super ability science? Actually, it is very scientific. For instance, the super ability to control insects is essentially the release of specific biological hormones and electromagnetic waves. As for those inexplicable super abilities, one can only say they are still under research. After all, science is still developing and progressing. But the electromagnetic king was clearly more interested in myths and legends, so he blinked and asked, Brother Box, what specific abilities does Sin have? How should we deal with it? We cannot deal with it, our strength is too far apart. The cardboard man unexpectedly gave a quite cruel answer. Sin is the natural enemy of humanity and no human can resist its power. How is that possible? The insect man could not bear to listen anymore and could not help but question him. The cardboard man continued unhurriedly. Sin possesses a unique skill called the Flame of Atonement. It can use the sins in a human's heart as fuel to burn people directly into dried meat. As long as you harbor sin in your heart, you cannot escape its judgment. If it is not the natural enemy of humanity, then what is? That is right, everyone has sin in their hearts. Faced with the power of sin, humans have no power to resist. However, the cardboard man soon added, only two types of people can resist the power of sin. The electromagnetic king asked quickly, which two? The cardboard man said, those who are sinless and the chosen ones. The electromagnetic king was stunned. Sinless people probably do not exist, do little babies count? As for the chosen ones, do not even think about it, that has nothing to do with ordinary people. People like the Crimson Queen are the chosen ones, a once-in-a-millennium encounter. If sin really returns to the world, the electromagnetic king finally realized that the situation before them was extremely grim, then would not it be the end of humanity? If it is true, the cardboard man continued to shake his head calmly. We can only pray for a second Crimson Queen to appear. All right, stop telling myths. The insect man raised his hand to interrupt his two colleagues. We are being stalked again across the street. The cardboard man turned to look and saw a young man holding a phone and taking pictures of them secretly. Sigh, it cannot be helped who told them to look so weird. Not many super agents from the 72nd Bureau look normal anyway. That is why they have to act secretly and not be showy. Do it, the cardboard man looked at the electromagnetic king again. The electromagnetic king hesitated for a moment and just asked, can I get reimbursed? The cardboard man also hesitated for a moment and only said, I will apply to the bureau chief. Sigh, the electromagnetic king let out another sigh before raising his hand and snapping his fingers. Snap! A spark flashed and the man's phone across the street was instantly fried. Let us go, we should still go to the anime convention, the insect man suggested. I like that place. Yes, only at the anime convention would they not be treated as freaks. Not only that, but they could also admire various pretty cosplayers. Great, let us go. The electromagnetic king immediately expressed his agreement. The cardboard man did not say anything, but he followed along honestly. However, just as the three of them reached the street corner, a large bus suddenly rushed over from the side, performing a swift drift and tail slide. Bang! It slammed the three of them directly against the wall. Immediately after, a huge oil tanker crashed into them violently. Crash! The two large vehicles pinned the three of them tightly. At the same time, dozens of men in black rushed out from everywhere, holding submachine guns and firing wildly at them. Rat-tat-tat-tat. Boom! The oil tanker exploded on the spot. Terrifying flames swept through the block, and thick smoke billowed into the sky. In a cafe not far away, Yi Lang was sitting by the window, admiring the beautiful view of the flames. Black Impermanence rubbed his neck and asked in a low voice, Young master, was it necessary to cause such a big scene? Yi Lang sipped his coffee and said indifferently, it was necessary. Black Impermanence smacked his lips and muttered, the 72nd Bureau has no grudge against our four associations. Why do this? Changming said. Yi Lang curled his lips. He did not want to see these people again. Doing the dirty work for the heroine is his mission after all. It is just that there was a tiny bug. Black Impermanence was speechless. Yi Lang pondered for a while and suddenly said, I took Changming's clothes so I should return a gift to him. You go and prepare. Black Impermanence looked pained and insisted on asking, what does the young master plan to send? Fish. Fei said that Changming likes raising fish the most. Yi Lang stirred his coffee slowly. As long as he likes it, I will send it to him. Black Impermanence was stunned for a while and asked again, what breed of fish? Fei said he keeps many fish. You investigate it yourself, see what breed he is missing and send that one. It must be pretty and good looking. Yi Lang sighed slightly. Sigh, I do not understand what is so fun about raising fish. It is not as good as fencing with me. Oh, pretty and good looking, Black Impermanence finally understood. This fish actually refers to women. He quickly took out his phone and checked through the photos taken by his lackeys while on lookout duty these days. There were indeed many women around Luo Qianxue. Mature women, lowlies, the girl next door, he seems to have them all. What breed is still missing? Black Impermanence tilted his head and thought for a long while. A married woman. Wu Xiaoe lay lazily on the sofa, munching on potato chips while watching a movie, fully enjoying her comfortable life as an undercover agent in a wealthy family. Just lying around getting paid for doing nothing, it is absolutely fantastic. Suddenly, Luo Qianxue walked over, glanced at Wu Xiaoe and asked coldly, did you see clearly what Lu Chengming was doing in my room earlier? Wu Zaioi paused for a second, quickly chewed and swallowed her chips, then replied, which room? What happened? I have no idea. Heh, very well, Luo Qianxue smiled faintly. I believe with your work performance you will be promoted to senior officer in no time. Before Wu Zaioi could react, Luo Qianxue had already turned and walked away to make a phone call. Meanwhile, Lu Chengming was standing at the front door, looking around. After finishing her call, Luo Qianxue walked gracefully to Lu Chengming's side and asked curiously, "What are you doing?" "I am checking to see if there are any uninvited guests," Lu Chengming replied with a serious expression. Why would there be uninvited guests? Luo Qianxue was even more puzzled. Lu Chengming did not answer but asked back, "What is Wu Zaioi doing?" Luo Qianxue said, "She is in the living room watching a movie. Why?" "Good." Lu Chengming's lips curled into a mischievous smirk. "There are no visitors. Wu Zaioi is watching a movie and I have even turned off my phone. Hee, nobody should be able to disturb us now." What do you think you are doing?" Luo Qianxue realized something was wrong. Lu Chengming closed the door and closed in on Luo Qianxue, sneering, "I refuse to believe it. Why are there always accidents interrupting me? Could this also be?" He left the rest of the sentence unsaid. He was just wondering, could this be the terrible power of the rules? You have to realize Luo Qianxue is the #1 female villain. Her fate is tightly intertwined with the heroine and the hero. As a minor character like me, am I not supposed to have any relationship with her? Is that why these accidents keep happening? Lu Chengming was quite annoyed and decided to put it to the test. He grabbed Luo Qianxue's wrist and pinned her against the wall. "Lu Chengming, you pervert!" Luo Qianxue panicked. "This is the foyer. Wu Zaioi will hear us. You can just try to be quiet." Lu Chengming flashed a wicked smile and pressed his body against hers. Luo Qianxue was terrified, closed her eyes tightly, and did not move a muscle. However, Lu Chengming did not make another move. The two of them just held their frozen pose. He kept his head tilted, listening for any movement at the door. After a good while, Luo Qianxue could not help but open her eyes and said unhappily, "What are you doing?" "Why has not anyone knocked on the door yet?" Lu Chengming said with a puzzled look. "Does it have to be for real instead of fake?" "Pervert, I am not playing with you anymore." Luo Qianxue pushed Lu Chengming away indignantly and stormed off. "Hey, wait, hold on. Can you cooperate with me one more time?" Lu Chengming wanted to follow her and negotiate further, but just then the doorbell rang. "Damn it, what is this?" Lu Chengming was speechless. It only just arrived, so it should not count, right? He rubbed his face in frustration and opened the door, only to see a beautiful stranger. She had a graceful figure and a beautiful face, looking pitiful. Her eyes were slightly red as if she had just been crying. "Who are you looking for?" Lu Chengming assumed she had knocked on the wrong door. To his surprise, the woman said, I am here to serve you." What? Lu Chengming was stunned on the spot. "Wait a minute, I did not order this kind of door-to-door service. And Su Zihao is not even here. Who on earth did this?" He quickly shouted toward the living room, "Wu Zaioi, is this your doing? Did you call a card service number?" Wu Zaioi said with her mouth full of chips, "I do not understand, Crunch, what you are saying." Crunch. Not Wu Zaioi. Lu Chengming was completely baffled. "Young Master Lu, I am here to serve you," the beautiful woman said as she started walking into the house. "Wait, explain yourself." Lu Chengming reached out and stopped her. "Who are you? I do not know you at all." "You do not need to know me." The woman hung her head and bit her lip. "Once I complete the task, I will leave." What kind of task? Lu Chengming felt a headache coming on. Who is trying to set me up? At this point, Luo Qianxue heard the commotion and came back. She scanned the woman twice and said coldly, "Lu Chengming, you are really something. I refuse to play along, so you immediately find a substitute. Impressive, truly impressive." "No, I do not even know her." Lu Chengming felt his blood pressure rising. "It is obvious someone is trying to harm me." "Hey, harm you?" Luo Qianxue did not listen, turning around to call Wu Zaioi. "Officer, come here right now, arrest this suspicious woman, give her a proper interrogation." Hearing the word officer, the beautiful woman panicked and tried to run away. Lu Chengming was quick on his feet and grabbed the door, slamming it shut. The woman looked terrified and at a loss. Wu Zaioi strolled over, cheeks puffed out, and asked, "What is going on? What are you guys playing at? Help me look into this woman's background." Lu Chengming was eager to dump the burden. "This is your job." Hey, you are the one who told me to just slack off. Wu Xiaoai blinked, and now you want me to work? Do you still want to live here? Lu Chengming said in a low tone. Do you still want your $300 chips? Shhh. Wu Xiaoai froze for a second, then immediately straightened her face. Do not worry, Mr. Lu, I will investigate everything. Please let me go. The woman was terrified and started begging. I am not a bad person. I truly had no choice. Wu Xiaoai looked grim and said, leniency for those who confess, severity for those who resist. This beauty clearly had not seen much of the world and confessed quickly. It turned out her name was Gao Yumeng, a law-abiding young widow living in the Kowloon slums with her 4.5-year-old daughter. But yesterday, a gang of thugs broke into her house and forced her to go and serve young Master Lu. Gao Yumeng tried to refuse, but the thugs kidnapped her daughter. They even locked her daughter in a pig pen and forced her to eat pig feed. Wait, hearing this, Lu Chengming's expression changed and he shouted, stop right there, damn it, the plot makes no sense. What does not make sense? Is not young Master Lu you? Wu Xiaoai frowned. You hired thugs to kidnap a widow and locked her daughter in a pig pen. Such insanity is hard to handle. Got any more chips? But Lu Chengming did not even pay attention to Wu Xiaoai, because 10,000 invisible llamas were stampeding through his heart. This book, The Overpowered Wife of Young Master Qin of Kowloon. Which freak of an author wrote this? They actually, damn it, plagiarized a male-oriented war god novel. The god of war returns, only to find his daughter eating slop and sleeping in a pigsty. With a single command, 100,000 soldiers march in to wipe out the enemy's entire clan. This is the most classic trope in male-oriented war god novels. What a disaster. Lu Chengming could not wrap his head around why he was being hit by a scripted death again. I was just sitting at home when disaster struck out of nowhere. Who the hell is trying to sabotage me? And that Gao Yumeng could not provide any useful information. Apart from knowing they were gang members, she could not say anything else. Gang members? Lu Chengming's brain was hurting from the thought, could it be the Griffin Brotherhood? That is right, they were the only gang he had ever offended. Did they hire a new boss to come and get revenge on me? With this suspicion in mind, Lu Chengming plucked up the courage to call Yi Lang and ask about the latest situation with the Griffin Brotherhood. There was no other choice, he only knew Yi Lang as a big underworld boss. Who else could he ask? Yi Lang was absolutely thrilled to suddenly receive a call from Lu Chengming. Hahaha, Chengming took the initiative to call me. Hahaha, sending the fish must have worked. Hahaha, black impermanence is definitely reliable. Hahaha, I must send a few more. As for intelligence on the Griffin Brotherhood, Yi Lang told him everything he knew. It turns out the leader who died at the opera house last time was only their second-in-command, Cynthia. Their boss is still alive and well, waiting for a chance to take revenge. Of course, no one knows that the real killer was Fan Yang Erlang. People only saw Lu Chengming slaughtering everyone at the auction. So they concluded that it was Lu Chengming who killed Cynthia. Damn it, Lu Chengming was speechless again, so it was only the second-in-command, their boss is still alive. But Yi Lang then added that there was no need to worry. In fact, he had been keeping a close eye on the Griffin Brotherhood's movements. He was currently looking for an opportunity to wipe them out completely. Annihilate them all, leave no one behind. That was Yi Lang's style. You dare touch my people, I will wipe out your whole family. That is how overbearing he was. Just tell me, is not he doting on you? Lu Chengming rubbed his face, not wanting to say a word back. Unexpectedly, Yi Lang dropped another bombshell. Yi Feifei organized some Avengers alliance to take revenge on you. I am not sure if she is serious or just playing around, but you would better watch out. In truth, during that dinner, Yi Lang had been mulling over the breakup between Lu Chengming and Yi Feifei, so he had not heard clearly what kind of alliance it was. Yi Feifei wants to take revenge on me. Upon hearing this bad news, Lu Chengming was stunned. Why? Damn it, Yi Feifei. You were the one who dumped me, why are you taking revenge on me? Is there no logic here? Is there no justice in this world? Oh well, Yi Feifei is the law. Lu Chengming was in no mood to chat with Yi Lang anymore. He said thanks and hung up. Then he started counting his enemies on his fingers. The Qin family, both siblings had been bullied badly, this will not be forgot. The Griffin Brotherhood seeking revenge. Qing Ying, she probably will not let it go. The god of war and his 100,000 soldiers will come to settle the score anytime. The most terrifying one is the Grim Reaper girl Yi Feifei and her simping alliance. An endless stream of enemies, it is like a chain of death combos. It is a death verdict that makes sure you must die. I cannot take it, I really cannot take it. Damn it, I definitely cannot stay here. Luo Qianxue decided to run away immediately. I will hide first. Why do you need to hide? Luo Qianxue certainly did not understand. Luo Qianxue could not explain it for the moment, so he just pointed at Gao Yumeng and said, because of her, someone is framing me in the dark. If I do not hide, 100,000 enemies will be at my doorstep soon. 100,000 enemies? Luo Qianxue was also shocked. Is it really that exaggerated? Gao Yumeng was, of course, completely confused. She had no idea that her man was some kind of god of war and had never counted on him for anything. Pack your things and go. Luo Qianxue began to urge Luo Qianxue. You would better go home, it is too dangerous to be with me. I am not going home. Luo Qianxue was still sulking. Not unless my dad apologizes to me. Wait a minute, Wu Ziyao could not help but interrupt. If you guys leave, can I continue living here? Luo Qianxue hesitated for a moment and instructed, you save Gao Yumeng's daughter first, and you can live here as long as you want. Save someone? Wu Ziyao was taken aback. Work again. If you do not save her, go stay in a hotel. Luo Qianxue frowned. It is your choice. Sigh. Wu Ziyao let out a long sigh and beckoned to Gao Yumeng. Come with me. Gao Yumeng whispered, where to? Wu Ziyao said lazily, to the police bureau, to help you save your daughter. Gao Yumeng was stunned. It was unbelievable. She had always thought the Kowloon Police Bureau and the gangs were one and the same. She did not expect them to actually help save people. But we have to be clear beforehand. Wu Ziyao walked to the door and looked back at Luo Qianxue. I am just a small police officer. The rescue operation requires superior approval. You cannot blame me if we cannot save her. No, Luo Qianxue suddenly spoke up. You have already been promoted. How is that possible? Wu Ziyao was startled. How do you know? See for yourself. Luo Qianxue beckoned to Wu Ziyao. The official document from the police bureau is already out. Wu Ziyao walked back, confused, as Luo Qianxue picked up her phone and showed her the chat history with a certain director. It showed. Due to her outstanding performance in an undercover mission, Wu Ziyao has been promoted to a 2-star senior police officer. 3 ranks in a row. It is simply unthinkable. And the director even emphasized, Wu Ziyao is too young, she can only be promoted to 2 stars at most. Anything higher would be unjustifiable. Please forgive me, Miss Luo. Do not be in a rush, we will promote you slowly. Luo Qianxue's eyes were meaningful. We will have plenty of opportunities to work together in the future. Wu Ziyao was stunned for a long while before straightening her chest and saying righteously, please rest assured, Miss Luo and young Master Lu, Kowloon City's security is in my hands. After Wu Ziyao left with Gao Yumeng, Luo Qianxue smiled and asked Luo Qianxue, are you planning to cultivate Wu Ziyao as your own person to help your Luo family with things? That is right, Luo Qianxue nodded, but there is another purpose. Luo Qianxue asked curiously, what other purpose? As long as Wu Ziyao is my person, Luo Qianxue glanced at Luo Qianxue, she cannot be your woman. Luo Qianxue was dumbfounded. What are you thinking? I do not have any thoughts about her. Hee. Luo Qianxue chuckled coldly. No thoughts, and yet you brought her home. I also noticed she has a succubus-themed outfit which probably suits your perverted tastes. Luo Qianxue's mouth twitched, unable to say a word. All right, back to business. Luo Qianxue changed the subject. Where do you plan to hide? Sigh. Luo Qianxue let out a heavy sigh. I have not decided yet. Let us just get out of here first. I have an idea. Luo Qianxue shared her thought. Why not go to that old place? What old place? Luo Qianxue frowned. Kainyuan Hotel. What time is it and you are still thinking about that? Luo Qianxue could not help but spit. It is the Kowloon First Mental Hospital. What? You are sending me to a mental hospital? Upon hearing Luo Qianxue's new plan, Luo Qianxue jumped up immediately. It is for your own good, just listen to me. Luo Qianxue pulled Luo Qianxue back onto the sofa. Do not you want to hide from your enemies? Let us talk about the Qin family first. Regardless of whether Qin Qianxue recovers or not, the Qin family will never let you go. It is only a matter of time before they come after you. To this, Luo Qianxue could only agree. Although Qin Xuan and Qin Hong did not have much combat power, those superpowered agents from the 72nd Bureau were truly annoying. Until he could fully control the power of the evil god, it was best not to push things to a life-or-death struggle with them. Moreover, there were enemies beyond the 72nd Bureau, and it was better to deal with them one by one. Luo Qianxue continued her analysis. From what I know of Qin Xuan and Qin Hong, they would not choose something like an assassination. They prefer to defeat their enemies in the light as a form of public execution. That is what satisfies them more. Therefore, we should take advantage of this trait and use public opinion to protect you. Lu Chengming more or less understood, use public opinion to protect me, because I am mentally ill. Correct, you are a mentally ill patient and you do not need to bear any responsibility for your actions. Luo Qianxue nodded at him. If they insist on picking a fight with a mentally ill person, they will face mockery and condemnation from the public. That is something the Qin family, as the top wealthy clan in Kowloon, simply cannot afford. Lu Chengming understood perfectly. Going with the flow and continuing to pose as a mental patient was indeed a brilliant strategy. Because mentally ill patients do not have to face legal consequences, even if he beat Qin Xuan to death, it would count for nothing. If the Qin family tried to retaliate, Luo Qianxue could expose everything and let them experience the wrath of the internet keyboard warriors. Luo Qianxue continued, and what about that god of war you mentioned, the one who can summon 100,000 soldiers? Even if we do not know the full details, he must be a person of status, right? He would not lead 100,000 troops to attack a mental hospital, would he? That would be too embarrassing. Indeed, for a god of war to lead an army of 100,000 to lay siege to a mental hospital, if word got out, it would be a complete joke. I am afraid the god of war would become famous overnight, known forever as the mental hospital god of war. Besides, the first mental hospital is actually quite safe right now. Luo Qianxue added another key piece of information. I learned from a friend at City Hall that because the legendary Black Dragon statue that suppressed demons shattered, the mayor has invited Taoist masters to guard the area around the hospital. Are not you a disciple of the Taoist arts yourself? Would not it be much safer with a bunch of peers guarding the place? It is safe indeed, what a great place! Lu Chengming was pleased and pondered for a moment, but how can I prove that I am a mental patient without being exposed? Director Yang Yangchen, whom we met last time, is an authority in the field. Whoever he says is mentally ill is mentally ill. If anyone dares to question it, they will be admitted as well to receive shock therapy. It turned out Luo Qianxue had already planned everything. I have looked into it. Under Yang Yangchen's management, the first mental hospital has been losing money for years and is deep in debt, on the verge of bankruptcy. I can buy the hospital directly, keep Yang Yangchen on as director, and sign a secret agreement with him to ensure he does not flip on us. I trust he will handle everything for us. Lu Chengming sighed in admiration. You have thought of everything, perfect, as expected of you. As expected of Luo Qianxue, the #1 female villain. Doing something like sending a normal person to a mental hospital, she is so professional. For all we know, she might have framed the heroine the same way in the original story. Thanks for the compliment, Luo Qianxue gave a faint smile. Since you agree, hurry up and pack. There is no time to lose, let us head out as soon as possible. Pack up, you mean I am moving in right now? Lu Chengming clearly was not mentally prepared yet. Is it really that urgent? Of course it is urgent. We must move you in as soon as possible to avoid any slip-ups. Luo Qianxue had an even more thorough plan. I will also need to take a film crew over to record some footage of you living in the hospital just in case we need it. Well, a female villain really is professional when doing bad things, absolutely flawless. And so, Lu Chengming quickly packed his daily necessities and also brought the magic-slaying sword that Yi Lang had given him. Then, he called Jiang Ying to tell her he was heading to the first mental hospital of Kowloon and told her not to return to the villa but to meet him at the hospital instead. Jiang Ying only replied that Qing Ying would not give up and was still planning their next move, so she would stay in the city to continue investigating the employer's information. Lu Chengming did not think much of it and just told her to stay safe and to get in touch if anything happened. Meanwhile, Qing Ying had been secretly tracking Lu Chengming's every move. Through that newly appeared woman, Gao Yumeng, they quickly found the god of war. This god of war, whose original name was Wan Tianquang, was once a special forces soldier in the Kowloon military. Later, he suffered from various forms of unfair treatment and harboring resentment against the Kowloon government, joined a mercenary group on an outer island. No one knows what kind of miraculous encounter he had, but his combat power surged in just a few years. Subsequently, he was unstoppable in numerous key battles and no one could hold him back. Eventually, he took control of the entire mercenary group and renamed it the Super God Palace. Suddenly, his combat power just surged. Huo Yin pondered while reading the files, could it be that he came into contact with some secret Taoist arts? I am afraid not, one of the disciples replied in a low voice. We checked the relevant battle records and analyzed the destruction and injuries caused by Luo Qianxue. It does not seem to be Taoist arts, nor does it look like supernatural abilities. Huo Yin frowned and asked, then what could it be? Not sure, it seems to be a kind of pure, abnormally violent power. The disciple was truly baffled. Heh, interesting, when I have time I should meet this god of war. Huo Yin sneered and then asked, what is the story with that Gao Yumeng? The disciple replied, when Luo Qianxue was at his lowest he tried to commit suicide only to be saved by Gao Yumeng. After spending a night together, Luo Qianxue left without a word. Gao Yumeng unexpectedly became pregnant, gave birth to a daughter and raised her alone. The little girl is now over 4 years old and Luo Qianxue has never once returned to visit them. Heh, a scumbag then, Huo Yin could not help but smile with contempt. He is cut from the same cloth as that Luo Qianxue. Right, a huge scumbag, the disciple agreed and added, now that Luo Qianxue has hired people to kidnap Luo Qianxue's daughter and is attempting to bully Gao Yumeng. Is this a good thing for us? It is a great opportunity, send this news to Luo Qianxue. A cold glint flashed in Huo Yin's eyes. His woman was snatched away, his daughter locked in a pigsty. No matter how much of a scumbag he is, he will feel embarrassed, right? Either way, he will not let Luo Qianxue go, right? Heh, let the Super God Palace and the Wuming sect trade blows and we will sit back and watch the show. Luo Qianxue drove Luo Qianxue to the Kowloon No. 1 Psychiatric Hospital. Sure enough, there were quite a few tents, makeshift camping huts, and even several luxury recreational vehicles parked around the hospital. Stationed there were some 30 or 40 occult practitioners, all draped in black cloaks. Wait in the car for a moment, I will go over and check things out, Luo Qianxue said to Luo Qianxue before taking his treasured sword and walking toward one of the huts. The practitioners immediately became alert when they saw Luo Qianxue. One of them took a careful look at him and suddenly cupped his hands in greeting. I never expected to meet a successor of the nameless sect here, nice to meet you. How did he know? Luo Qianxue was deeply puzzled but noticed the man's gaze repeatedly falling on his left hand, and he quickly understood. It was the demon-suppressing ring on his finger. Every sect had its own unique artifacts, all inscribed with signature runes. This ring clearly belonged to the nameless sect. Of course, the fame of the nameless sect mostly came from the man acknowledged as the #1 expert in the occult world back in the day, He-san. Luo Qianxue smiled and was just about to ask about their identity when another practitioner shouted, no, I think he is a successor of the demon-slaying palace. The man was staring fixedly at the sword hanging at Luo Qianxue's waist. The hilt was also inscribed with runes, the unmistakable mark of the demon-slaying palace. That is impossible, the demon-slaying palace disbanded long ago. Who says there are no successors just because they disbanded? Many descendants of their sect leaders still practice occult arts, passing them down through the generations. The two practitioners argued, both looking at Luo Qianxue. Luo Qianxue hesitated for a moment, then finally said, I am a disciple of the nameless sect, Luo Qianxue. As for this sword, a friend gave it to me. Upon hearing this, one of the practitioners immediately said, I admire you. The other continued, truly impressive. Luo Qianxue was a bit confused. What was so impressive about that? He did not realize that both the ring and the sword were top-tier treasures of their respective sects. Even if the wielder was not the sect leader, they would at least be the most favored successor, essentially the heir to the sect. It was obvious that both the demon-slaying palace and the nameless sect had high hopes for him. For Luo Qianxue to be so young and yet possess two supreme artifacts, he must be a top-tier expert with extraordinary talent. He was the hope of the occult world, its future. With great power comes great responsibility. Reviving the occult world was a duty that could not be shirked. Thinking of all this, the two young practitioners were already fired up. unable to stop themselves from calling out to their colleagues. Soon more practitioners gathered around to gawk at this young, promising, and bright talent of the occult world. Luo Qianxue remained completely bewildered. Until a voice spoke up from the crowd, "Was it you who killed the heaven-level demon suppressed beneath the black dragon statue?" Luo Qianxue was genuinely startled by the question. He could only put on a look of confusion and observe the other person. The man was in his 30s, looking dignified and carrying the air of a wealthy scion. This man was Tang Hao. Sensing that Luo Qianxue was on guard, Tang Hao stepped forward and smiled as he introduced himself. "I am Tang Hao, the eldest son of the Tang family. My friends and I are here to guard the Black Dragon site and investigate the matter of the heaven-level demon." The Tang family, Luo Qianxue had seen some information about them online. They were one of the top elite families in Kowloon. Tang Hao actually seemed decent enough, certainly not the kind of cringeworthy CEO type like Qin Xuan. But why would this guy know about the killing of the heaven-level demon? Lu Gu remained silent and Tang Hao added, "How about we go to my RV and have a private chat?" After a moment of hesitation, Luo Qianxue said, "No need, let us walk and talk." So the two of them walked toward an empty area nearby. Once they were away from the crowd, Luo Qianxue asked coldly, "Why would the heaven-level demon have anything to do with me? Who told you that?" "Oh, no one told me, it is just my own deduction," Tang Hao replied with a natural smile. "I heard that when the Black Dragon statue shattered and the heaven-level demon broke the seal, your people from the Nameless sect were the first to arrive. Was not it you who killed it?" In reality, no one knew exactly what was being suppressed under each of the dragon statues. It was rumored that they were all heaven-level demons, though there were no specific records. And at present there were almost no practitioners left who could kill a heaven-level demon. Nameless sect leader He-san could certainly have done it in his prime. So perhaps his true successor, Luo Qianxue, had that kind of strength. That was Tang Hao's deduction. However, he did not know that the first practitioners to arrive at the scene were Ma Dongxing and Wu Jia. As for dealing with demons, those two were always late. That day was the only exception, as they happened to be in a nearby village visiting a creditor. Ma Dongxing had unexpectedly sensed powerful spiritual fluctuations and saw celestial phenomena, so he rushed over. It was his first time seeing a live demon and his first chance to fight, so Ma Dongxing was absolutely thrilled. But the death of the evil god truly had nothing to do with the Nameless sect. After a long pause, Luo Qianxue finally said, "You guessed wrong, I did not kill it." There is no real competition between our sects these days, why hide your strength?" Tang Hao chuckled, clearly unconvinced. "If not you, then who else?" Luo Qianxue simply said, "The Nameless sect does not only have me." "Could it be Ma Dongxing? I do not believe he has that kind of strength," Tang Hao replied, revealing that he knew quite a bit about the Nameless sect. Luo Qianxue hesitated a moment, then lied, "My senior brother. He hides his true power well." Tang Hao frowned, looking skeptical. "Oh right, as a scion of the Tang family, why are you stationed here?" Luo Qianxue shifted from passive to active. "Is not this the job of occult practitioners?" About that, our family has deep ties with the occult world." Tang Hao hesitated, then told the truth. "You know Qin Hong from Bureau 72, right? She and I are in a competition to see who can kill a sea-level demon first. I came here specifically to win that match." In the past, he never would have revealed such sensitive information to an outsider. But now, for him, Qin Hong and Bureau 72 were the enemies and all occult practitioners were allies. An occult talent like Luo Qianxue had to be recruited to his side. I know Qin Hong," Luo Qianxue said with a helpless smile, then asked, "And you are sure you can find a sea-level demon by waiting here?" "I am not," Tang Hao sighed while shaking his head. "If I am unlucky, I might not even encounter a single low-level demon." "How can that be?" Luo Qianxue asked, puzzled. "Was not the protective barrier broken?" "Exactly, and that is what I cannot figure out," Tang Hao said with a furrowed brow. "The demons can only invade the city from here, yet dozens of practitioners have been guarding this place for days without seeing a single one. Is not that strange?" Luo Qianxue pondered for a moment and said, "The day the Black Dragon statue shattered, did not two demons appear inside the hospital? Their bodies should have been taken by Bureau 72, right?" "Those two were a bit odd. They seemed different from the usual demons we see," Tang Hao remained doubtful. I suspect Qin Hong did something behind the scenes, but I have not found any evidence yet. Oh, that is possible. Luo Qianxue could not trust Qin Hong either. But under the current situation, we really cannot see a single demon. Tang Hao looked at Luo Qianxue seriously. Do you have any insights? He really wanted to hear the opinion of this occult talent. But Luo Qianxue really had nothing to say. He did not know the first thing about demons. Tang Hao only assumed Luo Qianxue was deliberately hiding information, so he lowered his voice to probe. Do you think it could be because something even more terrifying is hidden here? An even more terrifying presence. Luo Qianxue paused at the words and instinctively turned to glance at the hospital building. He remembered that group of psychiatric patients who claimed to possess superpowers. He remembered number 250, who was already dead. Could it be? Is it really because of them that the monsters dare not approach this place? What other explanation could there be? Tang Hao waited for Luo Qianxue to reveal the truth, but after a long wait, Luo Qianxue turned back and simply joked, a more terrifying presence. Could it be President Yang? Haha, Tang Hao laughed too. It was obvious that Luo Qianxue was lying. He definitely knew some unknown secrets. Luo Qianxue had been chatting with Tang Hao for a long time, and the young heiress Luo Qianxue had long since grown impatient. She rolled down the car window and shouted to Luo Qianxue, "Why are not we leaving yet? I still have a contract to negotiate." She was talking about the acquisition of the first psychiatric hospital, which was indeed a top priority that could not be delayed. Excuse me for now, let us chat again later. Luo Qianxue was glad to escape Tang Hao's questioning and hurried back. Tang Hao was stunned when he saw the beauty inside the luxury car. Even though he was far away and she was wearing sunglasses, he could still tell she had an exceptional aura and extraordinary beauty. And she seemed a little familiar. Tang Hao could not immediately recall where he had seen this beauty. Could she be some big celebrity? Of course, Luo Qianxue's personal conduct was also questionable. As a direct disciple of the Wuming sect, how could he violate the sect rules by driving a luxury car and having secret meetings with beautiful women? This profound gate prodigy is way too arrogant. It must be that his strength is so extraordinary that he has nothing to fear. But if he has such hobbies, it is not necessarily a bad thing. If I want to win him over, would sending him a few more beauties do the trick? Luo Qianxue and Luo Qianxue entered the hospital and were once again warmly received by President Yang. Welcome, welcome, a warm welcome. President Yang led the applause and dozens of patients followed behind, mimicking him. Why are they all patients? Luo Qianxue felt that this welcoming formation was not right. I am truly sorry, President Yang smiled apologetically. Our hospital's cash flow hit a small snag. Salaries have not been paid for a few months and many nurses have left. I can only bring the patients to greet you two for now. Please bear with me. It seemed that negotiating the acquisition would not be difficult at all. Sure enough, Luo Qianxue casually made an offer. President Yang cautiously made one counteroffer, and they reached an agreement. Being given money, keeping your equity, and still being allowed to remain president, where else could you find such a good deal? Only a fool would refuse. To President Yang, Luo Qianxue was simply a savior sent from above. As for the other partners of the hospital, they were easy to handle as well. President Yang declared that if they disagreed, they must be having mental problems and should be admitted to the hospital for proper treatment. They both felt deep sympathy for those partners. Next, when it came to the confidentiality agreement regarding disguising Luo Qianxue as a patient, President Yang agreed readily. Simple, I have plenty of experience with such things. In the past, some big shots had their enemies kidnapped and brought to me for treatment. I have always handled it seamlessly. Never had a problem. Speaking of this, President Yang was very excited, his eyes even glinting with electricity. After my special treatment, even if you were not mentally ill, you would become one. Even if you brought 100 experts to verify it, they would not find a single flaw. He felt this place was very unsafe and he wanted to go home. Oh, by the way, young Master Lu, what number would you like? President Yang's service was always thoughtful. As long as it is currently available, you can pick any. For example, number 250 just became available. Luo Qianxue frowned and shook his head vigorously. I do not like that number. Then give me one. Luo Qianxue pondered for a moment and suddenly asked, "The patients I saw when I came last time, what is their status now? Can I still talk to them?" "Number 250 is already dead, what about the others?" It is hard to arrange for now." President Yang rubbed his hands with an awkward smile. "To be honest, there was a riot that night and quite a few patients took advantage of the chaos and escaped. We have been trying to capture them, but unfortunately we lack the manpower and resources. We are just waiting for Miss Luo's funding to arrive." "They actually escaped," Luo Qianxue was shocked. "Young Master Lu, do not worry, they will be caught sooner or later. Come, let us pick a number first. I will list all the available ones and you can take your pick." President Yang stood up and walked over to the computer to look up the patient number files. Taking advantage of this moment, Luo Qianxue poked Luo Qianxue and whispered, "You, come out with me." Luo Qianxue nodded, and the two walked out of the conference room. "I think there is a problem with your plan," Luo Qianxue said with a grave, worried expression. "This pervert Yang Yanchen will turn me into a real psychiatric patient." "It should not be that bad." Luo Qianxue frowned slightly. "He took my money, he has no reason to hurt you. No one else could offer him more benefits." "It is not safe, it is not safe." Luo Qianxue waved his hands repeatedly. "This place is too scary, I might end up a goner here." Luo Qianxue replied, "You are a profound gate master after all, cannot you be a little braver?" "Even a profound gate master cannot withstand his 5 thunder striking treatment." Luo Qianxue continued to wave his hands. "I never learned any mystical techniques to be immune to electric shocks. Sai and I went through so much trouble to come up with this idea for you. Your idea was fine, but the level of perversion of this President Yang is beyond my imagination." "HMPH, then what other solution do you have? Go ahead and say it." While the two were arguing, a familiar figure suddenly appeared around the corner of the corridor. It was that guy with his eyes wrapped in black tape, number 77. "Hi, I did not expect you to still be alive." Number 77 faced Luo Qianxue and took the initiative to wave hello. Luo Qianxue was horrified. "Still alive? What does that mean? Could he have seen me die once before?" "No. And how could he even see me?" His eyes were clearly covered. After being shocked for a long moment, Luo Qianxue asked cautiously, Are you talking to me?" Unexpectedly, number 77 shook his head. "I am not talking to you." He quickly turned around, only to find that there was no one behind him. Looking at Luo Qianxue, she had the same expression of shock. Number 77, still facing Luo Qianxue, slowly said one more sentence. "Leave, do not come back, this is not your territory." Thumpy thump. Thump 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 thump. Luo Qianxue could clearly hear his own heartbeat, which was becoming faster and faster. What kind of terrifying entity was that number 77 standing across from him? He could see through everything. Was he having a conversation with an evil god? At that moment, number 77 had taken a step forward and was slowly walking toward them. Luo Qianxue took a step forward, shielding Luo Qianxue behind him while gripping his sword hilt tightly. Number 77 walked closer and closer. Cold sweat was already seeping out on Luo Qianxue's forehead. He really did not feel confident about facing a monster like this. However, just when they were only 2 or 3 steps apart, number 77 suddenly stopped. He slowly lowered his head and spoke to the ground. "Go away quickly, it will be too late if you do not leave now." Luo Qianxue was stunned, then widened his eyes as he looked down at the ground. All he saw was a large brown cockroach, the kind that flies. "What the?" Luo Qianxue was completely confused. Then he heard number 77 continue, "Go away, this is Director Yang's territory. If he sees you, he will stomp you to death." Damn it! Was number 77 talking to a cockroach? He really is a madman after all. Luo Qianxue's mouth twitched violently, nearly turning him into a twisted mouth dragon king. Luo Qianxue was also bewildered, but the moment she realized it was a cockroach, she shrieked and lunged into Luo Qianxue's arms. With all the commotion, the cockroach was startled and flew out the window in the blink of an eye. Goodbye, do not come back again." Number 77 actually waved at the window. "Do not be nervous, the cockroach has flown away." Luo Qianxue comforted Luo Qianxue before realizing something was still wrong. How did this blind man see the cockroach? He gripped his sword again. "Who exactly are you talking to?" Number 77 paused and replied, "An insect. Was not that an insect? Luo Qianxue asked again, you have a black cloth wrapped around your eyes, how did you know there was an insect here? What is so strange about that? Number 77 pointed to his ear. Cannot you hear the buzzing sound of the insect's wings flapping? Cannot you hear the rustling sound of them crawling on the floor? Oh, this Luo Qianxue was speechless. I really cannot understand you people so slow-witted. You do not see what should be seen and you do not hear what should be heard. Just as number 77 was muttering, he suddenly fell silent. Director Yang was walking out of the conference room. Number 77 was startled for a moment, then turned and ran. With a whoosh he vanished. Hey, this kid, what is he running for? Director Yang frowned. I am busy entertaining guests today, I have no time to give you electrotherapy. Luo Qianxue took a deep breath and asked politely, Director Yang, that number 77. What is his situation exactly? Oh, him, schizophrenia, hallucinations, he insists that he can see angels, Director Yang grinned, but after my treatment his condition has improved a lot. Now if you ask him, he will say he only hears the angels singing. This Luo Qianxue blinked. It does not seem to have improved that much, does it? This is a qualitative leap. Director Yang's brows furrowed and a flash of electricity seemed to shoot from his eyes. Can you not even comprehend the logic behind this? Do you want me to help you get a physical examination? No need, definitely no need. Luo Qianxue waved his hands hurriedly. I have figured it out, everything you say is correct. Haha, that is right, Director Yang smiled knowingly. Number 77 was right, this is Director Yang's territory. Even if a god came here, they would have to submit. Next, they still had to continue discussing the cooperation. Luo Qianxue made a great resolution and finally summoned the courage to stay. With Director Yang's powerful protection, maybe he could even withstand the Grim Reaper's aura. Luo Qianxue did not want to go home, so she decided to stay here for the time being as well. She contacted her most loyal butler by phone and ordered the photography team to be brought over to film some extra footage for Luo Qianxue's documentary. Also, the beds and cabinets here were awful. She wanted a full set of new furniture ordered and delivered today. Furthermore, she was very dissatisfied with the hospital's food and had a team of chefs arranged to come over immediately. Wait, no, Luo Qianxue was a bit confused. Are you planning to live here long-term? Luo Qianxue huffed, as long as my father does not apologize to me, I am not going back. She paused and emphasized, by the way, we are staying in separate rooms. Even if you have any perverted thoughts, you have to hold back. After all, there are outsiders here, so we must consider our reputation. What perverted thoughts? Luo Qianxue could not help but frown. Do I look like that kind of person? Yes, Luo Qianxue did not hesitate. I have already experienced many of your perverted habits. Luo Qianxue wiped his face, wanting to argue but not knowing what to say. Luo Qianxue rolled her eyes at Luo Qianxue and continued talking to the butler, asking him to send over a few private doctors as well. If they caught a cold or fever while living here, they would not need to bother Director Yang. Besides, Luo Qianxue was a big pervert, what if he hurt her? Unexpectedly, she received bad news from the butler. The hospital where Bai Tingting was staying had been attacked by an unknown monster. A large number of doctors were killed. Since the city hall had quickly blocked the news and cleaned up the internet, Luo Qianxue and Luo Qianxue knew nothing about it. Luo Qianxue pretended to be casual as she moved away from Luo Qianxue and lowered her voice. What about Bai Tingting? What is her condition now? The butler replied that Bai Tingting was not on the list of survivors, and the identities of many of the deceased were still being verified. Luo Qianxue realized that Bai Tingting was dead. She could not move at all, how could she possibly escape? But how was she supposed to tell Luo Qianxue about this? Bai Tingting died in her own hospital, would he blame me? Luo Qianxue felt deeply conflicted. But in reality, Luo Qianxue had already heard. The sharp hearing brought by the power of the evil god allowed him to hear it clearly. I am going to the restroom. Luo Qianxue expressionlessly made up an excuse, walked away and dialed Wu Jia's number. Sure enough, Wu Jia knew about the monster that attacked the hospital. She and Ma Dongxing had actually gone to the scene to check it out. Upon hearing that the culprit was likely one of the 9 ancient gods, Sin, Luo Qianxue was shocked beyond belief. Sin was not that the power of the Crimson Queen, currently sealed within 7 rubies. Thinking of this, Luo Qianxue suddenly understood. The awakening of Sin was not without reason. It was that ruby necklace. It was when he was visiting Bai Tingting, he had accidentally lost the necklace. It probably slipped out of his pocket while he was sitting by the bedside. It was me who killed Bai Tingting. With an extremely complex mood, Luo Qianxue asked Wu Jie again, "Do you know how the power of sin can be awakened?" But Wu Jie did not know, so she handed the phone to Ma Dongxing. Who would have thought that Ma Dongxing did not remember either, and hurried into the house to look it up in books. It turned out that the story of the Crimson Queen and Sin was too ancient, and even the ancient scrolls of the mystic school only had brief records. After waiting for a long time, Ma Dongxing finally gave a reply. "It seems, perhaps, I am not entirely sure to awaken the power of sin, a sacrifice is needed. A sacrifice of human life and blood. Also, this power requires a vessel which must be a sinless person. If it is an ordinary person, they probably will not survive long." What does a sinless person mean? Luo Qianxue did not understand. Ma Dongxing explained, a sinless person should be someone who has no sin in their heart, someone extremely pure. This condition is also enough to resist the will of an evil god. I am afraid you will not find one. Luo Qianxue did not sleep well last night. He had been restless and uneasy the whole time. If he had not visited Bai Tingting that day, if he had not left the necklace at the hospital. Of course, perhaps it had nothing to do with the necklace. Bai Tingting might have died from an attack by the tumor-headed water parasite. That was the only way he could comfort himself. Sigh. Luo Qianxue let out a heavy sigh and pulled up the system interface again to see if there were any changes. The number of draw attempts was still 3, and no super cards had been activated. Yi Feifei had not been tampering with the system lately. He wondered what kind of revenge she was plotting. After getting up and tidying up, Luo Qianxue picked up his phone to watch Douyin, and 2 hours slipped by without him realizing it. Only when his stomach rumbled with hunger did he remember it was time for breakfast. Luo Qianxue had said they should eat together. So he walked next door and knocked on her door. Knock, knock, knock. Luo Qianxue was wearing that ruby ring, so she should be out of danger for the moment. Because it was impossible for her to hold any kind of sacrifice, and she could not find an innocent person anyway. The key issue was that once the ring was given away, there was no way to get it back. As he was pondering this, Luo Qianxue opened the door. He saw her dressed in thick, long-sleeved pajamas, looking sleepy and bleary-eyed. "Why are not you up yet?" Luo Qianxue frowned. "What time do you think it is?" "How annoying, I always wake up naturally." Luo Qianxue huffed and went back to lie on the bed. Luo Qianxue was speechless, so he followed her into the room and closed the door behind him. "What do you want?" Luo Qianxue turned her head away warily. "I have not finished sleeping yet." Luo Qianxue smacked his lips. "I am just hungry." What a pervert. Luo Qianxue could not help but frown. "I am not delicious, go eat someone else." Luo Qianxue wiped his face and said word by word, "I want to eat breakfast." Oh, Luo Qianxue finally understood. Only then did she message the servants, telling them to bring breakfast up. The team of chefs had arrived in an emergency the previous night and were on 24-hour standby, ready to provide all kinds of delicacies for the young lady at any time. The menus for all 3 meals were set in advance according to Luo Qianxue's preferences. As for Luo Qianxue, since he had said whatever, his menu was decided by the head chef. But when the food arrived, it turned out to be all sorts of nourishing dishes meant to boost vital energy. So much nourishment first thing in the morning, Luo Qianxue felt a bit awkward. "I did not order these dishes myself, I do not need this much vitality boost." "Is that so?" Luo Qianxue glanced at him coldly. "Do you think I believe that?" "It is true." Luo Qianxue wiped his face helplessly. "If you do not believe me, go ask them." "Heh," Luo Qianxue sneered. "Maybe they saw you were physically weak and were kindly trying to help you recover." "I am not weak," Luo Qianxue retorted immediately. Who knows, Luo Qianxue's tone was quite provocative. "Are you doing this on purpose?" Luo Qianxue tried his best to control himself. "You just wait, once I have finished eating." However, before he could finish eating, he received a notification from the building management that there were visitors downstairs. It was actually Wu Xiaoyi. Assuming there was new development regarding Gao Yumeng and the God of War, Luo Qianxue hurriedly put down his bowl and ran downstairs in one breath. He saw senior peace officer Wu Xiao standing next to a police car in a brand new uniform, looking dashing and triumphant. "Why are you here?" Luo Qianxue looked at her suspiciously. "You did not come all this way just to show off your new uniform, did you?" "Of course not." Wu Xiao tilted her chin up. "I have already rescued the child." "Oh, well, did you find out who the kidnappers were?" Luo Qianxue was anxious to catch the mastermind. "No, we did not find any kidnappers at all. They had already run away." Wu Xiao paused, then emphasized, "But do not worry, the child did not really suffer. She was kept in a pet store, sleeping in a luxury pigsty for pet pigs and eating high-end organic feed costing over 100 yuan a pound. I tasted it. It was not bad, better than what they serve in our cafeteria." "You tasted it?" Luo Qianxue could not help but frown. That is not the point." Wu Xiao wiped the corner of her mouth. "The point is I have safely rescued your child. Do not you think you should compliment me?" "Heh, you want a compliment?" "Wait," Luo Qianxue just processed the words. "What did you say, my child?" Wu Xiao nodded. "Yeah, is not she your child?" "Fui, stop talking nonsense," Luo Qianxue shouted sharply. "That is Gao Yumeng's child." "It is Gao Yumeng's child, sure." Wu Xiao blinked her large eyes. "But you are the child's father." "I am not." Luo Qianxue could not help but roar. "When did I ever say that was my child?" Why will not you admit it?" Wu Xiao looked at him with disdain, then turned and called into the police car. "Lulu, you can come out now." As soon as she finished speaking, a 4 or 5-year-old girl jumped out of the vehicle. She was adorable and cute, with facial features somewhat similar to Gao Yumeng's. It was indeed Gao Yumeng's daughter, nicknamed Lulu. "Wu Xiao, why did you bring the child here?" Luo Qianxue was completely dumbfounded. "Take her back immediately." "Damn it, I told you to rescue her, not to deliver the child to my doorstep. Are you afraid the god of war and his 100,000 soldiers will not be able to find me?" Unexpectedly, Wu Xiao only said, "The child insisted on finding her daddy. What could I do?" "I am not her daddy, I am not." Luo Qianxue was about to go crazy. "Lulu, you tell him." Wu Xiao pointed at Luo Qianxue and looked down at Lulu. "Who is he?" Lulu hesitated for a moment, then timidly called out, "Daddy." The child had never met the god of war. She could not possibly know what her father looked like. "Then who is it? Who on earth is scheming against me? To actually coach a 4-year-old child to frame me?" But Luo Qianxue never expected that Lulu had not been coached. She had figured it out herself. "Mommy has a picture of Daddy on her phone," Lulu quickly explained. "I saw it." Mommy would look at the photo and cry secretly. He could not for the life of him figure out what was going on. Why does Gao Yumeng have my picture, and what the hell is she crying for? The kid must have mistaken me for someone else, right? In reality, it was Black Impermanence who sent Luo Qianxue's photo to Gao Yumeng, forcing her to serve this man. Gao Yumeng was in extreme pain and could only cry while looking at the photo, which was spotted by Lulu. Lulu looked up at Luo Qianxue and added softly, "Mommy said she only has one man in her heart, and she only sheds tears for that one man for her whole life. Therefore, you must be my daddy." The analysis was perfectly reasonable and logically sound. Did you hear that clearly? Can a 4-year-old lie? Wu Xiao was certain that Luo Qianxue was a super scumbag. "Take responsibility for what you have done. Can you do that, young Master Luo?" While they were talking, Luo Qianxue walked over gracefully. "Miss Luo has the right to know the truth." Wu Xiao, having been promoted by Luo Qianxue, felt a sense of gratitude and immediately ran over to report the matter. "Wu Xiao, you." Luo Qianxue's mouth twitched and he did not even have the ability to defend himself. Or Gao Yumeng, she even named her child Lulu, Lulu meaning lose Lulu, obviously taking after Luo Qianxue's surname. As a senior officer, Wu Xiao even offered her professional analysis. "As for the gang kidnapping, I strongly suspect it was a tragic drama Gao Yumeng directed herself. Of course, you cannot blame her entirely. After all, raising a child alone is truly not easy." Luo Qianxue listened in silence, and a murderous look already filled her eyes. At this moment, Luo Qianxue suddenly thought of the Reaper girl. "Why do not you just finish me off? I really cannot take it anymore." Wu Xiao dumped Lulu and ran away. As expected of a high-ranking officer in Kowloon, she is truly top-tier at passing the buck and shirking responsibility. Unexpectedly, Luo Qianxue did not have her servants send Lulu away. Instead, she invited her to stay for dinner. Luo Qianxue could not guess Luo Qianxue's motive at all and just watched in confusion. Before dinner, Luo Qianxue even specifically changed her clothes. She wore an assertive and flashy tight-fitting dress with a high slit, showing off her perfect long legs. "Does it look good?" Luo Qianxue walked right up to Luo Qianxue and spun around. "Well, it does look good," but Luo Qianxue swallowed hard. "Is it really necessary to dress like this while staying in a place like this?" "This is the most popular stepmother dress on Douyin right now." Luo Qianxue glanced at him coldly. "Do you even know that?" Luo Qianxue was dumbfounded on the spot. Luo Qianxue is truly a charming villain. Anyone who opposes the protagonist is a villain. But being a villain does not mean being a bad person. Apart from dealing with Yi Feifei, Luo Qianxue has not really done anything bad in her daily life. Sometimes she is even kinder than many so-called righteous people. Take this lunch for example. Luo Qianxue specifically instructed the chef to prepare a sumptuous children's meal. There was everything, various types of noodles with gravy, shrimp and egg custard, colorful steamed buns, mini burgers, fried chicken and fries. It is just that this stepmother dress, what is the meaning of it exactly? Luo Qianxue wiped his face and said helplessly, "Look, I really have to explain this to you again." "No need to explain," Luo Qianxue interrupted him directly. "Do not talk nonsense in front of the child." Luo Qianxue could only shut his mouth. Lulu was eating very happily, but Luo Qianxue could not take a single bite. He knew very well that the war god and his 100,000 soldiers were coming. This was a fate he could not dodge or escape. This seemed to be the power of the rules. By now he had started to suspect. Maybe the blondie did not actually die in the first 3 chapters. Maybe the blondie was resurrected by someone. Or maybe the author was not satisfied and arranged an even grander send-off ceremony for the blondie. For instance, the war god personally leading 100,000 soldiers to see him off. Damn it, I really should have read a few more chapters back then. Luo Qianxue felt immense regret. Even if it was bad, I should not have dropped the book so casually. Soon Lulu was full, and Luo Qianxue found a maid to look after her. The maid gently picked up Lulu and took her to another room. Luo Qianxue was shocked again. "You intend to keep her here?" "That is right," Luo Qianxue admitted readily. "I am just that generous. Are you touched?" "But she is not my child." "She really is not." Luo Qianxue's blood pressure spiked again. "If you do not believe me, we can do a paternity test." "Heh, there really is no need to explain." Luo Qianxue showed a confident smile. "I know she is not your child." Luo Qianxue was stunned. Luo Qianxue chuckled softly. "I am not stupid. This child looks nothing like you. And while you are a lecherous, perverted hooligan, you are definitely not the type of scum who would abandon his wife and children." The corner of Luo Qianxue's mouth twitched. "Are you complimenting me?" "Of course I am complimenting you." Luo Qianxue rolled her eyes at him. "Since you believe me, why are you keeping this child?" "She is a hostage." Luo Qianxue's tone suddenly dropped and her eyes turned cold and ruthless. "With her here, that war god will not dare to touch you." At that moment, Luo Qianxue finally felt Luo Qianxue's aura as a true villain. Once, for her own sake, she used the most vicious methods to deal with Yi Feifei. Now for Luo Qianxue's sake, she could do whatever it takes. Regardless of everything, Luo Qianxue would eventually turn dark and become a complete, thorough villain. That is her fate. Realizing this, Luo Qianxue felt a mixture of emotions. He remained silent for a long time before saying, "We should not use a child as a hostage." Luo Qianxue paused, then sneered, "Heh, you are a gentleman and I am a despicable bad woman. You look down on me, do not you?" "No," Luo Qianxue smiled evilly, "I am even worse than you." "What did you say?" Luo Qianxue was very surprised and looked at Luo Qianxue with confusion. "Let us send that child away." Luo Qianxue slowly explained his incredibly evil plan to Yi Feifei. "First find out where Yi Feifei is." That is very simple because Yi Lang had already gained Yi Feifei's trust, so he just asked and found out. Because Su Zihao was too unreliable and Yi Lang's family were gangsters, Yi Feifei chose to stay temporarily at Fan Yongerlang's house. Originally, she intended to borrow some money and stay in a hotel. But remembering she wanted to take revenge on Luo Qianxue, she deliberately stayed in another man's home. She just wanted to drive that player Luo Qianxue to death. To let him experience what it feels like to be on someone's fishhook. But little did Yi Feifei know, Luo Qianxue did not care at all. He was hoping this death god girl would move to Mars. Having found Yi Feifei, the next step was to spread the word. Wu Xiao and Yi Lang acted simultaneously, spreading the news through both the underworld and the police that Lulu was in the hands of Yi Feifei and Fan Yongerlang. Luo Qianxue, you pervert! By the time the plan got to this point, even the big villain Luo Qianxue could not stand it. You are too evil. Will not this screw over Councilman Fan's whole family? Hee, how could that be? Luo Qianxue laughed dismissively. With Yi Feifei there, I guarantee Fan Yongerlang's family will be safe and sound for 100 years. Nonsense, what use could Yi Feifei possibly be? Luo Qianxue completely failed to understand how terrifying that death god girl was. I told you you would not believe me, just wait and see. Luo Qianxue continued to the third step of the plan, sending Lulu to Yi Feifei. This was the most difficult step. Getting a 4-year-old child to cooperate with you is really not easy. Luo Qianxue coaxed and lied, offering candies and toys and promising to take her to an amusement park. After a massive amount of effort, he finally reached an agreement with Lulu. Lulu had to follow the script Luo Qianxue wrote to perform in front of Yi Feifei. She had to pretend to be a lost child and ask Yi Feifei to help find her mother. Yi Feifei's character was super kind. At the beginning, she was practically the reincarnation of the Virgin Mary. Bah, what kind of character is that? It is the reincarnation of the Grim Reaper. Thinking about this, Luo Qianxue could not help but complain. Back to the point. When Yi Feifei sees such a poor, innocent child, she will definitely reach out to help. If nothing goes wrong, she will seek help from the police bureau. But everyone knows the efficiency of the police bureau. Let us just say it is a joke. And Wu Xiao can secretly stir up trouble, ensuring Yi Feifei cannot find anyone. Therefore, Yi Feifei will be forced to keep Lulu by her side. Kind as she is, she could never abandon a little baby. So next, the war god and his 100,000 soldiers will have no choice but to go and demand the child from Yi Feifei. With the war god's explosive temper, offending Yi Feifei is inevitable. That is bound to trigger the Grim Reaper aura. Although the power of the rules has hurt me repeatedly, I can borrow that power. Using their own power against them, defying heaven and changing my fate. Stay tuned for the annual blockbuster, Grim Reaper Girl wipes out 100,000 warriors. Luo Qianxue smiled, smiling just like a villain.